Chapter 1 Prologue and Unknown Objects. Prologue: an unknown cosmic dimension. I in the center of an unknown galaxy. A gigantic artificial structure floats in the pitch-black cosmic space on the orbit of a crimson giant star. Occasionally, solar material ejected from solar flares is intercepted by the transparent arc-shaped light shield above the structure, causing no disturbance whatsoever. The highest point of the artificial structure sits a humanoid being, clad tightly in dark brown armor that obscures its face entirely. In front of it are countless humanoid beings, also dressed in dark brown armor, standing silently like statues. Further away are various enormous artificial objects, densely packed throughout the space. Once again, a solar flare erupts, and the light released by the high-temperature material instantly illuminates the hidden menacing fleet. The eyes of the humanoid being at the highest point suddenly shine brightly, as if another sun has appeared in the universe. A series of inexplicable fluctuations begin to emerge. This universe has already begun to die. Our technology can no longer expand. Has the theoretical structure of a universe been completed? The unknown variables are too high to make predictions, but there's no time left. No time left. No sounds are heard, but communication has far from ceased. The fragments can no longer be retrieved. The theoretical rules have begun to fail. The collapse of the universe has begun. There's no time left. The plan must be executed immediately. Communication pauses for a moment. The theory is not yet mature. Execution is impossible, but there's no time left. The cost of forcibly opening a passage is unacceptable. It will accelerate the collapse of the universe. We cannot take everything with us, but we cannot avoid it. We must hurry. Make a decision. Execute immediately. Moments later, as the dark brown figures begin to act, a still young star suddenly extinguishes, as if a light bulb has been turned off, along with all the stars in the surrounding galaxy. As the stars go out, the previously stable planets become like orphaned children, breaking free from their orbits, darting around in the dark space. Occasionally, planets collide, producing a dim flash of light, which quickly cools down, turning into fragments or continuing to wander in bizarre formations. We need a reference point. Use life as the basis to determine the reference point. Hope it can safely reach another universe. A sigh reverberates through the dark space. Name: Wang Shaw. Gender: male. Age: 18. Ethnicity: Han. Address: Dormitory building of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Are you a student of Huazhong University of Science and Technology? Yes. Place of household registration: Lantian County, Xi'an, Shaanxi. Oh, you know why we called you here? I know. Please explain the circumstances. Officer, I really didn't hit anyone. I was just helping. Wang Shuo felt very unlucky, really very unlucky. Walking along, he was struck on the head by an unknown object falling from the sky. And to make matters worse, a girl he didn't know used him as a shield. Well, he's a man. He couldn't just ignore it when a girl sought help, right? But these two thugs were really not up to standard. Were they? Did he lay a hand on anyone? He hadn't even spoken. What was the situation with the two of them lying right in front of him? Is this how you shake someone down? Without a doubt, Wang Shua's performance had landed him in the police station. Whether it was helping or not, we need to investigate to find out, said a younger officer sitting in front of Wang Shua. Do you know this girl? I don't know her. Wang Shua shook his head. The young officer nodded, jotting something down in his notebook, and continued, Wang Shua, we need you to stay here to assist with our investigation. We will notify your family. Officer, I can't stay here. I have to attend a ceremony at school this afternoon. Ceremony? The young officer frowned. Are you a new student this year? Yes, Wang Shua nodded quickly. I just registered yesterday, and today I end up in the police station. Well, you certainly are something, the young officer said non-committally. But the girl you mentioned is still in the hospital and hasn't regained consciousness, so you can't leave yet. What is this? Wang Shua scratched his head in frustration, feeling like he was encountering all sorts of bad luck. When a homebody meets society, it's an unsolvable problem. Just as Wang Shua was pondering how to resolve this issue, suddenly a phone rang. Hello, yes. Okay, I understand. The young officer who was answering the phone glanced at Wang Shua and slowly put his phone away. You can go now. Can I go? Wang Shua looked up in surprise. Miss Chun has woken up, and the matter has been clarified. You can attend your ceremony now. The young officer closed his notebook and opened the door to the inquiry room. "Thank you, officer." Wang Shuo quickly grabbed his backpack and dashed out of the police station. The origin of the matter was actually quite simple. As previously mentioned, Wang Shuo is male, has a fondness for females, no bad habits, and his only flaw is being a bit of a recluse. However, while others might stay at home watching movies, anime, reading novels, or indulging in other aspects of pop culture, Wang Shuo's only activity at home is reading. Compared to his peers, Wang Shuo can truly be considered a good student, consistently ranking among the top in exams. Although he could never surpass the top few, he nonetheless belonged to the first tier of the class. It was precisely because of his excellent academic performance that he was able to enroll in Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Wang Shuo had considered applying to other schools, but he had a deep affection for W City. Just the thought of attending university there made him more than willing. As for the reason, everyone understands, a man's first love is always the most unforgettable, especially since Wang Shuo is a complete homebody, leaving him even more defenseless against his goddess. On his first day at the school, Wang Shuo found out that he was actually the last to arrive. He had already been assigned to a class, a dormitory, and even a bed. There was only one bed left. Wang Shuo had no choice but to accept the bed closest to the balcony, for the simple reason that no one wanted to sleep by the bathroom door. Yes, the student dormitory has a bathroom, and showers are available, but the hot water has to be heated manually. Well, Wang Shuo's first thought was, this is such a pain. However, showering was never something a homebody should worry about. So Wang Shuo just pinched his nose and accepted it. After all, he wouldn't be showering often anyway. The roommates seemed to be quite experienced, meeting each other like long-lost brothers. Within just a few hours, they were already shoulder to shoulder, and they gave Wang Shuo a pretty good ranking, second in command. Wang Shuo was quite satisfied with this. The four brothers sat together and discussed, feeling that they had similar temperaments. It was not easy to meet again in university after spending over a decade in school. So they decided to make the start of the semester a dorm day and agreed to go out for a meal at noon to celebrate. No one opposed this idea. Thus, the first dorm gathering in university ended in a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. However, the incident occurred when Wang Shuo left the group and was on his way back to school alone. Such bad luck. Wang Shuo glanced at the time on his phone. It was already 1:40 p.m., just 20 minutes before the opening ceremony. I never thought my first visit to the police station would be for something like this. Wang Shuo tried to complain while struggling to recall what exactly had happened. He only remembered that while passing through an alley, he encountered two delinquents harassing a girl he didn't know. To his surprise, the girl reacted swiftly. Upon seeing him, she used him as a human shield. Come on, am I really that easygoing? It's ridiculous to be casually referred to as someone's boyfriend. Moreover, those two delinquents looked quite intimidating. Just as Wang Shuo was about to say a few words to plead for mercy, something hit the back of his head. By the time he turned around, the girl and the delinquents were all lying on the ground. Having never been in a fight before, Wang Shuo was stunned by this bizarre turn of events. He instinctively chose to call the police. After all, the presence of the police would provide a sense of security. However, the police were clearly not what he expected. So Wang Shuo was taken back to the station on the charge of intentional injury. And that led to the scene at the beginning. Wang Shuo thought about what had happened and suddenly felt a headache. He had been used as a human shield and didn't even know the girl's name or remember her appearance clearly. What was worse, he had been hit but hadn't even seen who did it. This is so frustrating. Wang Shuo rubbed the back of his head, feeling that today was turning out to be terrible. Chapter 2 System. When Wang Shuo rushed into the school auditorium, drenched in sweat, the hall was already filled with people. Many new students had crowded the aisles, making it nearly impossible to pass. Just as Wang Shuo was at a loss, a loud voice suddenly shouted, "Hey, over here." Wang Shuo looked up and saw a tall young man with a beard waving at him from the third to last row, his voice deep and resonant, attracting the attention of those around him. Wang Shuo wanted to slap him, but clearly it wasn't the right time. So he had no choice but to push through the crowd beside him. "I told you, I'm loyal, right?" The young man grinned proudly, patting the seat next to him. "I saved this spot for you. Someone tried to take it just now, but I sent them packing. You're amazing, the best." Wang Shuo rolled his eyes and plopped down in the seat. The young man's name was Zheng Jun, a guy from the northeast, standing over 6 feet tall. which made him stand out in a department dominated by frail, artsy types. He had just been elected as the dorm leader that day. Of course. Just ask the third and fourth guys how I got rid of that person, Zheng Jun said, beaming with confidence. The third guy was named Li Li, a youthful lad with a literary vibe, a few months younger than Wang Shuo, sporting large-framed glasses that seemed to be crushing his nose. Li Li was passionate about software programming, giving off a strong coder impression. I didn't see it. Li Li adjusted his glasses. I was just brainstorming a new software idea. The fourth guy, Chen Cheng, wore a somewhat smug smile. Well, there are so many pretty girls around. I only have 2 eyes and 2 ears, which isn't enough to take it all in. Chen Cheng had a very handsome face. How handsome? Well, every time Wang Shuo saw that face, he inexplicably felt like punching it to give it a makeover. To be more straightforward, if the fourth guy were to act in a drama, he would definitely be an idol type. As the third and fourth guys teased him, Wang Shuo looked innocently at Zheng Jun. I didn't expect you guys to be so shameless, Zheng Jun huffed, then turned to Wang Shuo and asked, by the way, what took you so long? You almost missed the ceremony. Wang Shuo thought for a moment and shook his head. It's complicated. I still don't fully understand what happened. Oh, the 3 brothers immediately became interested. What is the secret? Share it with us for a laugh. It was clear that these 3 had a reason to be together. They were quite a match. It's nothing, just an unexpected hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Wang Shuo described his situation with a frown. Wow, my admiration for you is like an endless stream. You're my idol. Chen Cheng exaggerated dramatically, his tone suggestive. Come on, tell us, was the girl you saved pretty? Zheng Jun asked. Do you have some kind of special ability to attract girls? Did something happen between you and the girl? Li Li added. Wang Shuo was bombarded with questions, leaving him utterly bewildered. He scratched his head, feeling speechless. What were these people thinking? Even Li Li, who usually appeared very mature and serious, had changed his demeanor. Can I say I have no idea what's going on? Even now, I'm still in the dark. As for the girl's name, how would I know? You should go ask her. Is that even possible? Chen Cheng said in disbelief. You saved the beauty. Shouldn't she be grateful? Have you been watching too many dramas? Wang Shuo replied with disdain. Well, you must at least know what the girl looks like, right? Don't tell me you saved her and didn't even see her face. Chen Cheng looked equally disdainful. Wang Shuo touched the back of his head where he had been hit, feeling that everything was normal, as if the impact were just an illusion. I really don't think I saw her clearly. Dude, Chen Cheng exclaimed, pointing at Wang Shuo. You really are something. Zheng Jun patted Wang Shuo on the shoulder. I thought I was the only one who couldn't charm the girls. Turns out you can't either. No worries, we're not alone. We can just be single together. He said this with a look of satisfaction. Li Li, the third member of their group, also shared the same understanding. Wang Shuo felt mentally exhausted. Have you guys been paying attention to the girls this year? Their quality is quite impressive compared to previous years. We're in luck. Chen Cheng's thoughts switched rapidly as he spoke, glancing around. Indeed. I've noticed that too. The quality of girls has really improved this year, Zheng Jun agreed. Though he didn't look around much, his expression still somewhat infatuated. Wang Shuo chose not to voice his opinion on this matter, feeling it didn't really concern him. He was a homebody, and homebodies should stay at home. Chasing girls was clearly not suited for him. So, Wang Shuo wisely decided to keep quiet. Listening to the banter of the others, who were discussing the pretty girls in the neighboring class, critiquing some girl's figure, or guessing her measurements. In short, it was all quite inappropriate. At least that's how Wang Shuo saw it. As for the third member, he had long immersed himself in his own thoughts. As Wang Shuo's mind began to wander, he slowly sank into a peculiar state. Suddenly, a system message interrupted his thoughts. Unknown information detected. Information reception complete. Executing conversion. Detecting thought fluctuations. Detection failed, restarting detection. Detection failed, restarting detection. Detection failed, initiating judgment. Judgment result. Thought fluctuations weak, undetectable. Judgment result A00145532, within limits. Executing logic sequence. Opening database. Openness coefficient 0.00000000000000001. Closing intelligence. Executing highest sequence. Initiating secondary sequence. Target determination in progress. Warning, overload, unable to search for target. Error occurred. Changing execution logic sequence priority to determine nearest target. Target confirmed. Inputting into database. Target information confirmed, Wang Shuo. If Wang Shuo had any awareness at that moment, he would certainly exclaim, what the heck? System. Unfortunately, Wang Shuo is currently completely unaware, with only his brain silently receiving streams of data. Time passes second by second. Chapter 3. Explorer Forum. Hey, wake up. Come on. How can you sleep so soundly? This guy slept through the entire ceremony, completely out cold. Wake up. Wang Shuo groggily opened his eyes and saw Zheng Jun, Li Li, and Chen Cheng standing in front of him. It seemed that the opening ceremony had already ended, and most of the audience had left the auditorium. Did I fall asleep? Wang Shuo was confused. Not just asleep, you slept like a log. Chen Cheng said. You slept through a 2.5-hour ceremony. Amazing. We called you for quite a while, Li Li added, adjusting his glasses. Maybe I was too tired yesterday. Zheng Jun said with an understanding look, a knowing smile on his face as he nudged Wang Shuo. Let us go? Go where? Wang Shuo seemed not to have fully grasped the situation. Of course, we're going to celebrate. We barely had time to eat during lunch. How can we enjoy ourselves? Chen Cheng said, looking unsatisfied. I'll take you to the most famous snack street in W City. Places like Shengxiangju, Fuqing, and Zaidawaiyuan are all must-tries. You'll love it. Wang Shuo glanced at Zheng Jun, who looked like he was about to drool. Go ahead. I think I'll head back to the dorm first. You're really not coming? Zheng Jun said, sounding displeased. This is our first group activity. Wang Shuo shook his head. He felt dizzy and heavy-headed, as if he had been gaming nonstop for 3 days and nights without sleep. All right then, you head back to the dorm. We'll bring you something to eat when we come back. After confirming several times, the three brothers noticed Wang Shuo didn't seem well, and didn't insist further. Wang Shuo jogged back to his dorm, threw himself onto his bed after opening the door, and closed his eyes. After lying there for a while, he realized he couldn't fall asleep at all. Instead, he was becoming more and more alert. How strange. Wang Shuo stared at the ceiling, pondering the various odd occurrences of the day. After thinking for a long time without finding any clarity, he simply got out of bed, took out his laptop, plugged in the internet cable, and turned it on. He skillfully entered the campus network password, and seeing the network connection status in the lower right corner show as connected, Wang Shuo quickly opened the web browser and typed in a string of addresses. The web page opened, revealing a very ordinary text page, nothing unusual. Wang Shuo didn't look at the page. Instead, he brought up the source code page, entered a string of code, and hit run. The page jumped again, this time showing a login page for an account and password. Wang Shuo quickly entered the username and password. The page jumped once more. At the top of this new page, in large black letters, it read, Explorer Forum. The Explorer Forum was a reward forum Wang Shuo had stumbled upon when he was 15. It existed in the dark web and required passing some small tests to enter. And given that Wang Shuo's hacking skills were barely adequate, his ability to access this forum was largely due to luck. At that time, the founders of the forum did not impose strict entry requirements. Otherwise, with Wang Shuo's limited hacking skills, he would never have been able to join. Once in the forum, at the age of 15, he was exposed to a world he knew little about. The forum, while seemingly simple, contained various technical sharing threads, anything you could think of, whether it was a mature technology or merely a theoretical concept, could be found there. You could share your techniques or your questions. Any problems you encountered could be turned into posts in the forum, and there would always be experts willing to help solve them. Some questions were quite simple, such as inquiries about how to use a programming language or how to resolve everyday issues, and these usually received responses. There were also theoretical questions, like how to increase energy density to create more efficient energy batteries, or how to control molecular motion. Of course, there were some ready-made concepts that were nearly impossible to realize with current human understanding, such as feasible designs for anti-gravity propulsion systems. For Wang Shuo, with his limited knowledge, tackling issues like creating batteries with higher energy density seemed almost impossible. He couldn't understand them, let alone the more advanced concepts. Therefore, for him, joining the forum was merely an opportunity to broaden his horizons and observe the ideas of various experts without ever speaking up himself. Over time, Wang Shuo noticed that the forum had become quite complex. Everyone in the forum was anonymous, but it was easy to deduce that those proposing feasible theories were unlikely to be ordinary individuals. They were probably tech enthusiasts or industry magnates. Wang Shuo quietly browsed through the posts, but today there didn't seem to be any substantial sharing. Recently, he had noticed that the number of technical sharing posts was dwindling, while requests for help were increasing. In the forum, for each problem solved, the original poster would pay a reward that varied depending on the difficulty of the issue, and these rewards could be converted into currency. Although the rewards were quite valuable and tempting, Wang Shua knew he did not have the capability to solve these problems, so he chose to observe quietly. Another aspect of the forum that frustrated Wang Shua was that reading others' responses also required spending forum points. Aside from the 100 points he received upon joining, he had no additional points, meaning most of the time he could only look at the questions and fantasize about his own solutions, with no way of knowing if they were correct. Forum points could be converted into currency, and vice versa. But the price of 1 point was something Wang Shua could not afford, as it was almost tied to the value of cryptocurrencies. Wang Shua knew about cryptocurrencies, but without any mining operation at home, he decided it was better just to observe. Looking at the display in the upper right corner showing he still had 20 forum points left, Wang Shua felt quite displeased. He randomly clicked on a question post. The poster, with the nickname Tian Wuming, asked, "How can I solve the problem of overheating basic materials?" Without any context or conditions, it seemed like a rather absurd question. Overheating materials? What materials? Where are they used? How are they used? What is the overheating threshold? There was no information, just that single sentence. Wang Shua chuckled and glanced at the replies below the post. There were 3 answers. He tried clicking one, and the system prompted that each answer viewed would cost 1 forum point. Wang Shua confirmed. The answer stated that the properties of materials determine their stress and applicable environmental limits, and in such situations, one could only use higher heat-resistant ceramic materials or other composites. Currently, the advanced heat-resistant materials available worldwide mainly include the following types, which the poster can selectively consider. This answer could be considered mediocre. It's obvious one needs to switch to better heat-resistant materials. The key issue is how to manufacture such materials. I have at least 7 ways to solve this problem, Wang Shua muttered to himself. Suddenly, Wang Shua was stunned. In that brief moment, he actually felt he had the capability to solve this problem. And there were as many as 7 ways to do so. What was going on? Was he still half asleep? Wang Shua tried reading the poster's question again, and this time, the information in his mind became clearer. He distinctly felt that his solutions were likely correct. Staring at the computer screen, he gritted his teeth and typed in the reply box. The question raised by the poster is quite vague, so I cannot be entirely sure how to resolve it. However, I can provide several solutions for the poster to choose from based on the actual situation. The first. Chapter 4. Nosebleed. Finishing a few thousand words in one go, Wang Shua sighed with relief. The writing process was quite challenging. These thoughts had been swirling in his mind, but seemed somewhat out of his control. When he wasn't focused, the content felt more like individual words flashing quickly through his mind. But when he concentrated on a particular word, more detailed information would appear, either a long list of numbers, or a passage of profound text, or a jumbled pattern he couldn't comprehend. Wang Shua didn't care much and followed his instincts, writing whatever came to mind. After finishing, he looked over it and found some parts that he couldn't even understand himself. Frowning, he decisively deleted the parts he didn't comprehend, then carefully reviewed it again. Once he confirmed there was nothing he didn't understand, he gritted his teeth and clicked upload. After all, it was just random writing. It didn't matter if it was right or wrong. He just considered it a lesson learned at a cost. After comforting himself like this, he glanced at the dwindling number in the upper right corner of the page, gritted his teeth, and closed the forum. He feared he might be tempted to read some expert's work again. For someone like him, every forum point was precious. Suppressing his desire to continue browsing, Wang Shua closed the forum page and carefully cleared his browsing history. Although it was his own computer and generally no one else would use it, being cautious was wise. Especially since the forum's nature indicated it was not a site associated with a reputable environment. He randomly clicked on a link from a news website and glanced at an article discussing a certain company's latest invention, which seemed to be an impressive robot that perfectly mimicked the appearance of a human female and could engage in dialogue and perform some physical actions. Wang Shua tried to search for the progress of robotics in his country and found that all the finished products were still at a level comparable to that of Japan 2 decades ago. Although some had synthetic silicone skins, they lacked the texture and detail of the products from the company mentioned in the article, not to mention their other functionalities. If only he had the capability. Robots with limited movement, expressions, and incomplete emotional language settings were simply not presentable. He sighed inwardly at the underperformance of local tech companies and fantasized about one day having his own tech company and creating his own products. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Wang Shua suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if the events of earlier that day were replaying. Damn it! He managed to utter before collapsing to the ground, seemingly losing consciousness. The host's cognitive awareness fluctuated abnormally, initiating a determination process. Determination result: no anomalies found in the host's self-intervention database permissions. Starting repair of the intelligent module. Module repair in progress, 0001. Key sequence missing. Unable to continue repair. Activating guidance mode. Executing host enhancement sequence. Enhancing host brain region. Execution complete. As the voice faded, Wang Shuo, lying on the ground, opened his eyes, bewildered, and looked around. He touched his bloodied face and recalled what had happened. Damn it! He was at a loss for words. First, he felt dizzy, and now he had fainted, leaving a large pool of blood from his nose. Was he suffering from some incurable disease? A stroke? A brain hemorrhage? Brain edema? Or perhaps something more severe like brain cancer? It couldn't be that unfortunate. He was only 18, just at the beginning of his life. Surely, fate wouldn't allow him to die young like this. He rushed to the bathroom to clean the blood from his face, but the bleeding from his nostrils wouldn't stop. In the end, he had to stuff 2 wads of tissue in his nose and change them every few minutes. Looking at his comical reflection in the mirror, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He considered himself reasonably good-looking. While he might not have the stunning looks of some others, he could at least be called handsome. But now, he felt he could barely associate himself with that title. His messy hair, pale complexion, gaunt cheeks, and the glaring white tissues stuffed in his nostrils, along with bloodstains on his collar, made him look terrible. It was just a disaster. Especially the complexion, it hardly resembles that of an 18-year-old youth, looking like someone who has suffered from long-term malnutrition. What's worse is the stomach. Wang Shuo can even hear it rumbling. After tidying himself up and changing into a clean t-shirt, Wang Shuo throws himself back onto the bed, resting his head on his hands and staring at the ceiling, involuntarily beginning to ponder about his future life. He knows the situation at home. It's neither good nor bad, just manageable, better than some, but not as good as others. Food and education are not issues. His father is a researcher, and his mother is unemployed, relying solely on his father's salary to get by. It seems he needs to find a part-time job. Wang Shuo mutters to himself, thinking he should save a little for the family. After all, his parents have it tough too. Hearing a rumbling sound, he grimaces. Indeed, life should start with filling the stomach. Remembering that his older brother and others might be feasting right now makes him even hungrier. He considers calling his brother, but ultimately decides against it. Pride is important. And saying he won't go is just that, saying it. A man's word is his bond. But if he doesn't go, how will he solve his dinner problem? After much thought, Wang Shuo quietly takes out his phone and dials Zheng Jun's number. Hey, is there room? He asks. He thinks that matters of pride can wait until he's filled his stomach. After confirming the location, he grabs his jacket and dashes out, unleashing the fastest speed he has ever mustered for food. At this time, public transport is definitely too late, and as he glances at the school gate, he sees a taxi just pulling up. Without a second thought, he rushes over, opens the door, and hops in. Hey, that's our taxi. Suddenly, a voice comes from beside the cab just as Wang Shuo is about to close the door. He then notices that 2 girls have appeared next to the taxi, one tall and one short. The taller girl has a slender figure, wearing a light blue long dress, her hair cascading just past her shoulders. The shorter girl has her hair in a ponytail, dressed in a yellow casual t-shirt and cropped pants, exposing her fair ankles, seemingly without socks. At this moment, the girl in yellow is angrily questioning him, while the girl in the blue dress stands quietly beside her. Wang Shuo ignores them, surprised to find that he has suddenly developed such keen observational skills, noticing details about their clothes, appearances, and expressions. Seeing that Wang Shuo remains silent, the girl in yellow gets even angrier, grabbing the car door and shouting, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? This is our taxi. What right do you have to get in? This time, Wang Shuo finally reacts, but he is the type who is more compliant under pressure, especially since he is already in the car. I got in first. Why should it be yours? Did you use a ride-hailing app? You. The driver stopped for us when we waved. The girl in yellow retorts angrily. That's settled then. The driver probably stopped because he saw me waving, and besides, I got on the car first, so it's like I called for it. Wang Shuo said nonchalantly, just be careful not to get your hand caught. I can't afford to pay for your treatment. You. The girl in the yellow dress clearly wasn't used to arguing with others, her face turning red with anger. Yet she couldn't manage to say a word. What do you mean you? Hurry up and find another car, no need to hang on this one. Otherwise, if you can't find a car later, don't blame me for not warning you. You. The girl in yellow pointed at Wang Shua, her neck starting to flush red as well. All right, Xiaolan, don't let yourself get too upset. Seeing that the girl in yellow was about to explode with anger, the girl in the blue dress gently comforted her. But he stole our taxi. It's fine. Shouting, can you not be so calm every time? I'm about to explode. Okay, I'm not angry anymore. I know Xiaolan is the kindest and wouldn't get mad over something like this. The girl in the blue dress smiled gently, holding the hand of the girl in yellow to reassure her. Humph. The girl in yellow rolled her eyes. We waited for half an hour. And this is the only taxi. It's up to you to figure it out. All right, I'll handle it. Saying this, the girl in blue turned to Wang Shua, her voice softening almost to a whisper. Excuse me, this classmate, Xiaolan, is a bit impatient. Please don't mind her. May I ask where you are headed? Only then did Wang Shua take a good look at the girl in blue. She had been looking down earlier, lost in thought, but now that she lifted her head, she was indeed stunning. At least Wang Shua had never seen such a beautiful girl before. I'm going to the snack street, he said without any concealment, always having little resistance to pretty girls. That's great. The girl in blue smiled slightly. Xiaolan and I are also heading to the snack street. If it's on the way, why don't you join us? Wang Shua looked reluctant, but since he had taken their taxi, even though he had argued his case convincingly, it was still snatching, and he felt guilty about it. Thank you, classmate. The girl in blue maintained her sweet smile, as if she had practiced it. You don't have to keep calling me classmate. My name is Wang Shua, a freshman this year. I'm Qin Shouting, and this is my good friend Qin Lan. After getting in the car, Qin Shouting introduced herself and the girl in yellow. Wang Shua could hear the girl in yellow, Qin Lan, let out a soft hum. Are you also freshmen? Wang Shua asked curiously. Yes. We just met some new friends, so we decided to gather at a place. Qin Shouting nodded. I'm about the same, Wang Shua said, then fell silent. Qin Shouting was very pretty, but it had nothing to do with him. Wang Shua stopped talking, and Qin Shouting also quietly sat in the back seat, occasionally whispering something to Qin Lan beside her. Wang Shua occasionally caught snippets of words like event, gathering, pick up, etc., but since it had nothing to do with him, he didn't pay much attention. Half an hour later, the taxi arrived at the destination. With his stomach growling all the way, Wang Shua, who was almost driven mad by hunger, paid for the ride without bothering to say goodbye to the two girls in the back seat. He hurriedly got out of the car and rushed towards the location sent to him by his leader. Chapter 5 for the youth shouting, look at this person. He doesn't understand any manners. He took our car and didn't even say a word of apology. It's infuriating. Qin Lan complained angrily to Qin Shouting, watching Wang Shua dash away. All right, Xiaolan. He did pay for our ride. After all, Qin Shouting replied with a smile. Am I really someone who cares about that few bucks? Qin Lan shot back, glaring at Qin Shouting with her hands on her hips. Okay. Our Miss Qin Lan isn't short of that little amount, but you're lacking in big money. Qin Shouting chuckled, wrapping her arm around Qin Lan's waist. Let us hurry. Your beau is probably getting anxious waiting for us. Qin Lan held her head high, insisting that they should keep them waiting, so they wouldn't say anything sarcastic later. Despite her words, her body honestly followed Qin Shouting, looking somewhat flustered. On the other side, in the summer afternoon KTV, Wang Shua's eyes lit up when he saw a glaring neon sign that read Summer Afternoon Club not far away. Starving, he sprinted towards the entrance. Sir, please stop. Just as he reached the entrance, a friendly security guard blocked his way. Wang Shua was a bit surprised. Do you have an invitation? The guard asked politely. Invitation? Wang Shua was even more confused. This is a private entertainment club, sir. You can't enter unless you have an invitation. Do you have one? So I can't get in without one. Of course, you can't. But you'll need to show our club's platinum card. The guard remained polite, patient, and courteous. What if I have a friend inside? Wang Shua asked, not ready to give up. You would need to contact your friend and have him come out to get you, sir. Please wait. Just then, a very young-looking boy approached from behind Wang Shua, and the guard, as usual, stopped him. I was invited by Miss Qin to attend the party. Here's the invitation. The boy produced a black and red card, which Wang Shua noticed had a subtle golden leaf pattern on it. After inspecting it, the guard returned the card to the young man, took a step back, and gestured for him to enter. The young man walked confidently into the club, casting a glance at Wang Shua that seemed slightly mocking. Wang Shua was bewildered. What is going on? I'm just here to eat. Did I offend someone? Feeling frustrated, he pulled out his phone and dialed his leader's number. Beep, beep. Hey, Erguzi, where are you? As soon as the call connected, the loud voice of his dorm leader came through. I'm telling you. Today the fourth one is treating us to a feast, all kinds of delicious food. It's great. Haha. If you don't come, don't blame us for eating it all. In just a short time, Wang Shuo had already gained a nickname. Boss. What is the name of the place you're at? I'm lost. Wang Shuo held back his urge to deal with Zheng Jun and asked. Where? Wait a moment. I'll ask the fourth. What's south this place called? Oh, it's called Summer Afternoon, KTV. Did you hear? Third floor, room 888. Hurry up. Before Wang Shuo could respond, he heard Zheng Jun shout again. The fourth said, if anyone stops you, just say 888. Beep, beep, beep. Wang Shuo looked speechless at the security guard in front of him and asked, is there a room 888 on the third floor? Are you a guest of Mr. Qin? The security guard assessed Wang Shuo and replied, please go ahead. The elevator is on your right. Enjoy your time. With that, he stepped back to clear the entrance, not giving Wang Shuo a chance to speak. Thus, Wang Shuo entered the club, feeling bewildered. Turning the corner, he found a large lobby, decorated in a way that felt quite comfortable, unlike the typical gaudy KTV vibe. On the right side of the lobby, there were 4 elevators lined up neatly, each with a welcoming hostess standing at the entrance, smiling warmly. Wang Shuo sniffed and walked to the elevator door, and with the hostess's enthusiastic service, he arrived on the 3rd floor. As soon as he exited the elevator, a deafening blast of sound exploded, and he immediately recognized Zheng Jun's voice amidst the noise. This sound, this tone, this volume, there was no one else it could be. Wang Shuo quickly found room 888 and pushed the door open. If the noise outside was deafening, the room was nothing short of a disaster zone. Wang Shuo felt like his entire head was filled with Zheng Jun's loud voice, drowning out everything else. I want to live another 500 years. After finishing a song, Zheng Jun, still eager for more, put down the microphone just as he spotted Wang Shuo entering. He grinned widely, took a quick step towards Wang Shuo, and put his arm around his shoulder. I said, second, you came just in time. How was my singing? Before Wang Shuo could respond, he pointed to Li Li and Chun Cheng, who were covering their ears, and said, the third and the fourth have already been conquered by me. Are you going to challenge me? Seeing Zheng Jun's eager expression, Wang Shuo gave him a thumbs up. Deafening. Absolutely amazing. But boss, I'm starving right now. I rushed over and burned a lot of calories. Can I grab something to eat first? Hee. Sure, you eat first. And I'll pick a song for us. Zheng Jun patted Wang Shuo on the shoulder and went to choose a song. Li Li and Chun Cheng turned pale and quickly said, I say, boss, you've already sung 4 songs in a row. Let us take a break. It's fine. It's fine. You guys eat. I'm not tired. Zheng Jun waved his hand nonchalantly. In the desperate eyes of Li Li and Chun Cheng, he skillfully selected a song and cranked up the volume. Then, a loud explosive sound suddenly erupted, the voice rough yet hoarse, heavy yet powerful. Wang Shuo found himself at a loss for words to describe it, feeling as if 1,000 firecrackers were exploding next to his ears. He bit into a piece of meat, but couldn't he even taste it after a long while. Looking at Li Li and Chun Cheng, the two of them had nervously covered their ears tightly, their mouths wide open, constantly exchanging glances with Wang Shuo. They locked eyes in silence, and Wang Shuo silently swallowed the skewer of meat in his hand before covering his ears as well. Am I here to eat or to be tortured? Watching Zheng Jun, who was lost in his performance on stage, Wang Shuo couldn't help but start contemplating life. It seemed like today had not gone smoothly for him at all. First, he was taken to a police station for an inexplicable accusation of intentional harm. Then he ended up napping all afternoon due to some bizarre circumstances, followed by a splitting headache from yet another strange situation. And now he found himself here listening to Zheng Jun sing. With that thought, Wang Shuo glanced sympathetically at Li Li and Chun Cheng. He had just arrived, yet these two had already endured 4 songs and were still standing tall. Impressive. Finally, after a song ended, seeing that Zheng Jun seemed eager to continue, Li Li and Chun Cheng rushed up to grab the microphone, refusing to hand it over. Zheng Jun had no choice but to temporarily concede, sulking back to the booth. Chun Cheng let out a sigh of relief and chose a soft instrumental piece, instantly shifting the atmosphere back to a more appropriate tone. Hey, don't you think I have another signature song? Would you like to hear it? Zheng Jun asked tentatively. Li Li and Chun Cheng immediately tensed up. Wang Shuo chuckled, Boss, we've already gained a deep understanding of your singing talent. There's no need to reinforce that impression for now. Exactly. Chun Cheng quickly chimed in. Boss, we've witnessed your abilities firsthand. It's truly astonishing and unforgettable. I doubt we'll have the confidence to showcase our own singing for quite a while. Is that so? Zheng Jun seemed a bit puzzled. Yes, yes. Lili nodded in agreement at an inopportune moment. All right then, Zheng Jun reluctantly agreed. Actually, compared to singing, don't you think we're missing a very important segment? Chen Cheng smiled. Could it be? Zheng Jun's eyes widened as he looked at Chen Cheng. Chen Cheng nodded with a smile. I mean, Chen Cheng, isn't that inappropriate? Zheng Jun's face showed signs of difficulty, looking a bit embarrassed. We're all minors, still students. Isn't that a bit wrong? Chen Cheng's eyes widened. Minors? Students? Don't you think this could be seen as improper? Doing something unsavory in such a classy place? Chen Cheng's eyes grew even wider. Unsavory? My parents and teachers have always taught us to be upright and sincere. We shouldn't go against our conscience. So, I honestly tell you, while I really want to try, my 12 years of schooling tell me that one shouldn't indulge too much, especially now that we've just escaped the hardships of studying and entered this new world of freedom. We need to hold ourselves to a higher standard. Chen Cheng was completely baffled. What the heck? I just wanted you to organize a self-introduction for us. Is that so hard? Self-introduction? This time, it was Zheng Jun who was taken aback. After a moment of silence, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! What I meant was also a self-introduction. Ahem. Although we've gotten to know each other a bit in the dormitory, we don't really know each other deeply yet. As brothers sharing a dormitory for the next 4 years, it's essential to understand each other better. So I think Chen Cheng's suggestion is excellent. Let's start our friendship with a profound self-introduction. Seeing the three of them looking confused, Zheng Jun's face rarely flushed slightly. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said, since Chen Cheng brought it up, let me start. My name is Zheng Jun. I'm 19 years old. From the Northeast, and I'm 187 meters tall. Both my parents were in the military, so they hope I will also serve the country in the future. That's about it. As soon as Zheng Jun finished speaking, Chen Cheng called out, Boss, that won't do. That's no different from before, right? Our introductions this time are supposed to be grand. Besides your name, gender, birth date, age, height, and family background, shouldn't you also tell us about your interests, hobbies, relationship history, whether you're a virgin, if you've watched adult films, and what positions you like? Seeing Chen Cheng getting more off track, Wang Shuo, as the second in command of the dormitory, naturally stepped up. Ahem, the boss has finished speaking, so let me introduce myself. Chen Cheng interjected sarcastically. After seeing the boss's performance just now, don't you all realize? The boss definitely has a story. No one paid him any mind. And Wang Shuo continued. My name is Wang Shuo, male, Han ethnicity, 18 years old, 174 meters tall, no relationship history. I had a crush on a girl in high school, but we haven't been in contact for a long time, and I'm currently single. My dad is an ordinary engineer, and my mom is unemployed. She used to run a small business, but is now at home. I don't have any significant interests or hobbies, right now. I just want to study hard and work part-time to reduce my parents' burden. Clap, clap, clap. Chen Cheng took the lead in applauding. See, the second one knows how to introduce himself. Now, let us continue in this manner. Third one, it's your turn. Lili nodded. My name is Lili. There's nothing special about it. I'm 18 years old, have never had a girlfriend, and I like programming. Chen Cheng asked. So, what about your parents? What do they do? Lili fell silent for a moment. My father passed away early. It was my mother who raised me. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Chen Cheng realized he had made a mistake and looked apologetic. It's okay, it's all in the past, Lili smiled. I was too young to remember my dad's appearance when he passed, so I don't have much feeling about it. He spoke very calmly. But everyone knew that these matters had likely always weighed on Lili's heart. I say, it's not easy for us to gather together. Before I introduce myself, shall we have a toast? Chen Cheng raised his wine glass. Here's to youth, to ideals, to the future, to youth, to ideals, to the future. Chapter 6. New Era Universe. What the future looks like, no one knows. Chen Cheng ultimately did not have the opportunity to introduce himself in detail. After the toast, the program moved into the drinking competition segment. Zheng Jun, being a young man from the Northeast, had an impressive alcohol tolerance. After drinking fiercely with Chen Cheng and Lili, he still had the energy to duel with Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo also fought hard, but for some reason, he exhibited remarkable strength today, managing to keep Zheng Jun in the competition. The final result was naturally one of mutual destruction. The four of them ended up passed out from drinking, marking a brutal conclusion to their first university dorm drinking contest. The only thought Wang Shuo had before losing consciousness was how he could drink so much today. He swore he would never drink again. Upon detecting the host's consciousness slipping into slumber, the system began its assessment. After the assessment, it was determined that the host's brain domain had been enhanced, with an enhancement coefficient of 0.1326, meeting the minimum requirements to initiate the system and execute requests from another realm. Wang Shuo felt as if he had entered a black hole, continuously sinking into the void, losing track of time until he suddenly jolted awake. He looked around at his surroundings. The vast, dark space was silent, occasionally illuminated by streaks of light, reminiscent of shooting stars. Wang Shuo tried to reach out and touch these bright points, but felt no sensation at all. What is this? Where am I? He stared at his slightly glowing hands, bewildered, thinking that if this was a dream, it was far too vivid. He raised his voice, calling out, "Is anyone there? Can someone explain what's going on?" After shouting for a while, Wang Shuo realized he couldn't do anything but stare into the darkness. He couldn't move at all, or perhaps he could have moved. But without any reference points, it felt like he hadn't moved at all. Why am I so unlucky today? Wang Shuo lamented, feeling a bit like he had done something wrong when leaving, maybe stepping out with his left foot first. After struggling for a while, he finally gave up resisting and floated quietly in place, watching the fleeting lights. Once he calmed down, he noticed that the scenery wasn't too bad. At least it wasn't pure darkness. Just as he focused on one of the bright lights, it suddenly burst forth with brightness, causing Wang Shuo to instinctively shut his eyes. The next moment, a strange figure appeared before him. Wang Shuo could guarantee from his 18 years of emotional experience that what he saw could only be described as peculiar. The reason for using the term figure was that it had a head, 2 arms, and 2 legs, resembling a proper humanoid, yet it felt inappropriate to call it human. This humanoid figure was dressed in a tight black suit, with mysterious patterns flowing with inexplicable light. Its head was exposed, featuring 2 small protrusions resembling antennae on its forehead, and it had distinct eyes, a nose, a mouth, and ears, all with a rather refined appearance. But for some reason, Wang Shuo found the figure in front of him quite strange. Just as he was deep in thought, the figure opened its eyes. Whether it was an illusion or not, Wang Shuo seemed to see a hint of confusion in its gaze. Is this the new era? Has the activation succeeded? The figure emitted a sound, then seemed to fall back into a state of bewilderment. Wang Shuo stared wide-eyed at the figure as it produced strange syllables he couldn't understand, then acted as if he were invisible. He couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. Hey, could you not get into your own rhythm just yet? Can't you see there's a bewildered little boy in front of you who has no idea what's going on and just wants to get out of here? Fortunately, the figure didn't make Wang Shuo wait long. After a brief moment of confusion, it turned its gaze toward Wang Shuo, looking down at him and uttering another strange syllable. Wang Shuo felt completely lost and could only stare back with wide, innocent eyes. The figure seemed to frown for a moment, then its expression changed to one of realization. It raised an arm to touch a small bump on its forehead, then furrowed its brow and lowered its arm, looking at Wang Shuo and shaking its head before closing its eyes again. Wang Shuo thought, what does this mean? Is it looking down on me? He felt deeply insulted. If everything here weren't so formless and intangible, he would have jumped up to grab the figure by the collar and ask if it understood the meaning of respecting the elderly and caring for the young. Yes, caring for the young, that was definitely it. While Wang Shuo was still pondering how to regain his dignity, the figure opened its eyes again, its gaze shifting downward, uttering a phrase that nearly made Wang Shuo jump. Are you called Wang Shuo? What are you? Wang Shuo, who was floating half a step back, cautiously observed the figure. Damn it, did the figure just speak in perfect Mandarin? Primary intelligent life, form Wang Shuo, after undergoing a basic cerebral domain enhancement. The figure's voice grew increasingly indifferent. Preliminary compliance with core carrying requirements. What is that? Wang Shuo felt utterly bewildered throughout the day. He might as well establish a holiday for himself and call it Day of Bewilderment. My time is limited, primary intelligent life, form Wang Shuo. A hint of sadness seemed to flow from the figure's eyes. The energy consumed in crossing the membrane wall has caused severe damage to the core structure, and the emotional intelligence module is defective. I can no longer last for too long. But fortunately, the database remains relatively intact. We, or rather you, still have a chance. Primary intelligent life, form Wang Shuo. The figure's voice carried an air of indifference, yet Wang Shuo could sense a trace of unwillingness within that coldness. But why could he understand every word the figure said, yet couldn't grasp the overall meaning? Wait a moment. Wang Shuo interrupted the figure, his face full of questions. I'm sorry to ask, but what are you talking about? What do you mean by we and our? What is the core? Who exactly are you? Most importantly, am I a primary intelligent life form? What the heck? Primary intelligent life form Wang Shuo, my time is limited. The figure looked down at Wang Shuo with a slightly indifferent gaze and said, "Are you sure you need me to provide you with a detailed explanation? This will consume the limited core energy. Of course, you need to explain it clearly to me." Wang Shuo shook his head. Core energy had nothing to do with him. But what was the figure in front of him? Where was he? And what was going on? He felt like he was going crazy. As you wish. The figure fell silent for a moment, then extended its palm and slightly rotated it. Wang Shuo suddenly felt that the light points around him accelerated rapidly, quickly concentrating together and bursting forth with an even more intense glow. The scene that appeared again stunned Wang Shuo. Countless particles quickly settled in front of him, condensing into irregular shapes and forms, while many irregular objects collided with each other, bursting into brilliant colors. Time seemed to accelerate at that moment, and Wang Shuo witnessed a planet forming right before his eyes. The initially gathered materials continued to collapse towards the center, while more materials kept arriving. Finally, it seemed that something violently exploded at the center of the planet, and the entire planet ignited like a massive fireball, occasionally ejecting various materials with enough energy to destroy everything, sweeping in all directions. This was a moment of realization for Wang Shuo. The evolutionary history of the universe seemed to be condensed into this brilliant pearl at that moment. After the birth of the new star, the surrounding materials seemed to find their anchor and began to orbit it, constantly colliding, merging, colliding again, and merging again, ultimately forming gigantic and bizarre conglomerates. Our universe has no name, but to distinguish it from yours, let us tentatively call it the End Universe, while yours is referred to as the New Era Universe in our realm. The galaxy we were born in is on the edge of the entire universe's galaxy cluster, and we call it the Muir Galaxy. As for our race, you can refer to it as humanoid. I cannot find any other name in your lexicon. On a certain day, trillions of years after the birth of the universe, our ancestral planet was born. As the figure finished speaking, the massive conglomerate, which had just been merging, experienced several violent collisions and shattered into pieces, with countless materials being scattered into the cosmic space. The massive debris displayed its power at that moment, drawing in smaller remnants and dust into its orbit. Whatever it could swallow, it did, and whatever it could not, it bound close to itself. Gradually, a group of regularly shaped planets began to appear before Wang Shuo's eyes. The newly born small planets were still very unstable, behaving like mischievous children, occasionally injuring themselves, with the ground collapsing and magma and toxic gases spewing everywhere, resembling hell itself. The little companions following it were also affected. Wang Shuo saw one of the small companions hitting another, causing both to shatter, with a large amount of material being attracted by the gravity of the asteroid and falling onto its surface. However, mischievous children eventually grow up, and so do asteroids. After days of collapsing, absorbing, and ejecting, this little rascal finally grew into a qualified planet, becoming more regular and stable, providing warmth and care to the little parasites on its surface. Moorstar is located in the fourth orbit of its galaxy, with a pleasant climate that is very conducive to survival. After the emergence of our ancestors, rapid development began, and in just 7,000 years, we developed technology capable of escaping the planet's gravity. Thus, we entered the era of interstellar colonization. In this short time, tiny spacecraft, about the size of sesame seeds, began to launch from Moorstar. Some accelerated rapidly, leaving the planetary orbit, while others landed on nearby satellites to commence swift construction. Consequently, under Wang Shuo's watchful eyes, exploration bases began to appear on the previously barren satellites, as if by magic. At the same time, more and more advanced ships were emerging from within asteroids, traveling faster and growing larger. Eventually, a massive spaceship, comparable to Wang Shuo's fist, appeared in the planetary orbit, its enormous body seemingly capable of blocking out the sun. By the time we reached 8,000 years of development, we had mastered gravitational wave navigation technology and constructed the first deep space mothership, Hope, in orbit. Wang Shuo was profoundly amazed. The impact of witnessing a civilization's history condensed and presented in such a direct manner was beyond words, especially considering the incredible way in which it was being presented. By 9,000 years, our population had split into 3 factions, leading to 100 years of internecine warfare among trillions of our kin. The evolution of the scene continued, and at this point, the perspective had broadened significantly, allowing Wang Shua to see that humanoid species had occupied the entire Moorstar system. Due to the vast territories we occupied and our still primitive gravitational wave navigation phase, we could only communicate through established interstellar routes. However, the prolonged warfare severely threatened the safety of these routes, with some factions resorting to unscrupulous tactics that caused significant losses across various star regions. What those losses entailed was not mentioned by the figure, and Wang Shua did not inquire further. The figure turned its palm again, and the scene around Wang Shua began to advance rapidly. In the next 10,000 years, we discovered the wormhole effect and constructed large wormhole generators. We also began researching space. We succeeded, thanks to wormholes. We transcended the confines of our galaxy and arrived at the vast expanse of galaxy clusters. With the LEAP technology, we significantly increased our travel speed and achieved a compact version of our entire group. We developed new communication technologies that allowed for lossless, instantaneous information transfer over light years. We optimized our genetic structure, unlocking some incredible abilities. We built large space stations, rivaling planets in size, and we colonized countless planets, providing a solid foundation for our population explosion. Our civilization thrived, and we firmly believed that we would explore more galaxy clusters, discover more planets, and develop better technologies. Wang Shua listened with great interest, captivated by the unfolding narrative. Sensing that the figure had paused, he couldn't help but ask, what happened next? We succeeded, but we also failed. The figure fell silent, its palm turning once more, this time accelerating faster than before. The scenes around him whirled by at an incredible speed, and it felt as if tens of thousands of years had passed in the blink of an eye. When everything finally came to a halt, everything around had changed. If the universe just moments ago was a vigorous middle-aged individual, now it appeared as an elderly person at dusk, gravely ill and on the brink of collapse, ready to fall at any moment. What had happened? Wang Shua stared in disbelief at this scene. The end of the universe. The figure fell silent for a moment before speaking. After hundreds of thousands of years of development, our species occupies every corner of the universe. We can touch the edges of the cosmos. No cosmic disaster can lead to our extinction. We can even imprison stars, preventing them from radiating any energy. We can turn white dwarfs and neutron stars into our weapons. We can instantly destroy a planet. We can collapse matter from 3 dimensions into 2. We can ensure that our information survives for millennia attached to a core. We can traverse subdimensions to collect dark energy. We can even create breaches in the cosmic membrane. But ultimately, we are not the rules. We are biological beings, not gods, and we cannot conquer the universe itself. Wang Shua's eyes widened. What the figure said seemed to exceed his understanding. In fact, everything that had happened today felt beyond his comprehension. After repeatedly surpassing his limits, he felt as if he had developed a sort of immunity, or perhaps a sense of numbness. You cannot understand, primitive intelligent being, Wang Shua. The figure spoke with sadness. What would you do if you knew you would die tomorrow, and there was nothing you could do to avoid it? Wang Shua blurted out. I would finish everything I wanted to do in a day. Finish all your desires, and then die in peace. The figure looked at Wang Shua. Would you still strive for a glimmer of hope, even when you know there is none, even if that struggle is futile? If there is even a glimmer of hope, of course I would. It's the instinct of intelligent life. Wang Shua nodded earnestly. The figure fell silent again, then continued. At the pinnacle of our development, we inadvertently touched the imprint of the universe, the domain of rules. From it, we glimpsed the fate of our species and understood the irreversible doom of the cosmos. We went mad, just as you said, intelligent being Wang Shua. Wang Shua listened intently, seemingly unaware of any differences in the figure's words. The yearning for survival is the instinct of all life, and we are no exception. A part of our species could not accept this reality. They created fantasies about themselves. Due to our mode of communication, such fantasies influenced a significant number of our kin, driving them into complete madness. Another part accepted this reality, but was unwilling to simply vanish. As mentioned before, they sought to fulfill all their dreams, even disregarding whether those dreams aligned with the rules of our species. Some had no reaction at all. They lost hope in their lives, merely waiting at home for the impending cosmic destruction. And then, there is a part of us. A glimmer of light burst forth from the figure's eyes, and its tone suddenly intensified, no longer indifferent, but seemingly infused with a certain excitement. We are the most outstanding explorers of our kind, possessing over 90% of our collective knowledge, technology, and resources. We are the strongest resistors when the great judgment of the universe arrives. We refuse to simply follow the universe into oblivion. We need to save our kind, not join the ranks of those who bring destruction. Our space exploration technology has reached a certain level, and in our repeated probes at the edge of the universe, we have discovered the existence of the cosmic membrane. Research on this membrane has been ongoing, but progress has been limited due to resource allocation issues. The great judgment of the universe has provided us with an opportunity, and our kind has granted us sufficient resources. We speculate that the universe must be finite. It is like a fruit or a room, having its own maximum boundaries. Since the birth of the universe, it has been continuously growing, expanding, moving from chaos to order. However, when it reaches contact with other fruits or rooms, it begins to self-collapse, entering a phase of destruction. Just as a fruit rots after becoming full, a room gets demolished after expansion. This process may take tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even trillions of years to unfold. We are unfortunate, yet we are also fortunate. The misfortune lies in our kind emerging too late, akin to the brilliant fireworks that burst forth in the moment before the universe's destruction, dazzling yet fleeting. So brief that we have no time to further optimize our kind or seek our escape route. Fortunately, our ancestral star is gentle enough to give us the briefest time to grow. Hundreds of thousands of years is a mere blink in cosmic terms, yet for a kind, it equates to an eternity. If the universe is truly as we speculate, then after it begins to collapse, the membrane will be at its most vulnerable. Just like a rotting fruit, its shell will not be as hard as usual. This presents us with the best opportunity to penetrate and traverse it. We spent 1,000 years preparing two plans. First, we gathered all resources of our kind, concentrated all explorers, and at great cost, constructed a device that encompasses several star systems, exhausting the finest resources of our kind. If all goes well, it can create a passage through the spatial membrane large enough for an adult to pass through, allowing our people to carry the prepared legacy of our kind into a new era. At this point, Wang Shuo broke out in a cold sweat. If it had been a person crashing down, given their physical condition, they might have been fine, but he could have met his end. Moreover, if an extraterrestrial, or rather, an extra-universal being suddenly appeared from the sky, equipped with technology and gear dazzling enough to blind ordinary people, some might even worship it as a deity. Thinking of this, Wang Shuo couldn't help but feel a hint of glee. Second, we gathered all the explorers of our kind to create a super core. At this, the figure lifted its eyes to glance at Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo blinked innocently and asked, "What do you mean? The core isn't something I stole. What does that look in your eyes mean?" This core utilizes the latest biotechnology and is made from materials that can integrate with the human body, capable of operating on various energy sources. Once integrated with the host, there are no means to detach it. In front of Wang Shuo, a crystal-like object the size of an apricot pit floated quietly, glowing with a light blue sheen, exquisite and seemingly not an artificial creation, but more like a masterpiece of nature. Using structured light to transmit information is a mature technology for us, but structured light is too fragile, too weak to protect our information as it passes through membrane walls, so we had to think of another method. In the end, we decided to use soul information to transmit data. Compared to conventional methods, soul information has better scalability, stronger stability, and a certain level of intelligence. In the worst-case scenario, a constrained soul can somewhat replace a cognitive core. However, our core size does not allow us to set a high-intelligence sequence. The shadow paused in silence before continuing. Therefore, after a brutal selection process, only I can be modulated into a constrained soul, serving as the primary sequence of the core body, while discarding most of my memories and emotions to store precious data and information of our race. The information repository that combines all our technological, cultural, and geographical data is immensely vast. Even if I develop my brain domain to 90% capacity, it cannot contain it. This requires sacrificing over 90% of my emotions and memories, but we have no choice but to focus on selecting technical data, discarding most of the cultural and geographical information. Wang Shuo also fell silent. Despite his usual playful nature, he couldn't find pleasure in this. How desperate must one be to make such a choice, to have an entire race attempt to modulate their own souls, discarding 90% of their emotions and memories just to store more data? Isn't this inhumane? The most ruthless way to kill a person is to not even spare their soul. After successful modulation, to grant the core certain permissions while I am in a dormant state, I outlined a second sequence, which you might call the logical sequence. It lacks the autonomous emotions and consciousness I have, resembling your fixed programs, but possesses a certain capacity for logical judgment. When I awakened, I did not find any trace of it in the core module you received. It must have been damaged while passing through the membrane wall. This is the whole truth. Intelligent being Wang Shuo. The shadow fell completely silent, quietly watching Wang Shuo floating before it. I still have questions. Wang Shuo raised his hand, but feeling it was pointless, he let it drop again. Are the random thoughts that pop up in my head related to the core? Yes, the core requires energy to operate, even if it's weak biological energy. In the human body, the brain is where biological energy is most concentrated. The higher the development of the brain domain, the faster the biological energy operates. During the integration process between the core and your brain, a reinforcement was conducted on your brain domain, and part of the sequence permissions and database was open to you, which is why you can see me in your brain domain. Wang Shuo opened his mouth. My brain domain. He turned to look around the space, somewhat in disbelief. Here? This is your brain domain. Intelligent life, Wang Shuo. The figure paused, or rather, this is your thought touch space. After the reinforcement of your brain domain, it can barely meet the standard for independent operation. And the thought touch space can also be generated based on your brain domain. Wang Shuo felt increasingly confused. Does this mean you can enter my brain at any time and know what I am thinking? I can't do that, the figure replied calmly. If it were in my prime, before I was modulated, I could directly turn you into my puppet through the brain domain. But now, my duty is to the core first sequence, and I will soon dissipate, so I cannot enter your brain domain to probe your thoughts. Wang Shuo wanted to say something, but the figure didn't give him the chance and continued. I just tried to communicate with you directly through brain waves. But your brain domain is well defended and highly individualized. I couldn't succeed. I had no choice but to learn your language from the core. Although I dislike this low-efficiency means of communication. A hint of delight appeared on Wang Shuo's face. It seemed he still had some advantages. You cannot receive my brain waves. Firstly, because your brain domain is well-guarded and highly individualized. Secondly, due to the low level of development of your brain domain, I cannot forcefully send brain waves. Although I can control it, there is still an 80% chance that you would end up as an idiot. The figure paused. The core cannot be entrusted to an idiot. We need your brain. The hint of delight on Wang Shuo's face suddenly vanished. He wanted to pick up the thought he had just set aside and smash the huge head in front of him into a giant pig's head. My time is limited. Intelligent life, Wang Shuo. The figure slightly raised its head, its tone returning to indifference. I will convey the final request of the humanoid civilization on behalf of His Excellency Haiku, the supreme ruler of the last humanoid civilization, and all the members of our civilization. Wang Shuo stared at him blankly, somewhat at a loss. You can go ahead, no need to be so formal. Intelligent life, I am Haiku, the supreme leader of the civilization. The figure suddenly spoke with a different voice. And Wang Shuo seemed to see a black figure standing on the highest throne, speaking to him across the barriers of two universes. Our universe is about to be destroyed, and it will take away the glory of our civilization that has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. Unlike the countless disasters we have experienced, this time, we cannot escape, but we are not afraid. If you can see this dialogue, it means our last resort has failed, our struggles have been ruthlessly crushed, and there are no survivors of our race. What is merging with you is the last hope of our race, the hope that was exchanged by our greatest warrior, Muir, who sacrificed everything. The sequence has already progressed to its final stage. Everything is irreversible, and my time is short. Intelligent life. I represent all my fellow beings of the civilization to request you. If you merge with the core, please find an opportunity to let our civilization be known. Let others know that outside your universe, there was once a civilization that challenged the cosmos. Even if it means being shattered to pieces, we must let the light of civilization penetrate the barriers of the universe. We are all warriors. This is a war for our people and the universe. We may not achieve victory, but we are unafraid. Chapter 7. Wang Shuo in the Hospital City W, People's Hospital. Chen Cheng walked out of the hot water room with a kettle and turned into a high-end single-patient room. He placed the kettle on the bedside table and turned to look at the tall young man sitting by the bed, unable to bear to say, "Boss, you should go back now. I can watch over him here." The young man was Zheng Jun, who looked haggard as he sat beside the hospital bed. staring blankly at the patient lying there, seemingly not hearing Chen Cheng's words. Boss, you really should go back. You haven't slept for 2 days straight. If this keeps up, your health will suffer, Chen Cheng said, glancing at the heart monitor beside him. Look, Wang Shua's heartbeat is stable. He should wake up soon. Chen Cheng, do you think we made a mistake? Zheng Jun's weak voice came through. Should we have not pushed Wang Shua to drink? Look at him. He seems so fragile. I should have known he couldn't handle it. Chen Cheng wanted to argue that Wang Shua's condition had nothing to do with being fragile. But looking at Wang Shua lying there, the words stuck in his throat. Ever since that night of intense fighting, Wang Shua had been in a coma for over a month now. The school military training had ended, yet Wang Shua was still in the hospital. It was strange luck for him that his icy cold sister had somehow found out about him and not only visited twice, but also covered all the hospital expenses. Wow, that saved him a significant amount of money. Moving from the intensive care unit to a VIP single room was no small expense. However, looking at this guy who had been unconscious for so long without any signs of waking, Chen Cheng couldn't help but worry. What if he ended up in a vegetative state? Chen Cheng glanced at Zheng Jun, who had dark circles under his eyes after 2 sleepless days, looking worn out. Though Zheng Jun seemed carefree on the surface, he revealed his true self when faced with serious matters. If this continued for another month, would his conscience end up killing him? Maybe he should use his connections to invite an expert to take a look. The last so-called brain specialist had claimed that Wang Shua was dreaming while lying in bed. Nonsense. Who dreams for a month without waking up? That so-called expert from a top-tier hospital had made Chen Cheng go through a lot of trouble to invite him, only to say such childish things. At 18, he was no child anymore. Thinking about that expert made Chen Cheng's expression darken, but he had no better solution and could only comfort Zheng Jun. After all, they needed to make sure this big guy was settled. Otherwise, with 4 of them in the dorm, 2 had already fallen ill right at the start of the semester. How would they manage to get by in school if word got out? Boss, don't worry. I've already invited the best expert to diagnose Wang Shua. Everything will be fine. Chen Cheng had a confident look on his face. As for where the experts were, he decided to search online later, not believing there could be any expert who didn't love money. Really? Zheng Jun looked up at Chen Cheng, then furrowed his brows. It wouldn't be the kind of expert who came last time, right? Last time, Chen Cheng recalled some unpleasant memories and quickly shook his head. Of course not. This time it's a true authority, a neurology expert, not the kind of so-called expert from last time. Zheng Jun sighed, feeling that he had vented a lifetime's worth of frustration in just a month. It's been a month already. Why hasn't he woken up? Our relatives have called several times, and I didn't have the courage to say anything, always telling them Wang Shua isn't here. This isn't good. Zheng Jun paused for a moment and weakly suggested, what if we just tell the truth? Let our relatives know Wang Shua is hospitalized? Chen Cheng shook his head. Bro, you have to consider our relatives too. Right now, we're the ones covering the medical expenses, and Wang Shua's vital signs are stable. The doctor said there's a good chance he will wake up. If he wakes up and finds out we alarmed his parents over a small matter, making them worry, it would be fine if nothing happened. But what if something did? How would we explain that? Zheng Jun nodded, realizing Chen Cheng had a point. Sometimes too much concern could lead to chaos and easily cause problems. 10 more days. If he still hasn't woken up in 10 days, we have to tell our relatives, no matter what. They can yell at me or scold me. I don't care. Zheng Jun clenched his teeth, making a firm resolution. He felt that Wang Shua lying in a coma was directly related to their drinking together. If Wang Shua never woke up, not only would his parents be devastated, but he himself wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Chen Cheng silently patted Zheng Jun's shoulder, understanding his feelings well. Zheng Jun wasn't the only one who had drunk with Wang Shua. If something went wrong, all 3 of them in the dorm would be implicated. Not wanting to persuade Zheng Jun to leave anymore, Chen Cheng quietly glanced at Wang Shua, who lay unconscious on the bed, a slight smile still on his lips. He sighed inwardly. Wang Shua, you have to hang in there. For a moment, both fell silent, the only sound being the beeping of the heart monitor, making the atmosphere in the room feel heavy. This atmosphere didn't last long before it was broken by the creaking sound of the door opening, which was particularly noticeable in the quiet environment. Chen Cheng turned to look and saw a beautifully dressed girl walk in, her light blue dress perfectly showcasing her figure, her long hair flowing like silk. She held a fruit gift box in her hand, casually walked past Chen Cheng, and placed the box on the table beside the bed. Then she turned to look at Wang Shua, her delicate brows slightly furrowing as she asked, haven't you called anyone to check on him? Chen Cheng's brows twitched. and he held back from speaking. He has been lying here for so long, and if he doesn't wake up soon, he could very well become a permanent vegetative state, with brain activity possibly ceasing. Do you understand? If you can't find a doctor for your classmate, then let me know, and I will find one. Chen Cheng finally couldn't hold back his anger and said, "What kind of attitude is that, Chen Xian? After all, I'm still your cousin." He was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, first standing on end, pointing at Wang Shuo on the bed. "He asked my classmate. What does that have to do with you? You've paid the money and seen the person this month. What more do you want to say? Let me tell you. Even if you think highly of him, he might not think highly of you." Miss Chen's lips moved slightly, but she ultimately didn't retort, calmly saying, "What I do is none of your business, and you don't need to know." He woke up and informed me in time. "I have something else to attend to, so I'm leaving first." As the door to the ward slammed shut, Zheng Jun finally snapped out of his daze. "Wow," Zheng Jun exclaimed, "Chen Cheng, your cousin is fierce." Chen Cheng waved his hand, feeling as if he was suffocating and didn't want to talk. However, Zheng Jun, showing a hint of skepticism, said, "Didn't you say that you were the one covering Wang Shua's hospital expenses? You even patted your chest to assure us." Chen Cheng replied, "Chen Xian, oh Chen Xian, are you a demon sent by heaven to punish me?" Chapter 8. Chen Xian's distress. Chen Xian was feeling very bad, really bad. Especially after just encountering the person she least wanted to see, her mood was even worse. Her close friends knew that the calmer and more silent Chen Xian was, the more intense the storm she was brewing inside. Her good family background and upbringing gave her the skills to control her emotions and facial expressions. But Chen Xian was still young and couldn't maintain an utterly calm demeanor. With a serene expression, she walked out of the hospital, and the bodyguards who had been waiting for a long time immediately opened the door to a Mercedes-Benz business car. Chen Xian frowned slightly, but said nothing as she got in. "Miss, this time you really put us in a tough spot," a middle-aged man in a black suit said with a wry smile as he looked at Chen Xian getting in the car. "The master and madam already know about your situation and personally called us to give us a stern talking to." The car had started, and Chen Xian was seriously looking out the window, seemingly not hearing the middle-aged man's words. The middle-aged man was not annoyed. Years of working together made him well aware of his young lady's temperament, so he continued, "Fortunately, this time we encountered two petty thieves who didn't know your identity and only wanted money. If we had met someone else..." He paused. "The consequences are unimaginable." Chen Xian still did not react. "Miss, if you really want to get rid of the people I arranged for you, you should at least go to some public places with more people, right? How is the matter I asked you to take care of?" Chen Xian suddenly spoke, catching the middle-aged man off guard and interrupting his train of thought. After a moment, he responded, "I've already reported to the master. He is currently looking for the best neurosurgeon through his connections. Tell my dad that if we can't find anyone domestically, we should look abroad and bring in top international experts. He must wake up. I owe him a favor." Of course, the middle-aged man nodded. Ever since she was young, the young lady had always been independent and rarely asked for help. This time, it was difficult for her to seek assistance from the master. And the master was in a good mood, so why would he hesitate to help? Thinking back to the hearty laughter of the master after he reported the matter, the middle-aged man felt that following the young lady was indeed the right decision. If only she could be a bit more obedient. He recalled the young lady's silent yet spirited personality, along with her often surprising actions, and couldn't help but feel somewhat helpless. This generation of young masters and ladies was indeed challenging to handle. Furthermore, "Young lady, you have been out for quite a while now. The school is urging you to return. The master is also asking for your opinion on this matter. Has the issue with the company been resolved?" The middle-aged man couldn't help but show a wry smile. Avoiding a direct answer meant a refusal. It was clear that the young lady was indeed difficult to manage. "I must say, young lady, these matters are not something you should worry about right now. Uncle Chen." Chen Xian turned her head for the first time, her beautiful face expressionless as she looked at the middle-aged man and said, "I am no longer a child. I have learned some things about the Chun Group through my sister. You are a veteran of the company and also the head of the W City branch. You should be aware of these situations. Just tell me, the company's situation is not as simple as my father described, right? These matters are better left for young Master Chen Cheng to handle. Young lady, you should focus on your studies. The master will arrange everything for you." The middle-aged man smiled and changed the topic. "You have been in W City for quite some time now. I haven't had the chance to accompany you for a stroll due to various reasons. Today, since I have time, just tell me where you want to go, and I will accompany you." Uncle Chun, do you really think I ran all the way from the capital to here, and you can still keep things from me? Chun Xian remained unfazed and continued. In the entire Qin family, you are the only one who has watched me grow up. I have seen you more often than I have seen my father, and you understand me better than anyone else. You know my character, Uncle Chun. So, do you really think I would willingly become a sacrifice for the company's interests? The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, and he then smiled wryly. So, young lady, you already know? If you are referring to marrying me off to certain individuals, then yes. Qin Xian's expression was calm, as if the term sacrifice did not apply to her. To some people in the company, this indeed seemed to be the only chance for survival. Uncle Qin paused for a moment and sighed. Young lady, I can understand how you felt upon receiving this news, and I can also understand your anger and decision to leave home. But anger does not solve problems. It is the most useless emotion. There are many helplessness and regrets in this world, as well as much anger that is not worth mentioning. Young lady, when a ruler is angry, it can sweep across 1,000 miles, but when an individual is angry, it can only lead to bloodshed in a small area. Do you understand the difference between the two? Just like what you did this time, running from the capital to W City. Going to great lengths to shake off the protector I arranged for you. Do you realize how dangerous this behavior is? Yes. You are expressing your anger to the master and madam, as well as all the decision makers. But what is the outcome? The result is that you have encountered danger, dragging unrelated people into it, and now you have to rely on those you least want to see for a solution. Ultimately, it's because you are not strong enough. Young lady, if you could decide the rise and fall of the company or resolve its difficulties with a single word, who would dare to consider exchanging you as a bargaining chip? You see, your anger has not solved the problem, but rather complicated it. In the end, you still have to continue on the original path. Do you still think your actions are correct? Qin Xian remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. After a long while, she finally raised her head. What exactly is wrong with the company? This is the fundamental attitude needed to solve the problem. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. But this is a long story. If you want to hear it, let us go to the branch office, and I will explain it to you slowly. Saying this, the middle-aged man casually instructed, go to the company branch. On the bustling street, a black Mercedes-Benz van merged into the traffic and quickly disappeared. A few hours later, in an office located in the most central building of W City, Chun Xian's previously calm face finally showed a hint of anger, her small fists clenched tightly together. The situation is like this, young lady. The middle-aged man expressed a sense of helplessness. Currently, only a company from a certain country possesses the key technology we need, but the president of their China region does not seem willing to sell such technology. We have also learned some information indirectly. In fact, this type of technology is indeed restricted from being exported by that country. However, the equipment can be exported. The key issue is still the people. After several changes in leadership, the current president of this company's China region is of Chinese descent, and you should already know his name. Qin Xian nodded. His son is the one we are negotiating with this time. Qin Xian tightened her grip even more, pursing her lips in silence. If it were just a matter of technology development, our company might face financial difficulties, but we wouldn't be unable to operate. The problem is that the real estate company under the group just secured a piece of land in S City last year, tying up a large amount of funds. And we signed a gambling contract, meaning if the company cannot deliver the finished product within the specified time, the group will have to pay a hefty penalty and give up shares. At that time, all the company's liquid assets and real estate will be trapped. The middle-aged man shook his head. In the end, it still comes down to our inability to retain talent. How much time do we have left? The middle-aged man held up a finger, saying, 1 month. At most, we have 1 month to come up with a technical solution. Otherwise, the group will face forced acquisition. I understand. Qin Xian stood up and walked towards the door. The middle-aged man, feeling troubled, asked, young lady, where are you going? To the hospital. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly and signaled to the 2 people beside him, who immediately understood and followed her, watching her quickly disappearing figure. The middle-aged man looked somewhat saddened, shaking his head as he sat down. Oh, sir, you have really made a mistake this time. A long sigh echoed in the empty office. Chapter 9. Wang Shuo awakens. Qin Xian had never felt so helpless as she did now. Never. She didn't know why she was going to the hospital. She just subconsciously wanted to avoid staying in this building. Since she could remember, her sister had always been the most cherished treasure of the Qin family, often referred to as someone else's child by relatives, and the brightest star among her circle of friends. She had an excellent father, a doting mother, and, more importantly, a sister who was completely different from her. She and her sister were like two entirely different fruits from the same tree. Her sister was passionate and outspoken, with strong opinions about everything, while she was quiet and steady, with a calm demeanor. Although she wasn't as dazzling as her sister, she had always been considered a good child by adults. Even though her personality was somewhat reserved, she would strive to excel in anything she was entrusted with. She diligently learned the so-called noble etiquette, refined her behavior, and controlled her emotional expressions. She studied cultural knowledge seriously, consistently ranking at the top in every exam. She communicated earnestly with everyone, listened to their troubles, and transformed herself into a considerate companion. She cared for her parents, striving to resemble an adult. To those around her, it seemed she was born to be quiet, naturally aloof, and adept at listening, resembling a little adult. No one is born with knowledge, and she was no exception. She didn't speak much because she didn't want others to see her childish thoughts. Her reserved nature was to avoid being treated like a child repeatedly. Her listening skills were a way to maintain closeness without the need for excessive conversation, and she wanted to grow up quickly to be able to help her parents. She gradually molded herself into the image that those around her liked to see. She worked hard, she struggled, she endured, and she sacrificed all her childhood, just to earn a few more praises from her parents, to make her image as a good child truly deserving in the eyes of others. But no one knew that she was also a little girl who needed rest. The heavy expectations from everyone nearly suffocated her. She had had enough of this pressure. Why? Why was it that despite her hard work, no one noticed? Why did Chen Chang, who had always been lazy and incapable, continuously crying and throwing tantrums, get everything? She didn't want anything for herself, but why should she sacrifice for the group? Why? Just because he was a boy? Chen Xian clenched her fists tightly, her pale knuckles showing her extreme indignation. Yet she remained Chen Xian, and no matter how turbulent her inner feelings were, her expression remained calm. Believe it or not, young lady, both the master and mistress absolutely love you. But the group is the group. Even though the master is the chairman, he must consider the opinions of other shareholders. Based on the situation at the time, if no solution could be found, the group would have to split up. I think the elder eventually agreed to this opinion, and he must have had his own considerations. Chen Xian fell silent. Her tightly clenched hands slowly relaxed as she looked out at the neon lights flashing by, feeling a sense of confusion about the future for the first time. Where exactly is her path? On one side is the Chun family that raised her, her parents and elders, and on the other is the freedom and independence she has always longed for. Should she resist until the end? Wang Shuo was still in a daze. In fact, he felt that ever since the start of the semester, he had been in a state of confusion. Where am I? What am I doing? Who are these two crazy people that seem to have escaped from some asylum? And what about this burly man crying all over him? Is he really a man? He must have some bad habits. While Wang Shuo was pondering life, Chen Cheng had already started shouting, "Doctor! Doctor!" He ran out of the ward while shouting, and the sounds in the corridor grew heavier. "Quick, get a doctor. He is awake." The second one has opened his eyes. Before long, a doctor in a white coat, not even bothering to wear a hat, and with his glasses slightly askew, rushed in with a nurse. Without further ado, he conducted a thorough examination of Wang Shuo. The patient's body showed no abnormalities. He just needed to replenish some nutrients after sleeping for a long time, and liquid food would be best. With some proper exercise, he would likely recover fully soon. If you're still worried, you can continue to stay in the hospital for observation for another couple of days, and once fully recovered, you can be discharged. After the examination, the doctor made his diagnosis. Zheng Jun was overwhelmed with gratitude, holding the middle-aged doctor's hand, almost in tears. But he couldn't utter a word. "Thank you, Dr. Liu." Chen Cheng hurriedly stepped forward, speaking very gentlemanly to the middle-aged doctor, while the nurse beside him was already looking at Chen Cheng with stars in her eyes. Dr. Liu calmly withdrew his hand, nodded, and left the ward with the nurse. Just before leaving, Wang Shuo distinctly noticed that the nurse kept looking back, sending flirtatious glances at Chen Cheng, as if she would immediately offer herself if Chen Cheng nodded. "This is the difference," Wang Shuo sighed inwardly. Soon after, Wang Shuo felt a sudden darkness before a strong body lunged at him. A voice filled with a mix of grief and relief suddenly exploded in his ear. "My second one. You finally woke up. I was wrong. I really was wrong. I won't make you drink anymore. Anyone who gets you to drink again is going against me. Zheng Jun. They don't take me, Zheng Jun, seriously." Who else could it be but Jing Jun? Wang Shua's muffled voice weakly came from beneath Zheng Jun's chest. Can someone tell me what is going on? The big guy is going to crush me. Half an hour later. So, you mean I was unconscious for a month? Wang Shua's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, he was still on the hospital bed. Due to lying down for too long, his legs seemed a bit stiff, and he could only use a pillow to prop himself up and sit up straight with difficulty. It had been 1 month and 3 days. Just about 5 hours short of 4 days. Lily adjusted his glasses and added, among the group, he seemed the most normal. Has the boss not slept for 2 days? Wang Shua looked at Zheng Jun's dark circles. Zheng Jun, a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and forced a smile. He had almost sent Wang Shua back to sleep just after he had woken up, and even with his thick skin, he couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed of his impulsiveness. So, the military training at school is over now? It's been over for a while. Zheng Jun grinned, as if he wanted to laugh out loud, but ultimately held it back. And the club recruitment is over too? Wang Shua felt a bit reluctant. Do you think all the clubs in the school are waiting for you? Chun Chung leaned coolly against the wall with his arms crossed, completely unrecognizable from the person who had just yelled for the doctor like a madman. My college life, my club dreams, my... Wang Shua had a look of despair. This opening was completely different from what he had imagined. Where was the military training he had envisioned? Where were the chance encounters? Where were the warm and pleasant club activities he had dreamt of? Wang Shua choked up in silence. It seemed he was destined to be a homebody. Staying at home was what mattered most. The thought of meeting girls during military training, chance encounters, club activities, or even in class felt further and further away. As for flirting based on looks, Wang Shua glanced at Chun Chung leaning by the wall and thought he really wanted to suggest he get some cosmetic work done. However, it was good to have them around. Wang Shua looked at the 3 brothers beside the hospital bed. Zheng Jun, the eldest, was the first to rush him to the hospital and had stayed by his side without leaving, not taking a break unless absolutely necessary. And even now, he stood here with 2 big dark circles under his eyes. The third, Li, was worrying about both himself and Zheng Jun, bringing food to the hospital on time every day and supervising Zheng Jun to eat and rest. The fourth, Chen Cheng, had gone to great lengths to contact the best hospital for a transfer and found the best neurosurgeon for his treatment, seemingly even covering the medical expenses himself. As someone who had just gotten to know these roommates, their efforts for him were truly commendable. If it were someone else, they would most likely leave him to fend for himself, and in that case, Wang Shua knew he would really be doomed. Thank you all. After a moment of silence, Wang Shua said, Zheng Jun, Li, Chen Cheng. Although I know what I'm saying sounds childish, I still want to say that if one day in the future you need me, if you need my help, I will not hesitate to use everything I have to help you. Wang Shua's voice was firm, but even the most perceptive Chun Chung couldn't fathom how heavy this promise truly was. Huh, what are you talking about, second brother? Zheng Jun chuckled and reached out as if to pat Wang Shua, but then seemed to remember something and awkwardly withdrew his hand, laughing. It was my doing that you were in a coma for a month, but with what you just said, it sounds like we saved your life. Please don't be so polite. I must say a word of fairness here. Lao Air, Chun Chung interjected. This matter really has nothing to do with you. What we did was what we should have done, so don't feel burdened. If this incident didn't happen because of our drinking, who would believe it if we told anyone? Lily nodded silently. Wang Shua felt that he was a bit too emotional today, almost on the verge of tears. He hadn't felt this way even when watching the history of humanoid civilization. Back then, it felt more like watching a sci-fi movie. Empathy in such matters ultimately requires personal experience. Just as Wang Shua was about to express himself again, Lily quietly said the next sentence. If you have any issues, we will all be expelled. He paused and added, I don't want to be expelled. Wang Shua's touched expression suddenly froze. He looked at Zheng Jun and Chen Cheng, both of whom looked relieved. Indeed, this was the truth. Nevertheless, Wang Shua, the youngest, still wasn't ready to give up. That's right, Lao Air, Chen Cheng said, looking guilty. Your hospitalization costs were also covered by someone else. I'm not sure why. It must be humanitarian assistance, right? Exactly. Zheng Jun nodded, confirming Chen Cheng's statement. It was Chen Cheng's cousin, but Lao Air, don't overthink it. You're too frail and not as charming as Chen Cheng. So there's no way she would be interested in you. Wang Shua almost interrupted the latter half of the sentence at that moment. He really wanted to respond in a northeastern dialect. That hurts, buddy. Chapter 10. This is a misunderstanding. When Chen Xian arrived at the hospital, it was 9 o'clock at night. After Wang Shua woke up, although Chen Cheng was very unwilling, His body honestly sent a message to Chen Xian. Chen Xian didn't rush over immediately. Instead, she deliberately waited half an hour before coming. This half hour was her way of giving the four brothers a transition period after their life and death reunion. One doesn't need to think hard to know how emotional the four brothers must have been during that time. She always kept her distance from such matters. So, just after the minute hand struck 9, she stepped into Wang Shua's hospital room on time. There was no one else in the room. It seemed they all knew she was coming and had deliberately avoided it, which Chen Xian didn't mind. She and Chun Cheng had never gotten along. And when they met, it was like oil meeting water, ignited by a spark, creating a blaze that couldn't be contained. Yes, Chun Cheng was the kind of person who carried a fiery presence. At that moment, Wang Shua was leaning against the head of the bed, holding a magazine he had found somewhere, seemingly engrossed in it. Chen Xian paid special attention to the cover of the magazine, which had issue 12, 2017 printed on it. Hearing footsteps, Wang Shua put down the magazine, revealing his clear eyes, and smiled. "You're here." Chen Xian nodded, wanting to place the fruit in her hand on the table beside the hospital bed. However, the fruit gift box she had sent a few hours earlier seemed to mock her foolishness. She frowned slightly, and then placed the fruit bag on the floor next to the table. Throughout the process, she remained silent. Anyone watching would surely think their relationship was anything but ordinary, never suspecting that this was their first formal meeting. Wang Shua was also observing the girl who had just walked in. She was one of the most beautiful girls he had seen in real life. And if someone said she was Chun Cheng's cousin, he would believe it. Indeed, when wealth increases, even one's appearance seems to improve. As for the so-called beauties on television and the internet, Wang Shua secretly scoffed, thinking that putting Chun Cheng up against them would show how much more genuine her beauty was. For the first meeting, he introduced himself. "My name is Wang Shua. Nice to meet you." With a slight smile, he extended his hand, trying to show his gentlemanly side. "This should be our second meeting," Chen Xian said calmly, seemingly ignoring Wang Shua's outstretched arm. "Is it?" Wang Shua awkwardly lowered his hand, instinctively scratching his head and laughing. "That might be my mistake. I don't have any impression." Guanggu Walking Street. Guanggu Walking Street. Why does that sound so familiar? Wang Shua scratched his head. Boyfriend. Suddenly, Wang Shua remembered. He pointed at Chen Xian, his eyes widening. You are. "Hello, I'm Chen Xian. Chen from Chen family, Xian from prosperity." Ignoring the surprised Wang Shua, Chen Xian reached out her hand, gently grasping the finger he had pointed at her, shaking it twice before pulling it back. The aloof Miss Chun remained as proud as ever. Wang Shua had no time to feel whether Chen Xian's hand was soft. His mind was filled with her earlier words. "You are the Wang Shua I met at Guanggu Walking Street." He swallowed the latter part of his sentence, his face betraying his surprise. Chen Xian nodded. "So it's you." Wang Shua was astonished, his mouth agape, but soon a look of realization crossed his face. And everything clicked into place. This explained why the officer had referred to her as Miss Chun. Why Chen Cheng's cousin had visited him multiple times during his coma and even paid for all his medical expenses. And why Chen Xian had just said that this was their second meeting. Everything was connected to the person he had helped a month ago, Chen Xian, right in front of him. At the time, he had been so focused on how to escape quickly that he hadn't paid attention to what she looked like. Which was why he and T recognized her upon their first meeting. Wang Shua felt a wave of regret. It seemed he truly had the fate of a homebody. But then again, he asked, "How did you find me?" Wang Shua was curious. "You gave a statement at the police station." Wang Shua understood. His detailed statement at the police station had recorded his name and identity, making it easy for her to find him. "The police mentioned that you might have been injured during a struggle with an assailant, so we checked the admission records of all hospitals and eventually found your record." Chen Xian looked at Wang Shua lying in the hospital bed, her elegant brows furrowing again. "However, I didn't expect you to be lying here for a month. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, I can arrange for further treatment, even bringing in internationally renowned specialists if necessary. I will do my best to ensure you recover to your previous state." Chen Xian's expression was calm, her voice cool, but her words left no room for doubt. "I think I'm recovering well. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it." Wang Shua replied somewhat awkwardly, quickly declining. It seemed like the talk of struggling with an assailant wasn't about him, right? Was Chen Xian mistaken? Chen Xian looked at Wang Shua with suspicion. Really don't need it. "Look, I'm in great shape now. I can get out of bed right away," Wang Shua said, attempting to demonstrate his robust physique by trying to get out of bed. However, He seemed to have overestimated his condition after a month of inactivity, relying solely on nutrition infusions. As he attempted to get up, he fell down, landing in a rather undignified manner. Chen Xian's delicate brow furrowed again. After seemingly holding back for a long time, she finally let out a gentle sigh, walked over to Wang Shuo, and helped him back onto the bed. Ha ha ha. That was a mistake. I really have recovered. Wang Shuo tried to explain further, but Chen Xian interrupted him lightly. All right, I understand. Just focus on your recovery now. I will inform the doctor about the situation, and you don't have to worry about the costs. I will cover everything. It's already quite late, so I won't disturb you any longer. Chen Xian paused and added, I will come to see you again tomorrow. After saying that, she didn't give Wang Shuo a chance to respond and walked straight out of the ward. Miss Chen. Wang Shuo couldn't get a word out, his eyes helplessly watching the closed door of the ward, finally exhaling the rest of his sentence. Things are not as you think. Wang Shuo felt like crying without tears. This was a misunderstanding, really a misunderstanding. Chapter 11 news sequence. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not seemed unimportant now. What mattered was how to address this misunderstanding. Wang Shuo hadn't figured out what to do when he was interrupted by 3 of his friends who entered the room. He looked up at the 6 bright eyes in front of him, seemingly wanting to see right through him, and couldn't help but ask, what is wrong with you guys? Wow, look at you old too. Zheng Jun slapped Wang Shuo on his thin shoulder with a loud clap that could almost shatter windows. Who would have thought you struck gold? Do you know who that was? Chen Xian, Chen Cheng's cousin. You should have seen how fierce she was when she came this afternoon. She didn't take anyone seriously. Zheng Jun added, not forgetting to emphasize. She didn't even regard Chen Cheng. Ignoring Chen Cheng, who had a sour expression next to them, Zheng Jun continued, but she came to see you repeatedly. She has been spending money and putting in effort. She is just short of offering her own life. I'm telling you. Do you two have some kind of improper relationship? Wang Shuo said with a sigh. I think she is not bad, not as domineering as what the 4th said. Sure. She has a bit of a strong personality, but it's not as terrible as he described, right? Wang Shuo remembered how Chen Cheng described Chen Xian before she arrived. Let me tell you, Chen Xian is a devil who eats people without spitting out bones. Anything she finds displeasing, whether it's a person or an object, will definitely disappear the next day. She is also very good at pretending, acting all gentle and quiet, fooling everyone in our family. If she takes an interest in you, remember, you must absolutely discourage her thoughts. Never provoke her, or you can't imagine the consequences. It'll be way worse than lying in bed for a month. Reflecting on this and combining it with his own recent experiences, Wang Shuo felt a sense of being tricked, and of course, he felt tricked by Chen Cheng. He even felt a bit sympathetic towards Chen Cheng. How tragic must his childhood have been for him to harbor so much resentment until now. That as for you. Chen Cheng grunted. It's my first time seeing Chen Xian talk so much to a stranger. Does she really even help you? As he spoke, Chen Cheng looked at Wang Shuo with some confusion, trying to figure out what was so different about him. Was the key reason he had been scolded all his life because he lacked the ability to see the good in others? Exactly, Zheng Jun exclaimed, his excitement making him at a loss for what to do with his hands, so he just slapped a few times. We all saw it. You have no idea. Chen Cheng said his cousin has serious cleanliness issues. She never lets anyone touch her things. And for her to touch a stranger is like the sun rising from the west. Am I wrong, 4th? Chen Cheng nodded in pain, acknowledging it, still pondering where he fell short. In terms of family background, he had the Chun group behind him. In terms of appearance, that was his greatest strength, with no reason to deny it. In terms of knowledge, his academic performance wasn't bad, though it didn't reach Chen Xian's level. He was still a freshman at a key university. In terms of personal taste, he couldn't believe that after receiving elite education for over a decade, he would lose to anyone else. After a round of contemplation and comparing himself to Wang Shuo, Chen Cheng frowned, acknowledging his own excellence. From the surface data, it seemed that Wang Shuo was inferior to him in every aspect. So why did Chen Xian regard Wang Shuo differently? Why didn't he enjoy such treatment? This seemed to be a profound question that Chen Cheng couldn't figure out. Big brother, third brother, fourth brother, Wang Shuo chuckled bitterly and explained, don't overthink it. I really have no relationship with her. In fact, this is our first official meeting. Zheng Jun was the first to express disbelief. Chen Cheng also looked at Wang Shuo with suspicion. Li said nothing, just adjusted his glasses. You all heard our conversation just now, right? The 3 brothers nodded. As the hospital room was small, and the door didn't have great sound insulation. It was hard not to overhear. Have you connected any dots? Connected what? Zheng Jun's loud voice started again. I say, Lao Air, you are not being honest at all. Just admit it. You secretly got involved with Chen Cheng's cousin. Tell me, how long have you two been together? How did you meet? Chen Cheng looked at Wang Shuo seriously, and as long as Wang Shuo confessed, he promised to go back and tell Chen Xian about his misdeeds. Having a secret romance was a huge deal in the Chen family. I say, Lauda, think carefully. Wang Shuo tentatively reminded, Guanggu Pedestrian Street. Not only did you mention Guanggu Pedestrian Street, but Chen Xian also explicitly mentioned having a boyfriend. Li Li adjusted his glasses and reminded from the side. Yes. Zheng Jun immediately perked up. Don't you admit it? Lao Air, just confess. This was practically conclusive evidence. And the three were ready to deliver a fatal blow to Wang Shuo, forcing him to give up resistance. Wang Shuo looked at the trio's eager expressions and surrendered, honestly saying, I confess. She is the person I told you about who I inadvertently saved. And the place where I saved her is Guanggu Pedestrian Street. Huh. Zheng Jun was stunned. Chen Cheng looked dazed, and Li Li seemed to be caught off guard by this outcome as well. Is that it? Wang Shuo nodded honestly. That's it. So you don't know each other and have never dated? No. So this is really your first formal meeting? Yes. So the reason she sees you differently and helped you into bed is that you are her lifesaver? If the assailant really wanted to harm her, then yes. So everything has its reason? Everything has its reason. Chen Cheng finally got an answer to his perplexing questions, but he felt no excitement. It was like an adventurer who had high expectations of finding treasure, only to discover a map that says just kidding at the treasure site. Such a result was enough to dampen anyone's spirits. The three brothers arrived with high hopes, but left disappointed, leaving Wang Shuo alone in the empty hospital room, staring blankly at the light on the ceiling. The three brothers claimed it was a chance for Wang Shuo to truly experience the taste of loneliness. After all, even if Chen Xian was just a stranger now, no one could predict how things would develop in the future. Perhaps Wang Shuo might never have the chance to taste this loneliness again. Wang Shuo felt a deep disdain for the poetic way of expressing the revenge of unfulfilled curiosity. After all, he was still a patient. However, having finally found some free time, Wang Shuo could take the opportunity to sort out everything that had happened over the past month. First, there was the inexplicably appearing cousin of Chen Cheng. Initially, when Wang Shuo realized that the person covering all his expenses was not Chen Cheng but a cousin he had never met, he felt completely bewildered, especially as he couldn't recall where he had met this girl named Chen Xian. Who is Chen Xian? Why did she come to see him? Why did she pay for his hospital fees? What is her relationship with him? One question after another was driving Wang Shuo, who had already received enough stimulation, almost to madness. If it weren't for the recent brain enhancement he underwent, elevating his cognitive abilities to the level described by the shadowy figure, he would probably have fainted for several more hours. Fortunately, these questions had just been satisfactorily explained. This relieved Wang Shuo. He was not someone who could easily accept favors from others. If one person was unconditionally trying to please another, that person was either after the other's wealth or their body. Wang Shuo didn't want either, even if the other party was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Mutual benefit was the secret to long-lasting relationships. Since Chen Xian's assistance had its reasons, regardless of whether those reasons stemmed from a misunderstanding or something else, Wang Shuo felt it necessary to do something in return. At the very least, he needed to repay the hospital fees. That was his bottom line. This shouldn't be too hard to accomplish, Wang Shuo thought carefully. Once he resolved the question of who Chen Xian was, her attitude toward him seemed quite normal. Perhaps Chen Cheng viewed their interactions as nearly intimate. But come on, he had grown up with Chen Xian, and if Wang Shuo wasn't mistaken, their relationship didn't seem to be very good. Could he expect Chen Xian to treat someone she disliked as she would a normal person? That was impossible. Looking at Chen Cheng's handsome face, Wang Shuo even felt a slight urge to get him cosmetic surgery, let alone how Chen Xian, who already didn't like him, would feel. From Chen Xian's perspective, when she encountered difficulties and took the initiative to involve Wang Shuo, it could easily lead to negative feelings. Moreover, she might feel guilty for pulling a stranger into her problems, especially since he got seriously injured because of it, lying in a hospital bed for over a month. She must have felt a mix of guilt, self-blame, and perhaps even a hint of regret, wanting to make amends. Based on the above analysis, Chen Xian's various behaviors were thus reasonably explained. Wang Shuo felt that his guesses were mostly correct. Chen Xian was somewhat like his father. His father was also cold and would often hit him, but deep down, he was filled with a fiery paternal love. It was just that such love felt a bit overwhelming to Wang Shuo. Remembering his father, a serious and silent face flashed before Wang Shuo, and he quickly shook his head, trying to banish childhood shadows from his mind. The second matter was the root cause of his month-long coma, which stemmed from the core of a humanoid civilization from another universe. Even after waking up, Wang Shuo still hadn't fully grasped the grand history of the humanoid civilization. Had it not been for the interruptions from his dormitory brothers and the troubles posed by Chen Xian's questions, forcing him to confront the issues at hand, he would have eagerly tried to verify the truth of what the shadowy figure had said. Who could guarantee that what the figure said was true? Wang Shuo closed his eyes, but his brain rapidly activated, like a precise machine silently increasing its speed. The core energy had already consumed itself to the threshold. The intelligent being Wang Shuo. I just controlled the remaining energy of the core to reinforce your brain domain for the second time, allowing you to barely possess the ability to access the core. However, your brain domain is still too fragile to withstand a large amount of data feedback. If the data you access exceeds your brain's limits, it will pose a danger to your life. My task is complete, intelligent being. I will disband myself shortly. But before I do, I will leave you a gift within the core. Our civilization originated in the year 387 of the Muir calendar and was destroyed in the year 1338 of the New Era calendar. Our civilization has completed its mission. Our civilization was brief, yet glorious. Our civilization. The figure reluctantly closed its eyes, slowly fading away before Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo suddenly opened his eyes. Detected host status change, activating core. Core activation complete. Highest sequence execution begins. Highest sequence failure, enabling preset query, confirming target. Permission confirmed, execution complete. Highest sequence updated. First sequence information confirmed. Neural connection activated, establishing data transmission channel. Core fusion program initiated, final fusion commencing. Fusion target, first sequence, Wang Shuo. Chapter 12. Harvest. Unlike the previous two instances where only fragmented data was injected, this time a massive amount of information flooded into his mind. If Wang Shuo's brain domain hadn't undergone reinforcement twice, such a large influx of information would have caused him to faint for 2 or 3 days, or even result in permanent brain damage. But now, Wang Shuo only felt a slight fever. He was even curious about this sensation, closing his eyes to experience it carefully. It was a wonderful feeling, as if he had struggled to find an answer, but suddenly gained enlightenment one day. Every moment, Wang Shuo was experiencing insights. New vocabulary flashed through his mind only to quickly fade away, replaced by the next phrase or image. His mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. Yet these thoughts quickly organized themselves into order. Wang Shuo felt as if his brain had transformed into a massive factory, absorbing everything familiar and unfamiliar, known and unknown, processing it uniformly, and finally transforming it into something he understood. If he had to describe it in one word, it would be revelation. Wang Shuo, being someone who had read novels and watched dramas, recalled many instances in historical dramas where predecessors forcibly imparted their skills to juniors, resulting in a rapid increase in power. He felt that way now. Moreover, the methods of the humanoid beings were even more incredible than mere revelation. This was the collision between data and the brain, the crystallization of humanoid civilization in the realm of the mind. If previously Wang Shuo thought that the shadowy figure was exaggerating and was somewhat dismissive of what he said, after this data injection, he had begun to believe it to some extent. The human brain is a very mysterious place. Even with the rapid advancements in science and technology today, the human brain remains a scientific taboo. Any careless touch can lead to unexpected outcomes, with no rationale to explain it. Looking around the world, which country, organization, or individual dares to claim that they have thoroughly researched the brain? Yet, for the humanoid civilization, when it comes to enhancing the brain, they simply reinforce it when told to, transmit data when instructed, and even disdain the brain's performance by directly extracting consciousness, allowing a person's awareness to exist independently of the brain. This is simply incredible. This incredibility was now reflected in Wang Shuo. After a continuous data intrusion lasting more than 10 minutes finally ended, he only opened his eyes and let out a slight sigh when no more sparks of brilliance flickered in his mind. He then realized that he was drenched in sweat, and blood was flowing from his nose, soaking the sheets without him noticing. He quickly grabbed a few pieces of tissue, rolled them up, and stuffed them into his nostrils. What was going on? Wang Shuo was momentarily stunned, but he was no longer the old him. The brain enhancement from the humanoid race allowed him to quickly understand the process. It was likely that the brain's temperature had risen too high, triggering the body's protective stress mechanism. It was quite simple, really, sweating to cool down. However, being soaked with both sweat and blood was not the most important issue now. Reflecting on the information that had just been transmitted to his mind, Wang Shuo felt he had come to understand what the shadowy figure referred to as a gift. It was the language and writing of the entire humanoid civilization. With the support of these languages and writings, he was completely free from barriers with the core and could fully comprehend its content. If he were to learn these on his own, even in his now enhanced brain state, it would take him at least half a year to grasp them. Yet now, it had taken merely a few minutes. In just these few short minutes, the humanoid race had used their remarkable techniques to enable Wang Shuo to completely master their civilization's language. He could now write this book using only the humanoid language, completely detached from Chinese characters. This was the true great gift that the shadowy figure had given him. Unfortunately, no one on Earth could understand it. Wang Shuo silently marveled at the incredibility of the humanoid civilization. This method of directly transmitting knowledge, experience, and abilities into the brain through mental transfer, thereby saving time and learning, is quite common in humanoid civilization. This new learning method was developed by the humanoid race to enhance learning efficiency. After all, their accumulated knowledge is vast. If a new member were to start learning from scratch, they might never fully comprehend the knowledge of the humanoid race even if they studied their whole life. This would be a tremendous waste of resources and could easily lead to a generational gap within the community. This method, having undergone thousands of years of optimization and improvement by the humanoid race, is now quite mature and safe. However, for Wang Shuo, this method had turned into a guillotine that could take his life at any moment. The process of mental transmission involves continuous stimulation of the brain. This stimulation can lead to slight reinforcement on one hand, while also posing additional risks. The speed, flow, and volume of data are closely related to the degree of stimulation to the brain. If the flow is too large in an instant, or if the final amount of transmitted information is massive, it could cause the fragile brain of the individual to crash. The consequences could range from bleeding from the orifices, fainting, and shock, to complete brain death, conditions that even advanced beings would be unable to save. For instance, if the individual had not received secondary reinforcement from an external source, the reckless method of information input would likely have resulted in immediate failure. The root of the issue lies in the individual's brain domain, which is currently too fragile. If their brain domain were to reach the level of advanced beings, absorbing all the data from the core would no longer be a challenge. Unfortunately, they must now proceed with extreme caution, absorbing information bit by bit. This pace is nearly unimaginable in the face of the vast information volume akin to that of a planetary civilization. Much like a snail attempting to cross the equator or a figure trying to dig out an entire planet, it is a monumental undertaking. The individual uttered a phrase from the advanced civilization, which translates roughly to, "It is truly dangerous. It seems I need to train my mental strength and enhance my brain's capacity." The language of this advanced civilization appears to be even more sophisticated than traditional languages, as it not only conveys richer meanings per word but also possesses a certain capacity for compilation. When words form sentences, the expressive capability becomes even more profound. A brief statement in traditional language might only convey a general idea of time, place, and characters, while the advanced civilization's language could narrate an entire story. This marks a unique skill that the individual has somewhat mastered, even if it may never be of practical use. After testing the learning effects, the individual eagerly shifted their attention to a sudden appearance of data in their mind, resembling a book quietly waiting to be explored. What is this? Curiously, they focused their attention on it. Mental training method? What is that? Upon careful examination, the individual finally understood that this represented a method for enhancing mental strength. Outlining two approaches. The first involves using genetic agents to bolster mental capacity, requiring sufficient biotechnology to prepare optimized genetic agents aimed at enhancing brain function. The second method involves initially training mental strength through special techniques, and then continuously stimulating it to increase its intensity, which in turn would boost brain capacity. However, the individual realized that neither method seemed suitable at this stage. The issue with the genetic optimization agents is that while they may be readily available in the advanced civilization, they are essentially a dead end for the individual right now. At least at this moment, they are unable to produce targeted genetic agents sufficient for their needs. What if they inadvertently grew a tail or developed gills? The second issue is related to mental strength. This is even more complex. What is mental strength? How is mental strength cultivated? How is it utilized? This leaves Wang Shuo, who has lived in a material world since childhood, feeling utterly lost. With both paths seeming impassable, he doesn't have a better solution for the time being. The vast repository of knowledge from humanoid civilization has indeed provided him with information, but transforming this knowledge into his own resources is what truly matters. This requires substantial funding and resources. However, what he currently lacks is precisely funding and resources. Without them, he cannot turn the knowledge in his mind into tangible outcomes to strengthen himself. Without strengthening himself, he lacks the brainpower needed to learn. It seems to be an unsolvable vicious cycle. Wang Shuo sighed. Indeed, he is still very young. Life is, after all, quite helpless. Ideals are still out of reach. Chapter 13. Are you sticking to me? In City W, at the inpatient department of the People's Hospital. When Zheng Jun and Chen Sheng entered Wang Shuo's hospital room with beaming faces, Chen Sheng immediately spotted a figure he least wanted to see. A striking figure was quietly sitting on the sofa beside Wang Shuo's bed, engrossed in a book with an unreadable title. Upon hearing the noise, she glanced at Zheng Jun and Chen Sheng, then lowered her head to continue reading. Chen Sheng felt ignored. Meanwhile, Wang Shuo looked up at the two brothers and greeted with a smile. You're here. Here, this is your breakfast. Zheng Jun placed the breakfast on the table and, not daring to speak loudly, gestured silently to Wang Shuo, apparently inquiring when Chen Xian had arrived. Wang Shuo discreetly extended his finger and made a figure 8. Zheng Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. He glanced at Wang Shuo, then at Chen Xian, back and forth a few times, and finally looked at Chen Sheng, revealing a thoughtful expression. As for Chen Sheng, ever since he saw Chen Xian, he lost all desire to speak. He stood at the door with a gloomy face, seeming to hesitate whether to enter or retreat. Ahem, second brother. Zheng Jun coughed and said loudly on purpose. I see you're recovering quite well. Good, good. Keep it up and strive to return to school and the dormitory as soon as possible. Our teachers have been mentioning you every day. Oh, you have a guest here. Then you two chat. I have some matters at school with the fourth. You know, it's the beginning of the semester, and there's a lot to do. With that, he quickly turned to leave. At the door, he unceremoniously pulled Chen Sheng, who was still hesitating. Bang! The door slammed shut, and the room quickly returned to silence. Wang Shuo stared in shock as Zheng Jun left after his exaggerated performance, then looked at Chen Xian, who was still focused on her book, never having lifted her head. He found it hard to comprehend. Was Chen Xian really that intimidating? Why did he feel she was just fine? Silence continued, stillness persisted. Chen Xian seemed completely immersed in her own world, ignoring everyone and everything around her. Miss Chen. There was no response from Chen Xian. Chen. She finally lifted her head, looked at Wang Shuo, and asked Dundundut. What's the matter? All right, as expected. Miss Chen was still full of personality. Interrupting others was nothing out of the ordinary. It's nothing. Wang Shuo scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit awkward. I just wanted to ask if you wanted some buns. They're still warm, just delivered by Zheng Jun. No thanks. Chen Xian lowered her head again, ignoring Wang Shuo. Hee. If you don't eat, I will. Since waking up yesterday, Wang Shuo hadn't eaten anything. He skillfully took out a cup of black rice porridge, inserted a straw, and took a satisfying sip. Then he pulled out a large vegetarian bun and took a big bite, instantly feeling content. Indeed, in this world, aside from money, nothing brings as much joy as good food. As for whether the bun in his hand counted as good food, of course it did. Let a starving man who hasn't eaten for a month try it, and he would find even tree bark and vegetable roots delectable. Wang Shuo ate heartily, completely oblivious to the fact that Chen Xian's elegant brows had knitted together. After he finally finished his breakfast, Chen Xian's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Just as she wanted to focus on her reading again, she noticed Wang Shuo had somehow found a bamboo stick and was grinning at his phone screen, occasionally smacking his lips and making clicking sounds. Chen Xian's brows furrowed slightly again, but her good upbringing prevented her from saying anything. A few minutes later, satisfied with his dental hygiene, Wang Shuo put down his phone and the bamboo stick, leaned against the headboard, and took out a magazine, seemingly ready to read. Chun Xin's brows relaxed once more as she concentrated on her book. Suddenly, a loud music blared in Chun Xin's ear, startling her. She looked up and realized Wang Shuo had vanished from the bed, leaving only his phone, which was screaming in agony, on the bedside table. From the bathroom, the sound of running water mixed with Wang Shuo's desperate shouts could be heard. Our love, has passed and will not return. Chun Xin said nothing, calmly gazing towards the bathroom, her expression serene, but her fingers were already crumpling the book in her hand. After brushing his teeth, washing his face, and taking care of his bodily needs, Wang Shuo walked out of the bathroom, feeling refreshed, and turned off the still howling phone. Only then did he notice Chun Xin quietly looking at him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Wang Shuo said, I just remembered I hadn't brushed my teeth. I hope I didn't disturb your reading? Chun Xin felt her calm demeanor, honed over the years, suddenly waver. She nodded slightly and uttered a single word, It's good that there's nothing, haha. It's a habit I've formed over the years. I feel uncomfortable if I don't shout a couple of times in the morning. Wang Shuo, back in bed, explained seriously, when I was at home. My mom also found me annoying, but she gradually got used to it, haha. Chun Xin said nothing, seemingly lost in the book she held in her hands. However, the slight furrow of her brows, the book that she hadn't turned a page of for a long time, and the occasional glances towards Wang Shuo hinted at something. Wang Shuo didn't notice any of this. Seeing that Chun Xin was no longer paying attention to him, he felt quite relaxed. Holding the magazine he had just tossed aside and pretending to read it seriously, while his mind raced. Recalling the cultural transmission data about humanoid civilizations he had just received yesterday, far more fascinating than a movie. Noticing that Wang Shuo had settled down, Chun Xin's expression eased slightly, her furrowed brows slowly relaxing as she began to flip through her book. In the quiet room, the sunlight streamed in just right. Both of them, one on the bed and the other on the floor, were immersed in their own worlds, with only the occasional sound of pages turning breaking the silence, making the beautiful moment feel almost too precious to disturb. Time passed slowly. By the time Wang Shuo came back to his senses, it was already evening. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a reddish glow through the window that illuminated Chun Xin's profile, making her appear almost radiant. Wang Shuo couldn't help but marvel at how beautiful she was. However, glancing at his phone, he noted it was already past 7 in the evening. Miss Chun. Though Wang Shuo didn't want to disturb Chun Xin, he couldn't be sure how much longer she would stay. Chun Xin reacted quickly this time, lifting her head with a look of confusion in her clear eyes. Though I'm reluctant, I have to ask, aren't you supposed to head back, Miss Chun? Only then did Chun Xin come to her senses. She looked out the window at the darkening sky, stood up, carefully marked her place in the book, and placed it on the windowsill with great care. Wang Shuo was taken aback. What did this mean? Watching Chun Xin silently walk towards the door, he couldn't help but remind her, Miss Chun, it seems you forgot your book. Chun Xin paused, and at his reminder, it seemed she remembered something. I'll come by at 8:30 tomorrow and bring breakfast for you. Remember, don't touch my book. With that, she walked out of the ward without looking back. Wang Shuo could only watch the door close, feeling a bit dazed. Is this girl relying on me now? Chapter 14. Wang Shuo. You were having a nosebleed early the next morning. Wang Shuo got up early, washed up, and took care of his personal matters before lying quietly on the bed, waiting. At 8:30, Miss Chun entered his ward on time. She walked to Wang Shuo's bedside, placed the things she was holding on the table, then went to the sofa, picked up her book, and sat down. Wang Shuo glanced over and noticed that what Chun Xin brought back seemed to be a sandwich and a thermos. If he guessed correctly, he opened the thermos and indeed found a large cup of steaming hot milk. The combination of milk and sandwich was quite a luxurious lifestyle, typical of wealthy families. Wang Shuo didn't mind and took a big bite of the sandwich, which tasted pretty good. Then he sipped the hot milk, enjoying it just as much. Occasionally, he would glance at the beautiful girl reading beside him. Just sitting there quietly was already quite pleasing to the eye. Wang Shuo seemed to be starting to enjoy this lifestyle, and his frustration about Chun Xin's insistence on not letting him leave the hospital was less severe. Instead, he felt a slight guilt. Yesterday, when he was brushing his teeth, he deliberately made a lot of noise, partly out of habit, but mostly out of curiosity to see Chun Xin lose control. According to Chen Cheng, it would be quite terrifying, and as a curious young man, Wang Shuo felt he had to satisfy his curiosity. At first, seeing Chun Xin's calm expression, Wang Shuo thought his actions had no effect. But today, The milk he tasted clearly indicated that not only did it have an effect, but it was also surprisingly significant. This also showed that the cold and aloof Miss Chun was just an ordinary person after all. Looking at Chun Xian quietly reading beside him, Wang Shuo suddenly felt curious about what kind of environment could cultivate such a uniquely charactered girl. It seemed he would need to have a good chat with Chunqing sometime. However, recalling Chunqing's evaluation of his cousin, Wang Shuo felt a bit skeptical. Could he really provide answers to such profound questions? In the following days, Wang Shuo's life began to follow the same unchanging rhythm. Every morning, he would wake up early, brush his teeth, wash his face, and then lie in bed waiting. Chen Xian would arrive punctually at 8:30 every day, bringing with her a warm sandwich and a cup of hot milk. The taste of the sandwich was consistently the same, which made Wang Shuo seriously suspect that a machine, rather than a chef, was making them. After breakfast, Miss Chen would sit on her designated sofa in her usual posture and start her reading journey for the day, while Wang Shuo would hold a magazine he had never flipped through, pretending to read, but his mind was quickly recalling various knowledge about humanoid civilizations, occasionally transmitting interesting information into his mind for deeper learning. This routine seemed to be part of Chun Xian's daily life, and she appeared to have nothing else to do. Their communication was minimal, mostly consisting of Wang Shuo speaking enthusiastically while Miss Chen nodded lightly. This level of interaction was far from enough for either of them to deeply understand the other, but it seemed that Miss Chen had no desire for that either. In her eyes, it was all about the books. At first, she read Principles of Economics, but later she took out books like Principles and Structures of Mechanics, Computer Programming Principles, and Introduction to C Language, frowning as she read, yet persevering. By evening, she would neatly put the books back on Wang Shuo's desk and quietly leave without saying a word. This situation continued for 3 days. And when Chun Xian picked up a book titled Research on Material Mechanics that day, Wang Shuo could no longer hold back. After spending a few days together, Wang Shuo noticed that Chun Xian seemed sensitive to the term miss. Sure enough, she immediately looked up. Can I make a suggestion? Silence. Are you planning to switch careers to become an engineer? Wang Shuo pointed to the books in her hands. She had only been taking them, but not returning them, and the stack of books on the windowsill had grown thick. No, Chun Xian shook her head. Then why are you reading them? Wang Shuo asked in surprise. I remember you were studying economics, right? These books have nothing to do with economics. Chun Xian lowered her head in silence, looking at the book in her hands. Besides, even if you wanted to switch careers to become an engineer, the scope is too broad, right? I can understand principles and structures of mechanics and computer programming principles, but what on earth is research on material mechanics? Wang Shuo exclaimed. Are you also interested in material chemistry research? Chun Xian fell silent even more. Is this useless? Of course it's useless. Wang Shuo replied confidently. I'm a student in computer science and technology at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. A pure science student. These are all basic introductory knowledge, just written to fool those who have never been exposed to it. If you want to self-learn with this, it's impossible. Miss, after reading for so many days, have you figured out circuit principles? Do you know what analog electronic technology is? Do you understand what digital logic is? Not to mention the more advanced topics like computer networks, high-level languages, data structures, operating systems, etc. These are all highly specialized knowledge. If reading a few books could make you understand, then what do we need Huazhong University for? Wang Shuo said proudly. Chun Xian replied calmly. Do you understand? Of course I do. Wang Shuo exclaimed, feeling refreshed as he spoke. Without thinking, he boasted, let us not even talk about basic knowledge. Circuit principles and digital logic are child's play. Even if I had to create a new high-level programming language or write an operating system, it would be a piece of cake. I've been interested in these things since I was young, and my dad supports me a lot. Plus, I'm naturally clever and quick-witted. While Wang Shuo kept talking, Chun Xian had already fallen silent. She silently looked at the books on the desk. Her favorite principles of economics deeply buried beneath the others, seemingly lost forever, just like her current self, being gradually constricted and buried by reality until she could no longer rise. Is it useless? Chun Xian murmured. Don't you realize how futile this is? What exactly are you still struggling with? Wang Shuo said, looking at Chun Xian, who seemed lost in thought while appearing to read her book. He reached out and suddenly pulled the book away, dusting it off before handing it back to her. So, Miss Chun Xian, you might as well focus on your principles of economics. I see you're much more engaged with this book than with others. Since you like it, why not stick with it? Life is short. You should do things you enjoy, right? As for the challenging task of crossing fields, leave that to a genius like me, he said with a grin. Chen Xian stared at the book Wang Shuo offered for a moment before finally reaching out to take it. Wang Shuo, she said softly. The second time in days she had called his name. Thank you. And you have a nosebleed. Chapter 15. The Mental Breakdown. Wang Shuo had already grown accustomed to nosebleeds over the past few days, but hearing thank you from this usually cold girl surprised him. He instinctively took a small step back, looking at Chen Xian with a hint of caution. Did she suddenly have some unfavorable thoughts about him? Why else would she be so polite? Chen Xian seemed unaware of Wang Shuo's reaction. She quietly looked at the book in her hands, then placed it on his hospital bed before turning to leave the room. In the ward, Wang Shuo glanced at the principles of economics before looking at the closed door. Feeling a bit dazed, he found today's Chen Xian a bit odd. It was only a little past 3 in the afternoon. Had she left early? If being hospitalized was akin to working or attending class, this could be considered an early departure. Wang Shuo didn't dwell on it, quickly grabbing some tissue to plug his nose. The next day, he got up early, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and after getting ready, lay back down, waiting for Chen Xian to care for him. After a few days, he had completely embraced his role as a patient, behaving very much like one. Often lying down to rest, even too lazy to walk. Unfortunately, Chen Xian only ever brought him breakfast, but never helped him open cups or pour milk. And she spoke very little. This left Wang Shuo feeling disappointed, as if his patient experience had a flaw. He wished she would peel an apple or orange for him. Or cough, he was getting off track. Wang Shuo quickly snapped back to reality, checking the time. 8:45. Oddly, Chen Xian was usually already there by this time. She was almost strict about time. Being late by 15 minutes, let alone 30 seconds, was a significant mistake for her. In the past few days, she had entered the ward right on time, and if she said 30, it would never be 31. She had never been late or left early, which had even trained Wang Shuo's stomach to expect food at that hour. But today Chen Xian was late? Is she not coming today? Wang Shuo looked at the closed hospital door and suddenly felt a bit out of place. Although this girl was somewhat cold and not very talkative, exuding an air of keeping people at a distance, she had her merits, like being quite pleasant to look at. Most importantly, he had gotten used to her quietly bringing sandwiches and milk every day, quietly reading on the sofa, and quietly turning to leave, becoming accustomed to her daily routine. Wang Shuo had never thought about what he would do for breakfast if Chen Xian didn't show up one day. Hearing his stomach grumble, he couldn't help but chuckle. He should have asked his boss to bring him breakfast, but he never expected that this silly girl would just vanish without a word. He glanced at the time. It was already 9:40. It seemed she really wasn't coming. Wang Shuo got out of bed and put on his shoes. Was this silly girl sleeping in today? Or did she have something more important than seeing me? As Wang Shuo pondered aloud, he walked toward the hospital door, intending to ask the doctor when he could be discharged. In fact, if it hadn't been for Chen Xian showing up at the same time every day, he would have caused a scene in the hospital to show the doctors how well he was recovering, hoping to expedite his discharge process. Just as the door was pulled open, Wang Shuo froze, quickly turned around, and leaped back onto the bed, leaning against the headboard, trying hard to feign a sleepy appearance. Chen Xian walked quietly to the bedside table as usual, placing her belongings on the surface. "You're here?" Wang Shuo opened his eyes, displaying a neutral expression. "Yes, I am." Chen Xian glanced at him and said, "You have a nosebleed." Wang Shuo, about to say something, touched his nose and found it covered in blood. He quickly jumped off the bed and dashed into the bathroom, a cacophony of sounds following. Moments later, he emerged with 2 large balls of tissue stuck to his nose, giving Chen Xian an awkward smile before unceremoniously sitting on the edge of the bed and starting to wolf down the breakfast she had brought. Chen Xian's lips moved slightly, and her brow twitched, but she quickly regained her composure. She picked up the book she had placed on the table and sat down on the sofa, not immediately opening it, but watching Wang Shuo devour his breakfast. There seemed to be a flicker of emotion on her calm face, but it quickly vanished. She opened her book, seemingly unaffected by Wang Shuo, who, having finished his breakfast, wisely chose not to disturb her, leaning back against the bed as if resting his eyes. Time seemed to return to its proper rhythm, as if this was the state that Wang Shuo and she were meant to share, until a crisp ringtone shattered the harmony. Chen Xian frowned as she glanced at her phone, checking the incoming call, then looked at Wang Shuo, seeing that he was unresponsive, before finally answering the call. A minute later, she said, "I understand." Chun Xian's voice was cold as she hung up the phone and tossed her mobile aside. The room fell silent once again. Wang Shuo and Chun Xian both paused for a moment, then spoke in unison. You go first. No, you go first. How about you go first? Wang Shuo touched the tip of his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, ladies first. Chun Xian shook her head. All right, then I'll go first. Wang Shuo helplessly asked. Miss Chun, we've known each other for quite a while now. You've repaid your debts, so shouldn't I be discharged from the hospital? You have no idea how important this first month of the semester is for a college student. It could determine whether I'm eating dust on the street or drinking coffee in an office 4 years later. I can't waste this time. And the hospital fees. I will definitely repay you. You don't need to look at me like that. I'm a man, and that's my bottom line. Besides, I'm not someone who lacks this little money. Even if we take a step back, as a good young person of the new era, helping others is something I would do without a second thought. Given the situation, even if you didn't say anything, I would have rushed forward. How could I just stand by after you offered me a way out? So you really don't need to worry about this small matter. You can fully enjoy the happiness and pleasure that comes from receiving help from others. Wang Shuo spoke decisively, looking passionate without a hint of embarrassment. Is that all? Oh, there's one more thing. Let me organize my words. Wang Shuo showed an embarrassed expression and quickly flipped through the records of civilization in his mind. Damn it. There are so many things, but none that fit the situation. Medical fees, hospitalization fees, intensive care unit nursing fees, various examination fees, life support equipment fees, VIP room fees. Chun Xian calmly listed a series of numbers, a total of 467,890 yuan. Will you be paying by card or scanning the code? Wang Shuo looked stunned. What? What is this? Chun Xian looked at him calmly. This hospital is robbing people. I stayed for just a month, did nothing, and it already costs 460,000. Is that it? And you're giving it? Miss Chun, I see you are usually very sharp. How come you're so foolish at a critical moment? Why not think a little? 460,000. Just because the hospital says so, you really have to pay? Even if your family has money, you can't do this. I mean, I just took a nap, and it cost me hundreds of thousands. Wang Shuo felt like his life hadn't even begun before he fell into a huge disaster. Losing hundreds of thousands just for a nap. Who could he turn to for reason? I can't take it anymore. Wang Shuo was on the verge of tears. Was there still time to remedy this? Miss Chun, I haven't finished speaking. Labor remuneration and such can still be considered. Chapter 16. The final stubbornness. Wang Shuo thought it over multiple times and reluctantly swallowed the bitter fruit. Although Chun Xian didn't ask him for the hospitalization fees again. As a man, he felt he should maintain his dignity. Once words are spoken, they are like nails driven into the ground. He will never pull them back and put them in his mouth again. Such actions are quite disgusting. Of course, he wouldn't admit that this is because he doesn't want to lose face in front of her, even though he has already lost a lot of face. Wang Shuo's mind was racing. He had to repay this money, but how, when, and in what way made him feel very uncomfortable. After all, he was just a new college student, at the beautiful age of 18, and before his life had even begun, he was already burdened with a heavy mountain. Should he talk to his parents? No. If he brought this up with them, given their honest nature, they probably wouldn't believe that he had incurred debts from hospitalization. They might even think he was involved in gambling. Should he go out and find a part-time job? That was also an option, but Wang Shuo thought about the job ads he had seen. It seemed that the highest pay for temporary work was only 120 yuan a day, making it extremely difficult to gather 400,000 yuan. What about selling some skills? This thought intrigued Wang Shuo. He had plenty of skills in his mind, but extracting them wasn't easy. It was very likely that if he wasn't careful during data transmission, he could end up in serious trouble. Due to these limitations, he had only learned a small portion of the core content, and that was related to coding. So, did he have to become a programmer? But do programmers make money? After thinking it through, Wang Shuo felt a bit lost. He had many ideas in his head, but none on how to make money. Perhaps the civilization he belonged to considered wealth to be external and believed it shouldn't tarnish the sacred nature of technology, which is why such knowledge was omitted. This was quite a dilemma for Wang Shuo. As he struggled to think, Chun Xian watched him with a hint of amusement, as if he were stunned. A slight change appeared on her usually calm face, and the corners of her mouth lifted in a subtle arc, resembling the satisfaction of a successful prank. But it was quickly overshadowed by a fleeting worry. She lowered her head and fell into silence again. The small room became quiet once more. Wang Shuo. After a long while, Chen Xian spoke up. What? Wang Shuo replied, his voice carrying irritation. Perhaps also a hint of anger, whether it was from having slept for a month or from the exorbitant medical expenses he had incurred. Have you thought about the future? The future? Wang Shuo opened his eyes in surprise, looking at Chen Xian sitting on the sofa. She seemed a bit strange today. Have you thought about what you want to do in the future? How you plan to do it? For the future? Maybe I'll start a company and just go with the flow, Wang Shuo said after some serious thought, but then he recalled the high medical bills and bitterly added, I can barely afford tomorrow's meals, let alone think about the future. If I could earn some money first, then I could think about the future. Wang Shuo painfully closed his eyes, recalling the large sum of money that had vanished, feeling a deep ache in his heart. That was his money. It was all painstakingly saved bit by bit. It was his own capital. It sounded as if he had already possessed that money. Wang Shuo was still immersed in the sorrow he had created for himself when he noticed Chen Xian quietly watching him. Wang Shuo wanted to explain. You told me yesterday that you are a student from a certain university's computer science and technology department? Yes, I study computer science and technology at that university. You said you also know a bit about programming languages and system engineering? You mentioned that you have been exceptionally talented since childhood and are very quick-witted. Are you a parrot? These are all things I said. What's the problem? Am I not allowed to boast? Wang Shuo was angry. It's all what I said, so what? Chen Xian remained unfazed, her cherry lips moving slightly as she uttered, You just said you wanted to start a company? That's also what I said. Right. What's the name? What? Wang Shuo felt like he could hardly keep up with Chen Xian's thoughts. The name of the company, what is it? As he rolled his eyes, he suddenly noticed a book lying beside him, open to a page that prominently displayed the words preface. Let's call it Frontier Company. Yes, Frontier Technology Company. At the forefront of all technology. All right, I understand. Chen Xian nodded and extended her hand towards Wang Shuo, saying, Now, give me your ID card. Wang Shuo felt like he was being robbed, and not just by someone he had always maintained a respectful distance from, but rather by this young lady who had always kept her distance. He felt like he was being robbed of his ID card and bank card. Although there wasn't much money in the account, he still owed this little rich girl hundreds of thousands. But that shouldn't be allowed, right? What's the difference between this and being a robber? What is the difference between this and coercion? This girl, could she be thinking of using his ID for some illegal activities? For example, to obtain a fake marriage certificate? But come on, if you take my ID, how am I supposed to handle my discharge procedures? Staying here costs money. Wang Shuo lay painfully on the bed. The originally comfortable hospital bed no longer felt comfortable. He wanted to get up, but thought if he didn't lie down, his money would go down the drain, so he could only endure the pain and continue lying there. It was truly torturous. Chen Xian was gone for 2 days. During these 2 days, the long-lost Zheng Jun and others finally appeared. Wang Shuo wanted to share his tragic experience with Chen Cheng, but suddenly remembered that Chen Cheng was also a rich second generation. The rich second generation has no feelings towards money. He could only vent his frustrations to Li Li, making the greatest accusations against Chen Xian, the robber. But why wasn't the effect very noticeable? Why did the faces of the 3 brothers in the dormitory all show expressions of schadenfreude? I see you are benefiting and still pretending to be innocent. Zheng Jun, the leader, had a righteous look on his face. You've had a beautiful girl taking care of you for several days. We can only envy you. Don't be ungrateful. He patted Wang Shuo on the shoulder with envy and jealousy before leaving. Chen Cheng had a look that said, I told you so, but you didn't believe me. Shaking his head from time to time as he sighed and walked out. As for Li Li, he came over and patted Wang Shuo on the shoulder. Take care of yourself. What does this mean? Where is the basic empathy between people? What about the close friendship between dorm brothers? What about the reputation of being the second in the dorm? It seems I've lost my status in the dorm. No. I must pick myself up and rebuild my reputation as the second in the dorm. Let them know that I am not to be underestimated. Why does that sound strange upon closer inspection? At this moment, in a high-rise office building in the city center, Chen Xian was sitting at her desk, intently studying a contract. Meanwhile, Uncle Chen sat on the sofa beside her, looking helplessly at the young lady of his family, occasionally showing a wry smile. This young lady's stubbornness was far more troublesome than that of an elder sister. Forget about running away from home, ditching her bodyguards, or spending hundreds of thousands. What is more baffling is that she actually lowered herself to make breakfast for a guy she just met. And she went for a whole day, not answering anyone's calls or messages. This matter had been brought up by the master several times, and he could tell the master was also at a loss. But with the blame on him, There was nothing he could do but watch the young lady make trouble, only reminding her to be safe. As if that wasn't enough, the young lady seemed to be getting more and more enthusiastic. Young lady, why don't you reconsider? This isn't a trivial matter. Uncle Chun was about to say, but Chin Xian's cold voice interrupted him. I've thought it through very clearly, Uncle Chun. Chin Xian raised her head, adding, besides, he saved my life. Isn't my life worth this money? As she spoke, she pointed to a specific clause in the contract and instructed the secretary, change this item. The secretary looked troubled as she glanced at Chin Xian and then sought Uncle Chin's approval. Uncle Chin nodded helplessly. The secretary immediately felt relieved and hurried to modify the contract. Young lady, this is a different matter, Uncle Chun said, rubbing his temples in frustration. You need to understand that even if the master agrees, the other shareholders might not. That's why I set conditions. I think my aunts and uncles would be happy to agree to this, Chin Xian replied calmly. Young lady, I know what you're thinking. Uncle Chin shook his head and sighed. But your approach is quite childish. Childish. Chin Xian recalled her decision and smiled slightly. Perhaps, even if the outcome is already determined. Even if I can't change anything, I still want to show my stubbornness. After all, this might be my last act of defiance. Chapter 17. The Bet 3 hours later. Chin Xian appeared in Wang Shua's hospital room. At that moment, Wang Shua had just finished his lunch and was preparing to close his eyes for further study. Wanting to seize every moment to come up with some technology that wasn't too difficult to understand. He had just realized something. If he really invented technology that was 1,000 years ahead of society, he might be considered insane and sent to a mental hospital. After all, everyone knows that those who indulge in wild fantasies are either geniuses or madmen, and if there are too many ahead, then it's definitely a madman for sure. The arrival of Chin Xian didn't surprise him much, but the problem was that she wasn't alone. Behind her were two obvious white-collar followers, who were currently following her into the ward step by step. Let us get started, Chin Xian instructed, then sat down on the nearby sofa, picked up her book, and began to read as if no one else was around, exuding the aura of a strong woman. Wang Shua couldn't help but admire her. As expected from a rich family, her presence and demeanor made him instantly consider seeking her support. However, what did she just say? Let us get started? Started what? While Wang Shua was still puzzled, a white-collar worker in a black suit approached his bedside and extended a hand towards him. Hello, Mr. Wang Shua. Wang Shua was a bit confused about what this meant, but he still reached out his hand for a light handshake. Hi there. Let me introduce myself. I am the legal advisor for Zhongji Pengcheng Technology Company, Limited. My surname is Liu, and my name is Yan. You can call me Advisor Liu or Lawyer Liu. The female white-collar worker displayed a serious smile. Wang Shua looked at Chin Xian, who was seriously reading, then at the smiling Advisor Liu, completely baffled about what was happening. I am here today on behalf of the company to discuss the cooperation matters with you, Liu Yan said, pulling out a stack of documents from her briefcase and handing them to Wang Shua. This is your contract. Please read it carefully, and if you have no other opinions, you can sign it. She then offered Wang Shua a beautiful ballpoint pen. Wang Shua took the contract and pen, still in confusion as he opened it. What is this? Zhongji Pengcheng Technology Company, Limited? Frontier Technology LLC? The legal representative is me. Wang Shua was instantly perplexed. When did he have a company? How did he not know about it? Also, when did he manage to bring business to the company? Why was he unaware? Chin Xian, what is going on? Wang Shua even forgot to call her by the nickname he had given her. Chin Xian lifted her head, glanced at Wang Shua, and said, Dao, you told me you wanted to start a company. Wang Shua's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chin Xian. I said I wanted to start a company, and you went behind my back to open one in my name? Well, I can understand the company matter. Even if it was opened a bit early, but what about this? Wang Shua pointed at the contract. What is going on with this? Nothing much, Chin Xian said casually. Our company happens to have a business opportunity, and I thought your expertise would be a good fit, so I recommended you to the company. As for the contract, that was the company's decision, and it has nothing to do with me. It's strange that it has nothing to do with you. Wang Shua rolled his eyes. The words of women can be deceiving, especially those of beautiful women. He gritted his teeth and continued to read. The parties agreed that Party B would organize personnel to participate in the system architecture project organized by Party A, and if the development was successful, compensation would be allocated based on contribution. However, regardless of the outcome, Party A should first pay Party B 1,000,000 yuan as initial funding. If the project failed, Party A could not request Party B to return the subsequent funds on the grounds of project failure, and payments would be settled in installments according to the progress of the project. Wang Shuo looked incredulously at the legal advisor in front of him and couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure?" The contract was drafted and reviewed by the company, so there are certainly no issues. Consultant Lu Yin replied with a smile. Mr. Wang Shuo, if you have any other clauses, feel free to mention them, and we will consider them. We can further negotiate any differences between both parties. Wang Shuo shook his head. He wasn't dissatisfied with the contract. It was just too favorable to him, to the point of being cost inefficient. He began to doubt if he was the company's favorite child. If Mr. Wang Shuo has no modifications, please sign here, 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 and here. Once you complete your signature, this contract will immediately take effect and hold legal validity. Wang Shuo still shook his head. Mr. Wang Shuo, do you have any concerns? It had to be said that Lu Yin was indeed very professional. I cannot sign this contract. Wang Shuo turned to look at Chun Xian, who was resting her head on her hand. I don't know what's going on, but I can't sign this contract. I'm not foolish. I can see the contract's merits. This contract is clearly just handing me money. Wang Shuo was somewhat angry. Miss Chun Xian, are you pitying me? Do you look down on me? Are you afraid I can't pay you back the 460,000? I can tell you clearly. Miss Chun Xian. I understand. Chun Xian closed the book and looked at him calmly. A sentence was stuck in Wang Shuo's throat. Then let's not sign it. Put the contract away. Lawyer Lu Yin smiled slightly, took the contract from Wang Shuo's hands, and skillfully put it away. Wang Shuo was stunned. This was not what he had expected. Where was the promised script? Where was the favored child? Where was the insistence on signing? Why wasn't he Miss Chen following the usual script? In the end, Wang Shuo chose to sign the contract. Not for any other reason, but because he truly needed the money, and after carefully reviewing the contract, he realized it was just a coder's job. Just look. Participating in the system architecture project organized by Party A would immediately bring in money. Not signing this contract would be a sign of poor judgment. Since the contract had already been signed, I won't disturb you any longer. Lu Yin smiled slightly. Miss Chun, Mr. Wang Shuo, you can chat. My assistant and I will head back to the company now. Once Lu Yin and the assistant left, the room fell into a brief silence again. Miss Chun, may I ask what has stimulated you? Wang Shuo was somewhat confused. The contract seemed to be entirely unfavorable to the first party. According to the terms, the second party, which is Wang Shuo himself, could simply participate without doing any work and still receive money even if nothing was produced. Are you trying to get my attention this way? To make me interested in you, and then take advantage of that? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that he was right. Besides being attracted to him, he couldn't think of any reasons that would lead Chun Xian to go this far. A hero saving a beauty? Please, this is reality. Not a TV drama. Do you think a heroic act can win someone's heart? That's ridiculous. Moreover, the most seasoned hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. Wang Shuo looked at Chun Xian warily. If she really took a hard approach, should he comply or resist? Don't you think you have too many questions today? Chun Xian was focused on her book and didn't look up. If you have time, take a look at the materials I sent you. Something fell off. It really did. Wang Shuo stared intently at Chun Xian. His enhanced brain made his senses sharper, and he noticed that even though her eyes were fixed on the book, her focus was clearly scattered. Her attention was not on the text, and he seemed to catch a glimpse of fleeting loneliness in her unfocused gaze. Has this girl encountered some trouble? Wang Shuo then glanced at the materials placed beside him. The two large bags were carefully sealed, with the words "Do not disclose" written on the outside. Clearly, this was highly confidential information, yet Chun Xian had boldly left it there. After pondering, Wang Shuo mentally pieced together the events of the past few days. Since his brain had been enhanced, he felt he had developed this deduction ability. It was a strange sensation, as if a layer of gauze had been lifted from his view of the world, suddenly making everything clear and bright. Recalling one thing after another, from his initial meeting with Chun Xian, her appearance after he was hospitalized, the expressions and attitudes she had during their conversations, to the emergence of the inexplicable contract clauses and the heavy confidential materials, everything seemed fine. The contract had no problems, the terms were fine, he himself was fine. The only one who seemed to be problematic was Chun Xian. It appeared that this was a very troublesome matter, something that even a wealthy young lady found difficult. It might be best for him to keep his distance and not inquire further. But if he didn't ask, what would happen to the 1 million? Wang Shuo felt conflicted. He was somewhat reluctant to give it up, but if he took it without doing anything, it felt morally unsettling. I really am not suited to be the bad guy. He sighed. Miss Chun, tell me, is there something I can do? What? Chun Xian looked up, a hint of confusion in her eyes. You know what I mean. Wang Shuo shrugged. Just say it so I can feel more at ease about taking this money. Otherwise, I'm afraid it'll burn my hands. You just need to fulfill the contract. You don't have to worry about anything else. Chen Xian spoke indifferently, lowering her head again as if she no longer intended to engage with Wang Shuo. Establishing a company for him and signing the contract were merely impulsive acts of resistance on her part. It didn't mean she believed Wang Shuo was qualified to be involved in this matter. In fact, if he hadn't snapped her out of her grief, and if he weren't coincidentally a student at a certain university, she wouldn't have even signed the contract with him. That's not how it works, Miss Chun. Wang Shuo pointed to the documents and contract beside him. We're partners now, and I have work to do. How can I carry out my tasks without understanding the basic situation and background? Who said you need to carry out any tasks? Chen Xian frowned. It's stipulated in the contract, Wang Shuo said matter-of-factly. The contract guarantees you 1 million regardless of whether you work or not. That's not my goal. I want a share of the profits. Wang Shuo declared arrogantly. A share? Chen Xian's brow furrowed slightly. If it were that easy to earn a share, would she need to sign a contract with a college student? It would be better to just hire a few people to get the job done. Wang Shuo pressed his advantage. If you're not eager to make money, there's something wrong with your head. If I don't seize this opportunity to earn more, what will happen if my company goes under? Miss Chun, if you don't believe I can get a share, let's make a bet. I bet I will definitely get a share. Chen Xian seemed amused by his audacity, though her upbringing prevented her from showing anger. She replied calmly. You haven't even looked at the materials. What makes you so sure you'll get a share? Wang Shuo pointed to his head, exuding confidence. Fine. You can't reason with someone determined to fail. Chen Xian said ly, as you wish. If you achieve some results in the project, you'll get a share. She paused. On the condition that the entire project is completed. If the project fails, you lose. Not only will you not get a share, but you won't receive the 1 million either. No problem. Wang Shuo nodded confidently. With his writing skills, he could easily coast through and secure a share without breaking a sweat. What if I win? Win? Chen Xian couldn't fathom where his confidence came from. She said ly. If you win, I'll grant you one request. I'll send the materials to your email later. You have 15 days to complete this project. Chen Xian gave Wang Shuo a deep look, not wanting to argue further, and delivered her final words. I look forward to you earning your share. As he watched Chen Xian leave the hospital room, Wang Shuo was feeling pleased when he suddenly remembered something. Hey, you didn't give me the project team's contact number. How am I supposed to join the group? Chapter 18. Discharge. Wang Shuo was finally being discharged from the hospital. For room 403. This was supposed to be a big event. Strangely, however, from the moment he woke up in the morning until the doctor finished his examination and completed the discharge procedures, Wang Shuo didn't see any of his 3 roommates. His calls went unanswered, leaving him puzzled about what they were up to. In contrast, Chen Xian visited him early in the morning and even brought him a long-missed breakfast. He even drove him to the school gate in his own car. This made Wang Shuo feel very touched. If it weren't for the other people nearby, he would have been unable to hold back his tears about the loneliness that no one understood. Watching the van quickly disappear, Wang Shuo shook his head with a sigh. Returning to the school gate, he suddenly felt as if he had been in a cave for a day while the world outside had lived for 1,000 years. He couldn't help but feel that his mindset seemed a bit old. It's no wonder, as he had first experienced the baptism of civilizations that spanned thousands or even tens of thousands of years, and then spent over 10 days in the hospital, hardly stepping outside at all. Students came and went at the school gate, all young and vibrant girls and boys. Although the girls didn't seem as stunning as Chen Xian, they wore less and revealed more, with graceful figures, long legs, and fair skin. Chen Xian was pretty, but after seeing her often, he had developed a kind of immunity. Moreover, Chen Xian represented the conservative style. Even when wearing a skirt, it was long enough to cover her knees, only showing a bit of her delicate calves. Wang Shuo wanted to appreciate them, but he simply didn't dare. After lying in the hospital for a month without seeing the sun, all he could see was the flash of white thighs in front of him. By the time he reached the bottom of the dormitory building, it had already been over 10 or 20 minutes. While reminiscing about the countless girls he had seen on the way, he took out the dormitory key he had received from the dorm manager and opened the door. The moment the door swung open, he froze. What was going on? The once clean and tidy dormitory had changed dramatically. Colorful papers and balloons covered every corner of the walls. Above the balcony door directly opposite, a large sheet was hanging, with some words roughly written in black ink. Wang Shuo really couldn't make them out. Perhaps too much ink had been used, causing the words to be blurred and smeared, with trails of ink flowing towards the edges. If an unrelated person saw this, they might think it was a haunted scene. The room was empty, but a surprised voice came from behind Wang Shuo. "Hey, brother, is your room haunted?" Wang Shuo turned to see a curious-looking guy with glasses following closely behind him, clicking his tongue. "Yeah." Wang Shuo gritted his teeth. "Not just haunted, but by 3 of them. 3 ghosts." The glasses guy looked incredulous. "I thought I saw a dark aura around you. You seem to be having bad luck." Wang Shuo rolled his eyes inwardly, walked into the dormitory, and started tearing down the balloons and paper from the walls, collecting them into a bag. "I say, brother, don't underestimate the power of bad luck. Do you need me to help you exorcise it? I'm really good at it." Wang Shuo looked at him speechlessly. "Who are you?" "Oh." The glasses guy seemed to just remember, scratching his head and smiling. "I'm also a freshman in the computer science major. My name is Li Zongqiang." "Li Zongqiang?" Wang Shuo chuckled and nodded, saying, "Indeed, if the comprehensive subjects are not good, there's no way to get in. Hello, my name is classmate. Please wait a moment. Guessing names is my specialty, so let me take a guess." Li Zongqiang quickly interrupted him and looked at Wang Shuo with a mysterious expression. "Although I have never met you, I can see that you have a unique appearance and seem to be plagued by bad luck. You must be surnamed Wang, with the single character Shuo as your given name, right?" "Wow." Wang Shuo was somewhat surprised, finding the guess quite accurate. Li Zongqiang smiled proudly and said, "Of course. What you don't know is that I've been studying under a master since I was 6, specializing in reading faces and predicting people's fortunes. I wasn't lying just now. Have you been experiencing a lot of bad luck recently? I have authentic dispelling artifacts here, all blessed, which can bring you peace." Wang Shuo shook his head with a smile. "I just didn't expect to become so famous in just a month." He added, "You know, one shouldn't become famous too quickly. By the way, I should ask you, Li classmate, you wouldn't happen to be in the same class as me, would you?" Li Zongqiang's proud expression suddenly froze, and he looked a bit downcast as he asked Wang Shuo, "Am I that obvious?" "Not obvious." Wang Shuo smiled at him. "Did the counselor call my name again today?" "No." Li Zongqiang said glumly. "The counselor already remembers your name. Is there a need to call it out? If you want to report to her, you'd better hurry. I estimate it won't be easy." Wang Shuo frowned. "A female?" Li Zongqiang was somewhat surprised but nodded. "Very young? Bad temper?" Li Zongqiang nodded again, saying mysteriously, "Very young. I heard she's only 26. She stayed on after graduating from graduate school. You, Wang classmate, have been skipping classes and missing military training. You are already one of her key monitoring targets." He patted Wang Shuo on the shoulder and gave him a comforting look. "Take care, Wang classmate. Good luck." Finally, he leaned in a bit mischievously and whispered, "Wang classmate, are you really not considering an authentic talisman from my master? It guarantees to dispel your bad luck and turn your fortune around." Wang Shuo shook his head with a smile. "What a pity." He pouted, no longer pursuing the topic, and opened the door to leave. A few minutes later, Zheng Jun and the others returned. When Wang Shuo saw them, they were each carrying a large box, standing at the door with surprised expressions. "Old two, why are you back so early? Our dorm hasn't even been set up yet." Zheng Jun paused for a moment before placing the box aside and pulled Wang Shuo over to show him their results. Only then did they notice that most of the balloons and decorations they had spent half a day putting up were gone, leaving only a few scattered remnants hanging, making it look quite miserable. As for the white welcome banner, the writing was completely unrecognizable, with only 4 black smudges remaining and streaks of black ink. Who did this? Was it stolen? And what about this banner? What's going on? Wang Shuo shrugged. "Old 4, look at the characters you wrote. I told you it was too wet, but you wouldn't listen. Look, can you still recognize the characters old, too heroic?" Wang Shuo listened with cold sweat running down his back. No wonder he couldn't figure it out. It turned out it wasn't the welcome home message he thought, but rather. Wang Shuo looked at Zheng Jun with a resentful expression. Feeling Wang Shuo's gaze, Zheng Jun awkwardly scratched the back of his head and explained, "Old 2. Don't misunderstand. This was all Old 4's idea. You should ask him." Qin Sheng, still holding a box, blinked innocently, giving a very clueless look. Lily appeared to be at a loss for words. Wang Shuo instantly felt he had lost his temper. What could he say when faced with 3 such lively characters? He changed the subject. "This box. Oh, it's just some props left over from the social event. We borrowed a few to prepare a surprise for you." I didn't expect you to come back so early. Social event? Wang Shuo felt like a country bumpkin, totally confused. It's a new student costume social event. Organized by the student union, Zheng Jun said, with a lingering excitement, licking his lips. You have no idea, the scene was amazing. Everyone wore masks and dressed in all sorts of bizarre outfits. There were no rules, so people could mingle freely. As long as you could successfully connect with a girl. You could add her on social media, chat, hold hands. All in just one night. Zheng Jun looked at Wang Shuo with sympathy. Old too. It's such a pity you couldn't participate. You don't know, even Chun Cheng and that Lily managed to quietly hook up with a girl. Not only adding her on social media, but also getting together. While I was hunting all night, I only managed to add one person. And she just wanted me to be her big brother. Wang Shuo looked at Li Li in surprise. Li Li's face turned rare shades of red, revealing a shy smile, which Wang Shuo found quite smug. Wang Shuo felt like he missed a fortune. But old too. You shouldn't be too sad. You still have Miss Chen. Just put in some effort, and once you win her over, old four will follow you from then on. Zheng Jun laughed heartily, patting Wang Shuo on the shoulder in encouragement. However, the oblivious Zheng Jun didn't realize his words offended both Wang Shuo and Chen Cheng. Wang Shuo and Chun Cheng exchanged glances, silently nodding in agreement, then thought, you're in for it, old boss. Moments later, Wang Shuo and Chun Cheng each sported a black eye, sitting on the bed, grinning through their pain while looking at Zheng Jun, who stood by, seemingly unbothered and concerned. Old boss, your strength is too much, and why do you hit so hard? It seemed to touch a nerve, and both of them gasped simultaneously. Ha. It's a reflex. Zheng Jun awkwardly scratched his head. Are you guys okay? Wang Shuo and Chun Cheng simultaneously raised their heads proudly, giving Zheng Jun a big snub. Well, nobody wanted this to happen. Who told you to suddenly hug me? It was just a reflex. Zheng Jun pointed at the scraped skin on his elbow. Look, I got hurt too, and I even bled. The two rolled their eyes in unison. From now on, I won't bring up any matters of taking action in front of Zheng Jun. Those two were taken down by a single elbow strike and 2 punches. What a disgrace. Wang Shuo and Chun Cheng exchanged glances, and for the first time, they sensed a mutual understanding in each other's eyes. Chapter 19. Wang Shuo wants to take leave. This was Wang Shuo's first genuine visit to school, and he felt that everything was in chaos. After settling matters in the dormitory, he immediately went to the office building to find his advisor and request a leave of absence. Yes, Wang Shuo wanted to take leave after being absent for 46 consecutive days. He didn't need to think to know what kind of wrath he would face from his advisor. If he were in the advisor's position, he would also lose his temper if a student hadn't shown up since the beginning of the semester, only to appear once to ask for leave. More importantly, he currently had dark circles under his eyes, which, although caused by a misunderstanding, made the situation quite awkward. However, after careful consideration, Wang Shuo realized he had no choice but to go. Chen Xian had already sent the basic materials to his email, and when Wang Shuo saw the 274 gigabytes attachment, he understood that he was not facing a simple small project. Indeed, upon opening the attachment, he was stunned. The plethora of technical parameters, the densely packed design drafts, and the thick requirement specifications felt overwhelming, making him shiver. Previously, he wouldn't have understood any of it, let alone write code. Fortunately, just as he was feeling relieved, he saw another small attachment from Chen Xian. This document hit him like a thunderbolt, leaving him in shock. There was no project team, no one else. He was the sole member of the current project team. Was this a joke? He quickly checked the information and soon felt despondent. A project that required at least 50 team members was now left to him alone. And even more terrifying was the fact that he only had 15 days. No wonder Chen Xian reacted the way she did when she heard he wanted to take a share. No wonder she, with her high-maintenance temperament, said nothing at all. No wonder the requirement for a share was that the entire project had to be completed. It turned out she didn't look down on him. It was just that this project was fundamentally a shell that couldn't be completed by one person. He had been foolishly betting against this reality. Wasn't that akin to inviting disaster? Wang Shuo wished he could slap himself. Why did he have to say that? What was the point of his misplaced sense of responsibility? Wouldn't it be better to just accept $1 million without lifting a finger? The truth was, it wasn't appealing. Given another chance, he would still say that line. He would still choose this path. Don't ask why. It's simply that the coarse socialist values had seeped into his bones. But if he could do it all over again, he would never gamble again. Of course, Wang Shuo wasn't foolishly reckless. He had considered backing out. At the very least, He thought about discussing it with Chen Xin to see if they could find a few helpers. While he didn't want to give up entirely, it would at least make things a bit easier for him. However, after the call was made, hearing a soft sigh from the other end, Wang Shuo became furious. A real man must bravely overcome difficulties. He is not afraid of hardships and obstacles. Isn't it just a gamble? If you're going to gamble, then do it and win. He vowed to make Chen Xin kneel before him and sing his praises. Moreover, he wasn't completely empty-handed. He still had his resources. Ahem. The singing part could wait until after the victory. But this would make things difficult for the school teachers. Especially since Wang Shuo learned that a teacher named Ding Runin had a notorious nickname, known as the Dynamite Barrel of the University or the Mother Tyrannosaurus of Central China. Just hearing that name made Wang Shuo feel a bit uneasy. The office building was not far from the dormitory, just a 10-minute walk. Wearing a cap and mask borrowed from Qin Sheng, Wang Shuo lowered the brim of his hat and sneaked into the office building, specifically taking the stairs all the way to the 4th floor. It was currently break time, and many people were coming and going in the office building. Wang Shuo stopped a senior passing by and quietly asked, "Hello, senior. Could you tell me how to find the counselor Ding Runin?" "Room 3, she replied. "Thank you." In room 3, Ding Runin was focused on writing her thesis. This was a paper on the current development of computer science theory in her country. Unfortunately, her painstakingly crafted paper had been returned by her advisor once again. She had lost count of how many times this had happened. Each time, she submitted it with hope, only to see it regrettably returned to her inbox. Looking at her paper, Ding Runin pondered carefully. She was one of the most valued interns in her advisor's research team, and after graduation, her advisor submitted an application to the school, allowing her to stay on as a counselor. Such an opportunity was rare among the interns in the research team. After staying on, she balanced her basic responsibilities as a counselor while also working as a researcher in her advisor's team, overseeing specific projects. The substantial workload didn't stress her. On the contrary, it made her more energetic. She dedicated herself to her research. This was a project on computer intelligence, and the research team believed that to achieve computer intelligence, excellent AI chips were essential, but so were comprehensive AI software. This involved complex systems engineering, each aspect requiring her careful attention. It was a highly demanding endeavor. The concept of machine learning was advancing, and it seemed we were continuously approaching the intelligent goals in our minds. Technologies like voice recognition, image detection, and machine translation had already begun to be applied in our lives. However, the author believes that machine learning is still in a very primitive state today, and the improvement and support of various systems remain significant issues that need urgent resolution. More importantly, machine learning requires machine logic. Ding Runin suddenly felt a bit restless. She picked up the water cup beside her, took a sip, and inadvertently glanced at a form she had placed aside. It was a new student admission application form. Ding Runin's brows slightly furrowed as she put down her water cup, holding the form in her hand while looking at the name she had seen countless times before. Wang Shuo. She gritted her teeth, feeling somewhat angry. This student had not shown up since the start of the semester. If it weren't for the hospital doctor personally calling to explain the situation, she would have suspected that this student was avoiding military training and had no intention of attending. It had been 46 days, a full 46 days. Getting himself into a coma for over 40 days from drinking was simply a disgrace. Now, every time she walked out and saw her colleagues, she had to take a detour. Otherwise, someone would inevitably come up and ask, "Did you hear that one of the new students in your class was in a coma from drinking for over a month?" At first, she would politely explain. But she quickly realized that explaining was futile. They were just there to gossip, not to listen to her. Watching her colleagues leave with incredulous expressions, Ding Runin ground her teeth in frustration. "Wang Shuo, if you fall into my hands, you'll be in for it." Ding Runin thought resentfully. "Report. Come in." Ding Runin steadied herself and responded in a deep voice. "This teacher, I'm looking for teacher Ding Runin. I wonder if she's available?" A somewhat shy voice said. "That's me. If you have something to say, just say it." As she spoke, Ding Runin looked up at the student who had entered, and she was taken aback. "What is this?" "Ah, you are teacher Ding Runin?" the student said in a muffled voice, and then seemed to realize something was off. Hurriedly taking off the Sun Wukong mask he was wearing, revealing a delicate face, although the dark circles under his right eye disrupted the overall harmony. He smiled shyly. "Hello, teacher." Wang Shuo carefully observed the renowned Ding Runin in front of him. In the descriptions of many roommates, teacher Ding had been associated with a terrifying bloodthirsty monster. Zheng Jun said she was a brutal instructor, more ruthless than his father. Chen Qing said she was a no-nonsense old woman who didn't understand romance and had no emotions. Li Li had not said much, but silently nodded in agreement. In short, both of them believed that the nickname Mother Tyrannosaurus of the University of Science and Technology was more fitting. Remember to be respectful when you go. Admit your mistakes if you need to, apologize if you should, and if you notice the counselor's expression is off, quickly find an excuse to slip away. Don't ever say you are there to ask for leave. Take care, brother. Is it that serious? Wang Shuo looked at the somewhat surprised teacher in front of him, scratching his head and saying, "Teacher, my name is Wang Shuo. I am here. You are Wang Shuo?" Huh. What is this overwhelming feeling of disbelief and gritted teeth? Wang Shuo steeled himself and said, "Yes, I am Wang Shuo, the real Wang Shuo. You finally remembered to report? You finally recalled that you have me as a teacher?" Ding Runin gritted her teeth and spoke in a suppressed tone, fearing that if she didn't hold it back, she would explode on the spot. Teacher, you might be mistaken," Wang Shuo said somewhat awkwardly. "I came to ask if I could take a few days off." Ding Runin widened her eyes at Wang Shuo, seemingly unable to believe that there was such a shameless student. "What? Can you repeat that?" "It's like this, teacher. I have something very important to attend to and need to take a half-month leave, so I came to ask you if I could." "Not a chance." Ding Runin finally exploded, her brows furrowing, her angry eyes seeming to want to swallow Wang Shuo whole. "Wang Shuo, you have already seriously delayed your studies because of your personal matters, and now you come to me asking for leave? And for over 10 days? Is your personal matter that important? Huh. Let me ask you, have you chosen your minor courses?" "No." Wang Shuo touched his nose. "Have you participated in any clubs?" "No." "Have you attended any classes?" "No." "Have you even met me before?" No. Nothing at all. And you dare to ask for leave? What do you want leave for? To date? Or to fight?" Looking at Wang Shuo's dark circles, Ding Runin became angrier, waving her hand. "You can go back now, and don't mention leave again. You've already come to see me, so your long-term sick leave is cancelled. If you dare to skip classes again, I will mark you each time you do. And once you reach the limit, I will handle it according to school regulations." This teacher, Wang Shuo wanted to explain further, but Ding Runin showed no intention of listening anymore, just waving her hand to send him away while she continued to fiddle with the papers on her desk. Wang Shuo felt somewhat helpless, watching Ding Runin ignore him, quietly pondering what he could do to successfully request leave. Suddenly, he noticed the paper Ding Runin was reading. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a thesis related to computer science, particularly leaning towards artificial intelligence. This seemed to overlap somewhat with the knowledge he had extracted from the core. However, since obtaining the core, Wang Shuo had not had the time to verify whether the technology between the two universes could be compatible. What if it wasn't compatible? Thinking of this, Wang Shuo broke into a cold sweat. It's better to be safe than sorry. What if it really didn't work? Let us give it a try. Wang Shuo gritted his teeth, silently closed his eyes, and began to access the core's database, extracting all information about basic intelligent computing. The development process of the humanoid race was also an informational one. The computer has undergone numerous evolutions, ultimately giving birth to the most basic intelligent light brain, abbreviated as smart brain. However, before the smart brain was born, the humanoid race still used circuits and computers, which, of course, were far more advanced than what humanity has now. The content that Wang Shuo retrieved is this part. There isn't much of it in the core database, and Wang Shuo didn't extract it all at once. He only took a small portion to handle the immediate issue. However, even so, the massive data flow made him feel a bit dizzy, and his body suddenly felt weak, while a familiar warmth flowed from his nostrils. Wang Shuo knew this was a stress response caused by his brain operating rapidly within a few minutes, leading to insufficient energy supply for his body. Fortunately, he had already grasped what he needed, and now it was just a matter of trying it out. He opened his eyes and happened to meet Ding Runin's somewhat dissatisfied gaze. "Why haven't you left yet? I clearly told you that taking leave is impossible, so don't even think about it." She casually tossed him a roll of tissue and added with a huff, "You're looking so weak. Standing for a bit makes you bleed from the nose. Wipe it." Wang Shuo awkwardly rolled the tissue and stuffed it into his nostrils, his movements quite practiced. Then he spoke, "Teacher, I was about to leave, but I accidentally saw your paper, and I happen to be very interested in this area. So I took a bit longer to read it. I hope you don't mind." "Reading the paper?" Ding Runin raised an eyebrow, her expression softening a bit. "Can you understand it? And why are you sweating and bleeding from the nose? Is it really that hot in here?" Wang Shuo smiled wryly and wiped his sweat. Sweating was quite normal for someone engaged in mental labor. I understand a little, but you were flipping through it too quickly. I'd like to read your paper more carefully. Ding Runen nodded. There was nothing wrong with letting students see the paper. After all, it was written for others to read. She casually handed the paper back to Wang Shuo. He accepted it without hesitation and began to read it carefully from the start. His guess was correct. It was a paper analyzing the trend of machine intelligence. The paper detailed the development history of machine intelligence, from the earliest simple programs to the later complex ones, and now to systems programs that often exceed dozens or even hundreds of gigabytes, including various dazzling algorithmic systems. Ding Runen even included some of her own ideas, making predictions about the trend of intelligence and summarizing 5 major schools of thought regarding its development, along with her own assertions. However, based on the current theoretical framework, the foresight of such predictions is immeasurable. How much have you understood? Ding Runen casually inquired as she saw Wang Shuo lift his head. It was somewhat challenging to expect a freshman to grasp such a paper. I understood a bit. Wang Shuo replied, frowning. Understanding a bit is already good. The systems engineering of machine intelligence is knowledge you will learn and engage with later. For now, having a general understanding is enough. All right, you've finished reading the paper, so hurry back. Ding Runen took her paper back from Wang Shuo and waved him off. But I have a question, Teacher Ding. Wang Shuo said to himself. On the 5th page of your paper, you listed dozens of machine learning algorithms, including decision trees, support vector machines, naive Bayes classifiers, recurrent neural networks, etc. You also proposed a new algorithm you developed and explained its operability. But why not include a neural logic module in the computer? A neural logic module? Ding Runen chuckled. Are you referring to logical computation? Since you were studying computer science, you should know that the language understood by computers is binary, which consists of zeros and ones. From a certain perspective, its logic is different from human logic. Therefore, we have written various programs to control the operation of the computer to achieve the design goals of the program. In other words, the computer already understands commands strictly according to its own logic, and human logic appears to the computer as having no logic at all. I understand. Wang Shuo nodded. So I designed a logical algorithm, which I call a node-based self-circulating neural network. You designed an algorithm? Ding Runen didn't scoff at Wang Shuo, but shook her head and said, this is interesting. And I hope you can continue to improve it so that we can use your algorithm one day. Teacher, Wang Shuo revealed a sly smile. If you agree to let me take a leave of absence, I will show you the framework of this algorithm. So that's what you were hinting at. I must tell you, this is not acceptable. Ding Runen hadn't finished her sentence when she saw Wang Shuo handing her a piece of paper. Ding Runen glanced at it, and her eyes widened instantly. Chapter 20. Ding Runen's shock. Wang Shuo left, taking his son Wukong mask and the leave approval form with him. Ding Runen was completely unaware. She just stared blankly at the A4 paper in her hand. It was an ordinary A4 sheet. But what was drawn on it captivated Ding Runen so deeply that she didn't even notice when her own paper fell to the ground. Wang Shuo. You. Ding Runen raised her head and realized Wang Shuo had disappeared, leaving her alone in the large office, lost in thought. She snapped back to reality, quietly pondering, occasionally showing disbelief, then frowning, and finally breaking into a sincere smile. After a long time, she took out her phone, checked the time, and dialed a number. Hello? Teacher. Yes, it's Runen. I'm not disturbing you, am I? Oh, you're too kind, teacher. I just have something to report to you and ask a few questions. Teacher, have you heard of node-based self-circulating neural networks? Wang Shuo walked contentedly along the school path. Although the process was tortuous, the final result was quite satisfying. At least he successfully obtained the leave, right? Moreover, he had also initially verified certain things, which excited him greatly. To win the bet against Chun Xin, he was indeed working hard. However, thinking about having to submit a complete source code to the counselor within 3 days, Wang Shuo's excited expression fell. It seemed that maybe Li Zongqiang had a point. He really had been having a streak of bad luck these days. Who would have thought that just taking a leave could push someone to the point of using their trump card? This counselor Ding Runen really holds grudges. It's better to avoid her in the future. Wang Shuo thought to himself that he had a lot on his plate right now and no time to deal with any kind of node-based recurrent neural networks. Indeed, this name was something Wang Shuo came up with to trick his research-obsessed teacher. As for what was written on the A4 paper, it was nothing more than a structure called Intelligent Core that Wang Shuo randomly selected from a pile of basic software architectures related to humanoid civilizations. It seemed relevant to intelligence, so he just decided to use it. The teacher's reaction greatly reassured him. Items from the humanoid civilization could function normally on Earth. With that, Wang Shuo, having thoroughly understood the intelligent core architecture, could create something concrete at any time. So, this wasn't really deception, was it? Who told you not to grant me leave? Humming a little tune, he returned to the dormitory and saw his 3 friends sneakingly lying on their beds, casting furtive glances at him and occasionally signaling to each other with their eyes, though he had no idea what it meant. Wang Shuo pretended not to notice and busied himself with his things. Cough, cough, cough. It's okay if you failed. You don't have to shut yourself off. You have no idea how difficult it was for me to ask the counselor for 2 days off to take care of you when you were in the hospital. Zheng Jun said with a sigh. Fortunately, my sincere feelings for you moved the old instructor. Otherwise, not only would I not have been able to accompany you, but you probably wouldn't have seen me when you woke up. Right, Chencheng nodded. It doesn't matter if you can't get the leave. If worse comes to worst, just skip class. It's not a big deal. Lily added, building a good relationship with the counselor is an important step into society. Only then did Wang Shuo proudly take out his leave request form, flick it, and sighed. For you guys, asking for leave is as hard as climbing to the sky. But for me, it's not worth mentioning. It's really lonely. Are you kidding? Zheng Jun exclaimed loudly, with that old witch's temper. Do you think she would grant you leave after you've missed so many classes? Chen Sheng looked equally doubtful and scoffed. If that old witch really granted you leave, I'll wash your socks for a week, no matter if it's 3 days or 15. What if you get even more days? Lily asked at the right moment. Then it's an extra day for every week's worth of socks, plus underwear. Chen Sheng said without thinking. All right, Zheng Jun, respect you for being a man, he declared firmly, causing Zheng Jun to glance over and give a thumbs up. Then he snatched Wang Shuo's leave request form. Let me see. There's no way that old witch actually signed this, did she? Zheng Jun widened his eyes, looking at the approval on the paper, trying hard to discern if it was something Wang Shuo forged. After a moment, he had to admit that it seemed to genuinely have the signature of the old witch he referred to, along with the seal of the Academic Affairs Office. Zheng Jun jumped out of bed and handed the leave request to the somewhat dazed Qin Cheng, patting his shoulder sympathetically. Old 4. A real man should keep his word. Our socks, and underwear will be up to you this semester. This is my final support for you. After saying that, he clicked his tongue and jumped back onto his bed. Qin Cheng held the leave request, staring at the handwriting of Ding Runin, his eyes nearly popping out. Lily also looked on with sympathy, retreating back to his bed, unable to hold back any longer at the sight of his 3 brothers acting dramatically. Wang Shuo snatched the leave request from Qin Cheng's hand and said with a laugh, all right, you guys. By the way, old big, I want to be coming back to stay these days. Not coming back. Where will you stay? Zheng Jun asked, confused. I have a place. Wang Shuo waved his hand, about to leave the dormitory, when suddenly he seemed to remember something and stopped. Old 4, how's your company doing lately? Qin Cheng, who had been lying on the bed feeling frustrated, opened his eyes at the mention and looked at Wang Shuo with some confusion. Wang Shuo coughed awkwardly and said, You're a rich 2nd generation. Shouldn't you care about the company's situation? The company's matters are handled by my uncle and my dad. What do I need to worry about? Qin Cheng replied gloomily. Besides, even if I wanted to care, I wouldn't know where to start. My dad and the others want to tell me about the company's affairs. Where did you get this information? Did Chen Xian tell you something? No. Wang Shuo quickly shook his head, saying seriously, I swear I can't stand Chen Xian. But I advise you to find out when you have time. I'm curious too. Remember to let me know what you find out. Qin Cheng lay back down and replied, Brothers, I'm leaving first. See you in 15 days. Wang Shuo shouted, holding back tears. A weak response came from the dorm, sounding like a bunch of newly born puppies, lacking any spirit. Wang Shuo grinned, packed his things, and quickly went downstairs. After running out of the school gate, he saw a familiar black car parked by the roadside. He hurried over, opened the door, and got in. Classmate, you're a bit late. I waited for you for 2 minutes. Sorry, driver, Wang Shuo quickly apologized. Let us go to the Guanggu Software Park. By the time Ding Runin arrived at the graduate school of Huazhong University of Science and Technology, it was already 4 in the afternoon. More than an hour had passed since she made the phone call. To be honest, Ding Runin wanted to fly to her mentor immediately to discuss things. But looking at the paper on the desk, she felt a bit embarrassed and had to patiently revise it carefully before hurriedly bringing it over. It seemed her mentor had been waiting for a long time. Sorry, teacher, I'm late. She didn't dare to be negligent and quickly walked forward. The Minter, who had been lost in thought, looked up upon hearing her voice, revealing a somewhat weathered face, with thin glasses resting on his nose. Ding Runan was worried they might fall off at any moment. Fortunately, the concerns she had did not materialize, as the Minter casually took off his glasses and placed them on the table nearby. Runan, you're just in time, he said, pinching the bridge of his nose. I was pondering what you just mentioned about this node-based recurrent neural network. It's a node-based self-recurrent neural network, Professor, Ding Runan added, and it has a ready-made architecture. I took a look, and it's quite complex. Since your research direction involves neural networks and their applications, I wanted to ask you, is this something proposed by a certain foreign scholar that I'm not aware of? As she spoke, she took out a carefully folded A4 paper and handed it to the Minter. I found it difficult to understand some of the content inside. It seemed to make some sense, yet upon closer inspection, it felt somewhat off, so I had to consult the professor. The Minter nodded. He particularly appreciated Ding Runan's tenacity, her determination to understand everything, and her relentless pursuit of knowledge. He glanced at the A4 paper in his hand, and in just one look, he was stunned. Even though he had heard Ding Runan introduce some of the details and had some guesses about this so-called node-based self-recurrent neural network, he was still amazed by the architect's imaginative design when he actually saw the architecture. This is truly a wild imagination. The Minter shook his head and sighed. But unfortunately, Professor, is this not feasible? Ding Runan quickly asked, feeling frustrated at being stumped by a piece of paper from Wang Shuo, which made her sign a leave request obediently. Wang Shuo, oh Wang Shuo, don't let me catch you. How dare you mock me? If I don't deal with you, you'll never know how the nickname Mother Tyrannosaurus of Central China came about. The Minter, however, took off his glasses again and said, Runan, you know I research neural networks and their applications, including the convergence of artificial neural networks and their use in pattern recognition, as well as theoretical studies on pattern recognition and associative memory based on neural networks. I've dabbled in all neural network algorithms, both domestically and internationally. So I can first confirm that, to my knowledge, there has never been a similar algorithm introduced in my circle, or rather, it's not an algorithm, it's a system. A complete engine. A system? An engine? Ding Runan was a bit confused. Is it really that mysterious? So, is this thing feasible? The Minter shook his head. Ding Runan was completely bewildered. Is it feasible or not? Is Wang Shuo just playing tricks, or has he really designed an independent algorithm? Theoretically, this thing is feasible. The Minter explained. The designer proposed a hypothesis, which is node-distributed computing. Through this method, all existing algorithms have been reprogrammed and integrated into this network. However, this brings up a problem. There are so many algorithms, each corresponding to a specific situation, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. How do you determine which algorithm to use when encountering a particular data input? This cannot be solved with existing technology. But this architecture proposes a solution, which is the node-based self-recurrent neural network. If I am not mistaken, this should be a set of computer logic algorithms that allow a computer to perform logical operations based on predefined conditions, effectively coordinating different algorithms to achieve the desired results. In a sense, this is akin to a rudimentary computer brain. It would continuously incorporate various algorithms, enhancing the computer's functionalities and potentially leading to a form of intelligence, especially if there were a learning module involved. The Minter pondered for a moment, seemingly finding it implausible, and couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Indeed, it was a wild imagination. However, there are many issues with this concept. The first concern is whether implementation is feasible. If the person designing this system cannot formulate reasonable logical algorithms, then the entire system would fundamentally fail. The second issue pertains to size. All algorithms must run through a database, with inputs and outputs reliant on data. Different algorithms require different data inputs, thus necessitating various databases for storage, which inevitably leads to a massive database issue. I seem to have overlooked something. Watching the Minter fall into deep thought, Ding Runan's mind felt somewhat overloaded. Initially, her feelings upon seeing this paper were awe, profundity, and confusion, but now it was shock. Yes, shock. Especially when she heard the Minter utter the phrase rudimentary computer brain. She was utterly astonished. What does rudimentary computer brain mean? Perhaps another term would clarify it. It signifies basic intelligence. Has the lifelong research direction of her and her Minter been so effortlessly resolved by a piece of paper, by a so-called node-based recurrent neural network? There might still be various difficulties, but at least there is now a clear direction, right? As for whether this fundamental computer logic algorithm could be realized, Ding Runin was certain. She could still vividly recall that insufferable brat's annoying yet earnest and confident gaze, along with those words that made her grit her teeth. Your paper mentioned decision trees, support vector machines, naive Bayes classification, recurrent neural networks, and other algorithms. So why not incorporate a neural logic module into the computer? I designed a logic algorithm called a node-based recurrent neural network. If you agree to grant me leave, I will show you the algorithm and provide the source code unconditionally. Ding Runin gritted her teeth, finally unable to hold back, and exclaimed, Wang Shuo, you little brat, I will remember you. Chapter 21. Guanggu Software Park City W. Guanggu Software Park. Wang Shuo stood in front of a not-so-tall building, gazing at the lush surroundings and the faint outline of an artificial lake in the distance. Feeling somewhat impressed. Is this the office space prepared by Chen Xin? Indeed, money can bring a sense of ease and comfort. When will I be able to be as financially carefree as Miss Chun, treating money like dirt? Reflecting on the contract he had settled with Miss Chun, Wang Shuo smiled slightly, thinking it didn't seem too difficult. Regaining his composure, Wang Shuo stepped into the building. Welcome. A young lady who seemed to have been waiting for a while stepped forward and greeted. Hello, how may I assist you? Her warm smile made Wang Shuo feel a bit awkward as he rubbed his nose and replied, Hi, I'm Chen Xin. You must be Mr. Wang Shuo, right? The young lady looked at him with mild curiosity. Miss Chen has already made arrangements for you. I'll take you to see it now. Wang Shuo swallowed the rest of his sentence and nodded. Okay. Let me first introduce you to the specifics of our park, the young lady said while leading the way. The W City Optical Valley Software Park is located at the intersection of Guanshan Avenue and Nanhu Avenue in the Optical Valley District. The initial planning for the park covered an area of 680 acres, with a total construction area of 730,000 square meters, including 630,000 square meters above ground and 100,000 square meters underground. Our park is recognized by the Ministry of Science and Technology, so the facilities are very complete. Mr. Wang, you seem quite young. You must still be a student, right? I'm a freshman at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. It's impressive that you have started your own company at such a young age. It would be even better if you were at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. As it's less than 5 kilometers from our park, just a few minutes by taxi, quite convenient. The young lady smiled and continued her introduction. The building you are in now belongs to Area A of our park, which is close to the central artificial lake. If you sit on the 3rd floor, you can see the lake's surface just by looking up. Mr. Wang Shuo, please follow me. The young lady led Wang Shuo up to the 3rd floor. This floor is specifically prepared for Miss Chun, totaling 246 square meters. According to your requirements, it has been equipped with complete facilities and enterprise-level servers. And the fees have already been paid, so you can use it with peace of mind. Our park has a professional property management company, and if you have any issues or requests during your lease, you can let us know, and we will resolve them promptly. Looking at the spacious floor filled with computers and equipment, along with a dedicated server room, Wang Shuo was somewhat taken aback. The rent here must be quite expensive? Our park charges based on specific areas and sizes. For the building rented by Miss Chun, the rent is 230 yuan per square meter, which is not too expensive. Wang Shuo mentally calculated. 246 multiplied by 230, that would be 56,000 yuan per month. But that's around 500,000, not too much. Perhaps wanting to ease Wang Shuo's concerns, the young lady kindly said, Mr. Wang, you don't need to worry. Miss Chun has rented this building for a year, and you won't have to worry about any issues during that time. Moreover, Miss Chun has paid all property fees and maintenance costs for the year in one lump sum, so you and your company can move in right away. This is quite a favor, Wang Shuo, feeling somewhat dazed, bid farewell to the welcoming young lady and sat on a sofa on the 3rd floor, staring blankly at the neatly arranged equipment. Did he overlook something? What could it be? In the city center of W, at the Chun Group branch, Chen Xin quietly looked at the middle-aged man in front of her, who wore a bitter expression, remaining silent. Xin, I know you have a lot of grievances against me right now, but no matter how you feel, you can't act recklessly. The middle-aged man said helplessly in the video, Look at what you've been doing lately, skipping school, running away from home, wandering around alone, and almost encountering danger. You think that's acceptable? I understand you want to repay their help, and I have no objections to that. Our family is large and prosperous. We can't let it be known that we are ungrateful. But look at what you did afterward. Paying for hospital bills is understandable, and I can also accept delivering breakfast every day. But you went and set up a company for them and signed contracts. How am I supposed to explain this to your aunt and uncles? You're driving me crazy. Chen Xian listened quietly without interrupting. Especially the contracts. Signing them was one thing. I could think of it as your way of repaying that Wang person. But you took it upon yourself to hand over the group's confidential information to an outsider. You're not a child anymore. You should clearly understand the seriousness of this matter. This is a huge issue that concerns the survival of the company. If even a hint of this leaks out, we won't even need to wait for the betting contract to take effect. The group could collapse on its own. Chen Xian, oh Chen Xian. The middle-aged man looked troubled and finally sighed. What can I say to you? You two sisters have grown up under my watch. Yet neither of you has given me peace of mind. This matter of yours is still under discussion by the board, if they catch hold of your mistakes. The middle-aged man shook his head sadly, as if recalling something that upset him. I agreed. What? Chen Xian said calmly. I agreed to your aunt and uncle's conditions. The middle-aged man showed a hint of surprise. I consented to the matter with Matsumoto's son, Chen Xian said calmly, but I also put forth conditions. And your aunt and uncles agreed. Chen Xian looked quietly at her father. So rest assured, the shareholders won't use this matter to make things difficult for you. The middle-aged man seemed to lose his strength at once. So I am the only one left in the dark? Uncle Chun was someone I firmly insisted should not be told, and I even threatened him for that. So don't blame Uncle Chen. This is all my own choice. No one forced me. The middle-aged man, after all, had been in charge of the group for decades and quickly regained his composure. Xianer, have you made your decision? The transaction has already been completed. Father, Chen Xian said softly, with her head down. I want to hear you call me Dad, just like when you were little. Chen Xian remained silent. The middle-aged man showed a hint of a bitter smile and sighed. Do you know what kind of difficulties the group is facing? I know. Chen Xian nodded. That's why I agreed to this transaction, because it's the only way to save you and the group. In the end, I still can't bear to abandon you, Dad. Across the entire region, there are so many people, yet no successful teams. The most critical aspect, the system, has never reached the level of some other nations. I once tried to utilize all the resources of the group to break through and innovate, even going so far as to establish a branch in a certain city and create a tech company while seeking incubators and recruiting engineers. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man shook his head. So you really believe that this benefactor of yours can help you? Can they resolve the issue that the group couldn't in 15 days? Chen Xian lowered her head in silence. It's good that you can understand. The middle-aged man showed no expression, stating that he would do his best to salvage the situation and advised her not to overthink it, urging her to trust him. Also, I hope you will cease any retaliatory actions against the group and that nothing else will happen. After saying this, the middle-aged man ended the video call. Chen Xian sat quietly, contemplating the man's words. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. She glanced at it and saw what seemed to be a message on a social platform. Initially reluctant to check it, she instinctively opened it after noticing the nickname. A slight smile appeared on her lips. Chapter 22. Creating New Code. After sending the message to Chen Xian, Wang Shua lay back on the sofa, feeling hopeless about his life. After half an hour of serious contemplation, he finally remembered what he had overlooked. Chen Xian wasn't renting a single floor, but an entire building. Wang Shua counted. The building had 3 floors, each measuring 246 square meters, totaling 738 square meters. The monthly rent was 170,000, amounting to 2.04 million a year. This didn't even include the annual property management fees, equipment setup, maintenance costs, and other expenses. According to his agreement with Chen Xian, all of this money was supposed to come from him. Was Chen Xian really helping him? It seemed like she was trying to ensure he would owe her money for life. Wang Shua was furious. He immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Chen Xian. Miss Chen, you are going too far. I knew you had ulterior motives. Even if you want to lend money with high interest, you should at least give some space to refuse. How can you suddenly put me in so much debt? I tell you, I, Wang Shua, absolutely do not owe you money. Never. Even if you give me 10 million, I will insist on paying you back. Absolutely. Wang Shua, will never work for you. After sending the message, Wang Shua slumped back on the sofa, not expecting Chen Xian to reply anyway, as she had never responded to him before. But this time, just a few minutes later, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was indeed a reply from Chen Xian, consisting of just 2 words, interest. Wang Shua instantly deflated. He wanted to soften his tone, but couldn't bring himself to do it, so he shot back 2 words. Dream on. Dejected, he set his phone aside. Despite the words he had said, he was already cornered. There was no way out except to succeed. He could only hope that the elders of the humanoid race would be strong enough to allow him to slap Chun Xion's cold face back in return. Sitting at his desk, he reached for the expensive computer he couldn't afford, feeling its smooth touch, the large screen, and the incredibly fast startup speed. Indeed, he could just accept it. How could a mere 3 million be something a small fry like him could repay? Was he just too proud? However, this property management is indeed quite professional. They have long installed various development software on the computer that might be needed, including demand tools, design tools, construction tools, testing tools, maintenance tools, and so on, all of which are readily available. It looks high-end and sophisticated. It shouldn't be pirated software, right? Wang Shuo casually opened his email, downloaded the attachments inside, and prepared to take a serious look at them. Thanks to the powerful downlink bandwidth, the attachments downloaded very quickly. In just over 5 minutes, more than 2 gigabytes of attachments were completely downloaded. Wang Shuo opened them and began to review. Time passed by, and it wasn't until half an hour later that Wang Shuo had skimmed through all the materials. This is quite a pit, he thought, looking at the materials in front of him with a sense of despair. Just by looking, he felt his heart tremble. The information on the screen was quite simple. It detailed the parameters and technical specifications of a multi-axis machining center developed by their company. From the materials, the performance of this machining center seems decent, capable of precision machining for various shapes of components, including hollow processing. But then the problems arose. The machine was built, and the precision could be guaranteed. But it was stuck at the control system stage and couldn't get past it. The company had also tried several domestically developed machine control software, but the complexity and precision of the operations were simply unbearable. Not only did it frequently misfire, but it also often had bugs, leading to a high waste rate of processing materials and increasing processing costs by 3 to 5 times or more. Who would buy such a machining center? Who would dare to use it? If this product were to be launched, the technology company under the group would likely be overwhelmed by criticism, and the stock price would plummet. If competitors took the opportunity to short the stock at that time, the group would be doomed. However, there is often a silver lining in bad situations. The group is merely stuck on the software issue and cannot extricate itself. But the overall quality of the product is still quite good. With 5-axis linkage, built-in tool storage, and tool-changing functions, its repeat positioning accuracy can reach 0.0009 mm. And the physical precision limit is extremely high, already close to the domestic first-tier level. If the issues with the control system and tool setting instrument could be resolved, allowing the machine tool's physical performance to be fully realized, and if the price were slightly more reasonable, it could potentially become a popular product across the region. A sufficiently positive news would definitely cause the Group S stock to surge, and regardless of the difficulties faced, they would likely be easily resolved. The group is also working toward this goal, but unfortunately, based on the current level of domestic software, no one can confidently say that their software can handle it, let alone achieve comprehensive performance stronger than foreign counterparts in the same series. It seems that I have jumped into a huge pit. Previously, Wang Shuo optimistically estimated that this system would require a team of 50 people to develop, but it now appears that not even 150 people would be able to manage it. Currently, 2 tricky problems lie in front of Wang Shuo: the control system and the high-precision tool setting instrument. The control system can be set aside. But what is this high-precision tool setting device? Tool setting? Shouldn't the tools be set automatically? Why is there a need for a tool setting device? Wang Shuo looked puzzled and decided to ask for clarification. If he didn't understand, he could always search online. He quickly took out his phone and opened a search engine, where a few words appeared. Search it and you'll know. Wang Shuo shrugged and typed in tool setting device. As expected, the first 10 search results were almost all advertisements. Manage the lifespan of your tool setting device. Reduce your tool costs. Certified technology for specialized tool setting devices. How to choose a tool setting device. It wasn't until he turned the page that Wang Shuo finally found what he was looking for. According to the online encyclopedia, a tool setting device. During the processing of workpieces, the auxiliary time for loading and unloading workpieces and adjusting tools accounts for a significant proportion of the processing cycle, especially the adjustment of tools, which is both mentally exhausting and extremely time-consuming. Types of tool setting devices include plug-in arms, drop-down arms, and fully automatic tool setting arms. Wang Shuo suddenly realized. No wonder he hadn't seen this in humanoid civilization. It's simply too backward. An issue that could be resolved with a program and equipment has to be equipped with an auxiliary device. How outdated. Having clarified the situation, Wang Shuo no longer hesitated. He quickly opened the design tool and began to slowly construct the ideas that had been lingering in his mind for a long time. As for that thick requirements manual, he didn't even look at it. What good would it do except waste time? Anyway, he could just add all the necessary functions that a CNC operating system should have. Modular disassembly recognition? That should be needed, so he added it. A comprehensive circuit protection system? That is useful, added. PMC signals and PMC function set? Absolutely essential, added. Alarm and diagnostic functions? That must be included, added. Wang Shuo was busy and engrossed, and soon a complete operating system architecture appeared in the design software. The remaining task was to implement its functions through code. He poured himself a glass of water and happily looked at his creation. This architecture work was quite simple. Did it really require 10 or 20 days? Wang Shuo began to doubt whether those architects were actually working for their salaries. Well, having understood the specific requirements and built the architecture, the next step was to implement it, which seemed like a piece of cake for him. Suddenly, Wang Shuo froze. He realized that the implementation process didn't seem so easy after all. How did I forget about this? Wang Shuo closed his eyes and pondered. His entire system was built on the humanoid code. Let's just call it code for now. The principles are the same. His system was based on the humanoid code system, using their language for compilation, but there was no English version of the code for him to reference. Not to mention the source code. There wasn't even a single letter available. Wang Shuo was somewhat dumbfounded. What should I do? A good programming language should have a very clear logical structure. English, as a language, has the greatest advantage of being able to arrange and combine 26 letters to express different meanings through various letters, lengths, and patterns. This makes it one of the languages closest to computer languages. After all, 1 is enough, and 2 is sufficient. If one were to write code using Chinese logic, the result would likely be incomprehensible gibberish. However, it is undeniable that the expressive capacity and meaning of Chinese characters are much stronger than those of English. But writing one's own code in English? Wang Shuo thought for a moment, shook his head, and dismissed this daunting idea. Not to mention that this idea is impractical. Even if it could be realized, the workload would be overwhelming for Wang Shuo. The code of the humanoid race is remarkably concise, having pushed computer logic gates to an extreme level, while code constructed in English is often filled with chaotic logic, repetition, and errors. Wang Shuo compared the two and found that commands that would typically require 2, 3, or even more than 10 lines in English could often be expressed in just 1 line, or even 2 or 3 characters in the humanoid code. This leads to a frustrating conclusion. Within a limited time, it would be impossible for Wang Shuo to complete the development of several million lines of code. Even if he worked himself to the bone, he couldn't produce it. What about compiling in Chinese? That also seems unfeasible. Under the current logical conditions, the workload of writing code in Chinese is incalculable, as it involves modifications to the underlying hardware programs. No matter how extraordinary Wang Shuo is, he cannot magically change the hardware's foundation. This situation is quite troubling. Over a dozen days of massive workloads. Why is it so easy for others to make money, while even a simple task for himself feels so dirty and exhausting? Wang Shuo took a deep breath, glanced at the darkened sky outside, feeling frustrated to the point of wanting to spit blood. Despite the difficulties, work must continue. Wang Shuo didn't want to tarnish his reputation. Money was secondary. But he couldn't let Chen Xian look down on him. He had to create an impressive outcome. He must slap that girl Chen Xian in the face. Isn't there existing code? He would create it. Isn't there a compiler? He would create it. Isn't there an instruction set? He would create it. No path. Then he would forge one. In reality, there isn't a corresponding coding language for the humanoid script. He needed to convert them and then describe and package them using methods from Earth. He also needed a compiler. Creating and converting the coding language wasn't difficult, but the converted language needed to be recognizable by computers. Lastly, he faced the challenge of time. This was a tough issue. Wang Shuo exhaled, his mind racing. As long as his thoughts stayed on track, solutions would always outnumber the problems. If there is no coding language, he would create one. If there is no underlying software, he would create a compiler. If there isn't enough time to code, he would invent a coding machine. Starting anything is always the hardest part. What he should do first is simplify the code. Chapter 23, Fundamental Core Applications. Rather than simplification, it is more about creating a new computer language, completely breaking away from any existing systems and taking a different approach. A new advanced programming language will be developed based on a simplified code instruction set inspired by humanoid civilizations, combined with the current English coding system. According to Wang Shua's plan, this new advanced programming language must meet several specific requirements: simplicity, minimalism, efficiency, stability, and sophistication. This means it should be easier to learn, take up less space, run more efficiently, be more stable, and have a higher level of abstraction. This requires Wang Shua to redefine every assembly instruction, even going so far as to redefine the binary units composed of zeros and ones at the most fundamental level. He will then reassemble the defined binary files into single instructions, which will form the assembly command language, and then apply the humanoid civilization's simplified code instruction set to reorganize it into composite instructions, omitting extremely detailed parts to create a new instruction set. This is an extremely complicated task that consumes a lot of time and energy. However, Wang Shua has no shortcuts to choose from. He can only fully utilize his spirit of hard work and self-sacrifice, tirelessly crafting the code structure he desires, one command at a time. It is not easy. At least Wang Shua feels that after working tirelessly through the night, his progress has been minimal. When the rising sun casts its first rays into the room, Wang Shua realizes that it is already bright outside, and he has unknowingly spent the entire night in front of the computer. What surprises him even more is that after a night of intense coding and mental effort, he feels perfectly fine, invigorated even, with only a slight discomfort in his body reminding him that he has been sitting for an entire night. Looking at the time in the bottom right corner of the computer screen, it reads 7:25 a.m. Thanks to Chen Xin, Wang Shua, who never used to eat breakfast, has now developed a good habit of eating on time. At this moment, he can hear his stomach protesting. If he ignores it, it might soon escalate into a riot. He estimates that he has completed about 3% of the work. Muttering to himself, Wang Shua stands up and walks to the window, stretching while gazing at the calm lake in the distance. The software park is very quiet at this hour, with hardly anyone on the road. Only some unknown birds chirping noisily, and occasionally a gentle breeze swaying the long willow branches. Just as Wang Shua is about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly sees someone walking quietly along the path, heading directly toward the building he is in. Why is she here? Wang Shua wonders in surprise. A few minutes later, he hears some movement on the first floor, and moments later, a striking figure appears at the third-floor staircase. Long hair flows smoothly over her shoulders, with a high nose, thin lips, and calm, deep eyes. Wang Shua stares at Chen Xin, his expression unfriendly. This woman has dug such a big pit for him. Is she here to watch him make a fool of himself? What are you doing here? Chen Xin remains silent, glancing at the computer screen and the light that Wang Shua hadn't turned off yet, her beautifully shaped eyebrows slightly furrowed. Had he not slept all night? Was she concerned about him? Wang Shua suddenly felt a bit guilty as he remembered that he owed this woman 3 million. After all, she was his creditor. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was indeed just a small worker at the moment. Chen Xin quietly observed him. Fine. Wang Shua surrendered without much dignity. Pointing at the computer, there were some basic infrastructures that needed to be built from scratch yesterday, and I lost track of time. Let's have breakfast, he added. Chen Xin didn't seem to care much about that, placing the plastic bag she was holding in front of the computer. She took a serious look at the screen filled with code data, and when she realized she didn't understand it, she sat down on the nearby sofa and took out a book she always carried with her. Reading anywhere was Miss Chen's unique skill. However, this girl was quite skilled at delivering breakfast, increasingly embodying the qualities of a virtuous wife. Wang Shua admired her in his heart, but he didn't let it show on his face. He sat down next to the computer without hesitation and picked up the buns, youtiao, and millet porridge that Chen Xin had brought for him. Not bad, very thoughtful. While bread and milk were good, they were just too bland. Taking a delicious bite of the bun and a big sip of millet porridge, Wang Shua felt a warm satisfaction wash over him as the food settled in his stomach. Especially since this breakfast was personally delivered by Miss Chen, it seemed to elevate its value. Thinking that each bun might cost a fortune, he felt he couldn't waste any of it and decided to eat as much as he could. When the last bun and the final spoonful of porridge were gone, Chen Xin raised her head at the right moment. Wang Shua looked puzzled. It's nothing, Chen Xin replied, lowering her head again. I might stay for a while before leaving, just wanted to let you know. Oh, Wang Shua nodded, not thinking it was anything out of the ordinary. After finishing breakfast and stretching, he immediately turned his attention back to the computer, starting to rethink his approach. Completing only about 3% of the progress in one night was definitely not acceptable. At this rate, he wouldn't even be able to produce the most basic new programming language, let alone build the system. Wang Shuo frowned in thought. Having already overlooked Chen Xian sitting beside him, Women only slowed down his coding speed. According to his original plan, he intended to start building the control system only after successfully developing the new advanced programming language, which would save him a lot of time and effort. However, after estimating yesterday's workload, Wang Shuo realized this plan was unrealistic. The complexity of the new programming language exceeded his expectations, and if he continued with the original plan, it would take him at least 12 days to fully compile the new programming language. However, the remaining 3 days are simply too short. So short that even if he uses a new programming language, he won't be able to complete the development and testing of the control system smoothly, let alone add features and adaptations. Wang Shuo can only temporarily set aside this plan and think of other ways. He can only focus on producing the necessary parts first, while the remaining parts can be gradually completed. That's it. Wang Shuo's eyes suddenly lit up, and he shook his head in frustration, wondering how he could have forgotten such an important thing. The gadget he used to amuse the teacher yesterday turned out to be useful today. Whether it was Wang Shuo's good judgment or sheer luck, he randomly drew out the basic intelligent core architecture, which is claimed to be the cornerstone of humanoid civilization, and even came up with a name for a node-based self-circulating neural network, successfully impressing teacher Ding Runan and achieving his goal of taking leave. The source code for the intelligent core architecture does not require the entire programming language. He just needs to compile the necessary source code right now. As long as he can successfully set up the basic framework and pair it with the core logic gate algorithm of the humanoid race, the entire core can operate autonomously. In that case, even if he spends all his time building the basic intelligent core, as long as he succeeds and can provide the core's source code for the system, he can completely let the intelligent core fill in the remaining operational code. Wang Shuo was excited. If it weren't for Chen Xian sitting next to him, he would have wanted to jump up and give himself a big thumbs up, not wanting her to think he was foolish. However, happiness should still be shared, so he cleared his throat. Miss Chun, if I have nothing to do, please don't disturb me while I read. Also, you've been sitting there for half an hour. Half an hour? Wang Shuo immediately swallowed back what he wanted to say, looking at Chen Xian's expressionless face, unsure of what had annoyed her. But women, after all, often act irrationally. If Chen Xian were to reason with him seriously, he might have to flee in panic. Well, it seems like Chen Xian has always been quite reasonable. Wang Shuo lost his desire to boast, pulling back his wandering thoughts, and began to seriously consider his recent idea. The more he thought about it, the more hopeful he felt about its success. Of course, if he failed, aside from Chen Xian's displeasure, it seemed there wouldn't be much else. Certainly, it would be even better if he didn't have such a strong sense of pride. Carrying 300,000 felt like he was always working for Chen Xian. Shaking his head, Wang Shuo began to output code earnestly. It seemed like there was an endless stream of ideas flowing in his mind, and his fingers were flying over the keyboard. Wang Shuo prioritized compiling the command set for constructing the basic intelligent core, directly skipping over less important or completely unnecessary command sets. Time flew by amid the continuous sound of Wang Shuo's typing and Chen Xian's flipping through pages. At 7 p.m., Chen Xian closed her book on time and signaled the bodyguard who brought the food to place the meal box aside, making sure not to disturb Wang Shuo, who was typing away. She gently picked up the lunchbox and, accompanied by her bodyguard, walked down to the first floor. Miss, Uncle Chun just called again, asking about your return time. Wait a little longer. Miss, I'm afraid we can't wait any longer. The bodyguard paused. The chairman has personally come. He knows I'm here? Not exactly. Miss, you instructed that this involves group secrets and must not be disclosed to outsiders. The bodyguard seemed to hesitate for a moment. Even the chairman is not allowed to disclose it. Well done. Chen Xian nodded lightly. Since father is here, we should go back. Chapter 24 Chen Zhongshuan. The chairman of the Chun Group arrived at the W City branch. This was undoubtedly significant news for the W City branch. After all, the group is so large that not everyone has the fortune to meet the chairman in person. As for the reason for the chairman's visit, the staff at the W City branch didn't care much. What they cared about was whether they could leave a good impression in front of the chairman. If they could, it would definitely provide them with an opportunity to rise. Unfortunately, After the chairman arrived at the branch, he only made a brief appearance before retreating to the executive office, leaving many men and women who had secretly prepared feeling a bit disappointed. At this moment, Chen Zhongshuan was sitting in the manager's office, carefully admiring a teacup. Beside him stood Uncle Chen with his hands at his sides. "Ah, Banghua," Chen Zhongshuan's voice was deep. "Shiner has caused you trouble these past few days. Fortunately, with you here, this girl hasn't created a bigger mess." "You're too kind, sir," Uncle Chen replied with a smile. "You know the young lady's temperament. It's not my concern." "It's precisely because I know that I'm worried," Chen Zhongshuan sighed. "I know this girl feels wronged, so I didn't tell her about these troublesome matters. I originally planned to wait until things settled down to inform her, but unexpectedly, Yuner is also aware of right and wrong and won't act recklessly." "You've always favored these two girls," Chen Zhongshuan chuckled and shook his head. "But this time, favoritism won't help. Shiner decided on her own without telling me, which has ruined my plans. I've already given the board a heads up, but they are adamant about holding Shiner to her promise." Chen Zhongshuan snorted. "These guys really think I'm just a merchant who can only meditate and chant. By relying on luck, I would have long been picked clean by this capital market. Are you suspicious?" "Not suspicious." Chen Zhongshuan's expression was grave. "But this incident is too coincidental. Outsiders are well aware of our group's movements, assets, and cash flow, making it easy for them to identify our weaknesses. I can't help but be suspicious, especially with what Shiner encountered." "Are you suspecting Wang Shuo?" "Not really." Chen Zhongshuan shook his head. "The likelihood of Wang Shuo being involved is quite low. Rather, those two robbers were too bold." Uncle Chen's expression suddenly darkened. "I've already sent someone to inquire. News will come soon. Let's wait a bit longer." Chen Zhongshuan took a sip of tea and praised, "Banghua, your tea brewing skills have reached a new level. Excellent water and tea. If you like it, you can take some back. Just steep it in hot water for a bit, and it will absorb the flavor." Chen Zhongshuan nodded, not refusing. "Banghua, you have been with me for decades, haven't you?" 30 years, my lord." Uncle Chen sighed a bit. "When I followed you, you were still a spirited young man, just entering the Chen family. And the Chen family was just a small company. In the blink of an eye, 30 years have passed. Yes, time really flies." Chen Zhongshuan showed a hint of nostalgia, thinking back to when he first took over the Chen family. "You were just a young man like me back then, but now." Chen Zhongshuan couldn't help but sigh. "Time waits for no one." "You don't have to be sad, my lord." Uncle Chen smiled slightly. "With your leadership, it is a blessing for the Chen family. Back then, the young lady and the old lady relied on each other, and their only company was about to be taken away. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be the current Chen family or the Chen group." Chen Zhongshuan smiled and shook his head. "Banghua, you are mistaken about this. Back then, I was indeed young and ambitious, wanting to build my own business empire. But painful failures also taught me that in this world, strength is ultimately what matters. Sometimes, connections are more important than money. So my Xiner, you are back." Chen Zhongshuan's voice came to a halt. Chen Xin, who had just walked in, nodded at his words and went straight to sit down opposite him. "Where have you been?" "Dealing with some matters." Chen Zhongshuan frowned, looking at his daughter's calm face, and finally let out a sigh, feeling somewhat helpless. "Why don't you listen when I talk? Did I not tell you how complex and difficult this matter is? Did I not mention that this technology has been monopolized abroad? Did I not say that companies across the land are trying to break through, but no comparable products have emerged? Did I not tell you that even if the company spends a fortune to organize a team of dozens, they haven't completely overcome this challenge? Did I not tell you not to trust a college freshman's empty words? Do you know what the board thinks of your conditions? They are waiting to see you fail. If you can't produce a decent product by then, you will completely lose your voice in the group. There won't even be a way out. Do you understand?" Chen Xian calmly nodded. "Since you understand, why are you still doing this? I'll be honest with you, before coming to W City, I also gathered the company's software engineers for an assessment and even specifically consulted professors and experts from a certain university. Do you know what they said?" Without waiting for Chen Xian to respond, Chen Zhongshuan continued in a heavy tone. 2 years. Developing a complete system, along with later testing and packaging, requires 2 years. And that's with a team of 50. It cannot even guarantee that there won't be any crash issues. Tell me, how can one person compare to an elite team of 50? Chen Xian remained indifferent. "You don't trust Dad. Fearing that I would use you as a bargaining chip for the group's interests, so you ran away secretly, even wanting to vent your dissatisfaction. I don't blame you. But why are you being so foolish?" Chen Zhongshuan looked at his daughter with a twinge of pain. "How could you trust a university freshman you've known for such a short time? The board is already holding onto your conditions tightly. Although I am the chairman, I can't make unilateral decisions on everything, especially since your conditions have given them enough reason to be concerned. What did they say? Chen Xian asked lightly. They demand immediate product testing, Chen Zhongshuan sighed. The board has decided to conduct the product test in 15 days. They will gather the company's engineers and even invite renowned scholars to participate, ensuring the test's fairness and reasonableness. At the same time, we will formally invite a company from a certain country to discuss the import of technology, ideally having them send technical personnel to W City for specific operational guidance. Chen Xian nodded. I will personally oversee this negotiation and testing. Chen Zhongshuan looked at his daughter, his tone solemn. The negotiators from the parent company will arrive in W City within a week, likely accompanied by people from the regional branch. You should refrain from getting involved initially. I will handle the preliminary contacts. As for Wang Shuo, let's put that matter to rest. You've done what you needed to do. If that boy is truly talented, he will shine in a few years. You owe him nothing. Chen Xian fell silent for a moment before nodding. If there's nothing else, you should rest. Once this is all over, come back to Baidu with me. Chen Xian left without a word, leaving only Chen Zhongshuan and Uncle Chen in the room. Sir, I see that Miss has some feelings for Matsumoto, Uncle Chen said. Chen Zhongshuan sipped his tea and shook his head slightly. This matter is no longer up to me or Xian to decide. The sentiments within the group are complex, so we need to think long-term. For now, Xian will have to endure. As for Wang Shuo, thinking of him made Chen Zhongshuan frown. Is there any relationship between Xian and Wang Shuo? Uncle Chen, somewhat speechless, replied. Rest assured, sir, there is no relationship between Miss and Wang Shuo. I believe her assistance to him was more about expressing dissatisfaction with the group and making a statement. That's good, Chen Zhongshuan nodded, seeming to relax a bit. Uncle Chen secretly shook his head. Any father would worry about his daughter being taken advantage of by someone unknown. And the sir was no exception. To be honest, if he had a daughter like that, he would be even more concerned. What is Wang Shuo doing now? Uncle Chen hesitated. It seems he is fulfilling a contract? Fulfilling a contract? Chen Zhongshuan opened his mouth. Is it for the processing center system? After receiving a confirming look from Uncle Chen, Chen Zhongshuan burst into laughter, and Uncle Chen smiled slightly. A confident young man. Has he really started taking action? If he can develop that system, no. Even if he can develop a third of the control system and prove the architecture is feasible. Chen Zhongshuan shook his head slightly and did not continue. That's impossible. Chapter 25. Chen's group developing a system? Testing? What a joke. If she can organize a team to master this technology within 15 days, I'll eat this ring. A young man exclaimed as he tossed a diamond ring onto the coffee table, reclining on the sofa with an expression of disdain. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, the large frames adding an air of sophistication. His steady eyes sparkled with an indescribable light, seemingly unfazed by the young man's words as he replied calmly. If you behave like this in front of Mr. Tianzhong, I might have to consider sending Xiaoyang in your place. The young man immediately jumped up, shaking his head vigorously. No way, father. You still don't know me. I can be very impressive in front of outsiders. I would never embarrass you. I hope so. The middle-aged man glanced at him. This matter is extremely important, and your task is quite challenging. Do you understand what you need to do? Understood. The young man sat up straight and recited his father's instructions. First, I need to build a good relationship with Mr. Tianzhong. After arriving in W City, I will actively communicate and coordinate the technology transfer, ensuring that Mr. Tianzhong has a good impression of the Chun Group for a smooth contract conclusion. But why do we need to do this? The young man asked, puzzled. The middle-aged man looked at him and said, continue. Oh, the young man quickly resumed. Second, I need to deliver your handwritten letter to Chairman Chen Zhongshuan of the Chun Group and look for an opportunity to pass the ring to Miss Chen Xian. I like this part. Does this mean you agree to let me pursue Chen Xian? Not just passing it on, but a formal proposal, the middle-aged man corrected him calmly. A proposal? The young man suddenly lost interest, pouting. A casual pursuit is fine, but a proposal is a bit much. I don't want to tie myself down so soon. You don't have a choice. The middle-aged man looked at the young man. This is a unique opportunity. You must do this well. Even if the proposal doesn't succeed, you need to leave a good impression on Miss Chen for future meetings. But father, the young man said with a frown, I'm really not good at proposals. I've given many rings to others, but this is my first time proposing. I'm not mentally prepared. You don't need to be prepared. I will explain the proposal in the letter to Chen Zhongshuan. You just need to find a suitable occasion to do it. The middle-aged man seemed to understand his son well and continued, and don't try any tricks. Your little tactics may be naive, but they can still work on young girls. Just put in the effort, and if you need anything, go directly to the finance department. It can be taken from the company's accounts. How much can I spend? The young man's interest was piqued. As long as you can win over Chun Xian, I will cover any amount. The middle-aged man nodded, speaking calmly. All right. The young man readily agreed, but then added, however, Father, I have one condition. Even if the proposal is successful, I would like to set the wedding date for 4 years later. After all, I'm still young and haven't had enough fun yet. Fine. Thank you, Father. The young man lay back on the sofa, seemingly a bit bored. But why do you insist that I must get this Chun Xian? He asked. The middle-aged man replied calmly, because Chen Zhongshuan is a son-in-law. The young man suddenly understood and gave a thumbs up. You are really amazing, Father. I was wondering why you were focusing on the Chun Group among so many companies in Huaxia. Now it makes sense. Now that you understand, make sure to do well. Whether we can restore our surname depends on you this time, the middle-aged man said, his expression suddenly turning serious. I don't care how you do it, but you must secure Chen Xian no matter how long it takes. But be careful not to raise any suspicion from the Chen family, especially avoid misunderstandings. Do you understand? Got it. Got it. The young man waved his hand, seemingly a bit impatient. Don't worry, Father. Oh, Lu Xiao invited me to a gathering. He cast a questioning glance at the middle-aged man. Go ahead, finish early, and be careful, the father replied. All right. The young man cheered upon receiving a clear answer, grabbed his clothes and car keys, and rushed out the door. Moments later, the middle-aged man heard the roar of an engine, which quickly faded away. This kid. He shook his head slightly, picked up a still-lit cigar, took a deep puff, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Chen family, oh Chen family. The rest of his words were barely audible. Chen Xian wants to develop a new system? Haha, do you believe it? At the headquarters of the Chun Group in Baidu, several shareholders were sitting together, drinking tea and chatting. One shareholder suddenly let out a scoff. If developing a new system were that easy, our group wouldn't have been stuck on this minor software issue for 3 years with no progress, almost dragging the entire group's cash flow down. So just listen. It's just the naivety of a little girl, another remarked. Chen Xiao, you can't say that. Our little niece is still working hard for the group. Although I think her conditions are quite immature, if not for this, how could we negotiate technical cooperation with Company W from the neighboring country? Speaking of which, we really owe this to Chen Xian. Otherwise, that old fox Chen Zhongshuan wouldn't yield so easily. Chen Xian has really dug a big pit for Chen Zhongshuan this time. Haha. Thinking of how frustrated Chen Zhongshuan looked at the board meeting makes me want to burst out laughing. I feel the same, another director chimed in. That old fox Chen Zhongshuan has been in control of the group for so many years. It's time to bring in new blood. I propose that we take this opportunity to completely oust Chen Zhongshuan from the chairman position and truly hand the Chen Group back to the Chen family. I agree. I agree as well. Seconded. I oppose. The discussions halted as everyone turned to the source of the dissenting voice. The person sitting in the middle had a look of disapproval. Chen Yuran, you oppose? I do. The man named Chen Yuran was a middle-aged individual, raising his eyebrows slightly, unafraid of the discontented gazes around him. Why do you oppose? Ladies and gentlemen, let us not forget that we are discussing our group's chairman. The chairman who has led the Chen Group from a small real estate company to its current market value of over 100 billion. Chen Yuran's gaze swept across everyone present, his voice serious. Brothers, sisters, and everyone here, I ask you, whose shares were not personally persuaded by the chairman to acquire? Who among you has not been guided by the chairman to reach today's status? Who among you has not received a single penny in dividends from me and my sister? When my father passed away unexpectedly, the company was on the brink of collapse. My sister and I went to each of you, pleading for your financial support to save the company. Who among you voluntarily stepped up to help? If it weren't for the chairman personally coming to plead, offering you shares and promising full reimbursement for any losses, who would have contributed to saving the company? No one. Even my good brother Chen Yuran suddenly turned his gaze toward the person in the middle who had asked the question, Chen Yuqiong, who had shut out both me and my sister. Now, under the chairman's leadership, the company's performance is thriving. Each of your shares has multiplied dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of times. You are living a life of luxury, residing in the best villas, driving the most expensive cars, eating the finest foods, and purchasing the most extravagant goods. Who provided all this for you? Tell me. The crowd felt awkward, seemingly unable to meet Chen Yuran's gaze. lowering their heads. Only Chen Yuqiong showed no fear, instead revealing a hint of sarcasm. You're right, brother. All of this indeed comes from the chairman, from my dear brother-in-law. But you also see the current situation of the group. Research is limited, funds are short, large amounts of land are stockpiled, but cannot be developed, and various assets are constrained. Even bank loans have shrunk. All of this indicates that the group has reached a dead end. If we don't reform now, we are headed for disaster. Everyone. It won't just be a matter of losing everything. We will be in debt. Massive debt. Everything we currently own could vanish overnight. Thousands of employees who depend on us will be laid off. My fellow directors and I believe that Chairman Chen Zhongshuan has lost control over the group's direction, and the investment in technology companies has severely harmed the group. If the group is to survive, we must change our strategy. What strategy? Chen Yuren scoffed. Is it to develop the group according to your plan? The only way forward is to introduce technology to save the group from crisis. Chen Yuqiong's gaze was cold, stating that long-term, the only solution is to completely withdraw from the technology sector and fully invest assets into real estate to speed up capital turnover, giving the group a chance for rebirth. Withdraw from the technology sector? Chen Yuren showed disdain. And then what? Withdraw from transportation? From services? From retail? It took my brother-in-law decades to free the group from dependency on real estate. And you think you can just revert it with a single statement? This is the only way to save the group. Chen Yuqiong looked around the room and stated, based on my calculations, the demand for real estate in our region is still on the rise, and the market is continually expanding. This is indeed a great period of opportunity. If we can fully invest in the real estate market now, we will quickly reap a wave of benefits that could elevate the group to the next level. The shareholders nodded in agreement, and the room was filled with a cacophony of voices. Enough! Chen Yuren shouted. You are all short-sighted individuals. You only focus on your own immediate benefits while ignoring the distant opportunities. You used your niece to save the group, and I did not oppose that. It was for the good of the group. You united to pressure the chairman to agree to product testing and negotiations, and I also did not oppose that. However, I firmly oppose your proposal for the chairman to step down. To save the group, the most fundamental thing is to adhere to the current direction set by the chairman. Until your objectives are achieved, no one can change that. Everyone seemed stunned into silence, and for a moment, no one spoke. Even Chen Yuqiong sat back down calmly. Chen Yuren, if you're finished, let me say a few words. A middle-aged woman stood up. Whether short-sighted or far-sighted is not what we need to discuss today. What we need to discuss is the product testing in half a month and the upcoming negotiations with the Japanese company. The chairman has personally gone to City W to oversee the negotiations, but I believe we should also pay some attention to the testing. What if our niece succeeds? Wouldn't we then have the chance to promote our brand and open up the market? Laughter erupted in the room, as if the middle-aged woman had told a joke. Chen Yuqiong stood up again, signaling for the woman to sit down. Xiaoling makes a good point. One must have dreams in life and in work. After all, what if we succeed? More laughter followed. As for the product testing in half a month, anyone with ideas can share, she added. Just as she finished speaking, a shareholder stood up. I propose that in addition to gathering company engineers and experts, we could also invite some media and even some friendly competitors and potential clients. If we succeed, we could secure orders on the spot. Yes, exactly. I also suggest we invite notaries and patent agents to the site. If this is indeed a new type of system, we could apply for a patent on the spot. Huh? Great idea, I also propose. Chen Yuren looked at these so-called shareholders in front of him, filled with anger but unsure of where to vent it. He could only grunt and turn to leave the meeting room. Chen Yuqiong watched Chen Yuren's departing figure, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of her mouth, seemingly mocking someone's overreach. Chapter 26. Zero Born. In City W, at the Guanggu Software Park, Wang Shua hastily typed the last letter, took a breath, and looked out the window. It was already evening, and the sun was about to sink below the horizon, leaving a sliver of twilight that illuminated Wang Shua's workspace, casting a beautiful red glow. After several days of tireless effort, Wang Shua finally succeeded today in building the source code for the Intelligent Core program and injecting basic logical algorithms, thereby constructing a foundational logic core. Currently, in the entire graphical source code layout, only the central logic core is illuminated, while the other nodes remain dim. These will be supplemented with algorithm nodes in the later stages. However, with the Intelligent Core architecture and the basic logic core in place, this artificial intelligence is essentially complete. It may not exhibit remarkable intelligence due to algorithm limitations and might even appear somewhat clumsy, but it is still far more advanced than some of the smart voice assistants currently available on the market. The most important aspect is that it possesses logic. It is a computer program endowed with logic. Having logic means it can infer unknown conditions based on existing ones and deduce unknown information and responses from its current database, eliminating the need for repetitive training like a simpleton. This is logic. Once a computer possesses logic, it transforms from merely a computer into a brain that operates at computer speeds, referred to as an intelligent computer. Alright, that was a joke. The last ray of sunlight finally disappeared from the window, leaving only the dimly lit sky outside. Wang Shuo waited quietly. At this time every day, someone would come to bring him dinner, but it was never the person he hoped for. Especially today. He was eager to see that person to share his current anxious feelings. The footsteps sounded right on time. Moments later, a male voice called out, "Mr. Wang Shuo, please enjoy your meal." "Okay, thank you." A very ordinary exchange. Wang Shuo felt a slight disappointment. He had to admit that everyone has their quirks, and for him, not seeing Chen Xian bring him food these past few days made him somewhat nostalgic. Ugh, this bad habit needs to change. The footsteps gradually faded away. Wang Shuo set the dinner aside, plopped down in front of the computer, and began the next step. Skipping the testing phase, he proceeded directly to the packaging run. Watching the dialog box pop up on the desktop, Wang Shuo felt a bit anxious, staring intently at it. One dialog box after another appeared, and data vanished one by one. A torrent of data streamed down the screen like a waterfall. Wang Shuo nervously monitored the progress, knowing that the intelligent core had begun to run, marking the most crucial self-check step before the construction took shape. Due to the absence of many algorithm cores, the self-check was relatively easy to complete without issues. However, Wang Shuo always felt an involuntary tension. He even experienced a sensation akin to a spouse waiting anxiously outside the delivery room while their partner was in labor, anxiety without the power to intervene. Yes, that was exactly the feeling. If it failed, it would mean the collapse of the entire logical system, and everything would have to start over. He had no time to create a new foundational structure within the given time frame, leaving no room for relaxation. Finally, the data stream on the screen disappeared, replaced by a flat cartoon smiley face that seemed to be staring intently outside the screen. Wang Shuo knew that it couldn't see him unless he granted permission. At that moment, the cartoon smiley face in the picture opened its mouth, and a voice came from the speaker beside it, which was Wang Shuo's own voice. "Hello, world." It worked. Wang Shuo was so excited that he almost jumped off his chair. He picked up the microphone next to him, issued a command, and began testing the interactive UI. Check status. Status check normal. Confirm the current time. Command confirmed. The current time is October 31st, 2018, 7:43 p.m. Beijing time. October 31st? Wang Shuo was a bit confused. Had so much time passed? If he remembered correctly, he had asked his counselor for leave on October 19th. Had 11 days already gone by? It seemed he needed to speed things up. Enable definition mode. Authorizer. Highest sequence Wang Shuo. Sequence number S001. Command confirmed. Start defining. I. Definition complete. I have been defined. Who am I? Highest sequence Wang Shuo, my creator. Wang Shuo felt a sense of satisfaction. My creator, he thought. What a grand title. It felt as if he had created a world. Enable camera permissions. Authorizer. Highest sequence Wang Shuo. Sequence number S001. Command confirmed. Define my image and environment. Missing relevant algorithm core. Unable to recognize image. Need to add modules and algorithms before trying again. Wang Shuo shook his head, not surprised at all. This was exactly the error reporting program he had designed. As long as there was a lack of relevant matching, it would trigger. After all, this thing was still a program. It was just smarter than an average program, but even if it was intelligent, you had to provide it with tools or teach it how to work. Otherwise, it was no different from a newborn baby. Can it autonomously establish relevant files and add them as algorithm cores? The key term in this sentence was relevant. This relevant file referred to the image recognition core mentioned in the previous sentence. If it were a typical smart assistant, it would probably just pull up a web page. They couldn't comprehend the connection between the preceding and following statements at all, unable to establish during the attempt. Reason: lack of data support. Wang Shuo was satisfied with this answer. Authorize the addition of learning core modules. First, add a new programming language library and compilation algorithm. Second, add image recognition algorithms. Location: D. After adding, use the new coding compilation language to replace the source code of the image recognition program, and add this as a routine, defined as optimization execution. Command confirmed. Adding progress, 550 successful. Optimizing execution completed. Current code streamlined by 78. Efficiency improved by 147. Accuracy improved by 203. Calculating optimizable algorithms can further enhance to 300. Confirm instruction? Wang Shua's eyes lit up. This was truly an unexpected delight. Confirmation. From now on, please make your own judgments on such matters. If the probability of negative efficiency exceeds 2, notify me for confirmation. Command confirmed. Algorithm optimization is complete. Continue executing my pending instructions. Command confirmed. Subject, top sequence Wang Shua. Male, 18 years old, image defined. Current environment, office, secure, no moving objects detected. Good. Wang Shua is feeling quite spirited and continues to issue instructions. Enable port permissions, allowing access to all ports except network ports, and establish a firewall. Allow access to the server and use server permissions. After access, fully optimize the execution code, starting now. Command confirmed. Connecting to the server. Connection successful. Scanning all ports. Scan successful. Optimizing execution. Complete. Establishing firewall. Successfully established. Execution complete. Wang Shua nods slightly. Limited by the computer's operating speed, the speed of the primary intelligence taking over the server is not fast. But at least it is stable and smooth, with no crashes. It's no wonder that as the most basic intelligent architecture of humanoid civilizations, it must have undergone rigorous refinement to reach this classic form. Moreover, for humanoids, there is zero tolerance for bugs. What is the server status? The server status is stable. Currently no requests or response data. Very good. Wang Shua's tone is quite steady. I officially name you 0, Primary Intelligence. Version 10. From now on, you will be referred to as 0. You are allowed to update files and core algorithms autonomously after connecting to the network. Each file update or core algorithm addition must include a log, which cannot be altered. Command confirmed. Are you locking with the highest sequence authority? Locking confirmed. As Wang Shua listens to Zero's voice through the speaker, his excitement calms down a bit. The joy of success had momentarily clouded his mind. But now he feels that hearing an artificial intelligence use its own voice seems a bit strange. Zero changed the voice frequency, simulating the subject of Wang Shua. He thought for a moment and broke into a cold sweat. If she hears this, will she think I'm a weirdo? Ahem. Adjust to a male, neutral tone. Command confirmed. Adjustment made. The artificial intelligence's voice instantly transformed into a semi-mechanical male voice. Satisfied, Wang Shua issued the final instruction. Now, enable the network port. Authorize you to release crawlers. Collect data and store it using new code. Wang Shua's voice paused. At the same time, establish a new task. I need a new simple operating system. Task priority is set to highest. Just as Wang Shua was eagerly awaiting a response, the neutral male voice from the artificial intelligence shattered his expectations. Unable to establish task. Reason, lack of data support. Chapter 27, Create a Fool? In the end, Wang Shua had no choice but to manually output the source code. Wang Shua, typing away with clenched teeth, glanced at the smiley face in the lower right corner of his computer screen, its upturned corners seeming to mock his ignorance. He couldn't help but feel a bit regretful about why he even created this thing. Zero, play me a song. The music began to play. Zero, I don't like this song. The music paused for a moment before switching to another track. Zero, give me something more relaxing. I need to focus. The music paused again. And shortly after, a heavy metal tune blared out. The cup of water Wang Shua had just picked up nearly toppled over from the loud volume. And he was instantly furious. Stop playing. Zero, go find me the definition of light music. Learn it and come back. I'm sorry, creator. I will update the database as soon as possible to understand the definition of light music. Wang Shua helplessly raised his arm, wanting to express his frustration with the wave, but suddenly recalled that he was not conversing with a human, but rather with a somewhat incompetent artificial intelligence he had painstakingly developed. He let his hand drop with a hint of disinterest. Don't call me creator anymore. Sir sounds too ordinary. Just call me Mr. It's a bit more amusing. Understood. Mr. Wang Shua instinctively nodded, not giving further instructions, and furrowed his brow, turning his thoughts to the main reason for his leave, the Basic Processing Center operating system. The computer screen displayed the code he had typed out, which was the fundamental architecture and part of the source code for the system. As long as he could get it done smoothly, filling in the operational code and generating running files would be a simple task for Zero's logical capabilities and speed. To be honest, a basic processing center operating system was quite simple for Wang Shuo at this stage. In the database of humanoid civilizations, there were thousands of basic digital operating systems. Even though Wang Shuo could only retrieve simple data at this stage, it was enough to create an impressive simple operating system. From the information Chen Xin had provided to Wang Shuo, this basic operating system configuration was entirely sufficient for the processing centers produced by the Chen Group. And there were even concerns about whether the physical limits of the processing center would meet the maximum precision requirements of the system. From the current data on the books, the performance ceiling of the processing center was lower than that of the system. But Wang Shuo felt it wasn't enough. Right now, he felt like a child with a new toy. He was eager to know what Zero could achieve, partly to satisfy his own ego, and partly to give Chen Xin a cold surprise, or perhaps a shock. After all, her gaze towards him was filled with disbelief, making him feel like a heartless person. This overwhelming desire to win. Moreover, this girl had been acting aloof lately, having not brought him breakfast or dinner for quite some time, nor sitting quietly beside him reading and coding. It seemed he was still too soft-hearted. He shouldn't take on such exhausting tasks in the future. Wang Shuo looked at the code on the computer screen, murmuring to himself, then placed his hand on the delete key and pressed it. When Wang Shuo looked up again, sunlight was already flooding in through the window. Looking at the time, it showed 10:31 a.m. Another sleepless night. Wang Shuo yawned, stood up, and walked to the window to look outside. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze with some disappointment and sat down on the nearby sofa. 0. Start compiling the source code, generate the executable code, and run tests. Highlight any areas where errors occur, and notify me if the error rate exceeds 2. Command confirmed. Execution started. Would you like to optimize the execution? No need. Wang Shuo yawned again, feeling a bit drowsy. But there was still something he needed to handle himself. The data, a large amount of operational data from CNC machining centers. He could tackle the system architecture issues, the functional implementation problems, and even the UI issues, although he hadn't put much effort into designing the UI to save time. However, the massive operational data from the CNC machines was something he couldn't generate out of thin air. After some thought, he sent a message to Miss Chen Xin. I need the actual operational data from the CNC machining centers, as much as you have, both normal and erroneous data. A moment later, a message appeared on his phone. Got it. This girl, Wang Shuo muttered, pulling up the blanket beside him and drifting into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in City W, the arrival of a technical team from another country had stirred the waters. In a 5-star hotel in City W, Chen Zhongshuan was sitting on the sofa in the top-floor suite, watching Uncle Chen brew tea. Next to him sat another middle-aged man. Brother-in-law, the middle-aged man spoke up. Why are you still so calm, sitting here drinking tea? If you don't start thinking of a solution, the opportunity that Xian worked hard to get for us will slip away. Chen Zhongshuan shook his head with a slight smile, pointing to the brewed tea on the tray and asking, would you like some? It's quite good. Brother-in-law, the middle-aged man looked somewhat anxious. I can't drink it. I'm so worried I'm about to lose my temper. I told you, those people on the board want to propose your resignation at the next full board meeting. But now, I don't know who leaked the news, but what happened at our gathering has gone online. Our Group S stock has been on a 3-day limit down. And if this continues, our stock will be suspended. Of all times, these scoundrels are trying to take advantage of the situation and back out. Brother-in-law, you must think of a way. Urine, Chen Zhongshuan chuckled and shook his head. You're already at this age. Why are you still so impulsive like when you were young? Come on, have a drink to calm down. It will do you good. Looking at the cup Chen Zhongshuan handed over, Chen Yuan reluctantly accepted it and took a sip. Whether it was Chen Zhongshuan's calm demeanor that affected him or the tea actually worked, he seemed to have calmed down a bit. When I married your sister, you knew what the Chen Group was like. No matter how bad things are now, can it be worse than back then? Chen Zhongshuan's gentle voice came through. Moreover, I know what you're saying, but we are currently constrained, and the technology is in their hands, leaving us only to feel anxious. Chen Yuan said resentfully. It's precisely because of this that you, brother-in-law, should release positive news to society. The biggest piece of positive news right now is that our technical difficulties have been overcome, but you know, that's impossible. Chen Zhongshuan spoke steadily. Next is our cooperation with companies from another country, introducing world-leading technological equipment. But Chen Zhongshuan shook his head, and didn't continue. The stock market is like this, very cruel, yet very fair. In the stock market, capital is the greatest fairness. And the amount of capital determines whether you can be harvested by others. Chen Yuren's expression also turned somewhat dejected. He was well aware that ever since Matsumoto Biyun caused a scene a few days ago and was confronted head-on by the usually calm Chen Xian, there was basically no room left for negotiation. However, he couldn't understand why his usually composed niece would impulsively say something so confrontational this time. Wasn't he that just slapping the face of the company from that country? What was even more unexpected was that a video of the incident that night was leaked online by someone present, revealing confidential information that the group had always wanted to keep hidden, instantly stirring up a huge uproar. A series of chain reactions erupted unexpectedly, further worsening the already struggling Chen group. The first to suffer was the stock market, which experienced a sharp decline and hit the trading limit. And this continued for 3 consecutive days. Next were the group's loyal shareholders. This group, who just a few days ago had been feeling triumphant and vowed to oust Qin Zhongshuan from his position on the board, suddenly recalled events from over a decade ago as the situation turned sour and demanded the group buy back their shares at the highest assessed value. This was something only a scoundrel would do. Betraying trust, forgetting loyalty for profit, kicking someone when they're down. These scoundrels could no longer be called human. Chen Yuren would always remember how he and his sister were left with no options decades ago, and the disgusting faces of these so-called relatives, and now. Their actions had completely shattered his understanding of human decency. How could people be so shameless? Chen Yuren felt he was about to explode with anger at these scoundrels. Just then, the phone rang. It was Qin Zhongshuan. Chen Yuren could vaguely hear some conversation, but the details were unclear. If you're sure, then my previous agreement with you still stands. You can go to the company's finance department to handle the procedures. After saying this, Qin Zhongshuan hung up the phone, glanced at Chen Yuren, and said lightly, "Your third brother." Chen Yuren gritted his teeth. "Brother-in-law, you shouldn't have agreed to him. He clearly wants to make a final deal and walk away." "Yuren," Qin Zhongshuan said with a wry smile and a shake of his head, "life is full of variety, but one should act according to their conscience. I do things with a clear conscience. I have given them opportunities, and they have enjoyed the results. This is their own choice." Qin Zhongshuan took a sip of tea, pondered for a moment, and turned to look at Uncle Qin beside him. "How is the situation in the country these days? 8 shareholders have already requested to withdraw their shares and receive cash. The share certificates have been transferred to your name. Sir, your current shareholding ratio is 50-2. If Qin Yuxing has also transferred his shares, your shareholding ratio will reach 63-5, right?" Qin Zhongshuan was uncertain, leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and let out a long sigh. "I have already given them a chance." For some reason, Chen Yuren seemed to see a shadow from decades ago in Qin Zhongshuan, the Qin Zhongshuan who could revitalize the Qin group with just a word. Chapter 28. Success? Wang Shuo was awakened by a sudden loud noise. When he abruptly sat up from the sofa, he realized he was still in the studio, with the nearby speakers trying to release their maximum volume, playing his least favorite heavy metal rock. Wang Shuo frowned. Although he knew he shouldn't be angry with a malfunctioning artificial intelligence, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. The music abruptly stopped. "Yes, sir. What are you doing? Is the code completed?" Wang Shuo gritted his teeth and questioned. "The code has been tested and run, and as per your instructions. I notified you when the error rate reached 2, sir." Wang Shuo felt as if he was holding his breath, finally managing to swallow it back, feeling somewhat speechless. Indeed, getting upset with a malfunctioning AI was entirely self-indulgent, and it seemed that this command was indeed set by himself. Wang Shuo could only get up, walk to the computer, and reluctantly said, "Pull up the error log and display it on the main screen." "I'll check it. It has been displayed for you, sir." As soon as the words finished, a document appeared on Wang Shuo's computer, filled with dense data and code covering the entire screen. Highlight the error locations and check the causes of the errors. The data and code on the desktop began to flow rapidly, and after a moment, a long string of bold red text appeared, clearly distinguishing some parts of the code from others. Completed. 2 runtime errors found, 1 logical error. Causes of errors: incorrect variables used, instruction order errors, and loop condition discrepancies. Can it be corrected? It can be corrected. Input variables need to be verified. Frowning for a while, Wang Shuo finally figured it out. He casually opened the processing center materials still on the desk, carefully reviewing the 5-axis design and motion patterns while simulating it in his mind. The theoretical level of the subsidiary company of the Chun Group, Zhongji Pingqing Technology Company Limited, was indeed impressive. The designers had created a mature 5-axis layout for the processing center. This 5-axis linkage system consisted of 3 linked axes and 2 rotating axes, using the movement of the workbench to perform specific processing. Theoretically, this 5-axis linkage system could process workpieces with any complex surface. However, this also raises higher demands on the programming capabilities of the operating system and engineering personnel. After pondering for a while, Wang Shuo issued another command. Scan the existing documents, extract relevant data, and establish a digital model. The command has been confirmed, and data extraction and digital model generation are in progress. Begin calculations. I need to know if the 5-axis linkage system will cause interference and the causes of the interference conditions. An error occurred during the calculation, and it cannot be computed. The reason for the error is insufficient system resources. The current hardware cannot provide adequate computing power. Enable node distributed computing and allow the use of server resources. Command confirmed. Execution started. Execution completed. It has been confirmed that the current structure has the potential for interference. Should the structural design be optimized? No need for optimization. Wang Shuo replied somewhat helplessly. This system structure is already a formed device. Even if he optimizes the structural design, it cannot be adapted to the processing center that has already been produced. 0. Save the interference conditions. Bring up the system's source code page. Add a simple logic core to run at minimal capacity, and block any variables that exceed the limits unless advanced permissions are granted to proceed with optimization. Command confirmed. Sir, you need to manually modify the source code. Wang Shuo nodded. 0 is still a very basic artificial intelligence and is currently powerless regarding source code. However, Wang Shuo believes that with 0's growth rate, it will soon become smarter. Placing his hands on the keyboard, Wang Shuo's mind raced as he quickly typed out lines of code, which appeared on the screen. 1 line, 2 lines, soon it was 10 lines, then hundreds of lines. Several hours later, after Wang Shuo had finished revising the system's source code in one breath, the sky had noticeably darkened. 0. Begin compiling the source code. Generate the running program, and test it. If there are no issues, package it. Suddenly, Wang Shuo remembered the data source he wanted from Chinxian. 0. Have you received the new data sent by Chinxian? Unable to check your mailbox. Authorization is required. Authorize you to take over my email and mobile system. Inform me of any messages promptly. Command confirmed. Code compilation has transitioned to the background for testing. Sir, your email has been taken over. There are currently 43 unread emails, and 1 attachment has been found. Would you like to view it? Extract it to the local system. Wang Shuo muttered. The rest are probably just junk emails. Defining junk emails. Definition completed. Junk emails have been filtered out. There are 31 unread emails remaining. Would you like to display them on the main screen for your review? Oh, display them. Wang Shuo stood up, poured himself a glass of water, took a slow sip, and then comfortably threw himself onto the sofa. He glanced at the monitor from 3 to 5 meters away, but couldn't see anything clearly. It would be great if he could have a central large screen. Wang Shuo fantasized about having 0 project something onto the central screen. Then, the central display screen showed the content he wanted. He only needed to lift his eyes to clearly see what he wanted to view. And with a wave of his hand, he could freely switch the displayed content. It was truly impressive. Just thinking about it seemed feasible. Compared to the sensory experience brought by the large screen, the small computer screen in front of him was indeed unappealing. Wang Shuo suddenly found the 27-inch monitor a bit unsightly. 0. Establish the database. Integrate it into the system to calculate variables, and transform variable issues into typical cases for storage, allowing for comparison at any time. After a pause, Wang Shuo continued. Also, help me call Chinxian. Your mobile signal was not detected, sir. Not detected? Wang Shuo looked around and finally spotted a corner of his phone beneath a thick stack of documents on the desk. Reluctantly putting down his cup, he walked over to pull out his phone, only to discover it had somehow powered off. The frantic coding over the past few days had made him forget about his phone. He took out the charger, plugged it in, and attempted to power it on. Power on failed. How long had it been since it ran out of battery to the point it couldn't turn on immediately? If Wang Shuo remembered correctly, even if the phone powered off automatically, it should retain some charge for emergencies. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the phone finally lit up, emitting a pleasant sound as it booted up. Entering the main interface with practiced ease, Wang Shuo was stunned by the numerous red notifications. What is going on? The boss, The third, the fourth, have they all gone crazy? He noticed the striking 99 in the messaging app, feeling a bit dazed. Hesitatingly, he glanced at the many missed calls and decided to return one from his mom. Hello, Mom. I'm fine. Just had some matters to attend to these past few days. My phone ran out of battery. Yes, it was about school, but it's all resolved now. Don't worry, I can take care of myself and I have enough money. All right, no problem. You can rest assured, I'll definitely reach out. After all, you're my mom. Haha, okay then, I'll hang up now. After hanging up, Wang Shuo stared at his phone screen for a moment before selecting Chun Xian's number to call. The ringing tone seemed to come from a distant place, sounding somewhat far away. After a few rings, the call was answered. Hello, Miss Chun. Wang Shuo took the initiative to speak, knowing that Chun Xian wouldn't use the stereotypical greeting of hello. Go ahead. Chun Xian's voice was flat. That icy tone. Fine, you're the client, you're in charge. For the sake of money, I'll endure. As for whether it was for money or something else, only Wang Shuo truly understood. If you're in W City right now, come over to my place. Wang Shuo paused and added enticingly, I have good stuff for you. Got it. Chun Xian replied coolly. The call ended abruptly. Wang Shuo was left stunned. What else with her attitude? If it weren't for the fact that my project payment hasn't been settled, I really wouldn't want to call her. This is truly getting out of hand. Floating off into outer space. 0. How much longer does the system test need? What about the packaging? It's already completed, sir. We're currently conducting the second test, and the packaging is expected to take 5 minutes. Interrupt the test. Package it immediately. Command confirmed, sir. The system program after packaging may not run properly on other platforms due to missing necessary runtime environments and language libraries. Include everything. Add the runtime environment and compiler to the system's base, and set it to auto-install. Wang Shuo gritted his teeth and finally compromised. Set Chun Xian as the highest authority for this system, allowing for optimization. Command confirmed. The simple logic core is operating normally. The database is functioning correctly, and the runtime environment and compiler have loaded successfully. Packaging process 1050 is complete. The size after packaging is 47 gigabytes, and the installed size is 83 gigabytes. It has been streamlined. Output it, import the program to the USB drive, and set the condition for auto-installation. Command confirmed. Please insert the USB drive. Wang Shuo then remembered that he didn't have a USB drive and hurriedly rummaged through his belongings, eventually finding several brand new USB drives in a small box in a corner, along with a few unused small cameras. He plugged in the USB drive and began to wait quietly. A few minutes later, the export was complete. Wang Shuo took out the USB drive and casually put it in his pocket. Then he rummaged through his things again, found the soldering iron and solder, and took out one of the cameras, fiddling with it until he connected it to the computer. 0. Read the camera data and evaluate. Data has been read, and the camera can be matched for normal operation, allowing for a maximum precision of 0.008 mm. Just perfect, saves me a trip outside. Wang Shuo nodded slightly, took the camera off and set it aside, then collected his thoughts, preparing to put on a cold demeanor. A few minutes later, Chun Xian's figure appeared right on time at the third-floor stairway. She's here, Wang Shuo asked while sitting on the sofa. Chun Xian did not respond. Walking directly in front of Wang Shuo, looking at his face, Wang Shuo suddenly felt a bit nervous. Did she notice something? If she figures out that his cold demeanor is just an act, where would he put his face? Miss Chun, you look tired. How many days have you gone without sleep? Wang Shuo was caught off guard by her question. Why does she always throw him off script? What? How many days have you not slept? Wang Shuo, realizing it, felt inexplicably guilty, as if he had done something wrong and was caught by his mother. He scratched his head and stammered, not many days. Chun Xian ignored him and just stared quietly into Wang Shuo's eyes. All right, in terms of eye contact. Wang Shuo was never Chun Xian's match and immediately surrendered. About 60 to 70 days, but I haven't been sleepless, just taking occasional breaks. Chun Xian looked deeply at Wang Shuo, turned her head, and asked, You called me over. What is the matter? Oh. Wang Shuo immediately discarded his initial plan to intimidate Chun Xian and took out the prepared USB drive from his pocket, handing it to her. This is yours. A hint of confusion appeared in Chun Xian's cold eyes as she glanced at the USB drive in Wang Shuo's hand. According to the contract, it was 15 days for a complete usable software system. Although the information you provided wasn't very precise, Wang Shuo said with a slight sense of pride. I lived up to the expectations and succeeded. Succeeded? Chen Xian was even more puzzled, scrutinizing Wang Shuo with a doubtful gaze, then looking at the USB drive again. Of course, this is a custom version based on your company's new processing center, exclusively tailored by me. Wang Shuo tried to appear calm. I call it the prototype system. Prototype system? Chen Xian murmured, and then seemed to understand a bit, her expression of surprise finally appearing on her face. You succeeded? Of course I succeeded. Miss Chen Xian, Wang Shuo exclaimed, widening his eyes. Please don't look at me with that doubtful expression. I am a serious science student. I never make academic jokes. Although he spoke earnestly, seeing Chen Xian's slightly open mouth in disbelief made Wang Shuo feel secretly pleased. See, you thought you could just give me a cold shoulder. Really? Chen Xian hesitated. Succeeded? I can assure you, Wang Shuo said with a heavy tone, emphasizing each word, it really succeeded. If you don't believe me. He stared at Chen Xian for a moment, then made a bold move by taking her hand, opening her palm, and directly placing the USB drive into her hand. Here it is, you can hand it over to your company's engineers for testing at any time. Perhaps due to the suddenness of Wang Shuo's action, Chen Xian didn't react immediately. It was only when he placed the USB drive in her hand that she instinctively withdrew her hand, stepping back a little while tightly gripping the USB drive. Wang Shuo, you what? Wang Shuo stared at her, pointing to the USB drive in her hand. I'll give you a 1-month warranty. After a month, if there are any issues, I won't be responsible. He thought for a moment, feeling something was off, and then scratched his head, asking, by the way, what is the usual warranty period for these things? At this moment, Chen Xian finally realized she had lost her composure. She steadied herself and replied, these things don't have a warranty period. They usually require paid maintenance on site. Then a 1-month warranty from me is quite generous, right? Chen Xian fell silent, looking down at the USB drive in her hand. Wang Shuo felt slightly uneasy at Chen Xian's expressionless face and cautiously asked, did I miss the deadline? Has your testing concluded? If the testing was finished, then all his sleepless nights and efforts to create this thing would have been in vain. More importantly, would the contract still hold? Fortunately, Chen Xian's response relieved Wang Shuo. No. Chen Xian took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. Wang Shuo? Are you sure this is a complete system program that can be used normally? Wang Shuo looked puzzled. This is not a complete and functional system program. Why would I hand it over to you? You? By yourself? For 15 days? Of course. Wang Shuo answered with a thick skin. Well, 0 cannot be counted as a person, so this thing was definitely made by me alone, no doubt about it. Yes, that's how it is. Is this for real? Chen Xian felt a bit bewildered, even when she was betting with Wang Shuo and signing the contract. It was with the intention of getting back at her family and finding Wang Shuo annoying for being so reckless, purely wanting him to have a hard time. But when Wang Shuo handed this thing over to her, she was unexpectedly taken aback. Is it possible for one person to create a program that even the Chun group couldn't manage in just 15 days? Rationality told Chen Xian that it was impossible. But what if? What if it succeeded? Her previously dormant heart seemed to stir with a hint of expectation. Chen Xian stared intently at Wang Shuo for a moment, then opened her bag and took out a light blue handkerchief that Wang Shuo had never seen before, carefully wrapping the USB drive in it, as if it were a rare treasure. Wang Shuo felt extremely frustrated and helplessly advised, Miss Chun, this isn't a valuable item. You don't have to. Okay, you can continue. Seeing the look in Chen Xian's eyes, he backed down. Carefully placing the item into the bag, Chen Xian finally looked up at Wang Shuo. I need to go back immediately. She didn't explain why she needed to hurry. Wang Shuo nodded, then suddenly remembered something, stopping Chen Xian, who was about to go down the stairs. He ran to the table and picked up a camera he had tested, thought for a moment, and took out another identical camera from the drawer. Here, take this. What is this? Chen Xian furrowed her brow. Wang Shuo scratched his head awkwardly. Time is tight. I only had time to get the operating system program ready and no time to prepare that tool for alignment. Besides, that kind of crude device is just cumbersome and complicated. It's of no real use. This should be installed on your equipment's processing platform, and it needs to be connected to the internal system motherboard USB port in a diagonal manner. I think it should help somewhat. Chen Xian, looking confused, took the 2 cameras, feeling that her years of experience at the company were of no use at all. Is the tool for alignment outdated? If it is outdated, then why do so many machine tool manufacturers rush to buy high-precision alignment tools from a certain country every year? Chen Xian had a lot of questions to ask. But for now, she nodded, assembling the camera that Wang Shuo handed over, You should take a good rest. Then she walked down the stairs steadily. Moments later, Wang Shuo saw a black business car quickly disappear into the shade of trees at the end of the winding road from the window. I should take a good rest, Wang Shuo muttered to himself, feeling that he was in pretty good shape, energized and clear-headed, completely not in need of rest. However, this girl has such keen eyes. She could tell at a glance that I hadn't slept for days. This is what they call a connection of minds, right? Wang Shuo shamelessly thought of something and suddenly grinned. Hey, the feel is quite nice. Humming a little tune, he poured himself a glass of water, took a bite of the leftover bread beside him, and then called out, "Zero, play me a song, something light." A gentle music began to flow from the speaker. Wang Shuo squinted his eyes slightly in enjoyment. Life was so pleasant and comfortable. If only the sound quality of this speaker were a bit better. However, Wang Shuo suddenly remembered something. Did he tell Chen Xian that the USB drive was plug-and-play? He seemed to have mentioned it, right? Unable to recall, Wang Shuo set that thought aside and remembered something more important. Zero, help me get in touch with the boss. Chapter 29. To bet or not to bet. The call was quickly connected, and Zheng Jun's loud voice roared through the speaker. Second, where on earth have you been? Your phone is off, you don't reply on WeChat, and even the email is silent. If you disappear for a few more days, we won't be able to get by in the dorm. Boss, I saw the messages you sent. What is going on? Wang Shuo placed his phone on the armrest of the sofa and comfortably lay down, inquiring. You still ask me? I want to ask you. Second, what did you do to provoke the old witch? Old witch? Wang Shuo took a moment to realize who Zheng Jun was referring to. What happened? What happened? It's simply a nightmare. She calls your name in every class. As long as you're not there, she pulls a long face, and everyone scatters. Zheng Jun paused, sounding somewhat helpless. What's worse is, she checks our dorm every day? No one else's dorm, just ours. Everyone has to be in the dorm by 9:30 p.m. with the lights out. This life is unbearable. Wang Shuo felt speechless, not knowing how to comfort him. He could only say, Boss, the brothers are working hard. Hard my foot. Zheng Jun's voice grew louder. Second, quickly sort out the old witch. Don't let her keep torturing us. Because of her, Lily hasn't gone out with his girlfriend for 7 days straight. That little girl I told you about last time, we were making some progress, and now it's all gone. It was truly a dismal situation. Wang Shuo could imagine the misery and couldn't help but grimace, carefully keeping quiet. And then there's the fourth one. I don't know what's going on with him these days. He hardly comes back to the dorm, and when he does, he has a long face. His little flings keep running to our dorm. It's so annoying. Wang Shuo was curious. Isn't it good to have little girls coming to the dorm every day? Good? Zheng Jun seemed even angrier. I'm a classmate of the fourth, not his sidekick. Those little girls are polite when they ask. But as soon as they hear the fourth ISNT around, they change their faces immediately. It's so annoying to watch. I really want to tell the dorm matron not to let girls wander around. What's even more infuriating is that little girl who gets along with me. I don't know when she observed me from afar. Seeing those little girls chatting with me, she thought I was selling myself. Uffed. Wang Shuo sprayed out the sip of water he had just taken. What? Boss, you're not joking with me, right? If I'm joking, I'm a little dog. Zheng Jun's rough voice was filled with grievance. Second, come back. Don't take leave anymore. A brother has an important matter to discuss with you. All right. I'll be back tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Wang Shuo couldn't hold back any longer and threw his phone, bursting into laughter. Not to mention how Wang Shuo was thoroughly criticized. Chen Xian's mood was far from the calm she was trying to portray on the surface. The occasional furrowing of her brows and the glimpses of worry on her face indicated the intense internal struggle she was experiencing at that moment. This was something she had never encountered in her 18 years of life. Chen Xian didn't know what words to use to describe her feelings. Excited? That didn't seem right. Thrilled? That also felt off. Anxious? That seemed a bit closer. But regardless, she was clear about the mindset she had before. It was a feeling of devastation, a mentality of deep sorrow that no grief could surpass. She even felt resentment towards her father, who had always cared for her, and mistrust towards the entire Chen family. She had run away from home, traveling thousands of miles to City W, just to find out the reasons from Uncle Chun, whom she had always felt closest to since childhood. But once she truly understood the cause and effect, she felt a bit lost again, just like her current confusion. On one side were her father and mother, the family that raised her. On the other side were her aunt and uncles, who seemed eager to sell her off for a good price. And then there was her own independent spirit, hidden deep inside, just like her sister. The struggle among these three forces left her very perplexed. She wanted to work hard, just like Uncle Chun said, to become strong, but she had underestimated the complexities. The technical barriers were not something she could cross just by reading a few books. She could easily grasp classic economic theories, understand the effects of compound interest, and figure out the thrift paradox, even enjoy reading principles of economics. But she couldn't comprehend principles and structures of machinery, nor could she understand principles of computer programming, let alone create a usable control system within a few weeks. This was not her field of expertise, yet she had no choice. She didn't want to accept her fate. She wanted to resist in her own way, to make her weak voice heard and exert her limited power. At least in 10 or 20 years, when she looked back at herself, she wouldn't regret not having made any effort. But Wang Shua's reminder brought her back to reality. No matter what she did, it would be in vain. She resigned herself to her fate. However, resignation did not mean passive acceptance. She could protest in her own way against the family members who imposed their demands on her. She wanted everyone in the family to know that her decision was not made under their pressure, but was a choice she made willingly. And saving them from being parasites was just a secondary effect. The script she had already written for herself was shattered once again by Wang Shua's appearance. And along with it, her previously quiet heart was also broken. No one knew the tumult of emotions that surged within her when she heard Wang Shua say he had completed the system and handed her the USB drive. Years of emotional management kept her expression in check, but she still lost her composure for the first time in front of a man. Chen Xian looked at the bag in her hand, a Louis Vuitton gift from her mother on her 18th birthday, which she had always cherished. But today, it was no longer her most important possession. She pressed her lips together and glanced out the window. It was now night, and the streetlights and neon signs outside were dazzlingly beautiful. The tension she felt slowly eased as she recalled Wang Shua's proud expression while handing her the USB drive. Worried about missing the deadline, a faint smile appeared on Chen Xian's lips. He was truly an enigmatic person. An hour later, at the branch office of the Chun Group in City W, in a high-rise office, a young engineer was sweating profusely as he operated the computer, intermittently opening a tool and then closing it with a puzzled expression. After tinkering for half an hour, he wiped his sweat and looked at Chen Xian, who had been standing beside him. "Miss Chen, is there a problem with your program?" He pointed to a prompt on the screen. Normal software packages are usually in separate folders, with the runtime environment and executable program bundled together. But yours has only one executable file icon, and it cannot run at all. It also indicates that hardware information could not be found. Honestly, our company's server is top tier, so there is definitely no hardware issue. What is your analysis? Chen Xian asked calmly. The young man shrugged helplessly, saying, "I can't analyze it at all. I've tried all sorts of analysis software for reverse engineering, but..." Chen Xian understood and turned to her assistant behind her. "There are no other people left, Miss Chen." The female assistant hesitated as she spoke. "Many staff members have resigned from our company in the past few days, and a lot of programmers have left. Even if they hadn't, I'm the most technically skilled among them." The young man, having wiped his sweat, felt a bit proud, adding, "If I can't figure it out, they definitely wouldn't stand a chance. If I told you this is an installation program for a control system, could you analyze it from another perspective, such as its architecture? A control system program?" The young man shook his head vigorously, looking skeptical. "If you were saying this is a regular executable file, I might believe you, but a system program? That is impossible. Miss Chun, you're not from our field, so you don't understand how complex a system program is. Let me give you an example. The Japanese company we are negotiating with right now specializes in high-precision tool setting instruments, and their control systems are not the best. Even so, the cost of having them install a system is staggering. Not only do we need to provide detailed data and parameters of the machining center, but we also have to offer around-the-clock support. If there is even a slight hardware issue, they can just walk away, and we'll still have to pay them. That's one thing. But do you have any idea how much such a system costs, miss?" The young man exaggeratedly clicked his tongue. 100 million. Just for the initial installation and training, it costs 100 million, and that doesn't even guarantee proficiency. Each subsequent installation and service costs another 10 million. With such high service fees, there's almost no cost involved. If we can get it done, we could save a significant amount. So why isn't anyone doing it? The reason is simple. It's too complicated. The young man shook his head. A CNC control system involves too many issues, and the R&D costs that Mr. Chen has invested are substantial. He is also providing strong support for us programmers. However, seeing Miss Chen's calm demeanor, the young man seemed to lose interest in boasting about his knowledge and casually remarked, "Let us not even mention that the program you brought is an TA system program. Even if it were, mastering it would still require at least 6 months of training. Moreover," he glanced at the computer screen, "it's clearly just an icon." Miss Chen frowned. "If you ask me, Miss Chun," the young man kindly advised, "you shouldn't waste your time on this icon. It's obviously something a board programmer created just to amuse you. We used to play around with such things when Ning Hao was still here, but it wasn't as advanced as this. I've never seen an analysis program that can't be reverse engineered." Miss Chun turned her gaze back to the female assistant. "Ning Hao is also one of our company's employees, overseeing the system architecture," the assistant explained somewhat awkwardly. "He left later for personal reasons. He went to a better, more promising company." The young man clicked his tongue. "If our company weren't treating me well, I'd consider jumping ship too." "Please see you," the assistant called out. All right, I misspoke." The young man raised his hands in surrender, looking exasperated. "But Miss Chun, what I said earlier is true. This thing can't even be called a program. It lacks any of the essential elements of a program." Miss Chun was silent for a moment, understanding. "Miss Chun, would you like me to call someone else to take a look?" The assistant shot the young man a glare and leaned closer to Miss Chun to offer a remedy. "We don't have any programmers, but there are plenty of experts from the group visiting these days. I can help you get in touch with them." "No need," Miss Chen replied. "Dundandao. Experts from the group? They're just nominal professors and scholars. They probably want to be interested in helping to analyze a program that has little value. Besides, I doubt anyone would believe they could produce a control system." The young man took the USB drive out of the computer and handed it to the female assistant, who then passed it to Miss Chen. She stared quietly at the USB drive, seemingly lost in thought. Could Wang Shuo be deceiving himself with just an icon? It seemed possible, but what benefit would that bring him? It didn't seem to offer any advantages. So is this thing real? But if it is real, why can't it be analyzed through technical means? Miss Chen couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Ever since she met Wang Shuo, she realized her composure was deteriorating, becoming increasingly susceptible to her environment. "When does the test start?" "The day after tomorrow," Chen Xian asked. The female assistant hesitated a bit. "Which is also something I need to report to you. I just received news that a company from a certain country requested to move the test and negotiation time forward, saying they have urgent matters to attend to." Chen Xian frowned slightly. "When?" "The latest time is tomorrow morning." The assistant's voice sounded somewhat helpless. "Tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, the test and negotiation will take place simultaneously at the group branch in a hotel. The chairman has already informed all participants of the scheduled change, and arrangements are being made to transport the prototype to City W overnight." Chen Xian slowly tightened her grip on the USB drive, a flash of anger crossing her face. "Miss Chen, why don't you contact the chairman?" "No need," Chen Xian replied indifferently. "We have to go. Some things need to be gambled on to know the outcome." Chapter 30 test begins November 1st, a Friday. When Chen Xian arrived at the company branch, it was already 9:30 a.m., and the venue on the first floor was basically set up. The hall was bustling with people, but they were mostly staff wearing name tags, with very few outsiders. Occasionally, there were a few journalists carrying cameras, sitting in corners, chatting idly and yawning from time to time. As for the important figures from the group, they had not yet arrived, and the nameplates on the central table were not even set up. Chen Xian glanced around and chose a seat towards the back. She took out a book she carried with her and opened it. The noisy environment seemed to have no impact on her. Just then, a surprised voice came from beside her. "Miss Chen, why are you sitting here?" Chen Xian looked up and frowned slightly when she recognized the speaker. "You must be wondering how I ended up here, right?" The young man spoke with a smile, looking quite sincere, as the representative from a certain company's Central China region, and also a member of the negotiation team accompanying Mr. Tanaka. "I am naturally here at your company's invitation to join the new product testing and negotiation meeting. Your presence here is none of my business," Chen Xian said it on. "You are disturbing my reading. I apologize for that." The young man raised his eyebrows, glancing at the book in Chen Xian's hand, but showed no real remorse, saying, "I am actually quite interested in you, Miss Chen. I was a bit reckless last time, and my father criticized me harshly after he found out, ordering me to apologize to you." "So?" The young man looked at her with a questioning gaze. Appearing quite sincere, "I wonder if you are free tonight, so that I—" "Not at all," Chen Xian replied without looking up. "Miss Chen, you are as straightforward as ever." The young man chuckled. "I truly admire you more and more. Young Master Matsumoto, please conduct yourself properly." Chun Xian's voice was calm as she closed her book, looked up, and stared into the young man's slightly teasing eyes, saying, "You and I have no relationship at present. And even if there were, it would have to wait until after the test results are out. You may not necessarily be the final collaborator." Haha. The young man, known as Matsumoto Biyun, chuckled and said, "Miss Chun, your confidence is truly admirable, but you might be a bit overconfident." With a hint of mockery in his smile, Matsumoto continued, "I do know that you have taken some actions, but frankly speaking, even the large Chin Group, along with the thousands of companies and research institutions in this vast region, are at a loss regarding this. What makes you think you can outdo them? Is it because of your team behind you?" Haha. As if recalling something, Matsumoto shook his head with a smile. "Unless every member of your team is a master in systems engineering, computer engineering, and digital modeling, this is impossible. No matter who is behind you, I can confidently say they are not capable enough to support a system architecture and its accompanying engineering. So, Miss Chen, don't you understand this test? It's a stepping stone given to the W Company by your father, a show belonging to W Company. As long as Mr. Tianzhong can get everyone to recognize the strength of W Company's CNC control system, our cooperation will be inevitable." The young man swept a confident glance around. Noticing more people entering the venue and taking their seats, he lowered his voice and said, "These people are just here to round off the occasion. Miss Chen, your test meeting is quite timely, I assent it? You are too confident, young Master Matsumoto," Chen Xian replied calmly. "The exchange meeting is about to start, and you must have important matters to attend to, so I want to see you out." "Miss Chun, you are too courteous," Matsumoto smiled slightly, leaning closer to Chun Xian and whispering, "I truly admire you more and more, Miss Chun. If I happen to qualify today, then at 8 o'clock tonight, at Taco Amor. I look forward to your presence. I believe you will come." After saying this, without waiting for Chun Xian to respond, Matsumoto laughed heartily and left the back row, heading towards the front VIP seats. The conversation between the two finally caught the attention of those around them. Some seemed to recognize Chun Xian and began to whisper among themselves, with a few showing expressions of realization. "Isn't that the young lady of the Chen Group, Miss Chen?" "What? You don't know her?" "I didn't know before, but I've heard about her recently." "Haha. Brother, you must have seen that video too, right? That video caused the Chen Group's market value to evaporate nearly 50 billion. It's quite impressive." Chen Xian furrowed her brows slightly as she looked at Matsumoto, who had returned to his seat in the front row, her pretty face already turned cold. She tightly gripped her bag, remaining silent as she lowered her head again, ignoring the whispers around her. Regret? No, she didn't feel any. Chen Xian had never regretted anything she had done since she was a child. Even if she had made the astonishing decision to save the entire group by herself, she would still make the same choice if given another chance. But fate played a joke on her. Wang Shua's appearance gave her a chance to spin the wheel again, with the chips right in her backpack. This time, one side consists of university freshmen who are very likely to deceive themselves, while the other side involves the future of both oneself and the Chen Group. If successful, both oneself and the group will embark on a new path. If unsuccessful, one will be left with nothing, becoming the laughingstock of the entire circle, scorned and pointed at. And the group will lose its only lifeline because of oneself, leading to a collapse and disappearing into the annals of history. This is a situation 1,000 times worse than previous choices. Should I take a gamble? If I do, will I win? The ever-strong Chun Xian is filled with confusion at this moment. On the other side, Matsumoto Biyun returned to his seat with a smile. Just as he sat down, a slightly balding middle-aged man next to him spoke. "Biyun-kun, where have you been?" The pronunciation was odd, but it didn't hinder understanding. "Mr. Tanaka, I apologize for keeping you waiting," Matsumoto Biyun replied apologetically. "I just ran into an acquaintance and exchanged a few words." "Not at all." Tanaka paused slightly, as if pondering his words. They had not brought a translator along on this outing. "I would like to ask you, Biyun-kun." "Please go ahead, Mr. Tanaka. How much sincerity do you think the Chun Group will show in exchange?" Matsumoto Biyun smiled slightly. "That's an easy question to answer, Mr. Tanaka. As I mentioned before, the Chun Group is facing significant technical challenges that could determine whether their company can continue to operate normally. Therefore, Mr. Tanaka, as long as you stay within a reasonable range, you can raise your offer without fear of them refusing. But previous negotiations did not go smoothly. That's just a tactic of feigned retreat." Matsumoto Biyun smiled confidently. With his father's backing, he wasn't afraid of showing weakness. "It's like when we go to buy chicken. You quote a price of 7, I say 5, and act like I'm about to leave. This is all a tactic to force us to make concessions. If we hold firm, I believe they will be the ones to panic first. Tanaka nodded thoughtfully. So, Mr. Tanaka, it will depend on you moving forward. Matsumoto Biyun leaned closer to Tanaka's ear and said, as long as you can make everyone here see the value and abandon the bidding, we can set a higher price. After all, good things should come with a good price. You are correct, Tanaka continued nodding. How much do you think we should raise it? We can raise it by 50%. Matsumoto Biyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Biyun-kun is truly talented, Tanaka acknowledged with a nod. In your culture, there's an old saying, a tiger father has no dog son. It is quite true. Mr. Tanaka, you've misunderstood. The saying is a tiger father produces no dog son, meaning that a tiger cannot have a dog as a child. Just as Matsumoto Biyun was explaining this ancient saying. The time struck 10 o'clock. The senior executives of the Chun Group, who had been prepared below, took the stage right on time, along with the experts, professors, and scholars that the Chun Group had hired at great expense. The journalists present were ready, and flashes went off in rapid succession. All right, friends, please quiet down. The buzzing in the venue gradually subsided. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to participate in my company's product testing and competitive conference. I am Chen Zhongshuan. To respect everyone's time and enhance the experience, we will try to expedite the process. The main purpose of this product testing and competitive conference is to provide you with an intuitive platform to better understand our company's new products in detail. Chen Zhongshuan waved his hand, and a staff member beside him unveiled 3 tall cubic structures that had been positioned in the center. Immediately, 3 multi-axis machining centers with a metallic texture were revealed. This is our company's latest developed 5-axis multifunctional machining center, model VMC 30018. This machining center features the latest 3 rotary axis and 2 linear axis systems, equipped with an imported electromechanical hybrid system and a dedicated tool magazine with automatic tool change functionality. Its overall precision has reached an advanced level domestically. The hall was suddenly filled with a buzzing sound, and a reporter in the audience raised his hand. Chen Zhongshuan pointed to him. Hello, Chairman Chen. I am a reporter from a local daily. I would like to ask, while you have introduced many specific performances of this machining platform, you did not mention the system control aspect. Are there still challenges that remain unresolved? That is a great question from our reporter friend. Chen Zhongshuan nodded. This is indeed the main purpose of gathering everyone here for product testing and the competitive conference today. And it is the primary reason for my presence here. We hope to combine elements of a press conference, product evaluation meeting, exhibition, and bidding meeting to match our best products with the best support. Today, we have invited experts in the field of computing, technical personnel, clients from downstream manufacturers, representatives from domestic system manufacturers, and Mr. Tanaka, a technician from the renowned W company in Japan. Each time Chen Zhongshuan introduced a category, he guided the audience's attention to the area where those individuals were seated. It was only when he introduced W company that the reporters began to take photos rapidly. Matsumoto was elegant and composed, while Tanaka smiled. We hope to select the most suitable vendor among the system suppliers for our new product, providing robust software support for its efficient and smooth operation. To save time, our staff has already installed the corresponding control system programs on the 3 prototype machines present. Guided by the technicians from each system vendor, our testing will commence immediately. Next, our staff will introduce the specific testing process. Having finished speaking, Chen Zhongshuan handed the microphone to a nearby person. Thank you, General Manager Chen. The young technician smiled slightly and introduced himself. I am Li Siyu, a technician from Zhongji Pengcheng Technology Company, Limited. Now, I will explain the specific testing process and evaluation criteria. Chapter 31, Impulsiveness. First, we will conduct the testing. We will thoroughly test the basic and optional functions of the controllers and control systems. Please take a look. Li Siyu gestured for the attendees to turn their attention to the 3 prototype machines in front of them. The 3 prototypes have been equipped with their respective controllers and systems by the invited system providers, and have undergone initial debugging to ensure compatibility with our products for normal operation. Later, each vendor's technical personnel will operate their respective systems. The testing process is straightforward, as the main focus is on the performance of the system control program. We have arranged for the technical personnel from each vendor to generate tool path files in advance for specific workpieces, which will be used for precision machining of the raw materials provided on-site. The finished products will be evaluated by experts on-site to determine detailed processing effects and accuracy. If any issues arise during testing, those systems will not be able to continue participating in this evaluation. We ask for the understanding of all vendors. Does anyone have any questions? Li Siyu inquired. A journalist raised a hand, and Li Siyu glanced at Chen Zhongshuan, who nodded, prompting her to call on the reporter. Hello. Chairman Chen, I am a media person. I would like to ask. I heard that your company is also working on developing a new control system to adapt to your new products. But during today's evaluation meeting, your technical personnel did not introduce any relevant information, and your company has already actively begun negotiations regarding the supply of control systems. Does this mean that your R&D efforts have failed? Just as Chen Zhongshuan was about to respond to this question, a cold voice interrupted him. We have successfully developed it. Chen Xin, with a calm expression, stood up from the audience and walked to the front. Her eyes scanned the surprised crowd, and she spoke in a composed tone. Our system has been successfully developed and tested. As Chen Xin's confirmation echoed in the hall, a wave of murmurs erupted, with most attendees looking bewildered, some displaying astonishment, while many bored journalists suddenly appeared energized, excitedly snapping photos of Chen Xin. This is news. This is real news. Excuse me, miss, are you a staff member of the company in question? Does what you say represent the opinions of your company? The reporter who stood to ask seemed unwilling to end his inquiry, quickly turning to Chen Xin. If not for the crowd, he might have rushed over to shove the microphone under her chin. Chen Xin did not respond, merely gazing quietly at Chen Zhongshuan. His expression darkened as he stared at her for a moment, then exhaled sharply. Xin, do you know what you are doing? I know, Chen Xin replied. Have you considered the consequences? Chen Zhongshuan's tone was cold. I believe in him, Chen Xin said calmly. This is the last time. This is the last time. The dialogue ended here. The crowd was left in confusion, feeling as if they had entered the wrong scene. Wasn't this supposed to be an evaluation meeting? Why has it suddenly turned into a family drama? What scene is this? A father and daughter at odds. And who is he? This Miss Chen makes the reporter feel uncomfortable with the distorted atmosphere and style, making her somewhat hesitant to speak. Chen Zhongshuan retracted his gaze and said faintly, Your question has already been answered. We will arrange for technical personnel to conduct the same test on our company's system shortly. Now, let the testing continue. The self-media reporter reluctantly sat down, but his hands were still busy, furiously typing on the keyboard, and no one knew what he was writing. Matsumoto Biyun squinted slightly, looking at Chen Xin, who had already taken a seat, smiled, and gave her a thumbs up. It's unclear what she was thinking. Seeing Chen Xin's lack of reaction to his provocation, Matsumoto Biyun turned back disinterestedly and asked Tanaka beside him, Mr. Tanaka, what do you think is the probability of Zhongji Pengqing Company developing a system with Chen Xin? I don't know, Biyun-kun. Tanaka shook his head slightly. I don't know much about Zhongji Pengqing Company, but I believe the probability of them developing a system is low. Matsumoto Biyun listened carefully. Our company W has been developing since the 1980s, from the first generation of cutting tools to now. It has taken decades to accumulate rich precision technology. However, our system is not the best in Japan. There are many better ones, such as a certain well-known company. I heard that Zhongji Company has been developing for several years, but has not achieved results. So, it's not easy for them to produce a test product today. With what you say, I feel relieved. Matsumoto Biyun smiled, slightly sarcastically. I also heard that some people want to form their own team and produce a product within a month. Haha, truly overestimating themselves. Tanaka shook his head slightly. That's impossible. Biyun-kun. Matsumoto Biyun sneered. Indeed, if they succeeded, that would be something unusual. On the other side, Chen Zhongshuan sat grimly in the chief's seat, flanked by experts and business partners invited this time. At this moment, an expert leaned over and smiled. Is this Chairman Chen's daughter? Sorry to make you laugh. Chen Zhongshuan's originally gloomy face showed a hint of a bitter smile. You certainly have your style. The expert smiled slightly. Chairman Chen, you need not take it too seriously. Young people are full of energy, which is normal. Chen Zhongshuan shook his head, looking at the staff who had already placed the raw materials into the processing center, and asked, Professor Zeng, you are a top computer expert from Huazhong University of Science and Technology. In your opinion, what will be the result of this evaluation? Does the chairman not already have an idea? The middle-aged expert called Professor Zeng smiled. I do know some situations, but is our system really unusable? Not necessarily. Professor Zeng shook his head, speaking somewhat helplessly. In recent years, development in Huaxia has been rapid, and various industries have shown explosive growth. However, computing and computer systems cannot just rely on funding to yield results. They require extensive research experience and accumulation. Nowadays, the domestic production systems in the region can achieve basic stable operation, but in terms of functionality and precision, they are far behind their international counterparts. Not to mention the advanced precision engineering in a certain leading country. Chairman Chun is also a businessman and should be familiar with the industry situation, right? Naturally. Chun Zhongshuan nodded. He is well aware of the current state of the global machine tool industry, more than anyone else, and thus he is eager to achieve remarkable results. However, reality is not a dream, and what one wishes for does not always come true. Since entering the business world, he has had a smooth journey, overcoming occasional setbacks. But he did not expect to stumble greatly in this sector, causing the entire Chun Group to come to a standstill. Currently, in terms of overall strength, the leading country undoubtedly holds the top position in the machine tool industry, boasting significant advantages in brand, scale, technology, market presence, and profits. Just in terms of brands, there are hundreds of various machine tool companies in that country, many of which possess top-notch technology. Take the W company involved in your negotiations, for example. Their core high-end business is the high-precision, fully automatic tool setting instrument, known for its astonishing accuracy and capturing nearly 70% of the global market. Almost all high-end machine tools utilize their tool setting instrument. While their system may be a weak point, it still holds a clear advantage compared to domestic competitors. Professor Zeng sighed, seemingly reflecting, and pointed to the processing center in front of them. Chairman Chun, take a look. When W Company used the processing center produced by your company, they nearly replaced all the control panels and consoles. Although they did not replace the main spindle and auxiliary spindle motors, some optimizations were made. The CNC system has also adopted a brand new fully automatic programming software, requiring no human involvement at all, even equipped with a database to compare and report erroneous data. Their proprietary precision interpolation function allows your company's products to operate more smoothly with almost no errors, ensuring a certain level of precision. Chen Zhongshuan carefully compared the operating conditions of the three prototypes and nodded in understanding. In contrast, the prototype from W Company clearly operated more smoothly, with higher 5-axis coordination and more efficient cutting paths and feeding timings. The other two systems, as their name suggests, are part of a systematic engineering project. Missing a single link could lead to frequent system crashes, especially when optimizations are poorly adapted, making it easy to have system misjudgments, such as feeding too fast or too slow. Just as he was speaking, a sharp sound was heard from the audience, followed by an uproar. Chen Zhongshuan and Professor Zeng looked up simultaneously to see a crack appearing on the glass platform of the first processing center, and the staff had urgently stopped the machine for inspection. There was a tool collision. How is the system calculating the tool position, allowing such an entry? The rotation speed also seems off. The murmurs continued. Chen Zhongshuan and Professor Zeng exchanged a glance, and both smiled wryly. The numerical control system brought by the company encountered a failure. After investigation, it was determined that it was not due to mechanical reasons, and unfortunately, they could no longer continue participating in the testing. Everyone felt a sense of regret. Numerous reporters eagerly captured the broken tool head of the machining center, and it was estimated that they would soon return to brainstorm and produce hundreds of versions of the report. Matsumoto turned his gaze away, revealing a hint of disdain. Mr. Tanaka, what qualifications does such a level of system have to compete with us? Tanaka nodded. Matsumoto-kun, I overestimated the precision technology of the region. It's our mistake, Mr. Tanaka, Matsumoto said dismissively. This is our joint error. Earlier, he had been worried that Chen Xian might have some tricks up her sleeve. But now it seemed his concerns were completely unnecessary. This was good. He had successfully completed his father's task. As for Chen Xian, she truly lived up to her prestigious background, unlike those girls who would do anything to get attention. Such women were indeed more enjoyable to conquer. Matsumoto greedily watched Chen Xian in the distance, licking his lips. Chen Xian, no matter how unique you are, you will still end up as mine, he thought. Feeling a stir of excitement, Chen Xian looked at the product prototype surrounded by numerous technicians in the center of the venue, her calm expression slightly shifting. She was far from the prototype and did not immediately know what had happened, but she clearly saw the subsequent actions of the technicians. It's a tool collision, someone nearby said. This is caused by the system not being properly matched. A tool head wasted for nothing, and it damaged a piece of raw material. Exactly. The machine's precision needs to be high, and the maturity and compatibility of the system must be improved. Otherwise, this kind of situation will occur. Yes. Last time I encountered a similar issue because I used a mismatched system, along with workers lacking the necessary skills, which led to multiple tool collisions. The whole machine was left in a terrible state, and to repair it, I had to replace the spindle, which cost 1 to 2 million. It's really unbearable. Oh, where is your factory located? I faced a similar problem. Really? The speaker looked surprised. I'm in City S. Where are you? I'm also in City S. What a coincidence. Chun Xen silently withdrew her gaze, tightening her grip on her bag, even though she was resolute. Seeing the technicians around the CNC machining center sweating profusely and recalling a certain unpleasant face, she couldn't help but doubt her decision for the first time. Was she being too impulsive? Chapter 32. Defective workpieces. What a pity, Professor Zeng said, retracting his gaze and shaking his head in regret. Professor Zeng, can you tell what the problem is? Another younger scholar leaned over and quietly asked. It should be a data variable issue. Professor Zeng thought for a moment and replied. I suspect it's a slight error in the data variables that cause the cutting data to fluctuate. I think so too, the younger scholar nodded, sighing. This was originally a minor issue that could be resolved through programming, but unfortunately, it is no longer a small problem. Another expert joined in, shaking his head and saying, any minor error in data can translate into significant mistakes when reflected in the actual actions of the processing center. A tool moving 1 millimeter too far or not far enough, or turning 1 extra rotation or 1 less, can lead to completely different outcomes. Chen Zhongshuan smiled, but couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could these people not say something a bit more understandable? In fact, aside from manual programming checks, there is another method to avoid such errors. Professor Zeng smiled and turned to Chen Zhongshuan, saying, Chairman Chen, do you remember what I just mentioned about the control system's autonomous comparison error reporting? Of course, Chen Zhongshuan nodded appreciatively and continued. You mentioned that this system has its own database and can conduct comparative error reporting for such operational mistakes. Exactly, Professor Zeng nodded. Generally speaking, after the tool position file is generated, technicians will further screen and confirm the file to ensure that fundamental errors, such as tool collisions caused by data issues, do not occur. This is a common practice among domestic system manufacturers now. However, as long as human involvement is part of the process, errors can arise from negligence or oversight, leading to mistakes. Professor Zeng pointed to the 2 remaining prototypes on the field and continued, Chairman Chen, you see, Guangkong's system also belongs to automatic programming, but their technicians conducted careful debugging after programming, ensuring stable operation without errors. The system from Company W, on the other hand, relies entirely on its powerful hardware and software capabilities, using its vast database to perform calculations and corrections for such minor issues. The only task for their technicians is to verify whether the system's prompts are correct. By significantly reducing human involvement, it greatly enhances stability and accuracy. What Professor Zeng said is indeed correct. A young professor next to them nodded. In terms of data, we still have a significant gap compared to some other countries. I understand what you all are saying. Chen Zhongshuan pondered for a moment. Isn't the possibility of success in developing the system that the young lady mentioned something you suggested? Chairman Chen? The younger professor seemed a bit puzzled and asked in surprise. Chen Zhongshuan smiled wryly. Professor Wang, you truly misunderstand me. If our company had the capability to develop a new generation of processing center control systems, or even just a usable control system, I would announce it publicly without hesitation. To be honest, our group does want to develop a mid to high-end control system, but as Professor Zeng said, system engineering really requires a systematic approach. Our system simply cannot meet the design criteria, let alone add optional functionalities. He shook his head. That's why I invited all of you here. To evaluate the various manufacturers we invited to achieve the best cost-performance ratio. If this is not your directive, Chairman Chen. Then Professor Wang regretfully shook his head and said, I share the same view as Professor Zeng. We both believe that Company W's system is top-notch in terms of technology, performance, specifications, and functionality. As for the cost-performance ratio, to be frank, Company W also has a slight advantage. Regarding the control system mentioned by your daughter, I personally do not have high hopes for it. Professor Qin, do you agree? Chen Zhongshuan inquired of the third scholar. Given the current situation, my opinion aligns with that of Professor Zeng and Professor Wang, replied the older, slightly balding professor with a nod. Chairman Chen, You have seen that the two domestic manufacturers you invited are quite strong, large in scale, and considered top products domestically, but I understand now. Chen Zhongshuan suppressed his thoughts, scanning the audience before finally resting his gaze on Chen Xine, slowly pulling back after a moment. After the tool collision incident, the atmosphere finally became lively. Each reporter and manufacturer representative closely observed the second and third prototypes, watching the spindles and tool heads working diligently behind the glass platform, noting their rapid rotation and cutting, occasionally retracting the tool head to switch to a new type for further refinement, all while analyzing the shortcomings of both sides in their minds. Next to Chen Xian, the two individuals were still whispering. The tool path of the two testing prototypes had already shown significant differences. It seemed there were issues with the path planning of the second prototype, as the roughness of the machined edge did not meet the standards. One person remarked, "You really are an expert. I didn't notice so much," the other person agreed. With experience from frequent use, the first person said proudly, "Look, compared to the third prototype, the second one clearly has some deviations in the tool path." Perhaps the programmers thought this would better leverage the advantages of the spindle and rotating platform to enhance surface efficiency, but theory is always theory. In practice, there are some discrepancies. Chen Xian didn't want to hear this, but couldn't help but look up at the two testing machines in the arena. Unfortunately, after watching for a long time, apart from the flying metal shavings, she still couldn't discern any differences. This slight deviation not only led to lower machining efficiency, but also resulted in unsatisfactory processing outcomes. Little brother, when you buy a machining center, be sure to avoid such pitfalls. Are you saying that Chun Group's machining center shouldn't be bought? Not exactly. The person known as Big Brother shook his head. Chun Group's sincerity this time is quite substantial. The materials used meet the standards, and the electromechanical systems are all fully imported. However, if the system lacks a good framework, I would rather buy an expensive imported product. I came here for the high cost-performance ratio, but seeing this situation, it seems hopeless. The machining center equipped with Company W's system will likely be priced at double. My factory is piled up with orders waiting for urgent relief. Had I known it would be like this, I wouldn't have wasted my time. At that moment, both lost interest in talking and quietly awaited the outcome. A few metal shavings were continuously flying and falling, as the workpiece was gradually taking shape according to the predetermined design. Time passed minute by minute. After more than an hour, the second processing center finished first. The technician opened the platform glass and took out the already processed finished workpiece. Everyone's eyes lit up, intently staring at the finished workpiece in the technician's hand. All right, we can see that the second prototype has been completed. This is a test prototype equipped with a broad control system. Now, we will have the experts conduct a thorough inspection and evaluation. Li Siyu's voice rang out in a timely manner. The freshly processed workpiece was quickly sent to the podium, where it was observed in turn by various experts invited by the Chun Group, before being passed on to the manufacturers. Matsumoto Baiyun quietly watched as Tanaka gently rubbed the workpiece with his hand. When Tanaka opened his eyes, he softly inquired, "Mr. Tanaka, how is it?" Tanaka slightly shook his head, handed the workpiece to the staff for further passing, and quietly said, "Baiyun-kun, this type of workpiece is considered substandard in our company." Matsumoto Baiyun immediately displayed a look of keen curiosity. "Mr. Tanaka, I don't quite understand. Isn't the processing of a workpiece, aside from precision, more importantly about size and shape? Some workpieces also have high requirements for surface roughness. Without dimensional precision, it is meaningless, and without adequate surface roughness, it is simply too poor." Chung Bin let out a slight sigh and passed the workpiece in his hand to the next person. "How is it, brother?" Someone beside him leaned in to ask. "As for precision, I can't say yet, but in terms of roughness, it still falls a bit short." Chung Bin glanced at the person next to him, a young man who appeared quite robust, though he looked to be in his 30s. "Didn't you just ask the colleagues next to you? What's the matter? Still not at ease?" "I'm just new to the industry," the man said somewhat shyly, scratching his head. This was understandable. One could easily pay tuition if they weren't careful when just starting out. Chung Bin reflected on his own arduous journey and couldn't help but say, "I just heard you mention that your machine's spindle is damaged." Thinking about it makes me a bit angry," the man replied indignantly. "I painstakingly imported this second-hand equipment from abroad, spending several million, only for it to be damaged due to a worker's operational mistake. Now the machine is stuck in the workshop, completely non-functional. It's really driving me crazy. The spindle isn't easy to repair." Chung Bin shook his head. "Especially with imported items. It's even harder to contact the original manufacturer. Exactly, the man said with some frustration. The original manufacturer quoted $2 million, and I have to cover transportation and accommodation costs. I bought a second-hand piece of equipment for just a few million, and spending another $2 million on repairs isn't cost-effective. That's why I came to see the situation after hearing that the Churn Group has released a new processing center. So, brother, you've seen the finished product. What do you think? Chung Bin continued to shake his head. Given the current situation, I do not recommend you purchase this product. The instability of the system poses immeasurable risks. Even if it can operate normally, as you can see, it simply does not achieve the ideal processing accuracy and results. The man seemed anxious. What should I do? The factory is waiting for me to bring the new equipment back. With no other choice, Chung Bin looked at the anxious man before him, seemingly seeing a reflection of himself when he first entered the industry. There's really no other way. Let us call the manufacturer for repairs. Call the manufacturer for repairs? Doesn't that mean my trip was in vain? The man felt somewhat depressed. Meanwhile, at the venue, the third testing prototype equipped with the system from a certain company had already stopped operating, and staff were taking the final products off the platform. At this point in the evaluation meeting, it had already lost its basic significance. Everyone knew that the system from the certain company would demonstrate outstanding performance, enhancing the operating efficiency and stability of the machines, pushing them to their maximum precision. Knowing this, there was no expectation. What everyone was looking forward to was that the two system suppliers invited by the Chun Group would produce impressive results, even if they didn't surpass the certain company. As long as they were not too disappointing, those present could accept it without qualms. After all, everyone knew that the systems from a certain region and another region were not comparable at all. However, to the disappointment of those present, the results this time were no different from the countless previous ones. The system from the certain company once again defeated the domestic system with overwhelming force, as always. Although the CNC machining center hardware system launched by the Chun Group this time was quite good, the significant gap in the systems left the attending manufacturers feeling no excitement. Without the software system, no matter how advanced the machining center was, it could not perform effectively, resulting in very low cost effectiveness. This point was also felt by Chun Zhongshuan and the experts, and for a moment, they lost the motivation to continue the conversation. Observing the somewhat gloomy atmosphere, Matsumoto Biyun revealed a hint of pride, slightly turning his head, but noticing that the person he wanted to see was quietly sitting with his head down. Seemingly unaware of any unusualness, Matsumoto Biyun smiled slightly and leaned back to whisper something to Tanaka, who immediately brightened up. As time passed, after about 10 minutes, the buzzing sound of the third machine gradually quieted down. Immediately, staff approached to retrieve the processed workpieces and hand them over to the experts at the podium for evaluation. A moment later, voices began to rise again, with occasional sighs heard. On the stage, Chen Zhongshuan, who had already had extensive discussions with the experts, gently stood up and pressed his hands down slightly. The scene immediately fell silent. Ladies and gentlemen, the test has yielded results. Next, Professor Qin from Tsinghua University will announce the final results. Hello everyone. I am Qin Yonghua. At the invitation of the organizers of this evaluation meeting, I had the honor of observing the new machining center and testing from the Chun Group on-site, which I feel privileged to do. During this test, we observed from multiple aspects. I knew this would be the result. In the audience, Chung Bin slightly shook his head. How many times has it been? No change. Brother, isn't there still the Chun Group's own system that hasn't been tested? Why the rush to conclusions? He said, puzzled. The Chun Group's own system? Someone nearby seemed to find this amusing and turned to say, I mean, brother, you can't really believe that, can you? Why not believe it? The man asked, confused. That's all fake, the enthusiastic bystander stated confidently. It's a smokescreen deliberately released by the Chun Group to increase their bargaining chips. Just watch. The Chun Group won't publicly test their own system. That would be like slapping themselves in the face. Is that so? The man looked bewildered. If that's not the case, I'll eat this workpiece. The enthusiastic observer suddenly produced a finished workpiece that appeared to be the product of the second processing center. The man and Chung Bin were momentarily at a loss for words, feeling somewhat speechless. Based on all the conditions mentioned above, after discussions with other experts, we unanimously believe that the control system of Company W from the land of the rising sun excels in automation, precision, efficiency, and stability compared to other systems. Therefore, the final winner of this evaluation is Company W. The room fell silent. Then, a sudden round of applause broke out. Everyone turned their attention to the source of the applause. Matsumoto stood up, clapping and scanning the crowd with a smile, saying, "Isn't this result not surprising at all, everyone? Our company W has completely outperformed the other two manufacturers in both hardware and software. So, everyone, let's give company W a round of applause to lighten the atmosphere." Tanaka clapped. The people next to Tanaka clapped. The people at the podium began to clap. Everyone started clapping. "Very well, thank you, everyone," Matsumoto said gracefully. Then turned to the podium. "Now I have just one question, Chairman Shin. Please let me see the new system your company has developed." Matsumoto blinked. "I'm really curious." "I'm sure Mr. Tanaka is eager to see it as well, right?" "Yes, Matsumoto-kun." Tanaka nodded in agreement. Chen Zhongshuan slowly stood up, gazing deeply at Matsumoto, exhaling slowly, and said aloud, "First, I want to thank all the friends for your attention and concern for our company. Your interest in our development progress makes us feel a heavy responsibility, and we do not want to disappoint everyone. So, I need to clarify one point here. We have indeed developed programs related to this content, but this project has been terminated for other reasons. We have indeed commissioned other companies to develop corresponding programs. But so far, we have not received specific feedback from them. So, does that mean the Chun Group does not acknowledge having a usable program?" Matsumoto took over, directing his gaze at Chun Xin in the audience. "So, is Miss Chun Xin from the Chun Group lying?" Chen Zhongshuan fell silent immediately, standing like a statue at the podium. The scene began to descend into chaos, as journalists seemed to catch the scent of a breaking story, pulling out their cameras to take frantic shots. A few reporters even took out small notebooks, closely watching the two individuals, as if fearing they might vanish at any moment. Of course, many others had already picked up microphones, starting to shout questions. "Chairman Chen, could you please explain your statement in detail?" "Chairman Chen, can your previous comments be interpreted as the Chun Group abandoning system development?" "Chairman Chen, your statements and those of your daughter are completely contradictory. Who can truly represent the Chun Group? Has there been an internal dispute within your group?" "Chairman Chen, what are your thoughts on the recent fluctuations in the stock market and the losses incurred?" Chun Xin observed the chaotic scene with a cold gaze, noting Matsumoto's smug expression and her father's stern face. She understood that there was no turning back. The truth would soon be revealed. As her calm voice broke the silence, a greater chaos erupted. "Miss Chun, do your words represent the Chun Group? Miss Chun, do you have sufficient evidence to prove your claims? Miss Chun, have you tested the reliability of the system? This is a system developed by another company that I commissioned in my private capacity, unrelated to the Chun Group." Chun Xin raised her head defiantly, looking at her father on the podium. "I will take full responsibility for any issues." "Such a sense of responsibility and courage," Matsumoto mocked. "How do you intend to take full responsibility? If your obstinacy leads to the collapse of the cooperation between the Chun Group and my company, the loss for us would be negligible. It would just mean losing a client. But for the Chun Group, Miss Chun, that loss would be something you cannot bear." As he spoke, Matsumoto seemed to suddenly remember something, looking enlightened. "Oh, I almost forgot. For you, Miss Chun, this loss may not mean much. After all, not long ago, you caused the Chun Group stock price to drop by nearly half." He paused to think. "Let me see, how much was it?" Around 500 billion? The audience gasped at the figure. If it were any other company present, they would likely have gone bankrupt by now, even for the Chun Group. It was a staggering loss. The murmurs grew louder. "I had heard the Chun Group stock was unstable, but I didn't expect it to drop this severely. Don't mention it. My friend is into stocks and bought shares in the Chun Group. It's been locked down for 4 consecutive days, and he's lost a fortune. Isn't that friend you?" Chun Xion's face turned pale, her hands and feet feeling cold. Even she, despite her inexperience, understood Matsumoto's intentions now. He aimed to bring the Chun Group to its knees. If the words spoken today got out, the Chun Group stock would continue to plummet. If she couldn't present a system that far surpassed that of Matsumoto's company today, the Chun Group would be finished. "Mr. Matsumoto, how to run the Chun Group is probably not something W Company needs to worry about." Just as Chun Xin was feeling a bit at a loss, Chen Zhongshuan's voice came from afar, cold and piercing. "W Company does have some cooperative relationship with my Chun Group. Is this how the Matsumoto family educates their children?" Matsumoto Byun smiled lightly and said, "Uncle Chun, please forgive me, it wasn't intentional. Besides, what has happened in the stock market will be known, whether we talk about it or not. However, since we are on this topic, Uncle Chun, I want to hide it from you. If the Chun Group truly wants to adopt our W Company system, The procurement cost will need to increase by 50 from the original basis. Otherwise, I suggest you try the soft system that Miss Chen personally commissioned. Chen Zhongshuan's expression darkened. 50 is no small number, and bringing it up in this context was clearly pressuring him to take a stance. Once he agreed, there would be no room for regret. As for the contract commissioned by Chen Xin, Chen Zhongshuan had not even considered it. There was no point in thinking about something that had already been negated by facts, as it would only cloud his judgment. Is this your father's idea? Or is it Mr. Tanaka's? Matsumoto Biyun turned to the side to look at Tanaka, who gently nodded. Seeing Tanaka's nod, Chen Zhongshuan softened his tone slightly. Such matters are best discussed at the negotiation table, don't you think, Mr. Matsumoto? He could disregard Matsumoto Biyun's opinion, and even his father's, but he could not ignore the opinions of the technical personnel from the region, especially one named Tanaka. At least for now. W Company's system was something the Chun Group desperately needed. However, Chen Xin. Chen Zhongshuan glanced at her, shaking his head in disappointment. He had been lax in his discipline over the years and had indulged this girl too much. Since that's the case, I declare that W Company has received a positive response. Chen Zhongshuan was about to announce when he was interrupted by Chen Xion's cold voice. I demand a test. Chen Xion stepped forward, her voice cold and resolute. Chen Zhongshuan frowned slightly. Don't be ridiculous. Chen Xion remained unmoved, staring seriously at Chen Zhongshuan. She knew this was her last chance. If she missed it, there would be no way back. Moreover, she never believed Matsumoto Biyun was a good person. The way he looked at her made her feel uncomfortable all over. In her hand was a USB drive given to her by Wang Shuo, the hope that he had worked tirelessly for over a dozen days to create. No matter what, she had to try, even if it meant risking everything. I demand a test, she declared, her voice firm and powerful. Chen Zhongshuan felt a headache coming on. This stubbornness was just like her mother. However, his wife had become gentle and virtuous after marriage, and he couldn't understand why both of his daughters had such personalities. This kind of temperament was extremely dangerous in such situations. Miss Chen, while I am very eager to see your new system, everyone's time is valuable. Chairman Chen still needs to discuss important contracts with W Company. Do you wish to test it now? Matsumoto Biyun said with a hint of mockery. Let me ask you, did you bring the equipment to load your system? I can install the system on-site and conduct tests immediately. Chen Xion took her USB drive out of her bag and held it tightly. On-site installation? Matsumoto Biyun displayed a surprised expression and turned to ask, Mr. Tanaka, is that possible? Mr. Tanaka shook his head. The others also slightly shook their heads. Those present were either seasoned researchers in the computing field or experienced professionals in the processing industry. While they might not be experts in the installation of CNC machining center systems, they were certainly not unfamiliar with it. In fact, 9 out of 10 people present dealt with machining center systems on a daily basis. They all understood that the complexity of a complete machining center control system made it nearly impossible to install and debug it on-site, let alone conduct immediate tests. Although Matsumoto Biyun was annoying, he was right. No one had the patience to wait 7 or 8 hours for loading time. You see, Miss Chen, it's not that we don't trust you, but your statement is too naive. On-site installation? Haha, with just the USB drive in your hand? Installing a system that includes a database and is over 100 gigabytes? You're overturning industry rules, haha. Seeing Tanaka's indifferent expression and the slight nods from the experts, Chen Xion fell silent for a moment. Chen Zhongshuan showed a hint of concern, saying, Xiner, let's stop here. Miss Chen, this is where it ends. Matsumoto Biyun said with a slight smile. It seems your final choice can only be us. As Matsumoto Biyun spoke, he seemed to remember something. By the way, Miss Chen, I want to ask, you haven't forgotten the location, have you? Ignoring Matsumoto Biyun, Chen Xion took a deep breath. Wang Shua's tired face appeared in her mind, along with the proud expression when he handed her the USB drive and his joking words. Comrade Chen Xion, I'm a serious science student and never make academic jokes. Wang Shua, oh Wang Shua, I hope you're not lying to me. Chen Xion raised her head, her calm gaze sweeping across the room. I can conduct tests on site, but I need to install a device first. Chapter 34. The strange system to conduct on-site installation tests of the system and also install a device? The vendors and reporters present were a bit bewildered. What kind of strange operation was this? Was there some design flaw with the 2 prototype machines on stage? What device? Chen Zhongshuan asked with a stern face, but when he saw what Chen Xion took out, he began to regret it, his eye twitching involuntarily. This is, if I'm not mistaken, this is a camera? Please confirm. Brother, this is just a camera. Matsumoto Biyun also widened his eyes, unable to believe it, blinking in disbelief before finally bursting into laughter. Miss Chun, I really believe you are just here to entertain us. Installing a camera on a machining center. Is this your idea or the design team's? If it's the latter, I have to say you found an incredible team. This idea is truly eye-opening for us, haha. Installing a camera on a machining center today and tomorrow? Are you going to install a microphone? The day after tomorrow, will you install a robotic arm? Miss Chun, to be frank, I'm quite concerned about the capabilities of the team you entrusted. I'm starting to doubt whether the system you mentioned can actually operate normally. If you can't even get past the installation phase, it would be truly disappointing. Shin Xin maintained a stoic expression and called over a technician, handing him 2 cameras. They needed to be installed diagonally in the platform cabin of the first test prototype. After a moment of thought, Shin Xin added, connect them to the mainboard. The technician nodded and hurried to the first machine, opening the platform glass and getting to work. The first test prototype. This machine has previously encountered issues, and the positioning must have deviated. Without a precise alignment tool, it can't function properly. Why did Miss Chin choose this equipment as the carrier? Perhaps she is resigned to failure, indicating a lack of confidence in the system. Not to mention confidence, it seems even the installation might be problematic. Given that Miss Chun lacks technical knowledge and the on-site technicians have not received any training. This is a serious issue. I wonder where Miss Chin's confidence is coming from. Listening to the discussions around him, Matsumoto Biyun's smile grew wider. He felt that today was going exceptionally well. If he could crush this so-called Chun Group's self-developed system with overwhelming force, he could look forward to a comfortable life after completing his mission, which made him quite pleased. Biyun-kun, Tanaka said softly, why do you want to do this? Mr. Tanaka, you don't understand, Matsumoto replied, reclining comfortably in his chair. The saying goes, if you don't kill the snake, it may harm you. The Chun Group, while currently weak, is still a massive entity with a market value of 3 to 400 billion. Seeing that Tanaka seemed somewhat unconcerned, Matsumoto smiled and added, of course. Compared to our company, the Chun Group is nothing. But as long as the Chun Group hasn't reached a dead end, there will still be room for negotiation. Which I dislike the most. Only by keeping the Chun Group under pressure, ensuring they have no hope of recovery, can we have the final say in the market. At that point, whatever price you want to offer, they will have to accept it, hehe. However, Tanaka frowned slightly, as if he wanted to say something. Does Mr. Tanaka think that our company's system is inferior to that of an unknown small company? That's not the case, Tanaka shook his head. Then there's no problem. Matsumoto said with a sly smile. Mr. Tanaka, let's wait and see the show. At the head table, Chun Zhongshuan eventually sat down, looking at his daughter standing beside the first test prototype, revealing a hint of a bitter smile. Chairman Chun, could you share a bit about the principle behind installing these cameras? A young professor named Wang leaned in and quietly inquired. As Chun Zhongshuan was about to explain, he noticed that several professors around him were staring straight ahead, yet their ears were subtly leaning in his direction. He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Everyone, this is entirely my daughter's own decision. I had no prior knowledge of it. I would also like to ask, what is the situation with this camera? The professors all shook their heads. They recognized that it was indeed a unilateral decision, but they were puzzled by Chun Xion's current actions. Professor Zeng said, Chairman Chun, since you claim to be unaware, please don't make it difficult for us. If this were in the field of intelligent computing, I might be able to explain it to you, but as for the processing center, I'm afraid I'm at a loss. The other professors nodded in agreement. Then let's just observe how this unfolds. Chun Zhongshuan felt that a perfectly good evaluation and bidding meeting had turned into this, and he regretted his decades of experience in business. After this incident, he must properly educate his unruly daughter. Just thinking about it made him feel overwhelmed. 20 minutes later, someone exclaimed, look, the camera is installed. It was indeed set up inside the platform cabin, but what did that mean? Installed diagonally? He thought operating a machine would require facial recognition for unlocking. You know, your idea is much more reliable than the one from Miss Chen's team. Huh. I'm only concerned about how Miss Chun will install the system. The rest doesn't matter. If she can have the system installed within 5 hours, that would truly break the industry record. As the camera installation was completed, the noise in the room gradually increased, with everyone focusing on Chin Xian, curious about her next move. Under their scrutiny, Chin Xian took out her phone, unlocked it, and seemed to select a call to make. After a long wait, the call finally connected. Hello, Miss Chin Xian, what can I do for you? A male voice came through, sounding somewhat reluctant to speak and quite muffled. How do I use it? Chen Xian asked calmly. Haha, I thought you wouldn't ask me. The male voice laughed exaggeratedly, becoming louder, making it clear for those near Chen Xian to hear. Has everything I gave you been set up? If it has, take a nice selfie. If that's not convenient, just take a picture of your face. Chen Xian listened quietly while those around her held their breath in anticipation. Then, just find a socket and plug it in. And you're good to go. Everyone looked bewildered. Who was this person? What were they talking about? Why did it seem that even these technical experts were having trouble understanding? Got it, Chen Xian said as she hung up. The hall seemed to instantly return to normal, with a buzzing sound filling the air. Miss Chen, may I ask you a question? Was the person you called a reporter? A reporter suddenly realized, raising his microphone and shouting towards Chen Xian. Other reporters quickly caught on and adjusted their recording devices, moving closer to her. He is a technician, Chen Xian replied, pausing for a moment before adding, the technician who designed the system. The reporters were clearly dissatisfied with this answer. Miss Chen Xian, could you reveal the name of the technology development company you commissioned? Could you elaborate on how you entrusted this project? Was your commission approved by your company? As for Matsumoto, he was hardly affected. Who Chen Xian was talking to or what was said was not in his consideration, as he had enough confidence to believe that Company W had no rivals in the current landscape. However, the calmness of this girl was indeed captivating. Matsumoto watched Chen Xian, who was seriously looking for an input. This is good. The colder it is, the more interesting it becomes. I should change my taste. Mr. Tanaka, what do you think? I believe there is no plug-and-play system. Tanaka rarely managed to complete a whole sentence fluently and added, Matsumoto-kun. Matsumoto's smile froze for a moment. Then he slightly pouted, continuing to watch Chen Xian's actions with some disinterest. After quietly searching for a while, Chen Xian finally found the designed USB interface on the lower panel of the platform. She frowned slightly and inserted the USB drive. Is this okay? Sir, you are an industry veteran. Please share your thoughts. Chung Bin furrowed his brows. In my experience, there is no system that can be installed in such a singular manner. There are various supporting software. Not to mention, even just the programming software differs among manufacturers. Furthermore, after programming, the specific verification of the generated toolpath files requires skilled technicians, and some unsolvable issues need professional engineers. Relying solely on a USB drive to solve all problems is hard to evaluate. Moreover, even if the system can be installed, how will it be operated? Technicians without system training cannot ensure smooth operation. Miss Chen seems to be somewhat naive. How can this be Miss Chen's fault? If anything, it should be blamed on that technician, right? What does just plug it in mean? If that were the case, what do we, as senior engineers, need to do? Another person nearby remarked somewhat dissatisfied. All right, Lao Ran, we are already here, so let's see what the Chun Group is actually selling. Who knows? Just as this person spoke, he suddenly stopped. Who knows what? Lao Ran turned around, only to see his friend wide-eyed, as if witnessing something incredible. Lao Xiao, don't speak. Just look. Unbeknownst to Chen Xian, who was unaware of the discussions, everything seemed to change the moment the USB drive was inserted into the machine. The prototype from the Chun Group, for better human-machine interaction, employed the most advanced capacitive touchscreen paired with an engineering-grade core CPU, sufficient to run any program. At that moment, the screen quietly displayed a prompt. You are about to install the exclusive custom initial system provided by Wang Shuo for Miss Chen Xian. Please confirm that you have obtained permission from Miss Chen Xian. If you are Miss Chen Xian herself, please provide a recent photo of yourself. Note, on-site photography is required. Below is the confirmation and cancellation, but there is no option to upload a photo. This USB drive, which doesn't seem to show any response when plugged into the computer, surprisingly has reacted, giving Chen Xian a glimmer of comfort. What on earth is this? It doesn't feel like a legitimate system. Brother, tell me, what does it show? There's no option to upload a photo. How can I choose to upload one? I feel like I'm registering for a dating app. Dating apps are much better than this, okay? At least their interfaces are appealing. This shabby UI is making me feel terrible. The few closest to her have already seen this text, and it spreads quickly. Soon everyone in the hall knows what's on the screen. Chen Xian's calm expression quickly changes, starting with surprise, then revealing a hint of strangeness, and finally, she even blushes slightly. This Wang Shuo, she hurriedly lifted the lid of the platform beside her, not caring about her image, and stuffed her head inside. Click. Here is your photo. Attached, one image. The photo of Chen Xian. Well, it's not very flattering. to say the least. Chen Xian, who could stand up to Matsumoto Biyun and resist family pressure, felt her anger dissipate. Her small hands tightened. If Wang Shuo were in front of her now, he would definitely take 1,000 points of damage. The screen changes again. Ha ha ha, this is a joke. When you first start this system, it will pop up to confirm it's you, Miss Chun, for safety reasons. After all, with such an excellent customized system, it would be bad if it got lost. The automatic process begins, and you 1T need to participate. Miss Chun, just sit back and relax for a bit. Smiling emoji JPG. Chen Xian has already heard herself grinding her teeth. What is this? I feel like I can't face installing an operating system again. Miss Chen Xian, are you sure this is a system program and not a prank? Matsumoto Biyun's impatient voice sounded. Chen Xian ignored him and quietly watched the screen. The following display seemed much more normal. Hardware detected. Checking detection result. 5-axis multifunction machining center. Existing data found. Your continued installation will overwrite the original data. Please confirm. Chen Xian clicked confirm. Checking detection complete. Hardware meets system standards. Installation command can be executed. Starting installation. Installation progress. 15. How is this possible? Chungbin's eyes widened. What's wrong, brother? The man beside him looked puzzled. Is the installation speed too fast? Installation speed? Chungbin finally realized that he was so shocked that he hadn't noticed the problem with the installation speed. He shook his head. This is impossible. What is going on, brother? Can you explain it to us? The man anxiously scratched his head. I can't say for sure right now. Let us keep watching. Chungbin said, unconsciously tightening his grip. Installation progress. 1520. Matsumoto Biyun pouted. Miss Chen Xian, if this is just a boring trick, then it should end now. We are not in the mood to watch animations with you here. No one responded. Everyone was intently staring at the progress bar on the screen, counting the progress one by one. Even Tanaka, who was sitting next to him, straightened his body slightly, not taking his eyes off the screen. Chen Zhongshuan looked around at the suddenly silent scene with some confusion. He turned to consult the experts, but saw that they were all equally serious. So he had to lower his voice and ask the nearest professor. Professor Zhang, what is going on? Chairman Chen, please allow me to explain later. Let us observe the situation first, Professor Zhang said in a solemn whisper, then turned his attention back to the screen, leaving Chen Zhongshuan momentarily sidelined. Chen Zhongshuan opened his mouth, but ultimately closed it, joining everyone else in watching the unfolding events. Installation progress, 4550. Chen Xian watched the continuously changing numbers on the screen, feeling her heart gradually rise. 6165, she silently recited in her mind. 7075. Chungbin was also muttering to himself, to see more clearly. He had moved closer to the first test machine. Beside him was his newly acquainted companion, Yang Ming. 8590. Everyone was silently counting in their hearts, focused on this unconventional program created by the somewhat unconventional programmer, eager to see what tricks he could pull. Only Li Siyu looked surprised, watching the program that had started running on the equipment, murmuring, can this really run? It shouldn't as everyone's attention was fixed. The program finally reached installation progress, 100. Was that successful? Just a few minutes? Was it even half an hour? It can't be an animation made by the programmer, right? I have a feeling this programmer is not serious. I feel the same way. Why do I feel a little more at ease only when 4 or 5 people are gathered around the machine? Otherwise, it feels a bit empty. If something else pops up later, I can face it calmly. The program installation was complete and was now collecting data from the target device. Please wait. In the expectant gazes of everyone, the screen displayed this message. Really successful? Chungbin showed a hint of surprise and continued to observe quietly. Collecting data? What kind of operation is this? Does the system also manage how to collect data from the processing center? I have seen countless system installations, but this feels off. As the crowd debated, the text on the screen changed, revealing a paragraph that kept evolving. Ahem, not bad. It's me again, Miss Chen Xian. Don't worry. Give me a few minutes to examine the specific performance of this machine. After all, the data you provided is not very accurate. Ahem, let me take a look. There are quite a few issues. The spindle speed is somewhat unstable, but that is not a problem. There is a deviation in the reset. That is a bit tricky. The platform's movement angle is limited. Well, I can't solve that. But don't worry, since this is a private custom package, it must come with full service. However, Miss Chen Xian, may I gently ask if we can pay first and service later? Chen Xian looked at the remaining options on the screen, biting her lips slightly. Without taking any action, Perhaps due to the long time without any clicks, a line of text popped up again on the screen. Forget it, forget it. Considering that Miss Chen Xin is a great beauty, I'll give you a discount. You can enjoy first and pay later. Now, let us start the real main process. As the text disappeared, the entire screen suddenly dimmed. After a while, there was no display on the screen. The scene fell into silence. Is this it? What happened to the promised system? The crowd exchanged glances. The animation is over. This farce should be ending, right? Matsumoto Biyun stood up, revealing a slight, elegant smile. And if he had a fan in hand, he would perfectly fit the image of a hypocrite. Miss Chen, you shouldn't keep staring at the screen. It's obvious this thing was made by some programmer just to tease you. You actually believe this? Haha, a personalized system, really. Matsumoto Biyun chuckled, uttering two words, ridiculous. Chen Xin ignored him, frowning at the screen. Just as she couldn't help but press the physical button at the bottom of the screen. It lit up instantly. Miss Chen Xin, your patience is truly admirable. I respect you. No wonder you can read so many books, haha. This is the last joke. If there's one more, you'll come to the software park to beat me. Matsumoto Biyun said. Chen Xion's face began to darken. The people around looked speechless, feeling somewhat exhausted. Dude, we're in a critical moment of life and death, focusing on national progress, and you're pulling this nonsense. Is it appropriate? Besides, it seems this programmer has some serious issues. Is a system really necessary? If Miss Chen Xion's patience were really that extreme, and she didn't press that button, would you still not continue? The screen dimmed again, and everyone held their breath, fearing that this incompetent programmer would cause more trouble. Fortunately, the screen lit up quickly this time. System process loading, please wait. The words on the screen made Chen Xion breathe a sigh of relief. If anything strange popped up, she would rather smash this broken machine. It had been a long time since she felt such a strong urge to hit someone. When was the last time she wanted to beat someone into a pulp? It seemed to be when she was 3 years old and had her beloved candy snatched by Chen Cheng. Chen Xion took a deep breath and looked at the text displayed on the screen. System process complete, ready for use. Would you like to name the current device? Name it. Chen Xion spent a few seconds thinking and entered a few numbers. CX 1380, naming successful. She felt like she had just bought a new phone. Really? It was exactly the same. Who says it's not? Isn't this a system? Flashy and extravagant. The installation time was indeed fast. But she wondered if it was just for show and not practical. Someone below quietly complained, but their eyes didn't leave the screen at all. Miss Chen Xion, hello. You have the highest authority for this system. Do you agree to enable the system to run with the highest authority? Chen Xion didn't understand what the highest authority meant, but she clicked confirm anyway. Higher is always better than lower. System confirmation successful. Self-check is starting, and it will take you a few minutes, so please be patient. As the text on the screen disappears, the processing platform of prototype number 1 suddenly emits a sound, and the previously motionless spindle begins to rotate rapidly, startling the onlookers, who then express some excitement. It's really moving. This system can indeed connect to the output terminal. At least this proves that the system is not just a superficial toy, though it remains uncertain how accurate the actual processing will be. You are all correct. But I would like to ask, what is happening with this number 1 machine that seems to be acting up? Matsumoto's expression finally changed. He tilted his head and looked at Tanaka, who had already stood up beside him, and asked, Mr. Tanaka, what is the situation now? I can't understand it, Biyun-kun. Tanaka replied, carefully observing the condition of the number 1 machine. This situation is similar to a computer device's self-check, but there are some differences in the details. Mr. Tanaka, just tell me, does this mean it's a success or a failure? I don't know, Biyun-kun, Tanaka said, sitting back down and responding in broken Chinese. The system is complex, but the self-check procedure is not complicated. What do you mean? I said nothing, Biyun-kun, Tanaka replied Dao. The technology is precise. While the others were talking, the screen displayed the self-check results. Detected tool damage, please replace. Chen Xion called over a technician to remove a tool from another platform and add it to the tool compartment. This is a standard detection function that most systems come equipped with, so those around Chen Xion were not surprised. In fact, the successful installation of this seemingly rudimentary system was surprising enough. Detected reset accuracy issue. The system will begin self-repair, automatically defining pulse accuracy. The spindle of the no. 1 test machine started rotating again, this time not rapidly, but rather as if it was stuttering, turning occasionally. Not just the spindle. But the other 4 axes also began to stutter simultaneously. This machine sounds off, right? Is it broken? Those further away were puzzled. It hasn't even started being used. And the machine is already malfunctioning. How can it ensure a high workload with this kind of quality? This isn't broken. Chungbin stared at the state of the number 1 machine, his voice trembling slightly. This is the sound of the tool calibration, determining the minimum stroke with each pulse. Are you saying this machine is calibrating itself? How is that possible? Chungbin's companions erupted in astonishment. You can't be serious, right? Without a high-precision tool calibration device, how can the machine determine the minimum stroke accuracy and precise reset by itself? I don't know. Chungbin shook his head, but his eyes remained glued to the number 1 machine, not wanting to miss any crucial details. His colleague Yang Ming hesitated and said, "Do you think it could be due to the camera?" Chungbin's eyes suddenly lit up. Precision definition completed. Current physical limit precision, 0.008 mm system ready. There is no conventional system partition, nor is there any typical system display. The entire interface simply presents a line of text, with the current workload shown in the lower right corner as 00 and a help option in the lower left corner, nothing else at all. This left Chen Xin feeling quite bewildered, reminiscent of a pirated software experience. A young bystander nearby couldn't help but sigh. Does the system developer even think about UI design? This level of interface is truly unbearable. Was there not enough time to create a proper design? He then pointed to the lower left corner. Miss Chun, give it a try. Chen Xin reached out and clicked on it. Prompt 1. This system is exclusively customized. Do not view it without permission. Prompt 2. If you are Chen Xin herself, you can choose one of 2 methods for work deployment. A. You can place the completed workpiece onto the platform, and the system will automatically build a data model and replicate it accurately. B. You can import an existing data model or generated toolpath file, and the system will handle it automatically. Prompt 3. Prompt completed. Chen Xin looked at these prompts, biting her lip. It seems the programmer has a special affection for Miss Chun. Even the prompts are so unique. Haha. This team must be full of experts. I can do better than this in writing copy. No bragging or belittling. However, is this automatic scanning to build a data model really true? No system can do that yet, right? This function requires high hardware specifications. I've heard that a company from a certain country has developed it, but there were no results. The second method is also interesting, suggesting that this system is not picky about the format of toolpath files. What I'm more concerned about is, what happens if the user is not Chen Xin? Compared to that, shouldn't we be more worried about whether the system is truly fully automated? As for the unbearable UI, it has been completely overlooked by everyone. It's really hard to look at. Ultimately, Chen Xin chose the second method. She had someone bring over the toolpath file USB drive and plugged it into the USB interface. The screen immediately changed. Data information detected, quantity found. 1. Importing data. Soon, the screen displayed the workpiece model and toolpath data that needed processing. The generated image was quite good, and it seemed to have been modified. Someone nearby whispered. Chen Xin clicked to confirm. Just when she thought she could finally relax, the screen changed again, displaying another line of text. Data error detected. Forced output will cause errors. Verifying permissions. Verification complete. You have high-level permissions. The system will automatically optimize the data model, modify the toolpath, enhancing precision by 43, speed by 22, and stability by 100. Please confirm whether to output according to the optimized path. Chen Xin stared at the display in front of her, momentarily unsure of what it meant. She didn't understand, but there were those who did. Chungbin, who had appeared by Chen Xn's side at some point, was now wide-eyed, staring blankly at the screen, and the others beside him were holding their breath as they watched. After a long while, a commotion suddenly erupted. What did I see? This system, could it be a fake? How could a real system modify the tool position data on its own? Such automatic programming doesn't exist. If this is true, wouldn't the system touted by company W be worthless? Is it real or not? Is there any optimization? Miss Chen, please confirm quickly. The hall instantly turned into a marketplace, the earlier silence no longer existent. Several older professors also stood up, craning their necks to observe. Miss Chen Chungbin felt his voice trembling slightly, fearing that his hopes would be dashed, but with something like this, no matter how good it sounds, one would never know the result without trying. Confirm it, Miss Chen. Hurry up. The noise was overwhelming, and Chen Xin nervously pressed the confirm button. With a familiar buzzing sound, Under everyone's watchful eyes, the 5-axis system of the machining center paused briefly, then the spindle began to rotate, and the platform started to tilt. Everything seemed to return to familiar tracks. On the screen, it was no longer just a single text display, but a massive 3D model, with data continuously annotated at various positions on the model, and on the top left corner, there were rows of operation menus. The exquisite images and rich functionalities silenced those who had been criticizing the system's UI. This is a real-time progress chart. The eyes of those around Chung Bin lit up. And here we can see the operating status of each axis. We can adjust every parameter in real time, and we can even add engraving patterns. Here too. This shows the comparison values. Let me see. It's actually real-time correction. Look, the comparison values are constantly changing. This indicates that the system is continuously adjusting the 5-axis. It doesn't output uniformly, but dynamically based on real-time feedback from the 5-axis. This demands a high level of computational power from the system. And this one someone else seemed to have noticed something. High precision interpolation function, the parameters are so high. Doesn't this mean the system has defined interpolation for every pulse signal? The high precision interpolation function is a key feature of another country's system, realized through real-time compensation, which can greatly enhance surface machining precision. This has been one of the areas where domestic systems have been striving to catch up, but the results have always been less than ideal. If this system has a more refined high-precision interpolation function than the systems from that country in an instant, the crowd gathered around machine number 1 seemed to have shining eyes. These features were what everyone had always dreamed of existing in domestic systems. With these functions, they would be willing to pay a bit more. As long as domestic products get on the right track, the prices would eventually drop. Unfortunately, even this basic requirement had never been met. Could this be hope? Chapter 36. What does it mean to overwhelm? Yes, there are some things. A voice that was annoying to hear rang out, and everyone turned to look, only to see Matsumoto and Tanaka had somehow made their way into the crowd. But with things like this, no matter how flashy they are, it ultimately comes down to actual performance. Matsumoto Biyun said disdainfully, Miss Chun, your team has done quite well to reach this level. Even if it's just a showpiece, it's still better than most of the showpieces from your region. However, a showpiece is ultimately just a showpiece. He let out a cold laugh and pointed at the screen, saying, this interface is acceptable, but the previous one, frankly speaking, was it made with feet? Even if it were made with feet, this would still be quite an achievement. As for the so-called optimization, he exhaled with a sneer and turned to ask, Mr. Tanaka, have you ever seen a control system that can optimize its own cutting diameter? No, Biyun-kun. Tanaka shook his head. The most advanced control systems can only report errors. They cannot change themselves autonomously. Did you hear that? Matsumoto Biyun said disdainfully. Do you all really think a nameless company can suddenly surpass decades of accumulation from the entire region? If it can't be produced there, how can it be done here? It's truly a joke. The crowd fell silent, unable to refute him. Although Matsumoto Biyun was arrogant, unfortunately, what he said was the truth. For decades, the region had been following the footsteps of advanced technology, yet they had repeatedly stumbled in reality, to the point where they couldn't even find the words to counter him. I'm certain, Matsumoto Biyun's tone grew more assertive as he pointed to the nearby machine number 1. This thing is just a system toy, not worth mentioning. You can all observe quietly. Once the workpiece is completed, you'll understand that all talk of optimization, precision interpolation, and real-time compensation is just visual deception, an animation created by the system designers for you to see. Saying this, Matsumoto Biyun took out the workpiece he was holding and placed it next to machine number 1. This is our finished product. Some of you might not have observed it closely earlier, but now you can take a look. The crowd fell silent. Without needing to examine it closely, just from its appearance, they could sense the exquisite craftsmanship of the finished workpiece. The slightly frosted surface seemed to reflect light under the illumination. Only Chung Bin stepped forward to pick up the workpiece, carefully rubbing it, then silently placed it back in its original position. Matsumoto Biyun smiled as he watched the scene unfold. What do you all think? No one spoke. Even Chung Bin had to admit that the product from machine number 3 was far superior to that of machine number 2. Just in terms of feel and texture, they were not in the same league. The slight excitement that had just risen now suddenly vanished, replaced by a strong sense of doubt. Could machine number 1 really produce a workpiece of this quality? Whether it can or not, you don't get to decide, Matsumoto Biyun. Chun Xian's voice emerged from the crowd. Matsumoto Biyun turned to look. You are just a lackey. Do you think you're worthy? The crowd erupted in an uproar, and the media reacted quickly. with numerous reporters grabbing their cameras and snapping photos, countless flashes illuminating Chun Xian and Matsumoto Biyun. The young lady from the Chin family actually insulted someone publicly? And this was the second time in a short span. Last time, it cost the Chun Group a significant drop in stock price. What about this time? Matsumoto Biyun's expression darkened. It seems Miss Chin still hasn't learned her lesson. The things that cannot be produced by a certain country, we can create. The technologies that their people cannot develop, we can. Chin Xian said coldly, they are your ancestors, not ours. What they can do, we can do. What they cannot do, we can do even better. Well said. I have high hopes for Miss Chin's system. To be honest, aside from the UI being quite unattractive, the rest of the aspects are impressive. It can also function normally, which means we are already halfway to success. Even if the final product is a bit lacking, we will still support it. This system is the best I have seen. I am willing to believe in the animations as well. I support Miss Chen. Chungbin stepped forward and stared at Matsumoto. Young Master Matsumoto, your words are a bit excessive. Heh. Matsumoto looked at the crowd and smiled slightly. Mr. Tanaka and I are just waiting to see if the system you all speak of can be as perfect as you expect, Miss Chen. I hope you remember this lesson. With that, the conversation ended, and everyone's gaze was fixed on the first machine. Due to a collision, the glass platform of the first machine had developed cracks and was smeared with an unknown liquid. Even after the staff attempted to clean it, it still appeared unclear. The people present could only vaguely see the main shaft inside the platform moving continuously, but the specifics were not discernible. Chin Xian's expression was calm, but one hand was unconsciously clenched tightly. After about half an hour, the sound of the first machine gradually diminished, and when the machine finally stopped, the display changed again. Output complete. Your task has been finished. Thank you for using it. If you wish to continue the task, you may choose to proceed. Has this been completed? It should be completed, right? What time is it? One person pointed at the screen. 46 minutes and 42 seconds. Is that for real? Matsumoto glanced at the screen and couldn't help but chuckle. The designer of this system really goes all out to showcase their deceptive capabilities. No. Tanaka shook his head. The time cannot be faked, Matsumoto-kun. Matsumoto was taken aback. Are you saying this time is accurate? I've been timing it since the machine started running. Tanaka revealed his watch. The time difference is negligible. Is that so? Matsumoto smiled slightly. Does this mean Chin Xian really brought a prototype? 40-some minutes. How could that be possible? Tanaka shook his head slightly and fell silent. Miss Chin, please present it. Seeing Chin Xian not moving, the people around grew anxious and urged her. Let me do it. Chungbin stepped in front of the first machine, looking at the Nowcom platform. How many years had it been since he felt this nervous? As the last exhibit of the day, if it was inferior to that of a certain company, it would directly condemn domestic systems to death, leaving no hope for catching up with foreign systems. The vast market of his homeland would continue to be monopolized, and they would remain subservient under the influence of others. The previous performance of the system has instilled confidence in them, and now it's time to witness the results. Taking a deep breath, Chungbin directly lifted the glass cover of the platform, and a blinding light suddenly burst forth, causing him to squint slightly. Initially, there was silence around, but then a wave of gasps erupted. Is this the workpiece processed by our machine? How is that possible? Matsumoto Biyun was deep in thought when he heard the surrounding gasps, and he turned to look, his expression changing dramatically. How is this possible, Mr. Tianzhong? However, Tianzhong beside him had already stepped forward to take the workpiece from Chungbin's hands and was examining it closely. Mr. Tianzhong, are they faking this? Matsumoto Biyun's face turned pale. Without waiting for Tianzhong to speak, he turned directly towards the podium. There, Chen Zhongshuan and a group of experts were also closely watching the commotion. How outrageous. The prestigious Chen Group is openly deceiving us in such a setting. Chairman Chen, is this the so-called courtesy that your country always claims to uphold? Mr. Matsumoto, please do not forget that you are also from this country. Just because you changed your surname does not mean you can forget your roots. Chin Xian's cold voice interrupted Matsumoto Biyun directly, and her words further infuriated him, almost leaving him breathless. The reporters were taken aback. Miss Chun appeared gentle and quiet, but her temper was clearly not to be trifled with, and her words seemed to be setting the stage for a serious offense against the Matsumoto family. That's enough, Biyun-kun. Matsumoto Biyun's words abruptly halted, and his finger pointing at Chin Xian had nowhere to land. Tianzhong returned the workpiece to Chungbin, his voice calm. We lost. Matsumoto Baiyun found it hard to believe that this was something said by an expert from a country known for its technological confidence. What happened to your indifferent attitude? What happened to your confident words? Mr. Tianzhong, take another careful look. Are you sure you aren't being deceived by these people from this country? I refuse to believe that they have the capability to create a system that surpasses that of my country. It must be fake. Tianzhong shook his head and ignored him, walking straight up to Chun Xin. Miss Chun, I apologize for the intrusion. Tianzhong bowed deeply, acknowledging, this time we lost. They bowed. The people from that country bowed. The scene erupted in excitement, and the clicking sounds of cameras filled the air as reporters captured this symbolic moment, which would forever be recorded in the history of the machinery industry. But may I ask who designed this system? Chun Xin was taken aback by Tianzhong's sudden action. It was important to note that throughout the negotiations, he had shown no warmth to anyone except Matsumoto Baiyun, let alone bowed. Was it the person you just spoke to on the phone? Chun Xin nodded instinctively. May I be fortunate enough to meet with your side to discuss important matters? Tianzhong bowed again. Matsumoto Baiyun's expression changed dramatically. He finally reacted, rushing to Tianzhong's side, trying to help him up, and shouted, Mr. Tianzhong, what are you doing? Baiyun-kun. Tianzhong straightened up and pointed to the workpiece in Chun Bin's hands. You are mistaken. Miss Chen's system is incomparable, whether in terms of precision, functionality, or other aspects that I might not have noticed. At this moment, Matsumoto's arrogance has vanished, and he appears somewhat flustered. Tanaka's demeanor has turned his previous bravado into a joke. Matsumoto-kun, you are not from this region, so you wouldn't understand. We respect the strong. The person who designed this system is someone I cannot compare to. Tanaka turned back again and deeply bowed to Chun Xin. I beg you. The people around Chun Xin had complex expressions. They were all in the machinery manufacturing industry and clearly understood the weight of Company W in the sector. The bowing expert from the region was not just anyone. He was a senior engineer from Company W, someone who had previously been the object of everyone's flattery. His appearance fee alone reached millions, and with just a nod, he could save a company hundreds of thousands, which was crucial for the survival of smaller enterprises. And now, this esteemed individual is bowing 3 times to this young girl. It left them in a daze. When had the struggling manufacturing industry of Huaxiao ever had such a moment of pride? Chun Xin was also in disbelief. This was something she had dreamed of achieving. But now that it was real, it felt surreal, and she could only nod instinctively. Thank you so much. Tanaka bowed again, then cast a deep glance at the workpiece in Chun Bin's hands before turning and walking away from the crowd without looking back. Mr. Tanaka, Matsumoto called out. But Tanaka did not turn back. Matsumoto-sama, you should probably go after him. As soon as the words were spoken, Matsumoto's face turned pale, and he glared fiercely at Chun Bin, quickly following Tanaka's footsteps to leave the scene. Staying here would only bring more shame. Everyone was left exchanging bewildered looks. What was happening? Why did Company W leave directly? The results hadn't even been announced yet. Was there still a need to announce them? Even a newcomer like me could see it clearly. The representative from Company W must also be a technical expert who wouldn't miss the point. No matter how impressive they were, could they compare to the strength behind Miss Chin? Staying longer would only embarrass themselves, especially since the young man next to them had boasted so much. Despite the humility of the experts from the region, their actions were quite strategic. The venue buzzed with voices, and everyone was restless. Reflecting on the events of the day, watching the regional expert retreat in defeat, the words overwhelming victory appeared in everyone's minds. A young journalist sitting next to Chun Bin was filled with excitement, rapidly typing on his keyboard. Years of being single had honed his speed, and characters flew across his screen as the article quickly reached its conclusion. For many years, the advanced CNC operating system had been a constant pain in the hearts of the Huaxiao industry. On this path, we have pursued and explored but saw no hope until today. If anyone asks, what does it mean to be advanced? In the past, we would say that the field of a certain country is advanced, but from now on, we will say that the Chun Group also represents advancement. You might ask me how advanced? Just to have a meeting with the system designer. Representatives from that country's companies have to admit their mistakes in silence and bow 3 times. This is an overwhelming level of advancement. Chapter 37, Master? Chen Zhongshuan felt that today should be an unfortunate day. He had originally planned the script for today. In his script, at the evaluation meeting, Company W would showcase its overwhelming system capabilities, and the Chun Group would generate substantial profits to gain Company W's support. ultimately reaching an agreement with Matsumoto, perfectly concluding the day. The reporters would report truthfully and write articles, but no matter how they wrote it, the fact is that the Chun Group received the strongest support. The win-win cooperation with Company W was like a shot of adrenaline for the precarious Chun Group. As a chain reaction ensued, his previous arrangements would be activated, and the Group's financial crisis would be resolved, freeing him from worrying about other consortium's predatory gazes. He had calculated everything. But what he never expected was that the script he had painstakingly designed would be violently torn apart by his own daughter in such a manner, crumpled into a ball and thrown into the trash. He never anticipated that Shin Exine, whom he thought was easily influenced, would casually present a seemingly joke-like system program. Yet, this seemingly joke-like system program actually wiped out the pride of Company W's system. All his planning and scheming, his strategies and maneuvers, turned into a pale joke under this brutal display of strength. Watching the arrogant Tanaka bowing to his daughter, and the imposing Matsumoto retreating in embarrassment after being forced to raise the price, surrounded by enthusiastic representatives and excited reporters discovering breaking news, Qin Zhongshuan took a deep breath. It was not just Qin Xin who felt like she was in a dream. He felt like he was in one too. For so many years, he had pursued this scene, and today, through Qin Xion's hands, it was realized. For what had he invested so much in the technology industry over the years? Was it not to bring fame to the Chun Group and give a boost to the development of technology in his nation? That kid, was he named Wang Shuo? Looking at the chaotic scene, Qin Zhongshuan smiled slightly. The frustration from being contradicted by Qin Xian had completely dissipated. Now, what he needed to do was to make a perfect summary and conclusion of today's events. This was originally something he was to do with Matsumoto, but now, it had to be done by him alone. He cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention to himself. It seemed the results were in. Professor Qin, you are an expert in materials technology. Could you analyze this for us? Professor Qin readily agreed, walked down from the podium, and crossed through the crowd to stand beside machine number 1, followed by Qin Zhongshuan and several other experts. It's truly indescribable, Professor Qin, with his white hair, gazed at the shimmering workpiece in Chung Bin's hands, murmuring to himself. He then extended his slightly trembling hand, carefully taking the workpiece into his palms. So beautiful. The experts around him all expressed their admiration. Even Qin Zhongshuan had to admit that the workpiece before him was so exquisite that it transcended the definition of a mere item. It's a piece of art. I can't believe this was produced by our own machine. I don't even need to measure it with instruments. Just by looking at its smoothness and feel, I can tell the precision must be exceptional. Chairman Qin, what is the best physical precision of your machine? Qin Zhongshuan called over a technician to inquire. Feeling embarrassed, he learned that it was only 0.0009 mm. That's enough. The precision is definitely sufficient. Professor Qin stroked the glossy, smooth surface of the workpiece, exclaiming, Chairman Qin, you truly astonish me. Such a fine item, and it was only brought out now. In this way, no less. Seeing the meaningful gaze of Professor Qin, even Qin Zhongshuan, with his thick skin, couldn't help but blush slightly. If this had even a bit of my credit, I could accept your words, but the truth is, I had no part in it at all. Ahem, Professor Qin, you flatter me. I was completely unaware of this before my daughter presented it, he said. I understand. I understand, Professor Qin chuckled. Chairman Qin, don't think that just because I study science, I don't understand the ways of the market. Qin Zhongshuan felt his smile stiffen. What exactly do you understand? He quickly changed the subject. Ahem, Professor Qin, could you tell us what level of craftsmanship this product can achieve? What level? Professor Qin smiled and replied, let me put it this way, Chairman Qin. The gap between the workpieces produced by machine number 1 and machine no. 3 is the same as the gap between machine number 3 and this product. Qin Zhongshuan suddenly realized, are you serious? Of course, I'm serious. Professor Qin nodded happily, carefully stroking the workpiece in his hands. What a fine item. I never expected that I, old Qin, would witness such an important step for our nation at this stage of my life. Professor Qin, if you're satisfied, could you let us all take a look? We've been eagerly waiting for you. A young professor named Wang chimed in with a smile. I apologize, everyone. I got carried away in my excitement. Come. Take a look. The workpiece continued to be passed around. It's beautiful, indeed beautiful. The beauty of the workpiece represented the success of the machine and, more importantly, the success of the system. Professor Qin turned to Professor Zeng beside him. Professor Zeng, if I remember correctly, your research area includes intelligent manufacturing, right? I wonder if this system can be considered a form of mechanical intelligence. I am not sure if it can be considered, Professor Zhang paused. Based on the current situation, it does not possess the indicators characteristic of intelligent devices. It cannot autonomously interact with people, handle complex tasks, or understand logical relationships. It is merely a highly AI-driven program. However, it should be noted that its level of AI is truly exceptional in the field of processing center systems. At least, I have not seen any program on the market that reaches such a level. Not only in terms of AI, but its internal structure and programming are also quite advanced. As you can see, Professor Wang pointed to the camera installed on Machine 1. The designers of the program created a complete and sophisticated logical system. They even integrated a very compact image recognition system within the program to give it eyes, along with a full set of algorithms. By using 2 diagonally installed cameras, it can achieve 3-dimensional perception of the platform cabin. The accuracy of the cameras cannot be guaranteed. A professor raised a question. If the accuracy of the image recognition system can be improved within the physical resolution limits of the cameras, it is entirely possible, Professor Wang replied confidently. However, I must emphasize that to date, I have not heard of any company that can enhance the accuracy of an image recognition system to 0.5 centimeters, let alone achieve 0.009 mm. So this company is also quite formidable in image recognition. Perhaps this is not solely achievable by the cameras, another physics expert reminded. Let us not forget that what determines the upper limit of precision for all processing centers, besides the system, is the hardware foundation. A good system can determine the minimum stroke through the output pulse data, and if advanced image recognition algorithms are added, achieving millimeter-level precise positioning is not impossible. This is truly a genius design. Without technical support, good design is of no use. And there is one more crucial point. Professor Wang pointed to the 3-dimensional model image and tool position data on the screen, highlighting the system's autonomous error correction for tool position data. The comparison and error reporting alerts conducted in conjunction with the database are features that many domestic manufacturers have pursued for decades. What we have in front of us not only can report errors, but also correct the tool path at the data level, significantly enhancing stability and efficiency. This is where the true technology lies. This company has no rivals in the accumulation of data in our region. The explanations from the experts left those around them captivated. They only saw the system's program output, the autonomous error correction and correction of tool positions, and the impressive finished workpieces, but were completely unaware of the underlying aspects. After all, they are ultimately users, not designers. Cheng Bin stood by, nodding thoughtfully, then exchanged a glance with Yang Ming, who immediately understood and returned a knowing look. The current question is whether this system is truly made by a company from our region. All the professors turned their attention to Chun Xin, who was still standing in front of the machine. Miss Chun, the system you presented today truly astonished us. Professor Qin chuckled while stroking his beard and asked, I wonder which company you commissioned for this. If it's a company from our region, could you share its name with us? Grandpa Qin, Chun Xin said, not daring to be careless. After greeting him, she furrowed her brows and asked, is this thing really that impressive? Impressive? How could it not be? Professor Wang replied with a smile. Miss Chun, don't be fooled by the simple user interface and the seemingly childish design. Those are just what outsiders focus on. What we pay attention to is the operating code and underlying principles behind the user interface. Just in terms of these two aspects, this system can definitely be considered a masterpiece. The person who designed it must be a renowned expert in the field, right? A renowned expert? Chun Xin's expression turned slightly peculiar. Thinking of that insincere face, she wondered if this person could really be considered an expert. Indeed, something like this can only be designed by someone with extensive experience, Professor Wang asserted confidently. If it weren't for a seasoned researcher, it couldn't possibly have been created. Professor Qin took over the conversation, explaining, the system is not just a simple piece of software. It's known as the jewel of industrial software. Without a profound technical foundation and accumulation of knowledge, it simply cannot be developed. Exactly, especially since it's so convenient. I've never heard of an installation method and speed like this. Professor Wang nodded, deeply moved. He was involved in this field, so he understood the difficulties behind it. All the experts and scholars nodded in agreement, as this was also the reason for their astonishment. After all, installing a CNC machining center system is as easy as installing a computer operating system, something they had never witnessed before. This childlike installation method made them question whether it was just a system animation, but the workpiece in their hands proved otherwise. It's easy to foresee that once this system is officially released, it will bring a significant transformation in installation methods. And just the savings on installation costs alone will amount to a substantial sum. Miss Chen, please tell us the name of this master behind it. Chapter 38. The name Wang Shuo in the center of City W, at the branch of the Chun Group. Changbin walked out of the building with a composed expression, finally suppressing the fluctuations in his heart. He let out a long breath, feeling a sense of rebirth. Outside the building, the weather was clear, with not a cloud in the sky. The sun had risen high, and its scorching rays were baking the ground. Changbin looked up at the bright sky and slightly squinted his eyes. Beside him was Yang Ming, who had been inseparable since they met. Have you made the reservation? Absolutely. I directly reserved 2. Yang Ming exclaimed excitedly. On installment. Heh. Changbin replied calmly. I reserved 10, full payment. Full payment for all 10? Yang Ming was stunned. After calculating how much that would be, he exclaimed, Bro, what kind of company are you? To take out 65 million without batting an eye, what scale is your company? Jinxing Machinery Company, Limited, have you heard of it? Jinxing's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course. He had heard of this mechanical factory that had a strong presence in S-City and conducted business both domestically and internationally. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in the processing industry. He cautiously probed, Are you Mr. Chung? Changbin revealed a set of white teeth. That's me. You actually came in person? Jinxing said, somewhat confused. You could have sent someone over. Haha. Changbin chuckled. I prefer to see things for myself, and this trip has been worth it. Not just worth it. Jinxing trembled with excitement. It's simply a huge profit. Thanks to you, Mr. Chung. He felt fortunate that Mr. Chung had reminded him in time. Before the experts had popularized the information and before everyone realized it, the two had squeezed through the crowd to the reservation desk and stubbornly booked several units. Otherwise, just thinking about the long line made Jinxing feel anxious. Don't mention it. You just happened to seize a great opportunity, Changbin remarked with a hint of admiration. The Chun Group has made a remarkable comeback this time. The performance of this machine is unparalleled, even compared to similar products from abroad. It has significantly elevated the technical level of the domestic industry. The disparity in systems is so vast that other system manufacturers find it hard to catch up. Even if they want to follow suit, it's extremely challenging. Changbin hesitated to finish his sentence, but Jinxing, no longer a novice in the business world, understood perfectly. Need I say more? Just look at those frantic representatives from other companies. By the time he left, he had already heard that orders were lined up until the end of next year. These people were likely all drawn by the system. After all, in terms of hardware, although the Chun Group's products were advanced, they didn't create a significant generational gap. How advanced is this system? Everyone present could see it. It had all the features that the systems from abroad had, and it likely had functions that those systems did not possess. Especially the bowing of the foreign experts was like a thunderclap, making people proud while also allowing many outsiders to recognize the system's sophistication and influence. This was indeed a moment of pride, exhilarating in every way. Right now, this information was still limited to a select group, giving Jinxing and others a first-mover advantage. However, with the successful conclusion of the evaluations and the business conference organized by the Chun Group, as more and more people exited the building, the news from the evaluation meeting would rapidly spread to major newspapers and social media in W-City, ultimately reaching all parts of the country at an even faster pace through the internet. At that time, the announcement of the Chun Group's flagship product would ignite the entire industry. Mr. Chung, can you tell me more about this frontier technology company? After a moment of reflection, Jinxing seemed to remember something and asked again. In this stunning comeback battle for the Chun Group, 2 names were particularly crucial. The first was undoubtedly the Zhongzi Pengqing Technology Company under the Chun Group, which designed and launched the new generation of processing center products, ranking among the best in the country in terms of physical performance and precision. The second one, even more dazzling, was called Frontier Technology Company. This is a company that no one has ever heard of, an obscure entity that has designed and produced a control system that even experts from a renowned Japanese company find inferior. Never heard of it. Changbin furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment, then helplessly shook his head. But a system program of this caliber shouldn't be from an unknown entity. We should be able to find some clues if we look into it. Look into it. Yang Ming was taken aback, then quickly took out his phone, unlocked it skillfully, and said, There's no need to complicate things, Director Chung. Due to business relationships, I specifically downloaded a company search app on my phone. I can check various company directories right away. Just a moment. I'll look it up for us now. Yang Ming opened the app, clicked on the input box, and began typing. This kind of system must have been designed and produced by a large company. It couldn't possibly be from a random small firm. As he typed, Yang Ming chuckled and muttered, "Small companies don't have the capability to have industry masters design systems." The results are out. Let's see what this company is all about. How is this possible? What's wrong? Cheng Bin inquired. Yang Ming handed the phone to Cheng Bin, who glanced at it curiously and read aloud. Company name, Frontier Technology Company, limited status, active, operating normally. Legal representative, Wang Shua. Registered capital, 1 million RMB. Establishment date. Cheng Bin's eyes widened. October 14th, 2018? He was a bit confused. If I remember correctly, today is November 1st, right? You're not mistaken, Director Cheng. Yang Ming took a deep breath. This company was established less than 20 days ago. Moreover, it has no shareholders, no business records, no risk assessments, and no change records. It's a. Yang Ming pondered his words, truly small company. However, the legal representative is Wang Shua. Who is this Wang Shua? Director. You've been in the industry longer than I have. Have you heard of this Wang Shua? No. Cheng Bin shook his head helplessly. Forget about it. This company is probably just a shell company set up by the Qin Group. Since it involves some sensitive matters or content, it's quite common to register a new shell company. Cheng Bin was not surprised by this. However, this made it even more difficult to figure out who actually designed and produced this system. When Chen Xian stepped back into the top office of the Qin Group's branch in W City, over 4 hours had passed. "Miss, you're back." In the office, Chen Zhongshuan was discussing something with Uncle Chen and several other senior executives. When they saw her return, Uncle Chen spoke up at the right moment. And the executives paused their discussion, turning to look at Chen Xian. Whether it was an illusion or not, Chen Xian seemed to catch a hint of admiration in their eyes. "All right, let us conclude today's impromptu meeting here. Everyone, go back and think it through carefully and see if there is anything to add." "Okay, Chairman." The senior executives tidied up their notebooks and responded, filing out one by one. Once everyone had left, Chen Zhongshuan looked up at Chen Xian and pointed to a seat next to him. "Please, take a seat." Chen Xian gently sat down. "You did well today," Chen Zhongshuan said softly, "but doing well doesn't mean you did the right thing." Chen Xian slightly raised her head. "You made 2 mistakes today." Chen Zhongshuan took the tea offered by Uncle Chen, took a sip, and continued. "First, you should not have run a completely unfamiliar system program on brand new equipment without any testing. If this system weren't excellent, you could have embarrassed yourself today. It doesn't matter if you lose face, but your mistake could put us in a very unfavorable position during the negotiations with Company W, making it impossible for us to reach any equitable agreement. The group would pay a higher price for this." Chen Xian tilted her head slightly. "Second, you should not have taken such an advanced system program out without permission. If you had informed us in advance, our technical team could have conducted a systematic test and analysis of this program and developed a detailed plan, which would have greatly enhanced the system's effectiveness." Chen Xian pressed her lips together. "Above all, this is your uncle's opinion after learning about the matter." Chen Xian showed a hint of confusion. "Your uncle has acquired part of the shares from other shareholders and now holds 196 shares, making him the second largest shareholder in the group. According to company regulations, he is entitled to express his opinions." Chen Xian blinked and glanced at Uncle Chen, who was explaining beside her. "Now, here is my opinion," Chen Zhongshuan said after taking a sip of tea and contemplating. "You are still a bit too impulsive, Xian. The third point I want to tell you is that you should not have mentioned Wang Shua's matter without communicating with me first. Although you didn't directly mention his name, you have already revealed the company's name to the media and others. Isn't that wrong?" Chen Xian asked, her clear voice pleasant to hear. "If he were in my position, it would naturally be fine, but the problem is, he is just a college freshman. Do you understand?" Chen Xian nodded thoughtfully. With the current state of online information, anyone can easily find out who the legal representative of Frontier Technology Company, Limited is. Chen Zhongshuan paused and continued. "However, it's not the worst situation yet. Due to Wang Shua's identity, no one is paying too much attention to him at this stage. Even if they know his name, they would only think of him as a smokescreen we created. But this window period won't last long. It's also my fault." Chen Zhongshuan sighed. "Since learning about you and Wang Shua, I haven't taken it seriously, thinking you were just being reckless. Now it seems I was wrong." Chen Xian opened her mouth. She wanted to tell Chen Zhongshuan that she was indeed being reckless, but it turned into something she never expected. I've also seen the contract you signed. If I had known this kid could really pull this off, I definitely wouldn't have agreed. But now the contract is signed. Chen Zhongshuan suddenly asked, "Are you sure Wang Shuo managed to create a system all by himself?" Chen Xian nodded firmly. 15 days? He has no reason to lie to me. Chen Xian recalled how Wang Shuo had haggled with her and said, "Besides, I didn't provide him with any support staff." Chen Zhongshuan frowned. He doubted his own ears at the thought of one person accomplishing this in 15 days. It was practically an impossible task. If one person could create such a system, wouldn't it make him look foolish for spending so much money and even setting up a separate company to hire so many technical staff? Especially since the system was so excellent, it highlighted his incompetence even more. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhongshuan made a decision. I want to meet him. At the same time, Chen's group launched a new type of processing center, quickly stepping into the leading ranks domestically. The news that their system made experts from a certain country feel ashamed spread throughout the media and social platforms across the nation. In an instant, the stocks of Chen's group, which had previously hit a limit down, surged, with the heavy industry sector even reaching its limit up. Various bizarre posts and articles began to appear online. Shocked, why has this country fallen from grace? Chen's group announces significant news. This technology has made experts from that country cover their faces in tears. Is that country giving up? Why are they so frantic? Today's finance. Did you buy stocks today? Suddenly, all the enthusiastic netizens discussing the news were flooding the comment section. Number 1 in the country? Their system has even made experts from that country cover their faces in tears. When did our nation become so strong in the machine tool field? How come I didn't know? They're not even drafting their boasts now. It's like they're throwing cows into the sky. Those who criticize our nation can't stand to see it doing well. Our country is number 1 in everything now, right? The photos are right there. Your country has knelt before others. An objective analysis came from someone in the machine tool field, stating that this was impossible. Not to mention the system field. Our factory just replaced a batch of equipment last year, and the installation manual was a whole box of A4 paper. No one in the factory could understand it. And we had to spend a fortune to invite experts from that country for the installation and debugging. The gap is too great. Stop arguing. I was there on site and witnessed it myself. I guarantee it's true. Maybe your spirit was there. If Chen's group had something so impressive, they would have revealed it long ago. Did they bring it up during negotiations with Company W? I just want to know who designed and led the creation of this system, and why they haven't released photos for everyone to admire. What is there to admire? Just say Chen's group is amazing. In a luxury residence in a northern city, a woman in her 30s looked at the overwhelming reports online. Not far from her by the window, a middle-aged man was carefully tending to a bonsai. The internet is about to turn Chen's group into a savior. Aren't you going to take a look? Look at what? The man replied calmly. The more they report, the more inflated it becomes. That is true, the woman responded, continuing to scroll through posts on her tablet. Oh, her eyes brightened slightly as she quickly skimmed the content on the screen. Moments later, she thought, this post is quite interesting. The woman looked at the man and said, there's a trending post about a small company called Frontier Technology Limited that's quite interesting. It seems to have a bit of admiration in it. Don't you want to take a look? Trending post? The man put down what he was holding, walked over to the woman, took the tablet, and gently flipped through it. The woman didn't interrupt. She picked up her cup and took a sip, feeling quite relaxed and comfortable. A few minutes later, the man raised his head, revealing a thoughtful expression. Well, it was registered not long ago. It's small in scale and has little capital, so it's not very eye-catching, yet it has gained some fame now. If it could ride this wave of opportunity, even if it doesn't develop much, it wouldn't be a loss. The man nodded lightly. Let us give it a try. You check the company's information and keep an eye on it. Okay. The woman put down her cup, stood up, if it passes the review. How much will we give? Let us say 100. 100, as in 100,000? The woman smiled slightly and left the room. The middle-aged man looked out the window, murmuring to himself. Chapter 39. A penny can stumble Wang Shuo at this moment. Wang Shuo was in the game. Second, come to the mid lane for support. Zheng Jun shouted from the top lane. I'm farming jungle monsters. Hold on a second. I need to buy some gear. Wang Shuo replied nervously as he focused on his gameplay. Farm those weak monsters. Hurry up. We're about to engage. Just waiting for your ultimate. All right, I'm coming. Wang Shuo glanced at his gold and saw he had enough. Quickly pressed the recall button, shouting, wait for me. Don't start without me. After finally buying his gear, he rushed out of the fountain and arrived at the mid lane tower, ready to coordinate a perfect ultimate with his teammates. Only to see the screen suddenly go dark. He was dead. What is going on? Wang Shuo looked confused. Second, don't you even look at the map? Zheng Jun shouted in anger. We all died. Are you still trying to save the grandpa like in a cartoon? But I clearly saw teammates nearby. Wang Shuo felt a bit wronged. That wasn't our team. Can you take the game seriously? Okay. Wang Shuo wasn't sure how many times he had made such a childish mistake, but it seemed he wasn't very skilled at this game. Oh no, not again. Zheng Jun looked helplessly as their towers were being taken down one after another, and the opposing team advanced rapidly, lamenting, 8 consecutive losses. 8 consecutive losses. Playing with you is toxic. Wang Shuo stared at the defeat message on his screen, unsure how to comfort Zheng Jun. If Zero were here, it would be great. With Zero around, I just need to pretend, and I could dominate the game effortlessly, right? What? You say there's a counter-cheat mechanism? Heh. Such childish things can't stump Wang Shuo, especially since he is now the sole heir of a cosmic civilization. The solution was simple. Just command Zero to analyze the data packets received by the computer in real time and simulate the corresponding mouse and keyboard operations to upload feedback packets to the server, ensuring everything remained undetected. No matter how advanced the counter-cheat mechanism was, could it really block the data ports for the keyboard and mouse? Thinking carefully, it seems like it really could work. What? You say this is a script? Well, it can indeed be considered a script, but it's much more advanced than that. Scripts can be detected and occasionally have bugs, but this is different. What? You want to detect it? Sure, but first, you need to get through the code and logic core. Unfortunately, this can only be utilized in a software park relying on servers, which greatly limits its potential. It looks like I need to find some time to create a few necessary devices, Wang Shuo thought, staring blankly at the computer screen, but then sighed pessimistically. I don't lack technology, but the key issue is money. Without money, there are no devices. If I can't even create the most basic processing tools, how can I talk about more advanced things? As for the far superior technologies from humanoid civilizations, that's even more impossible. As for where to get the money, Wang Shuo quietly calculated that he could earn $1 million from the contract with Chenxian, and a system with decent completion should have a share, adding up to 500,000. If he returned all of it to Chenxian, he would still owe her $1.5 million. Indeed, he might as well just go to sleep. Money isn't something he should be worrying about. Forget it, I'm not doing this anymore. Zheng Jun sighed, dropped the computer, and said, I'm going for a run. Are you coming? No, I'm not going. Wang Shuo came back to his senses and quickly shook his head. If he hadn't heard about Li Li and Zheng Jun's miserable experience after their run, he might have gone, but with Li Li's example in mind, there was no way he would participate. Are you kidding? Zheng Jun's running doesn't just count as a run. It's a 10-kilometer long-distance run, okay? Running 20 laps around the track at a cruising speed. Who can stand that? If he really went, he would probably end up in the hospital on the spot. Maybe lying there for a month. Just thinking about the counselor's long face made Wang Shuo deeply understand the imagery of the phrase old hag. Not going means not going. What's with the head shaking like a rattle drum? Am I going to force you? Zheng Jun muttered unhappily, then took off his clothes and changed into a set of neat short-sleeved shirt and shorts in front of Wang Shuo, revealing the well-defined muscles on his limbs. Wang Shuo curled his lip. I'm off. All right. Bang. The sound of the door closing. Wang Shuo leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head, feeling a bit bored. Continuing his thoughts. He didn't need to consider money for now. The only things he could bring to the table without spending money were the advanced code and this. So, how to fully utilize this under the current conditions. Wang Shuo found a piece of paper, picked up a pen, and began to write and draw. To have this assist him anytime and anywhere, based on existing and future technological means, there are 2 options. First, naturally, is to carry it with him. This option requires a portable computing device that is small, lightweight, durable, dustproof, waterproof, and has sufficient computing power. Such conditions make a smartphone unsuitable. Let's not talk about the appearance and portability of the phone for now. Just considering its performance, it far from meets Zero's needs. Wang Shuo certainly doesn't want Zero to become a sluggish fool after moving, taking 2 to 3 minutes to run a simple command. In that case, he would rather not use it at all. However, the current phone performance has hit a bottleneck. To enhance it further, besides improving the chip manufacturing process, the chip design structure must also be changed. Wang Shuo can manage both approaches, but as always, there's a lack of funds and equipment. Money is indeed a formidable obstacle. The phone's battery life is also a concern. So, Using a phone as a substitute is out of the question. This means Wang Shua needs to design a portable device that aligns with his ideas. In humanoid civilization, there are several portable smart devices that could be useful, but unfortunately, Wang Shua gritted his teeth, lamenting the evils of a money-driven society. The second plan is one that Wang Shua contemplated for a few minutes. It involves using remote communication methods to command Zero from afar. With this method, Zero's computational base would still be in the software park, simply transmitting results to the terminal designated by Wang Shua through communication means. The advantages of this plan are, it's economical, cost-effective, and has low technical barriers, requiring no major changes, as it can operate using current networks and communication devices. However, the drawbacks include extremely poor stability, susceptibility to network fluctuations and terminal issues, weak resistance to interference, and most importantly, a significant lack of security. Data transmitted over public networks, even when encrypted, can easily be intercepted or decrypted. Furthermore, network issues could lead to data loss, which would be disastrous. Of course, there are solutions, such as establishing a private communication channel using completely different technologies from existing ones, like launching a more advanced quantum communication satellite. The technical issues aren't too significant, but as we all know, it all comes down to money. Wang Shua threw down his pen and looked up at the ceiling, feeling quite troubled. He couldn't utilize advanced technology and didn't want to resort to outdated methods. He realized he was suffering from a classic case of having high aspirations but low abilities. He could see the delicious dishes in the pot. The chef had provided the ingredients and cooking methods, and even offered to teach him hands-on, yet he couldn't produce anything due to a lack of kitchenware. It was absurd. Who would believe that a dignified air of civilization was stymied by financial constraints? Money indeed makes it hard for heroes, as the ancients wisely noted. Especially when he thought about how he still owed Chen Xian nearly 3 million. The wrinkles on Wang Shua's face deepened. He had no idea when Chen Xian would settle her payment, allowing him to relieve some of his burdens. After lamenting for a while, Wang Shua seemed to realize this was futile, sat back up, and grimaced as he lit up his computer screen. He decided to find something to do. First, he opened the messaging app. It was quiet. It seemed no one was sending messages. Then he opened another chat platform. No friends were talking, and there was no chatter in the channels. Even the beauty social group he frequently followed was silent today, with no ladies being playful. He continued to open the browser. Wang Shua stared at the computer screen in silence, pondering for a moment. Then, almost instinctively, he typed in a URL, pulled up the source page, made some modifications, redirected, entered his membership number, and logged in. The web page that finally appeared prominently displayed Explorer Forum in the corner. After nearly 2 months, Wang Shua had finally returned to his sanctuary. Let's see if there's anything good, he thought, licking his lips and moving the mouse to browse carefully, completely ignoring the red dot on the bell icon in the upper right corner. This question is quite profound, but it seems simple enough, he mused. Should I answer it? After glancing at the forum points in the upper right corner, he silently opened the question about computer intelligence and confidently wrote a lengthy response. He then chose 2 other questions related to computer programming to answer as well. Just as he felt the urge to type again, a message popped up, insufficient forum points to reply to the current question. Wang Shua sighed contentedly, having used up all his forum points. He could now honorably exit the forum. As for recharging, that was out of the question. He would stick to free browsing for now. With nothing else to distract him, Wang Shua finally noticed the red dot in the upper right corner again. Why did that red dot look so glaring? Driven by a mild case of OCD from the persistent notifications, he felt compelled to eliminate it. So he gently clicked on the bell icon, and the next moment. What the? Wang Shua's eyes widened in surprise as a flood of messages appeared on the screen. What is this? He thought, squinting at the screen. It was filled with private messages from someone named Tian Wuming, densely packed together. Wang Shua counted. There were probably around 40 to 50 messages. The initial tone was quite polite. Hello, are you there? I have something to consult. Hello, I apologize if I'm bothering you. Hello, I would like to understand your response in more detail. But the later messages took on a more urgent tone. Please reply when you see this. I'm anxious. Please respond. I will be very grateful. Reply to me. Reply. Reply. Indeed, the dozens of reply messages expressed a deep sense of desperation and frustration from the sender, which Wang Shua could fully sense. Tian Wuming? Wang Shua thought the ID seemed familiar. However, looking at the dozens of messages, he felt a pang of sympathy. He typed in the reply box, "Please go ahead." But when he clicked send, a dialog box popped up, informing him that sending a private message required forum points. Wang Shuo was stunned. His gaze shifted towards the numerous messages, which suddenly took on a different meaning. These were worth something. A wealthy user. Wang Shuo smacked his lips, gazing at the screen with a hint of regret. "Brother, it's not that I'm unwilling to reply, it's just that I'm not as extravagant as you. You can only blame your bad luck. After all, I just happened to run out of points on the forum. I suspect you might be trying to trick me into recharging, right? That's impossible. I don't know how wealth changes a person, but I do know that poverty brings restraint." With a swift motion, Wang Shuo closed the forum page, shut his laptop, stood up and stretched, poured himself a glass of water, and moved to the bedside. Leaning against the headboard, he straightened his legs, closed his eyes, and began to continue his attempts to transmit knowledge of the humanoid race. During his days in the hospital, he had already grasped the core functionality to some extent. In simple terms, the core now resembles a database, while his brain acts like a computer or a hard drive. He just needs to issue docking commands in the humanoid language in his mind to pull data from the database into his brain. This data can be understood and memorized immediately, and when called again, it won't be limited by the core. There are limits to the speed and capacity of data transmission, determined by his brain's strength. If he exceeds this limit, his brain could suffer severe nerve cell damage due to overexertion. Put simply, it's like burning out the CPU or hard drive. That would lead to a crash, and even a divine being couldn't fix it. Fortunately, after 2 rounds of enhancement, his brain's limit has greatly increased. General or occasional bulk transmissions won't cause severe damage. At most, he might break a sweat or have a nosebleed, which he has long since gotten used to. In his continuous exploration, Wang Shuo also discovered that although he couldn't always transmit data at the highest limit, he could slowly transmit data at a controllable minimum level. This process could also enhance brain strength, albeit the actual effect was minimal. In the absence of genetic agents or mental exercises, this is still a viable method. As for how low this minimum level could go, Wang Shuo had gained some experience through constant experimentation. Now, he could maintain this for 2 hours without wavering, at the cost of multiple fainting spells and frequent nosebleeds, earning him the title of Blood Demon. He even gave this training method a catchy name, the Stream Data Training Method, which is quite easy to understand. The only problem with this method is its extremely low efficiency. It hardly yields useful information and serves only a minor training purpose. After lying with his eyes closed for a while, Wang Shuo opened them, wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, and seemed to let out a breath. The humanoid civilization is truly incredible, he thought. Every time he reflected on the development and remarkable achievements of humanoid civilization and then looked at the current society, he felt as if he had traveled through time. The once comparatively advanced world seemed to have suddenly regressed by thousands of years, and this sense of disparity left him quite dissatisfied. What is even more frustrating is the rumbling from his stomach, as if it were protesting. This is the aftermath of using the trickle data training method, almost without exception, and Wang Shuo has become quite accustomed to it. He picked up his phone, opened the group delivery app, clicked to place an order, and made the payment in one go. However, when he saw the 2-digit balance sent by the bank, his mood suddenly turned sour. Thinking about the enormous debt he didn't wish for, the soaring ambition he had just felt dissipated in an instant. Indeed, money has a way of grounding people. Reflecting on those big shots who claimed to be uninterested in money, Wang Shuo couldn't help but feel disdain. Discussing ideals and values while distancing oneself from material concerns is just a sham. Yet these big shots, when they play their games, leave one speechless and helpless. When would he reach their level of composure, not frowning over a mere $1 million in receivables and $3 million in debt? With a silent sigh, Wang Shuo stood up, preparing to refill his glass with water when the dormitory door swung open, and Chun Cheng walked in with a serious expression. Wang Shuo was a bit surprised. The usually playful Chun Cheng, who didn't he act like a wealthy and handsome guy, was suddenly capable of such a cold demeanor? "Old for you, thank you," Chun Cheng interrupted, bowing deeply to Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo was taken aback and quickly stepped aside, placing the cup on the table and shouted, "Stop." He looked at Chun Cheng with a puzzled expression from head to toe. "I said old for, you didn't go to Japan for further studies, did you? Where did you learn this bad habit of bowing all the time?" Wang Shuo was baffled. "And you charge in here looking so serious. Is this your way of thanking me? Are you trying to scare me to death?" Chun Cheng's gaze was very serious, devoid of any playful expression, and combined with his unusually calm eyes, It gave Wang Shuo an entirely different vibe. Oh, what is this annoying feeling of excitement? Wang Shuo quickly shook his head, trying to dispel the unhealthy thoughts, and waved his hand. Just tell me, why are you thanking me out of the blue? I already know, Chen Cheng replied. You know? Wang Shuo's eyes widened. Chen Cheng nodded. Everything. Chen Cheng continued to nod. Wang Shuo felt a surge of panic. No way. Wasn't Chen Xian the only one present when he did that? Did Chen Xian tell you? Chen Cheng shook his head this time. Wang Shuo let out a sigh of relief, thinking he was worried for nothing. How could Chen Xian have discovered what he had done quietly? It seemed scaring himself was indeed a bad idea. Old 2. Chen Cheng didn't dwell on that, and continued with a serious face. I just expressed the gratitude of the Chern Group on behalf of the company. Now, as your classmate, roommate, and brother, I want to thank you. Between brothers, there's no need for pretenses. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Why did this sound so familiar? Looking at Chen Cheng's serious face, it felt a bit strange. Ahem, I said old 4. Wang Shuo coughed and said, I don't think you're suited for playing the role of a gangster. You should just go back to your previous funny style. There's no need to force a change. Chen Cheng was clearly taken aback. Also, can you deal with those little tales behind you first, and then explain what this thank you is all about? Chen Cheng blinked in silence, his aura instantly collapsing. He glanced at the little girls peeking through the door, then slammed the door shut and turned around, saying, all right. Half an hour later. Here's the situation, Chen Cheng said. His expression heavy and his slightly furrowed brows looking quite troubled, a wave of melancholy emanating from him. If it weren't for your inquiry before you left last time about whether our group was in trouble, I wouldn't have known how serious the situation was. I wouldn't have known that my cousin Chen Xian made such a huge sacrifice for the group. And I definitely wouldn't have known that my aunts and uncles would resort to such unscrupulous means. They really are going to any lengths. Wang Shuo looked at the phone Chen Cheng handed him, which was playing a video. The video was clearly from a banquet venue, where Chen Xian, dressed simply in a plain white dress, sat in the center with a cold expression. Opposite her was a young man, probably in his 20s, who was smiling and saying something to her. A few minutes later, Chen Xian's lips moved, and her voice came through. You're just a lackey. Do you think you deserve this? The room erupted in an uproar. The video ended there. This video was circulated online by some people, along with rumors about our group, leading to a dramatic drop in our stock prices, which hit the limit down for several consecutive days, resulting in massive losses. Chen Cheng showed a hint of fear. I only found out after asking my father that our group signed a betting agreement with the investment company. If we fail to meet the conditions, we will have to pay a huge penalty and shares to the other party and agree to their acquisition. I see. No wonder that girl Chen Xian was so intent on studying computer books in the hospital. She didn't even consider whether she could understand it as an outsider. Wang Shuo realized. Anyway, thank you this time, buddy. Others might not know the specifics, but my dad does. He can't show up himself. So he specifically asked me to thank you. You're too polite. There's no need for this between brothers. Wang Shuo took a sip of water, feeling a bit guilty. The system didn't have any strange issues while using it, right? Strange issues? Chen Cheng asked curiously. What kind of strange issues? Like suddenly displaying weird text. Or going black, or something else. Chen Cheng recalled carefully. I did hear some people mention some odd UI, but it didn't seem to be a big problem. That's awkward, Wang Shuo said, feeling speechless. Chen Xian usually seems quite sharp. Why does she act foolishly at critical moments? Can't she at least try it out on the machine first? Creating a scare for Chen Xian turned into a scare for a group of people. And it also startled me, okay? It seems rather embarrassing now. Wang Shuo silently touched his nose, feeling a bit awkward. The voice of the second brother, Chen Cheng, had become heavy for some reason. He said, I never liked my cousin Chen Xian. She has always been cold and distant, avoiding contact with anyone except her uncles and her sister. In everyone's eyes, she is a refined young lady, mature and composed, but I just couldn't stand her. She probably couldn't stand me either. Chen Cheng showed a hint of a sarcastic smile, filled with negativity. I find her delicate and pretentious. While she thinks I'm reckless and uninhibited, we just never got along. Since childhood, she has been my arch-nemesis. I would often bully her and report her little misdeeds to my father and uncle, but in the end, I was always the one who got scolded. Wang Shuo listened in disbelief. You're a grown man. Oh, no, you were just a big boy back then, acting like a little girl running off to tell tales. If I were your father, I'd beat you up. So embarrassing. But I enjoyed it. Even if my cousin Chen Xian disliked how I acted, I would do just that. Chen Sheng had a nostalgic look. Although we couldn't stand each other, there wasn't much deep conflict, just the typical childhood disdain. Until on my 10th birthday, when I pushed my cousin Chen Xian into the pool. Pushed her into the pool. Wang Shua's eyes widened. Yes, pushed her into the pool. Chen Qing nodded firmly. Actually, I was just joking, but I didn't expect that my cousin had a slight phobia of confined spaces. When she fell into the water, she panicked and lost consciousness. By the time she was rescued, she had nearly drowned. Wang Shua was at a loss for words, looking at Chen Sheng with a strange expression. I got a severe beating from my parents and was stuck in bed for 3 days. Wang Shua thought to himself that if he had a son like that, he would definitely punish him severely. From then on, Chen Xian looked at me with even more disdain, picking at every little thing. Chen Qing's voice became a bit muffled, but it was indeed me who pushed her into the water. Although I was influenced by others, it was still my hand that did it. So you feel guilty, but also hate her for targeting you? Wang Shua added. Yes, Chen Qing nodded seriously. So you went off the deep end on the path of being a reckless playboy and never looked back? Which eye of yours saw that? Chen Qing glared and said, I'm just not interested in managing a conglomerate. Who said I wanted to be a playboy? Wang Shua pointed to a book on the table titled The Overbearing CEO Loves Me, then gestured towards the door. You can't blame me for this. Chen Qing sighed gloomily. You have to blame my parents. Chapter 41. The banquet if it weren't illegal to strangle someone to death. Wang Shua would really want to choke this pretentious person in front of him and stuff him under the bed, then pretend it was an accident. Just because of a handsome gene, he thinks he can be so arrogant? Can having a prestigious background make dating seem trivial? You second-generation single folks. How can we first-generation singles cope with this? Wait, it seems that in saying this, I actually have something in common with the second-generation singles in front of me. How satisfying. If you're here to show off, you've already achieved your goal. Please take a left and exit. Wang Shua adjusted his cup and made a gesture to send the guest away. I haven't finished speaking. Chen Sheng looked at Wang Shua, his eyes filled with deep resentment. Wang Shua felt a chill run down his spine. Stop, enough. Fourth, today's counseling ends here. I have things to do. Wang Shua quickly stood up, picked up his phone, and pointed to the message that had just come in. Look, I really have something to attend to. I can't decline. I'll leave now. He opened the door and, ignoring the eavesdropping girls outside, rushed down the stairs. Behind him, Chen Qing shouted, tomorrow night at 8, Shangri-La Hotel, my treat. Okay, got it. It wasn't until he left the dorm that Wang Shua had time to wipe his sweat. Feeling a lingering fear, he glanced back at the dorm and saw Chen Qing looking at him with a resentful expression from the balcony. Wang Shua immediately averted his gaze and quickly left Chen Qing's line of sight. This guy is acting really strange today. Turning the corner, Wang Shua muttered to himself and checked the message that Chen Xian had just sent. It contained just 2 words, at the door. If it were someone else, they might be confused by this message. But knowing Chen Xian's personality, Wang Shua shook his head helplessly and walked toward the school gate. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped out of the school, he saw Chen Xian quietly standing under a black business car at the gate. He walked up to her and asked, What are you doing here? Chen Xian replied, Gimban, get in the car. As expected, her old habit remained. This girl needed to be dealt with. Nevertheless, he thought about it but still followed her orders, especially since she had 2 bodyguards with her. If it came to a fight, he probably wouldn't stand a chance. Knowing when to yield is a sign of wisdom. Wang Shua pouted and reluctantly got in the car. However, when the car started and merged into the traffic, he suddenly remembered something. Oh no, my takeout. The takeout wasn't that important, but it still cost him a few dozen yuan, which made him feel a bit pained. After all, it's money. If he had known this would happen, he would have just earned some forum coins online. At least they would hold some value. Unfortunately. Miss Chen, where are we going? Wang Shua turned his head to ask the quietly gazing Chen Xian. Shangri-La Hotel, Chen Xian replied. My father wants to see you. Oh, so it's your father? Wang Shua's eyes widened in shock. What? Did you just say your father wants to see me? This Miss Chen. Wang Shua suddenly felt a bit awkward. I just remembered that I ordered takeout. Can we change the route and take me back? Chen Xian glanced up and gave him a look. All right. Wang Shua deflated. After a moment, he continued to probe. I mean, Miss Chen, isn't it inappropriate for us to just go meet the parents like this? My mom has always told me to respect my elders and care for my juniors. Looking at Chen Xian's gaze again, Wang Shua hesitated and said, I mean, should we buy some gifts or something? Chen Xian's brows gradually furrowed. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Wang Shua wisely closed his mouth. Half an hour later, at the entrance of a luxurious hotel. As Wang Shuo walked into the grand lobby under Chen Xian's guidance, all he could do was marvel at the intricately designed space. If it weren't for Chen Xian's direction, he probably wouldn't even know where the banquet hall was. "Miss Chen, you're here." The lobby manager nearby greeted them politely. "Mr. Chen has been waiting for some time. Please follow me." The young manager gestured invitingly while leading the way. Wang Shuo noticed that he seemed to be observing him secretly. Could it be that something was wrong with his outfit? Wang Shuo looked down and examined himself. Everything seemed fine, no inside-out clothes, and his pants fit well. So, maybe he looked handsome? Taking advantage of the moment while walking, Wang Shuo glanced at his reflection in the shiny decorations. It didn't seem so. Puzzled, he had already walked quite a distance. "Here we are, the Hankow Hall." The lobby manager opened the door. "Miss Chen, please go in." Inside, dozens of large banquet tables were neatly arranged, with a massive crystal chandelier overhead, luxurious petal-shaped wallpaper, and gilded decorations, making the entire hall look extraordinarily opulent. However, in such a grand banquet hall, there was only one middle-aged man sitting at the center table, with some tableware and decorations set up. Wang Shuo was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, the joy of wealthy people was this extravagant. Booking an entire banquet hall just for one table of food. Was this not flaunting wealth? Looking at his wallet and thinking about his balance, Wang Shuo felt a bit disheartened. Nothing could be more demoralizing than such blatant displays of wealth. "Have you arrived?" The middle-aged man looked at Wang Shuo and the others as they approached the table and nodded slightly. "Please take a seat." Then he said to the nearby waiter, "You can serve the dishes now." Wang Shuo was unsure whether he should sit down, but Chen Xian had already taken a seat next to the middle-aged man. Secretly disdainful, but realizing it was a bit strange for him to be the only one standing in the entire hall, Wang Shuo quickly pulled out a chair and sat down. "Come closer." The middle-aged man smiled and pulled out the chair next to him. "You're the only guest today, so there's no need to be too formal." Wang Shuo thought to himself, "Does that mean you rented this huge venue and set such a high standard just to show off to me?" Despite his inner thoughts, he still sat next to the middle-aged man. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Chun Zhongshuan," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "Chen Xian is my daughter." "I already know, Uncle Chun." Wang Shuo nodded awkwardly. "My name is Wang Shuo. Wang is in king, and Shuo is in shine." "I already know," Chen Zhongshuan replied warmly. "After today, I believe everyone in the industry will know Wang Shuo's name." "What does that mean?" Wang Shuo was a bit confused and secretly glanced at Chen Xian, who showed no reaction. "What's going on?" It seems that Chen Zhongshuan noticed Wang Shuo's confusion and smiled, saying, "Wang Shuo, you still don't know?" Wang Shuo replied, "Should I know?" Chen Zhongshuan continued, "The system designed by you truly opened our eyes." Wang Shuo felt a bit embarrassed, wishing there was a hole in the ground for him to hide in. It was really humiliating to have teased someone's daughter and ended up in front of the main person, with who knows how many people watching. He couldn't help but frantically think back, trying to recall if he had done anything inappropriate or added any overly bold phrases in the Easter egg. After some effort, Wang Shuo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that apart from adding an intelligent feedback algorithm and a few little pranks, as well as designing a couple of childish copy texts, he hadn't done much else. So why was he so nervous? Why did he feel like he was caught doing something wrong by the father-in-law? This is the first time we realize that the programming in our country can reach world-class standards. And we also taste the feeling of being ahead of others for the first time. Chen Zhongshuan raised his glass and said to Wang Shuo, "Come on, my young friend Wang Shuo, let me toast to you." Wang Shuo was a bit flattered and quickly picked up his glass, saying, "Uncle, you are too kind. I should be toasting you. My mom taught me since I was little that elders are to be respected." Haha, respecting elders is great, but to me, today there are no elders, only two friends who meet too late. "Come on, Wang Shuo, don't be polite, drink." After finishing the drink, Wang Shuo smacked his lips, as if he could taste the flavor of money. He was also influenced by Chen Zhongshuan's generosity. Being with this person felt like there was no need for any defenses, and the comfortable feeling made him almost forget that this person was his elder. If it weren't for Chen Xian still sitting there, Wang Shuo probably would have felt bold enough to call him brother after a couple of drinks, and after 3 drinks, he might even have dared to put his arm around him. After 4 or 5 drinks, he might have even accepted him as his father-in-law. "Wang Shuo, my young friend." Chen Zhongshuan upgraded his address for Wang Shuo and pointed to the dishes that had just been served on the table. "Try this." Both the environment and the dishes here are top-notch in W City, especially the food. I wouldn't dare say it's the absolute best, but it's south quite close. Wang Shua nodded quickly, secretly relieved that it seemed the Easter egg he created had been quietly digested by Chen Xian, allowing the tension in his heart to slowly ease. With his worries set aside, the banquet spread suddenly became appealing, and Wang Shua enjoyed the meal heartily. For a moment, the host and guest were both delighted. After eating and drinking to their fill, Chen Xian left the banquet hall first, leaving only Chen Zhongshuan and Wang Shua. Wang Shua. Chen Zhongshuan put down his chopsticks and said, "Although Xiner has already told me about the process, I still want to confirm with you again. This system, was it really designed and produced solely by you?" "It was all done by me," Wang Shua said, a bit shyly scratching his head. "But Uncle Chen, if I had known this system was so important, I would have put more effort into making it better. Is it too simple? And does it make your group lose face?" Chen Zhongshuan felt his face stiffen. Had he not already driven away the technicians from the company in another country? Wasn't he that good enough? Hadn't he put in enough effort? However, looking at that rudimentary user interface, it seems this guy really didn't put much thought into the design. It's quite frustrating. Let's change the topic. What do you think of Company W's technology? Company W? Wang Shua seemed a bit puzzled, and then, feeling a bit embarrassed, continued. "Uncle Chen, what does this Company W do?" "Oh, I forgot you're not from this circle." Haha. Chen Zhongshuan explained. Company W primarily focuses on precision tool setting instruments. The tool setters they produce are used on machine tools worldwide, and they can be considered top tier in this field. Tool setters? Wang Shua frowned and thought hard. Why does that sound so familiar? Company W not only has remarkable achievements in tool setters, but also excels in CNC control systems. Their self-designed control systems hold a significant market share domestically. Are tool setters very important? Wang Shua seemed to finally recall something and asked. "Naturally, they are important." Chen Zhongshuan smiled. "Although I'm not from a technical background, I still have some understanding of these things in business. Currently, all machine tools and processing centers in the market rely on tool setters to determine precision during initial setup, recalibration after crashes, and when repositioning is not accurate. Without tool setters, a high-precision machine tool would essentially be considered out of the precision machining category and revert to ordinary machine tools." Wang Shua nodded in understanding. It was indeed unacceptable for a precision machine to no longer be precise. But why use such an outdated tool setter? Wang Shua asked in confusion. Isn't an integrated self-check program better? Outdated tool setters? Chen Zhongshuan finally felt what Chen Xian had experienced before. Is this technology really outdated? However, considering the performance of the system provided by Wang Shua and the evaluations from experts, he had to admit that tool setters are indeed somewhat behind the times. Feeling a bit frustrated, Chen Zhongshuan thought he shouldn't continue discussing technical matters with Wang Shua. This guy's serious demeanor made it hard to find a way to engage. "Wang Shua." Chen Zhongshuan straightened his tone and began to address today's main purpose. "What are your plans for the future?" "Plans for the future? Of course. It's to make money. If it weren't for making money, why would I work so hard?" Wang Shua smiled shyly, rubbed his hands, and wanted to respond but felt a bit hesitant. Discussing money in front of these big shots seemed a bit too mundane, especially since they had reached a level where they were no longer interested in money. Seeing Wang Shua hesitating to speak, Chen Zhongshuan smiled thoughtfully. "No need to rush your answer. Take your time to think. What do you want to do? Or how do you want to do it? To be more precise, what kind of person do you want to become?" Noticing Chen Zhongshuan's serious expression, Wang Shua felt embarrassed to brush it off with just a focus on making money, even though he really wanted to earn. Upon reflection, he realized that before the matter of humanoid species arose, he thought his life would just be like this. After all, he is just one among billions of ordinary people in the world, one among billions in his homeland, and more specifically, one among millions of high school graduates. Although his school is good and his major is decent, Wang Shua feels that he might still just be drifting through life. Perhaps he could find a stable job, live happily without worrying about food and drink, find someone he loves, stay close to his parents, leisurely watch his children grow up, and happily spend his life until he is buried in the earth, eyes closed, and everything is over. If things go a bit better, he could start his own company, become a small boss, have some spare money, and live a relatively affluent life. This is the limit of Wang Shua's imagination. He has never even thought about doing something that could impact the world or becoming someone like Chen Zhongshuan in front of him. But suddenly, Wang Shua remembered something he seemed to have promised to the humanoid race. As a good young man who has read various theories and firmly practices core values, integrity is the foundation of being human, especially when the promise was made to his civilization. Wang Shuo stroked his chin, feeling that he should set a goal and do something to allow the humanoid race to rest in peace, so he could use the core without guilt. Have you thought it through? Chen Zhongshuan asked as he noticed Wang Shuo's expression gradually soften. I have, Wang Shuo nodded. I know what I want to do. Chen Zhongshuan nodded in satisfaction, pleased to see that the young man was teachable and that his efforts were not in vain. I want to make a grand movie, with a magnificent background, scenes, and various settings. Wang Shuo's eyes sparkled with ambition. I want this movie to become an immortal monument. Chen Zhongshuan's expression froze. He wondered what kind of aspiration that was. Well, I guess it can be considered an aspiration. That's easy. You can just find a film crew for that. If you want to shoot, I can provide financial support right now, up to 50 million at your discretion. Chen Zhongshuan smiled. I can also help you find a famous crew, directors, screenwriters, and stars, with the best scripts, the best filming locations, and the best planning. Once the movie is completed, we will promote it through the best channels to ensure your film becomes famous. How about that? Wang Shuo opened his mouth, astonished. Was this the simplicity of the wealthy's hobbies? What was this, a charitable act? He had never heard of someone offering 50 million for the sake of helping others. The conditions were tempting and hard to refuse, yet Wang Shuo resisted the temptation and shook his head slowly. What's wrong? Aren't you satisfied with the conditions? Chen Zhongshuan was somewhat surprised. That's not it. Uncle Chen, your conditions are too generous, so generous that I can't even imagine it. However, I have my own views on this matter, Wang Shuo said with a wry smile. So I can only presumptuously decline. Decline? That's something I didn't expect, Chen Zhongshuan replied. Taken aback. Anyone else would find it impossible to casually refuse an investment of 50 million placed before them. After all, neither side mentioned that the 50 million had to be used for the movie. Who would know if you took 3 or 4 million, or even 10 million? Who would care? But Wang Shuo directly refused. Chen Zhongshuan smiled slightly. At this moment, he truly admired the young man. He was capable, not arrogant, and now understood how to assess the situation, not blinded by immediate gains. Very good, indeed. However, his idea of making a movie. After thinking for a long time, Chen Zhongshuan decided to be straightforward. To be frank, Huazhong University of Science and Technology is quite a good school. If you're thinking about dropping out, it seems a bit impulsive. Drop out. Wang Shuo was taken aback. Who wants to drop out? Not dropping out. Chen Zhongshuan was somewhat surprised and quickly realized he had misunderstood. He remedied the situation. That's even better. Wang Shuo, you already have the ability to create your own system. If you can continue your studies, you will undoubtedly shine even more. Chen Zhongshuan raised 3 fingers, his tone serious. 3 years. After 3 years, regardless of your results, our group will definitely have a place for you. Moreover, all related expenses for these years will be covered by our group. And we will also provide you with a fixed living allowance, as well as accommodation of over 200 square meters. You only need to focus on your studies. Alright, I knew these big shots wouldn't invite someone to dinner and show off their wealth for no reason. It seems they are extending an olive branch. These conditions are very tempting. No need to worry about expenses, a fixed salary, and even housing. Based on current prices, a 200 square meter apartment in this city would easily cost over 3 million, right? To be honest, Wang Shuo was quite tempted. If it were another time and place, he might have happily accepted. But now, sorry, Uncle Chen. I appreciate your kindness, but Wang Shuo reluctantly refused, feeling a bit awkward. Refusing a big shot twice in a row. Was that a bit too much? He refused again, which was not unexpected. Chen Zhongshuan had long considered this situation. Someone who didn't care about 50 million would care about this? This young man had enough confidence to believe he could succeed in entrepreneurship. However, that wasn't a problem. If he could create a system on his own, he must be even more confident. Thinking of this, Chen Zhongshuan shook his head with a smile. It's nothing. I was just trying to see if I could recruit a promising young talent like you, but it seems luck wasn't on my side, haha. Wang Shuo breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of Chen Zhongshuan turning hostile. He was more concerned that if that happened, his money would go down the drain. In life, the first pot of gold should be earned through one's own efforts to feel solid. Later, he could boast to his descendants. Your father earned 1 million when he was just 18. That sense of satisfaction was almost overflowing from the screen. The first offer didn't work out. Wang Shuo couldn't decline this second one. Chen Zhongshuan's smile remained, but he suddenly produced a folder from somewhere and handed it to Wang Shuo. Take a look. Wang Shuo took the folder and opened it, feeling speechless. It was another contract, and an unexpected one at that. Chen Zhongshuan was indeed Chen Xian's father. He had the same domineering style. A stock equity contract. Wang Shuo frowned. Party A, Frontier Technology Company, Limited. Party B, Zhongzi Pengqing Technology Company, Limited. Party A voluntarily authorizes Party B to use patent number XXXXXXX under a technology equity investment arrangement, holding a stake of 1,500. Party B shall pay Party A licensing fee of 2,000,000 yuan. In addition to the licensing fee, Party B shall regularly report its financial status to Party A and pay dividend fees to the account provided by Party A. Both parties agree that the initial authorization period is 1 year, and upon expiration, if both parties are willing, they may negotiate a renewal. Uncle Chen. Wang Shuo looked at Chen Zhongshuan with some confusion. There's another one. Keep reading. Chen Zhongshuan pointed to another contract in the folder. Wang Shuo opened the other contract. This is a cooperation agreement, generally stating that Zhongzi Pengqing Technology Company, Limited and Frontier Technology Company, Limited have established a strategic partnership, mutually agreeing on rights and obligations and clarifying principles. One of the clauses states that both parties have an obligation to assist each other. If one party suffers losses due to uncertain factors, the other party is obliged to take all necessary measures to mitigate the losses promptly. Uncle Chen, what does this mean? Wang Shuo asked, somewhat puzzled. Haha, it doesn't mean much. Chen Zhongshuan smiled gently. Your company is in its early stages, and you may not be very familiar with various aspects. Plus, your main focus right now is studying, and you may not have time to manage the company. So, as a partner, I have an obligation to help you get on the right track. Without waiting for Wang Shuo to respond, Chen Zhongshuan waved his hand and continued. Also, we were in a bit of a rush today. Xian didn't bring me the contract she signed with you. Once the company's financial procedures are completed, we'll settle up. That's what a big boss should say. Wang Shuo swallowed his words of refusal, raised his glass sincerely, and said, Uncle Chen, I toast to you. To our money. Chapter 43. Hello, my name is Chen Xian. After Wang Shuo left, the empty banquet hall was left with only Chen Zhongshuan. He looked at the 2 blank contracts on the table, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Sir. Uncle Chen emerged from a corner, looking at the glass on the table with a furrowed brow, and said, Sir, Dr. Liu said that your current health condition is not suitable for drinking. Occasionally having a small drink is fine. Chen Zhongshuan turned to smile and said, Sit down. Uncle Chen complied and sat down. He didn't sign? Yes. Chen Zhongshuan nodded, picked up the teapot and cup brought by Uncle Chen, leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, and took a sip. Sir, you don't seem to care much? Then why go through such a grand arrangement, right? Chen Zhongshuan took over the conversation, smiling as he glanced at Uncle Chen. Bongo, you've been with me for so many years. What kind of person do you think I am? Sir, you are far-sighted, resourceful, and thorough in your considerations. Never doing anything unnecessary. Who did you learn that from? Chen Zhongshuan chuckled and shook his head. I'm not as impressive as you say. I just have many people's livelihoods in my hands, so I have to be cautious. Moreover, considering things more will naturally make one calmer when faced with challenges. Is this intentional on your part today? That's not entirely correct. Chen Zhongshuan put down his teacup and said, regarding Wang Shuo, I did have that in mind. But having that in mind doesn't mean it's a must. It's just a test. If he agrees, that's great. If he doesn't, we won't lose anything. But I never expected. Chen Zhongshuan thought of Wang Shuo's conflicted expression and shook his head with amusement. This Wang Shuo really is somewhat unexpected. Is this a test then? Uncle Chen frowned. A test? Chen Zhongshuan chuckled. I suppose it can be seen as one. Life always requires choices, and to learn to choose, one must first learn to let go. This Wang Shuo is not as harmless as he seems. By the way, that girl Xian wanted to audit that contract, right? Notify the finance department. They can proceed. Understood. Uncle Chen nodded. But sir, that's not a small amount. What about the board of directors? The board? Chen Zhongshuan laughed lightly. After this matter, there won't be a board anymore. Uncle Chen felt a chill in his heart. He knew that the master had endured for so long and was finally ready to take action. Also, have those 2 contracts redrafted, removing any hidden conditions, and have the legal department present them to Wang Shuo. Personal relationships are one thing, business is another. Although Wang Shuo is quite good, he is still young and lacks some experience. Facing a little setback can be a blessing. This can be considered my first lesson for him as an elder. Chen Zhongshuan smiled meaningfully. Just like I told you before, relationships can sometimes be more valuable than money. And compared to connections, I prefer personal favors. Uncle Chun nodded slowly. Sometimes, using personal favors can be more effective than money. This was likely why the master hadn't forced Wang Shua to hand over the system. One more thing, sir. We've received news from there that they want to finalize the betting agreement as soon as possible, at the latest by the end of this month. The budding of personal favors emerges from the exchange of hearts, much like the current situation between Chun Xian and Wang Shua. After returning to school, Chun Xian did not go back immediately. Instead, she got out of the car and followed Wang Shua to the playground. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the playground was the liveliest yet quietest time of the day. Through the mesh fence surrounding the playground, one could see pairs of male and female students either jogging on the track or sitting on the artificial grass, shoulder to shoulder, whispering to each other. Some even openly held hands under the dim moonlight, completely disregarding the single people around them. Wang Shua was now one of these people. Watching the envious glances from groups of boys, Wang Shua felt like he had turned into a single dog ready to consume dog food. Even if the food was watered down, the two walked quietly on the track for a long time. I didn't sign, Wang Shua said. Uh-huh, Chun Xian nodded. Aren't you going to ask why? No need. The conversation ended there. After a moment, Wang Shua, somewhat unwilling to give up, said, That's a lot of money. I know. Enough for me to eat takeout for a lifetime. 260,000, Chun Xian replied calmly. Hey, can you have a proper conversation? Talking about money hurts feelings. You know, I'm really helping you a lot, Wang Shua said, a bit unconvinced, wanting to settle the score. There's a contract. Chun Xian continued calmly, and also, about what's in the system. All right, you're impressive. Wang Shua conceded, feeling like slapping himself for being so careless while working on the system. Now, he had lost the goodwill. Just as he was feeling a bit down, a soft voice came from beside him. Thank you, Wang Shua. What? What did you say? Wang Shua pretended he didn't hear. I said. Chun Xian stopped and turned to face Wang Shua, her dark eyes seeming to sparkle. Thank you, Wang Shua. She extended her hand, opening her palm. Let us reintroduce ourselves. I'm Chun Xian, Chun from the surname Chun, Xian from the character Xian. A freshman in the finance program from the class of 2018. Wang Shua was a bit confused. What did this mean? Reintroduce? What's the joke? However, seeing Chun Xian extend her hand, he hesitated for a moment but decided to play along. He reached out and shook her hand, albeit in a non-gentlemanly way. Hello. I'm Wang Shua, Wang from the character for King, Shua from the character for Flicker. A freshman from Central China University, class of 2018. Unlike when Chun Xian held his fingers in the hospital, he could feel the softness of her palm now, along with a slightly cool, gentle touch. It was a feeling Wang Shua couldn't quite describe, something he had never experienced before. It felt somewhat nice, especially when Wang Shua was lost in thought. He noticed Chun Xian smiling slightly, her voice gentle. Are you ready? Wang Shua was startled and quickly released her hand, looking at her in shock. This girl actually smiled. It was unbelievable. After a month of interaction, and even after decades with Chen Cheng, when had he ever seen the cold Chun Xian smile? This was more surprising than pulling out some mysterious high-tech gadget. Are you really Chun Xian? Wang Shua pointed at her, exaggeratingly asking. He knew that in certain humanoid civilizations, there were many ways to change one's appearance and voice. Even physiological information could be fabricated. Could there be other inheritors on Earth that he didn't know about? Why wasn't such crucial information shared? Chun Xian frowned slightly, her expression cooling. Wang Shua breathed a sigh of relief. This was the Chun Xian he remembered. Although the earlier smile was stunning, for some reason, he felt something was off. Ahem, Chun Xian, you're finally back. You won't believe it. Someone just tried to impersonate you. If it weren't for my mechanism, I might have fallen for it. Wang Shua coughed, impressed by his own reaction. If you don't like it, I won't smile anymore, Chun Xian said indifferently. Wang Shua thought about slapping himself for the third time today. Could he stop doing such self-sabotaging things? Ahem, just kidding, just kidding. You look great when you smile. Really, you should smile more often in the future. Wang Shua chuckled awkwardly. The issue of whether to laugh or not seems unimportant. What matters is Wang Shua. Chun Xian was silent for a moment. I'm leaving tomorrow. Leaving? Wang Shua was a bit taken aback. Where to? Back to the capital, Chun Xian said in Unda. Back to the capital? Wang Shua found it strange. Aren't you a freshman at the university? Why would you leave without attending classes? Chun Xian shot him a glance. Fine, it's none of my business. I won't ask. Wang Shua said, raising his hands in surrender. Some things need me to handle them personally. Chen Xion's tone shifted slightly as she spoke. Things that need personal handling? Wang Shuo furrowed his brow, trying to think of what it could be, and then he realized something was off with her today. When did she learn to explain herself? Chen Xion, are you okay? If there's something, just say it. I'll definitely help if I can. Chen Xion shook her head, and the atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Wang Shuo cautiously asked, what about the things here when you leave? Someone will handle it. Wang Shuo held on to a glimmer of hope. What about the money? It will be returned. Wang Shuo exclaimed, you're not being fair. Always talking about money. It's so crass. You can use that request as a form of payment, Chen Xion said in Manda. Puffed as if. Wang Shuo spat internally, then gritted his teeth and forced out two words with heavy emphasis. I still. Chapter 44. Matsumoto's analysis watching the black business car speed away. Wang Shuo sighed with a hint of melancholy. However, remembering Chen Xion's oddly provocative gaze before she left made him grit his teeth. This girl is becoming increasingly unruly. Checking the time, it was already 10:10. There were only 20 minutes left before lights out. Wang Shuo hurriedly bought a bottle of water, went upstairs, and opened the door. As soon as he entered, he sensed something unusual in the dormitory atmosphere and looked around. Where's the fourth one? The fourth one isn't here. Zheng Jun, lying on the top bunk, flipped down and approached Wang Shuo, admiringly circling him. Li Li adjusted his glasses, even setting aside his beloved notebook, and stared intently at Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo was confused. Boss, what is going on? Second brother, Zheng Jun shook his head. You're not being honest. Not being honest? Wang Shuo widened his eyes. What am I not honest about? Still pretending. Zheng Jun turned around, picked up his phone, fiddled with it for a moment, and held it up in front of Wang Shuo. Look, who is this? Wang Shuo focused, observing the dim environment, a familiar runway, and two figures standing face to face, holding hands. Why does this look so familiar? You're holding hands, and you're still pretending, Zheng Jun exclaimed. Second brother, I didn't expect this from you. Just a few days, and you've managed to get her? It seems that the hero saving the beauty and getting injured in the process really works. If I hadn't run a few extra laps today and happened to bump into you, I would have really been kept in the dark. Zheng Jun patted Wang Shuo on the shoulder, being gentle to avoid hurting Wang Shuo's fragile body. Come on, second brother, we're all brothers here. I'll keep it a secret for you. Wang Shuo was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Boss, things are not as you think. Here's the situation. Boss, Chen Xion absolutely hates me now. Third, do you believe it? Zheng Jun asked suddenly. I don't believe it. Li Li shook his head, then added, unless you show me the system you designed. I can show you, but the problem is I don't have it on me right now. Wang Shuo shrugged helplessly. I do have a backup in the software park. How about tomorrow? There's no time. Li Li shook his head and picked up his notebook again. You see, second, what you just said can only fool us once. You tricked us that way last time. Zheng Jun clearly held a grudge. The key is, I didn't trick you last time. I'm innocent. At this moment, in a luxurious suite on the top floor of the Sheraton Hotel, Matsumoto Biyun was sitting uncomfortably in front of a tablet, where a middle-aged man's face was displayed on the screen. Father, I already know. The middle-aged man replied Dendandao, but I refuse to accept it. Matsumoto Biyun said angrily, I suspect this is a trap set by that old Chen Zhongshuan and that girl Chen Xion together. Watch your words. The middle-aged man's tone became a bit severe. You are the only heir of the Matsumoto family in this generation, and you represent the honor of the entire family. Show your sense of family honor. Show your noble demeanor. Yes. Matsumoto Biyun lowered his head, feeling frustrated, but his eyes were full of defiance. If it weren't for the way Chen Xion tricked him into thinking she had no cards up her sleeve, how could he have fallen so hard? One more time, and I will deduct all your activity funds. The middle-aged man said Dendandao. I understand. You just said that this is a trap set by Chen Zhongshuan and Chen Xion together. And the possibility is very high. The middle-aged man's tone was calm. According to your analysis, what is Chen Zhongshuan's purpose in doing this? What benefits does creating a weak Chen group bring him? There are many benefits. Matsumoto Biyun raised his head and analyzed. First, the stocks. A weak Chen group would lower market confidence, causing the stock price of the Chen group to plummet. This kind of crisis looks severe and could lead to a chain collapse of the group at any time. But Matsumoto Biyun's eyes sparkled with wisdom. What if Chen Zhongshuan has a backup plan? What if he has a trump card to ensure the market is saved? You mean, if I were Chen Zhongshuan, I would choose to step in before the stock crashes and invest heavily to buy back my company's stocks. Matsumoto Biyun frowned. This would have two benefits. First, it stabilizes the stock of the Chun Group, preventing it from plummeting too much. Of course, this would be like a drop in the bucket before the stock market crashes. So Chen Zhongshuan's main second purpose would be to short his own stock, buying a large amount of stocks at a low price to consolidate shares. As long as he holds a significant amount of stock, he can attack when necessary and defend when needed. The middle-aged man nodded. Good analysis. Now tell me, how does Chen Zhongshuan stand undefeated? If the external crisis facing the Chun Group is resolved, then Chen Zhongshuan will have the opportunity to gain control over most of the company's decision-making power. If the crisis is not resolved, he can still sell off a large amount of shares to cash in, benefiting from the rebound in market confidence. This money would be sufficient for the Chun Group to weather the crisis, and Chen Zhongshuan would have achieved part of his goal. This old fox is certainly not at a loss. The middle-aged man nodded in approval at the analysis. However, you still missed one point. Missed one point. Matsumoto Baiyun was taken aback. Human nature. The middle-aged man said faintly. There is an old saying in Huaxia, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Before negotiating with the Chun Group, you should have understood its structure. Within the Chun Group, there is a key figure, Chen Zhongshuan, the chairman, who has transformed a small real estate company into a colossal entity worth over $1 trillion, covering a wide range of sectors, including real estate, transportation, services, retail, and more. However, there is one issue. Chen Zhongshuan is a son-in-law. Although he is the chairman, the shareholders and board members are all from his wife's family, who are greedy, disloyal, and unreliable. If the Chun Group is strong, they will have no dissent. But if the group shows any sign of weakness or is on the brink of collapse, Matsumoto Baiyun's eyes lit up. They would do anything to sever ties with the Chun Group, including their shares. They would sell while they still have value. This is human nature. The middle-aged man said calmly. If I'm not mistaken, Chen Zhongshuan should now have a substantial shareholding in the Chun Group, possibly exceeding the absolute controlling limit. What should we do? Matsumoto Baiyun asked. If Chen Zhongshuan, this old fox, is so patient and waiting for an opportunity, then he is likely to make a move in the coming days. I have my own arrangements. The middle-aged man glanced at his son. You are still a bit impulsive. If a person cannot control their emotions, what difference is there from an animal? Yes, I understand. Matsumoto Baiyun lowered his head, feeling convinced this time. Calculating others, even by taking human nature into account, is a level he has not yet reached. There is one more thing. The middle-aged man frowned. The system that Chen Xin is offering is related to a small company called Frontier Technology Company, Limited. And I found out that the legal representative of this company is Wang Shua. This should have nothing to do with the company, right? Matsumoto Baiyun asked curiously. I believe this is all a self-directed play by the Chun Group. Whether it's a play or not is unimportant. The middle-aged man shook his head. Find this Wang Shua and make contact. Remember, don't mess it up again. Understood, father. Matsumoto Baiyun replied confidently. I will definitely uncover all of Wang Shua's secrets for you. The middle-aged man nodded lightly. This matter didn't require his personal intervention. Also, father, Matsumoto Baiyun's eyes were filled with hatred. That Chen Xin is ungrateful, repeatedly insulting my Matsumoto family and Company W. I will make her pay. The other side fell silent for a moment, and after a long pause, they said, you decide for yourself. The Matsumoto family cannot be humiliated. Matsumoto Baiyun looked up in surprise, but the video call had already ended. Is father giving me more autonomy? Chapter 45. Enlightenment. The next day, as the sun just peeked over the horizon, Wang Shua had already begun his plan to make money. The provocation from Chen Zhongshuan, coupled with Chen Xin's disdain, had deeply hurt Wang Shua's fragile heart. He vowed to earn money as quickly as possible to pay back that damn 3 million. Yes, 3 million. Not 260,000. When the time comes, he would pull out the cash and pile it in front of Chen Xin, pointing out 40,000 of it to tell her, no need to ask for more. This is the interest I owe you. How satisfying. Of course, more importantly, he needed to fulfill his promise to the humanoid race, so he could enjoy life early. As for the promise made while staying in the hospital, when Wang Shua asked, do you want to taste the power of Zheng Jun's iron fist? How to choose between civilization and beauty? Does that even need to be asked? Of course, the choice is beauty. After a long journey, Wang Shua finally arrived at the software park with 2 coins in his pocket. He opened the door, went up to the 3rd floor, and looked at the computer screens lighting up in the room with a messy desktop. He felt a long-lost exhilaration. Welcome back, sir. A familiar baritone echoed. Huh, How have you been, Zero? Do you need me to recognize commands, sir? No need for recognition. I'm just greeting you. Command confirmed, sir. I will enhance this part of the content in the database for you. Okay. Wang Shuo cursed inwardly, feeling a bit helpless as he sat down. 0. Display the source code core in a distributed structure diagram. Already displayed, sir. Wang Shuo observed carefully. Compared to when 0 was just born, the source code core was much richer now, with many points lit up. However, the logic module in the middle had not changed much. This meant that while 0's functionality had been enhanced, its core intelligence level had not significantly improved. It was still just a rigid program. It seemed there was still not enough data. Wang Shuo frowned. Data volume requires both time and traffic. Relying on web scraping for collection was simply too slow. He needed to think of a solution. Besides the data volume, the logic core also needed improvement and an upgrade. And a part of the new coding language was still incomplete. Then Wang Shuo looked up at the speaker on the desk that had tormented him for a long time. The sound quality was ridiculously poor. Turning up the volume even slightly would cause distortion and crackling. He had long wanted to replace it. He also noticed the microphone, computer monitor, and the buzzing server in the corner of the room. Had all these been replaced? Feeling the coins in his pocket, Wang Shuo gritted his teeth to suppress his inner impulse. Money, where does it come from? Although he still owed $1 million, that far-off money wouldn't solve his immediate needs. Should he consider taking out a loan? Wang Shuo has heard that students have some kind of entrepreneurship fund, with 5 years of interest-free loans that can be borrowed and repaid as needed, which is quite convenient. However, for a loan of 100,000, he pulled over an A4 paper from the side and carefully listed the equipment he might need. A machine tool. Many parts need to be processed by himself, and a machine tool is essential. It would be best to have a 5-axis machining center. But even the smallest machine tools that ensure precision and normal operation would cost several $100,000. 4 to 5 robotic arms. He can currently buy some parts to assemble, but purchasing a finished product would be more convenient. A 5-axis robotic arm would cost at least $100,000, and if it's imported, it would likely be even more expensive. Once he has a better machining center in the future, he could design and manufacture this himself. Next are welding equipment, soldering irons, solder, blowtorches, and so on. These are all essential small tools in the processing process. As for wrenches and pliers, there are even more. Most importantly, Wang Shuo realized he also needed a smelting furnace. The quality cannot be too low, and the temperature must reach at least 2,000 degrees and be maintained for an extended period. This is quite challenging, as such a smelting furnace on the market would cost at least several $100,000 to start. Looking at the items listed on the sheet, and then at the budget of $1 million, Wang Shuo felt a bit of a headache. This was already the result of his efforts to compress costs, yet it still exceeded the budget by quite a bit. According to this figure, even throwing in the $1 million, he just earned wouldn't be enough. The most crucial point is that even if he managed to acquire all these items, there simply wouldn't be enough space to accommodate them. Indeed, in this day and age, lacking funds is absolutely not feasible. Entrepreneurship seems impossible. He should still upgrade the core logic of 0 first. After the incident when he first entered, Wang Shuo felt that 0's core logic could still be upgraded. After all, 0 was still a makeshift, semi-finished product, and many details needed to be added and improved. Moreover, the most important thing was that at least writing code didn't cost money, which was his only advantage at the moment. 0 cost labor. 0. Retrieve the core source code. Displaying it on the screen, highlighting the core logic algorithm part. Highest permission is required. Checking permissions, voice print recognition in progress. How should I address you? Shin Xin, female popsicle. Wang Shuo replied calmly. Recognition successful. Pulling up the source code. Sir, it will be displayed on the main screen. Looking at the results displayed on the screen, Wang Shuo shook his head slightly, gaining a deeper understanding of the hardware limitations on 0. The dialogue above seems unproblematic, but in Wang Shuo's design, 0 would only voluntarily report the operational steps and confirm when the response time exceeded 3 seconds. The purpose of this was to mask 0's reaction time, giving a smooth impression. Therefore, the best result should actually be that after Wang Shuo issues a command, 0 directly questions to confirm permissions, while voice print and image recognition run in the background by default. A better outcome would be for the system to confirm Wang Shuo's identity in the background, but this requires a strong hardware foundation. However, considering the resources occupied by the system and the few meager servers in the data center, Wang Shuo shook his head again. For the intelligent core, the current silicon-based computer system is far too outdated. The chips made up of complex electronic circuits, with their long electronic travel distances, material property differences, and losses during electronic transmission, severely affect the computer's performance and power consumption. The shortcomings in foundational technology directly determine the upper limits of computer technology. Not to mention Wang Shua, even if a shadow were placed here, it would be impossible to create a fully autonomous, intelligent program within a traditional silicon-based computer system. What Wang Shua can do now is to continuously push the limits of silicon-based computers using his still improving new code, while also stacking hardware to enhance computer performance, enabling the system to support the intelligent core to reach a level that is infinitely close to true artificial intelligence. In Wang Shua's view, the emergence of the intelligent core has already reached the limits of traditional silicon-based electronic computers, and this is just a primary intelligent core. Since the birth of silicon-based electronic computers, their structure has predetermined that true intelligence cannot be generated on this platform. They can only produce pseudo-intelligent programs that are infinitely close to intelligence. Although it is very close to an intelligent program, the fact remains that it is still fake. Beyond this, it exceeds what the old silicon-based electronic computers can bear. The fastest developing technology in human history, which has also been the greatest contributor, will eventually face a glorious conclusion. This moment could be in 10 years, 20 years, or even 100 years. The next generation of computers, Wang Shua suddenly became curious about the capabilities and structure of the next generation of computers. He knew he was suffering from a case of high aspirations, but low abilities. However, even if he can't create the next generation of computers right now, at least he could learn about it, right? Moreover, if he were to really equip the intelligent core with a new generation of computer hardware, how incredible would its performance be? It seems worth looking forward to. But there is a problem. The theories and manufacturing methods of the next generation of computers are undoubtedly valuable. However, if it is solely for the sake of observation, is it worth Wang Shua risking everything to obtain data? According to Wang Shua's calculations, if the data volume for designing the next generation of computers is too high, or if he loses control of the instantaneous transmission and it exceeds his brain's capacity, he might end up becoming an idiot, or worse, not even have the chance to become one. Wang Shua looked at the screen in front of him, biting his teeth and hesitating. He decided to go for it. After much contemplation, Wang Shua resolved to take the risk. If he didn't dare to take this small risk, what else could he do in the future? Moreover, as long as he cuts off the transmission in time, it should be fine, right? 0. Record the current time. If I am not conscious after 24 or 36 hours, call emergency services, inform them of my condition and address, and have them take me away. The memo has been updated, sir. After making arrangements for his affairs, Wang Shua poured himself a glass of water and placed it on the armrest of the sofa. He then found a comfortable position to lie down on the sofa and gently closed his eyes. Enlightenment activated. Chapter 46. The mysterious person. As soon as the idea of transmitting data emerged, a massive amount of data surged from the core, overwhelming Wang Shua before he even had a chance to express his astonishment. He was immediately engulfed by a sea of data. There was no preparation, no foreplay. Wang Shua felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy blow, and it seemed like countless thunderclaps exploded in his mind, drowning out all other sounds. Confused thoughts surged forth, with characters appearing and disappearing suddenly. A series of profound theories continuously surfaced in his mind, transforming into a brilliant light. Hold on. I must hold on. Wang Shua struggled to focus his attention, directing it toward the key concepts. As another series of complex characters formed, a sharp pain hit him, and he finally couldn't hold on any longer and passed out. After an unknown amount of time, when Wang Shua opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a familiar decor style, one he knew all too well. He was in a hospital. You're awake. A young nurse, who was changing the dressing, seemed to notice Wang Shua's small movements. She placed the empty bottle into a tray and said, "Since you're awake, I'll go call your family." With that, the nurse left the room, leaving Wang Shua alone to stare at the familiar ceiling in a daze. He was trying hard to recall how he ended up back in the hospital. It seemed to be related to the data transmission. Wang Shua felt a bit frustrated. This sudden enlightenment had indeed landed him in the hospital, which was both expected and unexpected for him. Old 2. A familiar loud voice called out. Without needing to look up, Wang Shua already knew who it was. He looked up and saw Zheng Jun grinning widely, his unshaven face showing stubble that had grown over several days, his voice booming. Old 2. I'm not saying this to criticize you, But your health is really too weak. Zheng Jun clicked his tongue in lament. It's only been a few days. And you've managed to get yourself back in here. I didn't want to, old boss, Wang Shuo replied helplessly. So you need to learn from me. Look at me, my health is top-notch. Zheng Jun puffed out his chest, showcasing his muscular physique. From now on, you'll run laps with me. And in less than a week, I guarantee your body will be as strong as mine. Then I might end up back in intensive care, Wang Shuo thought to himself. Then asked, by the way, old boss, was it you who brought me to the hospital? Not me. Zheng Jun expressed some regret. I don't know which kind-hearted person made the call. I asked the emergency doctor at the hospital, and they said that when they found you, there was no one else around, just you sleeping on the sofa. There aren't many people these days who do good deeds without seeking recognition. He shook his head, seeming quite disheartened by the state of society today. Wang Shuo nodded silently, realizing that Zero had faithfully followed his instructions and called for help, bringing him to the hospital. Boss, thank you so much for always being there for me, Wang Shuo said sincerely. What are you talking about? Zheng Jun exclaimed, his eyes wide. We're brothers from the same dorm. You got into trouble. How could I not help? Plus, you're in such weak condition right now. You need someone to take care of you. From now on, I'll take care of this matter. We need to get your training plan back on track and make sure you shed that blood demon title. Following your plan seems like it could be deadly. Wang Shuo replied reluctantly. After some back and forth, Zheng Jun finally left the hospital room, satisfied with Wang Shuo's promise. Before leaving, he earnestly reminded Wang Shuo about what to pay attention to and warned him. Training has its risks. Proceed with caution. If you get injured, I'm not responsible. Wang Shuo sighed and glanced at the half-full bottle of medicine, knowing he would likely spend a good part of the day here. He checked his pocket and was relieved to find his phone. He took it out, unlocked it skillfully, and opened the messaging app. A prominent red notification caught his eye. It was a message from Chen Xian. You fainted? How did she know I fainted? Is information spreading this quickly now? Or has this girl installed a tracking device on me? Wang Shuo was puzzled, but that didn't stop him from replying as quickly as possible. I'm fine now. Just a lack of sugar. Moments later, Chen Xian's reply came back, consisting of just one word. Good. TSK, tisk, typical of Miss Chen Xian, Wang Shuo thought. No longer surprised. Her reply indicated that the topic was closed, and she didn't want further responses. Fine then. Wang Shuo pouted. As a principled man, he wouldn't press further. He exited the messaging app, scrolled a bit, and prepared to check the news on a trending app. However, a line of text on his phone suddenly froze him in place. 1436, November 5th, Monday. November 5th, Monday? Wang Shuo began to think carefully. If he remembered correctly, he had undergone the procedure on Sunday, November 4th, and had set the alarm for 36 hours later. Yet, the current time was already 2 p.m. on November 5th. This means, a chill ran down Wang Shuo's spine. If it wasn't Zero who alerted for help, then who was it? Someone he didn't know? Or possibly didn't even recognize, had wandered around his studio and kindly called for help when he was unconscious? Just thinking about it was terrifying. If he weren't still hooked up to N4 and hadn't suffered any real loss. Wang Shuo would have wanted to rush back to the software park immediately to have Zero pull up all the surveillance footage for review. Taking a deep breath, Wang Shuo temporarily set aside this unsettling thought. After all, as long as either he or she had entered his studio, they could simply check the surveillance records to clarify things. There was no need to rush. Moreover, the most important thing was that there didn't seem to be anything particularly valuable in his studio, except for Zero. However, based on the hidden mode he had set up, it seemed unlikely that anyone would discover Zero's presence. Even if they accidentally activated it, they would probably just take Zero for a common voice assistant available on the market. Feeling a bit calmer, Wang Shuo straightened up, took out some paper and a pen, and prepared to carefully tally the results of the data transmission. After putting in so much effort and even ending up in the hospital, it would be quite unwise if nothing useful came out of this transmission. His head felt heavy, and just as he was about to start, the door to the hospital room was pushed open again. A woman entered with a professional smile. Hello, Mr. Wang. We meet again. Wang Shuo looked at the woman who walked in with some confusion. She was dressed in professional attire, white shirt, high heels, a typical white-collar look. It seems you're quite forgetful, Mr. Wang, the woman said with a smile. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Lu Yan, and I am the legal advisor for Zhongzi Pengqing Technology Company, Limited. You can call me Advisor Lu or Lawyer Lu. I wonder if you remember me now? Oh, I remember now, Wang Shuo replied, showing a look of realization. You're Lu Yan. You were present when I signed the contract with Chen Xian. responsible for reviewing the contract content. So you are indeed a lawyer? You are here this time too. Wang Shua began. Let me introduce you first, Lu Yin said with a slight professional smile. However, Wang Shua felt that this smile contained at least a hint of sincerity. She shifted to the side, revealing another woman behind her. This was a middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 30s to 40s, dressed in a similar suit, elegantly and exquisitely styled. This is Rin Junling, the vice president of Zhongzi Pengqing Technology Company. Limited. Rin Junling nodded slightly and said, "Hello, Mr. Wang." "Hello," Wang Shua replied. But his confusion only deepened. "And this is?" Lu Yin pointed to another middle-aged man who appeared slightly older. "This is Su Jianzhong, the financial director of Zhongzi Pengqing Technology Company, Limited." "Hello, Mr. Wang." "Hello," Wang Shua said, looking puzzled at the three individuals before him, feeling somewhat dazed. A vice president and a financial director. This was practically half of the company's leadership. What was Chen Xian planning with such a grand assembly? "Mr. Wang, Vice President Ren is here on behalf of the company to conduct a business liaison with you." Business liaison? Wang Shua thought carefully. Did he have any business dealings with Zhongzi Pengqing Technology? It seems we don't have any business transactions, do we? Wang Shua looked at Lu Yin and the three others with confusion, wondering how it was that anyone could find him in the hospital now. Did that mean people would have to come to the hospital to find him in the future? "Mr. Wang, you might have forgotten," Lu Yin said with a slight smile. "You signed a very special contract with a certain company." "A very special contract?" Wang Shua thought back carefully, but due to his disoriented mind after the recent data transmission, he couldn't recall it at all. Seeing his puzzled expression, Lu Yin's smile faltered a bit, and she kindly reminded him, "It's the entrustment contract you signed with Miss Chun." "No," Wang Shua firmly shook his head. He couldn't admit it, absolutely not. He hadn't received his money yet. And now Chen Xian was pointing people at him to demand cash. Swiftly covering his head with the blanket, Wang Shua pointed towards the door and mumbled, "I never signed any contract with you. Get out, or I'll call the doctor." "This Mr. Wang." Lu Yin considered all possibilities, but didn't he expect Wang Shua to react this way, leaving her momentarily stunned and unsure of how to continue. "Mr. Wang," Rin Junling, who was beside her, smiled gently. "We're here to bring you money." "Money?" Wang Shua lowered the blanket and widened his eyes. "You've already reviewed the initial system? Confirmed its value? You can give me the money now? Didn't you say it would take some time?" A series of questions left Rin Junling at a loss for words, and she could only shake her head slightly. "You might have misunderstood. We are here to further discuss the relevant contract matters with you, as it involves a significant amount of money." Rin Junling paused slightly and added, "A very large amount of money." "A very large amount?" Wang Shua was curious. "How large?" "Large enough that we need to report it to the headquarters for review. Large enough that it requires the personal approval of General Chen. In fact, everything I'm saying today is at General Chen's request," Rin Junling said with a smile. "So please don't worry, Mr. Wang, we come with sincerity. After the current business connection is concluded, we hope to work with you further." "Further cooperation?" Wang Shua asked. But Rin Junling smiled slightly and said, "We can discuss that later." She reached for the folder Lu Yin had just taken out and handed it to Wang Shua. "Mr. Wang, you can first take a look at the contract you signed with Miss Chen Xian." Wang Shua took the folder and opened it. Familiar handwriting greeted his eyes, and the scrawled letters reminiscent of an ant trail made him feel somewhat shy. He instinctively raised the folder slightly to shield it from the gaze of Rin Junling and the others. "Mr. Wang, you might not have read this contract, which was specially customized for you, very carefully," she said. "According to the contract, our company acts as Party A and entrusts Party B, which is your Frontier Technology Company, Limited, for technical development. Our company will pay your company for this work. The contract stipulates that the remuneration will be calculated based on the progress and participation level of the technical development, and regardless of whether the technical development fails. You will receive a funding support of 1 million yuan at the outset. Our company will not make any further claims on this part of the funding." Wang Shua touched his nose, realizing that the content of the agreement he signed was indeed satisfactory. If it weren't for this clause, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to develop the prototype system. 1 million, for Chen Xian and Chen Chong, might just be pocket money for a few months. For him, however, it was money that would take a decade of hard work without eating or drinking to save up, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Unfortunately, the gap between people can sometimes be astonishing. As for the other compensation, it would be determined by our company after the technical development is completed and then paid to you. After reading the contract, Ren Junling asked. Mr. Wang, is there anything wrong with the contract? No problem, Wang Shuo replied. Flipping through the contract, he couldn't help but admire Ren Junling, who seemed to know it by heart. If it were him, he would have long been lost in this maze of text. Yes, Ren Junling nodded and continued. Our company has invited technical personnel from manufacturers, industry experts, and other practitioners to conduct a detailed assessment, analysis, and comparison of the overall software system for the CNC machining center that you are responsible for developing. A detailed inspection report has now been issued. Ren Junling's tone became serious. Mr. Wang, after evaluation, the CNC machining center software system developed by you and your company perfectly aligns with our products and has certain advantages over other similar products, allowing our company to align product performance with international advanced levels. The performance of this system has far exceeded our expectations. Therefore, after serious discussion within our company, and based on the principles and content of a fair and mutually beneficial contract, given that this system is entirely developed by you and your company, we will pay you a total compensation of. Ren Junling took a deep breath and announced the final figure, 46 million. The contract in Wang Shua's hand fell onto the bed. He opened his mouth wide, staring blankly at Ren Junling in front of him. How much? 46 million, Mr. Wang. Ren Junling replied calmly. Over 10 million. Wang Shua was stunned. He knew that if he asked for a share, it could be substantial, but he never expected it to reach this amount. That was over 10 million, not just over 1,000. Not to mention Wang Shua. Even his father had never seen so much money in his entire life. Did you calculate it wrong? Wang Shua still couldn't believe it and asked again, are you sure? Is there an extra zero? The invoice has been confirmed multiple times. There is absolutely no mistake, Mr. Wang, said Su Jianzong, the financial director, who had been silent until now. That's also why I'm here. For such an amount, we need your personal confirmation. I wonder if you brought the company's official seal? Official seal? Wang Shua suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten the company's seal. Sensing Wang Shua's predicament, Su Jianzong said, it's fine if you didn't bring it. Your signature will suffice. Looking at the long string of zeros on the settlement slip handed over by Su Jianzong, Wang Shua felt a bit dizzy. He suddenly began to doubt whether he was still in the brain domain environment created by the shadows, and that everything around him was just his imagination. He took out his phone, unlocked it, and opened Chen Xian's chat, briefly explaining the situation here, then quietly waited. A few minutes later, the phone rang. Wang Shua glanced at it. Chen Xian's reply was just one sentence. Deduct my debt and interest. This girl. Wang Shua curled his lips, suddenly feeling a bit calm. He found it somewhat amusing. This was something he had earned through his skills. What was there to be afraid of? If he hadn't created an impressive system, would the company and Qin Zhongshuan really pay him millions out of thin air? That would be a dream. Moreover, if we only consider the value of the system he developed, that million was likely far from enough. With this thought, Wang Shua suddenly felt that the million didn't seem so eye-catching anymore. In fact, it felt a bit insufficient. He signed his name with a flourish, though his handwriting. All right, Mr. Wang, Su Jianzong said as he took the settlement document Wang Shua handed over. We will transfer your funds to your company's main account within 3 working days. Please keep an eye out for it. Additionally, considering your company's situation, we will pay the taxes on your behalf. Thank you. Wang Shua nodded calmly. He was worth millions now and needed to maintain his composure. There's one more thing. Mr. Wang. Lu Yin, who received a signal from Ren Junling, pouted and took out another folder, handing it to Wang Shua. We need your authorization, so please take a look at this contract. Authorization? Wang Shua was a bit surprised. It's like this, Mr. Wang, Lu Yin explained. If it were another commission contract. Although you and your company are the developers, the intellectual property rights and patents would belong to our company. In that case, our company would be the owner of the technology, and we would not be restricted by you in exercising all rights related to this technology. However, Ms. Chun deleted this clause during the contract drafting and clearly stipulated that the aforementioned rights belong to you. Therefore, if our company wants to continue using this technology, we need your authorization. At this point, Lu Yin felt a bit frustrated. Ms. Chen's actions were completely against the company's interests. It was like paying someone to create a beautiful sculpture, only for them to say afterward, this is mine. If you want to display it in your home, you have to pay rent. How could that make sense? But Ms. Chun had always been unreasonable. I see. Wang Shua took the contract, somewhat impressed. This girl was quite reliable at times. The authorization period is 1 year. After a year, You can authorize it to other manufacturers at any time. But within this 1-year limit, our company will have exclusive rights to use this technology, and you will not have the right to authorize it to other manufacturers. If our company encounters any technical issues related to this technology during the authorization period, you will be obligated to assist us in making improvements. And the resulting costs will be borne by our company, with corresponding compensation paid to you. That's no problem. Wang Shuo nodded, feeling there was nothing wrong with it, and signed his name with a flourish. Lu Yin let out a sigh of relief. All the tasks for today were finally completed successfully, except for the little incident caused by Wang Shuo. Well, Mr. Wang, Lu Yin quickly organized the documents, tucking them under her arm, and said, "We won't disturb your rest any longer. I hope you recover soon." Wang Shuo nodded silently, watching the trio leave the ward. Once the door closed, he couldn't quite believe his eyes as he looked at his hands. Did these hands really just sign 2 contracts? One of them was worth over 10 million? Over 10 million. How long would it take to spend it all? What should he buy? A house for his parents? Some expensive electronic gadgets for himself? His mind was racing with thoughts. If it weren't for being in the hospital, Wang Shuo really felt like shouting, "I'm rich." Chapter 48. The first employee. Now that he was rich, he could finally do things he couldn't do before. Even buying equipment could be mostly covered with 10 million, right? But how to spend this money required careful planning. However, what troubled him now was whether to answer the call in front of him. Looking at the vibrating phone with the words "Old Witch" on the screen, Wang Shuo hesitated. When the old witch calls, it's usually not good news. Considering he hadn't attended classes today, he figured he was probably on her blacklist by now. He reached out and pressed the power button. The world fell silent. Just as Wang Shuo sighed in relief, the phone vibrated violently again, showing the caller as the old witch. This old witch just wouldn't give up. Wang Shuo muttered and silenced his phone again. A minute later, the phone quieted down. After a moment, it vibrated again, indicating he received a new message. Curiously, he opened it to find a message from his boss. "Don't answer." "Don't answer? What does that mean?" Wang Shuo was puzzled when his boss called again. Without thinking, he answered, "Hey boss, what's going on? Did you send the wrong message?" There was a brief silence before a woman's voice suddenly sounded. "Wang Shuo, if I don't see you in class tomorrow morning, you're out." Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Wang Shuo was left dumbfounded. Who could he blame? Only himself. He felt like crying, but had no tears. No matter how heavy his heart was, life had to go on. No matter how much he wanted to stay in today, tomorrow would come as scheduled. Sometimes life is just so helpless. Wang Shuo sighed, touching the small needle marks on the back of his hand. As he walked out of the emergency building, looking at the dim sky outside, he even lost the thought of treating himself. Originally, he thought that suddenly becoming a millionaire could be considered a partial success. It wouldn't make sense not to celebrate with his friends. Of course, he couldn't afford a venue like Chun Xian's father had. Such places required not only money but also face, which Wang Shuo clearly lacked. However, thinking about facing the old witch tomorrow, Wang Shuo felt a wave of helplessness, and the aura of a newly minted millionaire vanished without a trace. He took out his phone and ordered an expensive takeout that he usually wouldn't dare to buy, changing the address to the software park. And then he got on the bus heading there. He suddenly remembered that his millions had not yet arrived, and he was still a poor man. The hospital was not far from the software park. After swaying on the bus for more than half an hour, Wang Shuo finally arrived safely at his destination. By the time he reached the rented office building, the sky was completely dark. Entering the password skillfully, he opened the door and didn't stop on the first or second floor, quickly heading to the third floor. "Welcome back, sir." A familiar neutral male voice sounded. "Zero. You should be more natural. Stop speaking in the same tone all the time." Wang Shuo placed his dinner on the desk and complained, "Also, don't keep using the same greeting. The Chinese language is profound and elegant. You should learn more." Keyword learn detected. "Sir, do you need me to enrich the corresponding database?" "Ah, indeed." A personal AI with limitations. At this level, it was still far from his expectations. It seemed that upgrading Zero's core codebase and database was urgently needed. Sitting in front of the computer, Wang Shuo furrowed his brow, carefully recalling the knowledge brought by the data, searching for what he needed inside, and writing it down on paper. For this purpose, he had specifically bought a notebook. Although he had mastered this knowledge, it was still not learned personally. So Wang Shuo needed to review it carefully to ensure he wouldn't make mistakes. Footsteps sounded. Wang Shuo instinctively raised his eyelids. High heels, flesh-colored stockings, a black short skirt, and formal attire on top. "Lawyer Lu, why aren't you resting so late?" Wang Shuo asked without looking up. No one spoke. Wang Shuo frowned. What did the silence mean? Lawyer Lu, he said, raising his head to look at the figure, and was immediately stunned. The woman in front of him was also dressed in professional attire. A white shirt and high heels, but with black-framed glasses and shoulder-length hair, along with a cool demeanor, she looked like a completely different person. This made Wang Shuo's mind flash to someone else with a similarly cool demeanor. But he had to admit that the person in front of him had a more commanding presence. You're not Lawyer Lu? Wang Shuo was somewhat confused. How did you get in? He began to doubt whether he had locked the door when he came in. First, I am certainly not Lawyer Lu. The newcomer adjusted her glasses lightly. Second, it's not about when I came in. I have been sitting on the first floor the whole time. Sitting on the first floor the whole time? Wang Shuo's eyes widened instantly. Then that means. Third, considering you are my boss, I want to hold you accountable for the wasted time, although your fainting has cost me a precious day's time. Boss. Wang Shuo was completely bewildered. Sister, when and where did I find such a poised and beautiful elite like you? I have no idea. Fourth, according to my agreement with Miss Chun, I will only serve you for 3 years. After 3 years, it's voluntary whether to stay or leave. Fifth, my salary must not be less than 50,000 a month. If my salary is overdue for more than 2 months, the agreement will be void, and I will leave this company immediately. With each point the woman made, Wang Shuo's eyes widened bit by bit until they were nearly popping out. Finally, he couldn't help but shout, "Stop!" The woman frowned slightly, but stopped nonetheless, looking quietly at Wang Shuo. First, Wang Shuo stood up and raised a finger. I don't know where you're from, who you made this agreement with, or what it entails. But I don't know you. I've never even seen you. Second, Wang Shuo raised a second finger. If we're talking about the boss, I am the boss of this company. Even if I were to accept you as an employee, it should be me who decides the salary, not you. Third, Wang Shuo said sternly, you've said so much, and I still don't even know your name. The agreement with Miss Chin doesn't include any of what you've mentioned. The woman frowned slightly and replied calmly, well, now it does. Wang Shuo sat back down and picked up his phone. Wait a moment while I confirm something. He quickly opened a chat with Chun Xin, typing furiously. Miss Chun, what kind of trouble are you causing now? Has she arrived? So, this strange woman is really sent by you? Get her out of here. I don't need any employees. You need her. I don't need her. Can you manage the company? Wang Shuo was taken aback, hesitating. Do you have time to run the company? Do you have anything else to do? Wang Shuo typed silently. No? Good. Putting down the phone, Wang Shuo gritted his teeth and looked at the woman in front of him, muttering, since you're here, let's get organized. He pointed downstairs. The first and second floors are your domain. The third floor is mine. You need to knock before entering. Looking at the empty stairway to the third floor, Wang Shuo felt a bit disheartened and swallowed his words, saying glumly, I need to file a report. I understand. The woman looked around. I will conduct a detailed reorganization and renovation tomorrow. If you don't want anyone to be disturbed, I will implement soundproofing. And the cost will need to be covered by the company. Okay. Wang Shuo nodded helplessly. For the company to operate, we need people to ensure normal business activities. I need you to sign the relevant documents for the company expansion. Both of us need to sign documents. Wang Shuo's eyes widened. Any system needs to be established from the beginning to develop a habit. The woman said calmly, I hope you can personally handle the recruitment. All right. Wang Shuo waved his hand helplessly. I'll follow your lead. Lastly, the woman slightly raised her head and said softly, It's nice to meet you for the first time. Please take care of me. I am Lu Yimei. Chapter 49. The value of Lu Yimei watching the figure of her turning and walking down the stairs. Wang Shuo leaned back in his chair, feeling a bit frustrated as he gazed at the ceiling. The arrival of the woman with willow leaf eyebrows caught him off guard. But now was not the time to dwell on that. He had deeper matters to consider. He took out his phone and opened the messaging app, where he saw Chun Xion's 2 rhetorical questions. He frowned and typed a message. Miss Chun, for your sake, I'll agree to this person, but she is asking too much. Right off the bat, she wants a monthly salary of 50,000. Who does she think she is? I don't even make 50,000 a month. A few minutes later, his phone buzzed. He picked it up to take a look and saw just 2 words. Give her. That confident tone. Did Chun Xion really believe the person was worth that much? 50,000 a month was a significant sum. If Wang Shuo hadn't signed a contract with the company, he wouldn't even have 1,000 to spare. And even with the contract, when the millions would arrive was still uncertain. Now, because of a strange woman who had suddenly appeared from who knows where, he was expected to pay her 50,000 a month, meaning he would have to pay that every month. 50,000 a month meant 600,000 a year. Wang Shuo grimaced, feeling a twinge of pain in his jaw. Even if this woman were made of gold, she wouldn't be worth that much. But that wasn't the main issue. The main issue was that now that he had money, he needed to invest in the business he had struggled with before. After considering it all, Wang Shuo decided to use the money to buy equipment, create products, and continue making money. As for buying a house or a car, that could wait. After all, this was a good start, wasn't it? I need to purchase a batch of valuable equipment. The woman with willow leaf eyebrows sat quietly on the first floor, a sliver of moonlight streaming through the window, allowing her to barely see her surroundings. She was at the reception desk on the first floor, watching Wang Shuo rush upstairs, not even taking the time to turn on the lights. The semicircular wooden countertop was bare, and the wall behind her was undecorated, making her momentarily forget the company's name. What was it called again? It seemed to be called Frontier Technology Company, Limited. She leaned her head in thought, now certain that this company was indeed newly established just over 20 days ago, and the owner of this company seemed to be that unreliable young man upstairs. Could this young man really support the company? Could he afford to pay her salary and sustain it for 3 years? Just like the lady said, she had her doubts. But regardless, the path was her own choice, and she didn't regret it. However, if this company truly couldn't pay her salary, the woman with willow leaf eyebrows furrowed her brow in hesitation, as if she recalled something. Why don't you turn on the lights? She looked up and vaguely saw a figure descending the stairs, reaching the corner and pressing something. With a click, sudden brightness made her squint uncomfortably. This was much better. Wang Shuo calmly approached her and sat down at the table. Let us have a chat. Seeing that Lu Yimei did not object, Wang Shuo continued. I heard you graduated from a certain university? Yes, Lu Yimei nodded. I graduated from the Business Administration Department, class of 2013. Wang Shuo raised an eyebrow. So you're now a doctoral candidate? Lu Yimei adjusted her glasses and added, additionally, I obtained a Master S degree in finance during my graduate studies. A doctoral and a Master S degree. This is quite impressive. No wonder she confidently asks for a monthly salary of 50,000. However, education doesn't necessarily equate to capability. I'm still an undergraduate. Isn't it easy to earn 10 million? Why don't you give it a try? Thinking of the 10 million that hasn't been credited yet, Wang Shuo felt much more at ease. Your salary can't be less than 50,000, at minimum, Lu Yimei said calmly. Her demeanor and attitude reminded him so much of someone he had met before. No room for negotiation? Noticing Lu Yimei's furrowed brow, Wang Shuo conceded, all right. Let me think about it. You can start with a trial period. As Chun Xian once said, he really doesn't know how to manage a company, and more importantly, he simply doesn't have the time to do so. In this situation, having a talented individual like Lu Yimei come to him is the best resource. The salary must be paid by the 20th of each month at the latest. If it's not paid on time for more than 2 consecutive times, I will resign myself. Watching Lu Yimei discuss money so straightforwardly, Wang Shuo felt a bit bitter. Shouldn't he be happy about being a boss? Why does he feel so uncomfortable? Do you have any practical work experience? You don't lack hands-on experience, do you? Wang Shuo asked, trying to find a flaw that might allow him to lower the salary. This is my resume. As Lu Yimei pulled her resume from her bag, Wang Shuo felt a headache coming on. He casually glanced at it and saw a long list of work experiences. Sighing silently, it seemed that he couldn't save on the 50,000 after all. Then it settled. The salary is 50,000, and if you perform well, there will be bonuses. Looking at Lu Yimei's composed expression, Wang Shuo gritted his teeth. Since he was going to offer it, he might as well do it right. He was a millionaire now and shouldn't be too stingy. Why did you leave your last job? Lu Yimei glanced at Wang Shuo, but remained silent. It seems you didn't do too well at your previous company, Wang Shuo said, shaking his head regretfully. But don't worry, since I promised you, I definitely won't shortchange you. Before Lu Yimei could respond, Wang Shuo passionately declared, our company is a tech firm. Our current goal is simply to survive. But our long-term ambition is to produce an epic film and build a monument that will never fade away. I want this monument to stand in the most prominent place, so that people from all over the world can admire it. I understand, Lu Yimei nodded. Aren't you curious about my goals? Don't you want to ask why I want to build this monument? Wang Shuo looked at Lu Yimei in surprise. Every company's development has its own process. Lu Yimei calmly said, the initial goals are essential. Even if they seem to have no practical value, they are still better than having no goals at all. However, I prefer a more ambitious approach that can better motivate employees. Let me analyze your goal plan, Mr. Wang. It seemed that Lu Yimei had already entered her role. First of all, The name of your company is Frontier Technology Limited, regardless of whether this name was chosen on a whim or after careful consideration. The word technology already determines the company's operational direction and scope. In your stated goals, you clearly mentioned shooting an epic film and establishing a monument for the whole world to see, which must be related to technology. Liu Yimei slightly lowered her head, resting her chin on her hand as she analyzed. In other words, you possess some technological means that I am unaware of, different from any current filmmaking techniques on the market. It might not even involve traditional film as a medium, and this means could likely be realized in the near future and be quite stunning. As for the monument, it could very well serve as the venue for this film. Wang Shuo was dumbfounded. Although her guesses weren't entirely correct, they were pretty close. How did this woman come to such conclusions? He was quite curious. Very simple. Liu Yimei replied calmly. I put myself in your shoes, analyzed your description along with the existing conditions, and came up with a specific result. Even if this result is wrong or goes against common sense, it is still the only choice. The rest depends on how you plan to achieve it. This was simply a humanoid version of an AI. So this is what a top student is like. Wang Shuo, often referred to as a top student, felt a deep sense of shame at that moment. This woman is impressive. The 50,000 yuan investment is worth it. Chapter 50. The next generation of computers. Feeling deeply impacted, Wang Shuo returned to the third floor, his face still flushed with lingering embarrassment. Indeed, happiness is relative. Throughout his life, he had always been the standout child, never associated with underachievers, only to find himself thoroughly outclassed. It seemed that one should never be too complacent. If it weren't for the fact that he had already made his first million to bridge the gap, along with controlling the company's financial power, he would have felt no confidence standing in front of Liu Yimei, especially if she had to pay him. 0. Pull up the core source code for distributed graphical display. Wang Shuo had made up his mind to quickly develop a complete new coding language to upgrade Zero's core. I may not be able to compete with you, but I will create an intelligent brain to fundamentally defeat you. No matter how clever you are, I have the technology. Humph. With a light snort, Wang Shuo took out paper and pen, spread them on the table, and began to frown as he organized his thoughts. To enhance Zero's performance, there are two main technical routes. The first route is, of course, the software layer that doesn't require spending money, which is also the area Wang Shuo is currently best at. What? You want to ask why? Isn't it just a matter of typing without spending money? Besides, Wang Shuo felt he didn't lack much, except for having 2 kidneys. As long as it didn't cost money, anything could be negotiated. The second technical route, however, was on the hardware level, and this was something Wang Shuo was somewhat conflicted about. After previous enlightening experiences, Wang Shuo had a relatively comprehensive understanding of the computer development history of humanoid species, including the important technological milestones within it. However, some things cannot simply be done just by knowing them. In the development history of humanoid species, the history of computers has only 3 steps, from the most basic semiconductor computers to photon computers, and finally to the most advanced photonic quantum computers. Yet, it took the humanoid species a full 1,000 years to traverse these seemingly simple 3 steps, given their development speed. Spending an entire millennium to perfect the steps of computer development illustrates the complexity and difficulty of their technology. The true artificial intelligence can only emerge from the advanced photonic quantum computers. Even the intermediate photon computers are insufficient. Looking at the technical requirements made Wang Shuo feel disheartened. Not to mention photonic quantum computers, he didn't even have complete information on photon computers, making them impossible to create. Fine, no problem. If the information is lacking, let us not build it. Let us continue to lower the difficulty. Wang Shuo couldn't believe that, with so much technical documentation, there wasn't anything currently usable. But what were these? Diagrams for the 250 model computer architecture, design blueprints for the 3000 model chip, and manufacturing principles for the 291 model storage device. Wang Shuo patiently recalled each one, and just when he felt his consciousness becoming increasingly vague, suddenly emerging characters and images brightened his eyes. Found it. The next generation of semiconductor computers, superconducting computers. Wang Shuo excitedly wrote down the keywords on paper and noted some key performance parameters. Superconducting computers utilize room temperature superconductors to replace the electronic circuits and transistors of existing computers, thus giving birth to the next generation of computers. Due to the use of superconductors as conducting materials, their internal resistance is nearly negligible, resulting in zero loss and zero heat during electron movement, greatly enhancing computer performance. Compared to existing electronic computers, superconducting computers eliminate the cooling system, optimize structural design, making them smaller, more efficient, and consuming less power. It is estimated that just by replacing the components without any optimization, superconducting computers can achieve 1/4 the size of the original semiconductor computers, with speeds over 15 times greater and power consumption reduced to 1/1000th. If superconducting chips are used, the computational speed can be increased by over 1,000 times. After writing these words, Wang Shua suddenly paused, and the inspirations flooding his mind came to an abrupt halt. The structure of superconducting computers, optimized designs, mature software systems, and industrial technology requirements. He could prepare all these. The current issue was where to find room temperature superconductors, how to manufacture them. Were there any process requirements? Wang Shua flipped through the entire history of computers in humanoid society, but aside from the term room temperature superconductor, he found nothing related to it. What was going on? Wang Shua felt somewhat dumbfounded. Did those stubborn individuals actually place the production methods of room temperature superconductors in the materials field? I have to say, there's a 90% chance that this inference is correct. But then what about me? Do I have to experience another moment of enlightenment? Just thinking about the taste and danger of such enlightenment makes Wang Shua want to shake his head. He definitely doesn't want to go through that again in a short time. With a sigh, he folded the paper on the table and tossed it into the drawer, redirecting his focus to the computer screen in front of him. Sure enough, just typing away is the way to go. Only by typing can one become wealthy. Who needs anything else? Early the next morning, after a night of frantic inspiration, Wang Shua, wearing sunglasses, stepped out of the software park under the puzzled gaze of Liu Yeme and boarded the bus to school. The group chat was buzzing with messages. Boss, are you there? Boss, where are you? Boss, the old witch is already on her way. Boss, the old witch has called your name. Wang Shua, swaying slightly, managed to reply amid the chaos. Boss, hold on. I'll be there soon. Can't hold on any longer. What does can't hold on mean? Wang Shua's face turned a bit pale. Finally, when the bus arrived at the stop, Wang Shua squeezed through the crowd and sprinted toward the teaching building at full speed. Just as he reached the classroom door, he heard a serious voice coming through the speaker. Wang Shua. Wang Shua shouted back, here? The entire classroom turned to look at him standing at the door, and the atmosphere instantly fell into an eerie silence. Wang Shua, looking at him, Ding Runin felt her temper rising again. Why are you wearing sunglasses this early in the morning? Are you trying to show off your good eyesight? Oh. Wang Shua suddenly remembered he was still wearing sunglasses and quickly took them off. Sorry, Teacher Ding. I had some matters to attend to this morning and was a bit late. Come in, Ding Runin said, turning her head casually. Zheng Jun sighed and covered his face. Knowing the old witch, she would never let Wang Shua off lightly. Watching Wang Shua walk to his seat, Zheng Jun felt a moment of silent sympathy. Let me introduce everyone. Ding Runin pointed at Wang Shua. This is the famous Wang Shua, known as the Drunken Little Prince, who was hospitalized for 40 days after one drinking session. If you don't want to get into civil disputes, it's best not to drink with this student. All right, that's it for roll call today. Wang Shua, come to my office after class. With that, the old witch left with the attendance sheet, and Zheng Jun quietly leaned over. I told you, old two, I sent you a message. How come you almost arrived late? I had something to do at the software park, Wang Shua replied with a wry smile. Boss, it seems like these classmates are really curious about me. Of course they are curious, Zheng Jun said, looking at the classmates' eager gazes. You're now a celebrity in our department. Whenever your name comes up, they always add, ISNT, that the one who got hospitalized for 40 days after drinking? What do you say? We usually just admit it and tell them you're the blood demon from our dorm, 403. Super impressive. Wang Shua. The way the boss thinks is different from ordinary people. Wang Shua glanced around at his classmates. Not bad. The gender ratio was about even. And a few girls stood out exceptionally, so it seemed he had room to implement his plans for romance. After scanning the room, he even spotted a somewhat familiar acquaintance. The person was named Li Zongqiang. Zheng Jun followed Wang Shua's gaze and grinned, introducing him. He's a seasoned charlatan, always peddling superstitious beliefs. What's worse, even when people dislike him, he remains undeterred, repeatedly trying despite failures. Wang Shua nodded. All right, classmates, let us begin the class. We'll take a 10-minute break halfway through. Today, I will talk about the brief history of computer development. Only by understanding the history of computers can you better appreciate this great invention of humanity. A deep understanding of computer principles will enable you to go further in this field. Some of the content has already been touched upon in previous lessons. Today, we'll delve a bit deeper. During the class, Wang Shuo felt drowsy and simply rested his head on the desk, beginning to recall information about computers transmitted from the core of a humanoid civilization. Meanwhile, in the northern capital, in a luxurious conference center within a skyscraper near the city center, dozens of people sat around a large conference table. Sitting at the head of the table was a middle-aged man in traditional attire, exuding a certain charisma. If Wang Shuo were present, he would immediately recognize him as Chun Zhongshuan, the chairman of the Chun Group, with whom he had a friendly 2-hour conversation. "Chairman, most people have arrived," whispered an assistant nearby. "Then let us get started," Chun Zhongshuan replied, gently waving his hand, causing the noise in the conference room to diminish until it was completely quiet. "Since most people are here, let us officially begin today's meeting. However, before we start the first agenda item, I want to confirm something with all of you." Chun Zhongshuan raised his eyes to scan the room, and those he glanced at instinctively lowered their heads. "You are all veterans of the group, having strongly supported it when it was still quite weak. Logically, the group owes you a debt of gratitude. Over the years, I have done my utmost to elevate the group's development, but I never expected that when the group faced difficulties, some individuals would not only shirk their responsibilities as shareholders, but also seek to drain the last bit of vitality from the group." Chun Zhongshuan took a list from his assistant and threw it onto the table in front of him. "It pains me deeply, truly deeply. This list contains the veterans of our group. They have all enjoyed the tremendous benefits of the group's growth. Yet, they were the first to abandon it. I don't want to mention these individuals by name." Chun Zhongshuan slightly closed his eyes. "When I initially invited you all, I promised that regardless of the difficulties the group faced, whether mismanagement or bankruptcy, I would not shortchange you a single cent. I even promised that if you need it, I can repurchase shares from you at the highest market valuation of the group at any time. Things should have a beginning and an end, and one should act based on trust. I have fulfilled my promise, and now it's your turn to make a choice. You can choose to leave directly. You can also choose to reinvest at twice the current market price of the Chun Group, and I promise to give you the corresponding shares. But the previous share redemption terms will no longer apply. You decide." Chapter 51. The turmoil of the Chun Group. The conference room was silent, as if everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. They never expected that the usually amiable Chun Zhongshuan would actually raise the metaphorical knife against them, and in such a ruthless and direct manner. On the way to the meeting, some of them had optimistically predicted that Chun Zhongshuan would never abandon so many veterans and would surely allow them to reinvest and regain their previous shares. At worst, they could reinvest the money received from the previous share buyback into the company, as according to the current stock price, they wouldn't be losing anything. Based on Chun Zhongshuan's previous style of doing things, the likelihood of such an outcome was quite high, but they miscalculated this time. Chun Zhongshuan had not only changed, but had become remarkably ruthless. "Chairman, what do you mean by this?" a middle-aged man cautiously inquired as he stood up. "I have made my meaning very clear." Chun Zhongshuan glanced at the middle-aged man standing up, smiling. "Jingxian, if I were you, I would choose to reinvest. We certainly want to reinvest. But I can't raise that much money right now," the man named Jingxian said bitterly. "Chairman, the money from the share buyback has already been invested in a friend's company, and now coming up with twice the market price for the shares is really difficult. Can you help us?" As soon as this was said, those around began to echo, "Yes, Chairman, please help us. We don't have that much money right now." According to the current price, the cost to subscribe for one share has increased by more than 5 times. "Chairman, you can't be so resolute." "Resolute?" Chun Zhongshuan smiled faintly, raising his eyes to look at the varied expressions of the crowd. If the Chun Group were to really go bankrupt now, these people would only become more ruthless. They wouldn't care about the survival of the Chun Group or Chun Zhongshuan himself. What they truly cared about was their own interests. Only interests could move these heartless wolves. The opportunity has already been given to you all. If you truly cannot come up with the money to subscribe for shares, then I can only regretfully ask you to choose the first option. From now on, you will no longer be shareholders of the Chun Group, nor will you be members of the board of directors. The board of directors of the Chun Group will be dissolved, and I will serve as the executive director of the Chun Group. Of course." Chun Zhongshuan glanced around the room again and said softly, "I must also invite you all to leave quickly. The matters we will discuss next involve the group's commercial secrets and are not suitable for outsiders to overhear. Someone finally couldn't hold back and shouted angrily, "What do you mean by this? The development of the group has our contribution as well. Without us, your company wouldn't even know where it would be eating dirt today. Now that everything is going well and the company has developed, you want to kick us out? I tell you, it won't be that easy. Right. It won't be that easy. Chen Zhongshuan, you are going too far. Be careful not to lose your teeth. Chen Zhongshuan, we respect you as the chairman, but don't go too far. You have to return these shares today, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, we will see you in court. Yes, we'll see you in court. Even if you can afford to fight a lawsuit, we will make you overwhelmed." In the agitated crowd, Chen Jingxian revealed a hint of a bitter smile. He quietly glanced at the position next to Chen Zhongshuan, where Chen Yuqiong was sitting calmly. Under his gaze, Chen Yuqiong stood up and gently tapped the table. "Everyone, please be quiet. Chen Laoj, you should also say something. Don't let Chen Zhongshuan control the group alone." Someone said stiffly. "Everyone can see the contributions made to the Chen group. This is evident and cannot be erased." Chen Yuqiong said loudly. "However, the Chen group must ultimately prioritize the interests of the group. Sacrificing everyone's interests for the sake of the group's benefits is sometimes inevitable. In this regard, what our chairman has done is not wrong. He is still working hard for the group and seeking profits for the group, which is commendable. Everyone can be angry and vent, but do not say that the chairman has done anything wrong. Chen Laoj, weren't you the first to advocate for removing Chen Zhongshuan from the chairman position? How has it changed today?" Chen Yuqiong replied, "In this situation, only the chairman can lead the group through the difficulties. We can only trust the chairman to maximize the group's interests and ensure everyone's benefits. I deeply sympathize with everyone's plight, but now it's too late. This has become a fixed fact. The chairman has your share certificates in hand. You all signed them and filed them with the relevant authorities. It cannot be changed. So, everyone, please stop causing a scene and disperse." Chen Yuqiong spoke earnestly, but it could not stop the anger in the hearts of the shareholders. Once he finished speaking, the hall erupted into chaos, like a fire ignited. As the crowd's emotions exploded instantly, "This is impossible. Chen Yuran, you and Chen Zhongshuan colluded to deceive us. Give us our money back." As security arrived, the scene became even more chaotic. These wealthy individuals, who prided themselves on being above others, even started to resort to violence over what they considered trivial gains. Chen Zhongshuan calmly watched this scene, with 2 bodyguards standing beside him, never leaving despite the chaos. "Everyone, please be quiet. Be quiet," Chen Jingxian shouted, gradually calming the emotions of those behind him. He turned around and looked at the couple standing at the forefront, Xiaoling and Qin Cheng, who had just displayed the most agitation. "This time, we can't blame the chairman. This is our own choice," he said bitterly. "Has anyone here been denied when applying for the company's share buyback? Has anyone not repurchased at the highest stock price? Has anyone not received the buyback payment within 3 working days?" There was a moment of silence among the crowd. "No one, right?" Chen Jingxian glanced around, gave a bitter smile, and said, "Let's disperse. No matter how the group develops in the future, we won't lose out. If we have to blame someone, it can only be ourselves for lacking insight. How can you side with Chen Zhongshuan?" Chen Xiaoling said coldly. "His actions are clearly deceitful. I suspect this is a ploy he devised to regain shares from us. No matter what, we cannot let him succeed. Right? This matter isn't over. We will never give up. Chen Zhongshuan, you must give us an explanation." Chen Jingxian showed a wry smile. These people were beyond saving. Those who had lived in comfort and privilege were throwing a tantrum, no different from street thugs. "Chairman, we are at fault this time. The stock option agreement you gave me is quite reasonable. I need to think it over," he said. Chen Zhongshuan nodded. Chen Jingxian let out a sigh of relief. If Chen Zhongshuan didn't agree, he would truly be at a loss, as the stock of Chen Group was now soaring. He also nodded and passed by Chen Xiaoling and Qin Cheng, as well as other shareholders, pushed open the conference room door, and left without looking back. Not even preparing to attend the meeting. Where there is one person, there will be 2. The atmosphere once again fell silent, and the shareholders showed hesitation. Looking at the calm-faced Chen Zhongshuan, the awe built over decades surged back in their hearts, and after a sigh, they began to leave one after another. Finally, it was Chen Xiaoling and Qin Cheng's turn. "Chen Zhongshuan, you will regret this." With that, they left the conference room without looking back. When everything calmed down, only 3 people remained in the meeting room, with the extra one being Chen Yuran, who had not spoken all day. The meeting continued. Unaffected, Chen Zhongshuan picked up his teacup and took a sip, saying lightly, "First, We need to discuss our collaboration with Frontier Technology Company, Limited. Let's share our thoughts. I completely agree with the executive director's opinion, Chen Yuqiong said cheerfully. Chen Yuren frowned slightly. I have no objections either. Good, Chen Zhongshuan said lightly. Then let's choose a time to hold a press conference to formally announce this matter. The next item is regarding the contract signed by Chen Xian. Since it was signed in the name of the company, it should, of course, be fully executed, Chen Yuqiong continued. I agree. Chen Yuren couldn't help but glance at Chen Yuqiong. Okay, make a note of that, Chen Zhongshuan said lightly. The next agenda item is about the company's development plan for the foreseeable future. We currently have several aspects planned. As the school bell rang, the professor, who never kept the class longer, walked out of the classroom with a book in hand, leaving a group of drowsy students behind. Wang Shuo lifted his head, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and asked, "Class is over?" "Of course class is over," Zheng Jun replied irritably. "You really can sleep." In a 2-hour class, there was nothing but quality sleep, and he couldn't be woken no matter how hard they tried. Wang Shuo chuckled foolishly, thinking that if anyone was to blame, it should be the humanoid race for turning themselves into a being that only sleeps and doesn't attend class. Having gotten used to this relaxed state of mind, Wang Shuo found it difficult to adapt to the slower pace of reading and listening in class, exclaiming, "I can't do it." Today, the fourth one didn't come to class again. The situation was uncertain. Zheng Jun packed his books and mumbled as he walked. Maybe he went on a blind date, Lili suggested. Blind date. Wang Shuo caught on to the term, surprised. The fourth one is going on a blind date. What is up with that? With Chun Cheng's dreadful looks, does he really need to go on a blind date? I don't know, Lili shook his head. That's what he told us. Zheng Jun continued mumbling, noting that it had been almost 3 days since they last saw the fourth one. As they approached the entrance of the teaching building, Zheng Jun suddenly remembered something. Second brother, if I recall correctly. Isn't that old witch still waiting for you in the office? Chapter 52. The professor's invitation. Wang Shuo shot Zheng Jun a resentful glance. Come on. Can't you pretend to forget? Now it's too late to act like you forgot. I got it. You guys head back first, Wang Shuo sighed, feeling a sense of despair as he walked back upstairs. Downstairs, Zheng Jun looked confused and asked Lili beside him, "Did I say something wrong?" Ding Runin sat quietly at her desk, her gaze occasionally flicking to the time displayed in the bottom right corner of her screen. It was already noon. Calculating the time. Class ended at 11:30, and half an hour had already passed. Her office was on the 3rd floor, and the classroom was on the 4th. How could it take half an hour to walk just 1 flight of stairs? Ding Runin's expression turned slightly cold. Report. Come in. Hearing this calm voice, Wang Shuo felt a bit intimidated, but he was already at the door, and it seemed he had no choice but to enter. Teacher Ding, I'm here. Ding Runin replied lightly, and then fell silent, concentrating on the papers in front of her. Wang Shuo could only wait quietly. 10 minutes passed. Wang Shuo raised his eyes, but Ding Runin still had no intention of speaking. 20 minutes passed. Ding Runin remained in the same position. 30 minutes passed. It seemed Ding Runin had encountered some problem. Her brows slightly furrowed, as if she had forgotten that a student was still standing there waiting for her to speak. Wang Shuo quietly leaned in to see what Ding Runin was holding. His eyes widened in surprise. It was a blank A4 sheet of paper. Can't hold it any longer? Came a cold voice. Wang Shuo turned to see that Ding Runin had tilted her head at some point and was looking at him with a smile that seemed both amused and enigmatic. Teacher, if I remember correctly, Wang Shuo, you seem to owe me something? Owe you something? Wang Shuo looked up in a daze, thinking he didn't owe anything. Our Wang Shuo indeed seems to forget things easily. Ding Runin's expression turned serious as she placed the blank paper on the desk and lightly tapped it, saying, Write. Write what? Write whatever you want. I'll only look at the result. Seeing Wang Shuo hesitate, Ding Runin coldly said, What's wrong? Hasn't Wang Shuo forgotten the bold claims he made himself so quickly? Or are you saying that what you mentioned about the recurrent neural network was false from the start? Node-based self-recurrent neural network. Wang Shuo instantly understood. He seemed to have promised Ding Runin before that he would provide a complete plan and some source code within 3 days. However, the complexity of the new coding language had exceeded his expectations, so he had completely pushed this matter aside. So this is the source of it all. This is why he had been waiting for half an hour? This is the root of all the unfair treatment he had received? Wang Shuo felt more wrong than anyone. Teacher Ding, you need to let me explain. Whether you explain or not, don't rush it. Ding Runin leaned back in her chair and pointed at the paper on the table. Since you remembered, hurry up and write it down. You have 2 hours. Write what? The 0 has already been created and is just sitting there. What else can I write? Create another 0? Wang Shuo thought for a moment. It didn't seem impossible. The limitations of modern universal English-based code were significant compared to the new coding language Wang Shuo was developing. Not to mention, in terms of conciseness, it was far from comparable to English-based code. The advantage of high-level languages lies in their complexity being hidden. Wang Shuo could already express what would require hundreds of lines of English-based code in just 1 or 2 lines of high-level language. This efficiency was simply incredible. Moreover, the wonders of high-level coding languages went far beyond that. If a pure English-based code 0 were to be born, it would likely be stronger than the current so-called AI assistants. However, fundamentally, there wouldn't be any difference. The new intelligence built using it wouldn't possess the infinite possibilities that the 0 created with high-level languages would have, and it would also have higher hardware requirements. After all, although he wouldn't write messy code, length, complexity, and redundancy were unavoidable. Yet at the computer level, a slight edge could mean vast differences. Wang Shuo believed that with his optimizations, even writing code in English would be significantly stronger than others. Moreover, this was the difference between intelligence and lack thereof. It was a transition from 0 to 1. What is it again, Teacher Ding? Ding Runin raised her head with some impatience. Wang Shuo pointed at the A4 paper on the table. This paper is far from enough. Ding Runin was once again astonished. In fact, ever since she first met this somewhat inexperienced young man, she often found herself in a state of shock. Before this, she thought she was fully prepared. But she didn't expect that her preparation was still far from sufficient. Thus, she was amazed once again. If the first shock was due to the reckless words of an ignorant student, this time, it was the student himself. The stack of A4 papers in front of her was already quite thick, while the young man beside her continued to write vigorously, showing no signs of stopping, as if everything was deeply etched in his mind. At first, she thought Wang Shuo was just trying to pull a fast one and get by. But after picking up and looking at the already filled A4 sheets, she was left bewildered. The pages were filled with code, and she even discovered logic instructions and algorithms she had never seen before. Skipping over these, she found that she couldn't understand the rest. A master's graduate in computer science unable to comprehend the code commands and operational logic written by a freshman, if others heard of this, they would surely find it laughable. Yet, this was happening right before her eyes. This part one can barely understand. It seems to be a function for retrieving data from a database. But why is it written this way? How does the logic of this section hold up? Won't it cause data overflow and lead to algorithm failure? Ding Runin silently flipped through page after page of A4 paper, each one filled with Wang Shuo's code. She frequently compared these codes with the knowledge she had already learned and realized she had wasted 4 years of her graduate studies. A long sigh came from beside her. Ding Runin turned to see Wang Shuo putting down his pen and gently stretching his wrist. Next to him was a mountain of A4 papers, roughly estimated to be at least 50 or 60 pages. Are you done writing? Ah, not yet. Wang Shuo revealed a slightly embarrassed yet polite smile. My hand is just a bit sore. I need to take a break. I haven't written code by hand in a long time, so I'm a bit out of practice. And there's still a lot left to write. Out of practice? Do you already have all the architecture and code drafts? Wang Shuo seemed a bit surprised, his eyes widening. Of course. Shouldn't you think through all the details before you start writing? This is just a small part of the entire code. I'll take a break and then get back to writing as much as I can. Ding Runin suddenly felt a lump in her throat, feeling somewhat suffocated. She took a deep breath, sensing that continuing the conversation would only frustrate her further. You shouldn't write for now. She forced herself to appear calm. The reason I asked you here today isn't just to write code. There are more important matters waiting for you. More important matters? My teacher wants to see you. Chapter 53, A Name in the Industry? My teacher's teacher wants to see me? Wang Shuo felt a bit bewildered. Ding teacher, your teacher is Professor Zheng Xuewei. Ding Runin slightly raised her chin, revealing a hint of pride. Oh, it's Professor Zheng. I've heard so much about him. What an honor. But upon hearing this familiar greeting, Ding Runin's expression quickly turned cold. You haven't heard of Professor Zheng? Wang Shuo awkwardly scratched his head and said, Actually, I haven't heard of all the professors. Ding Runin was a bit at a loss for words and, after suppressing her temper again, replied coldly, It's okay if you haven't heard of them. When you meet Professor Zheng later, be a bit clever. Perhaps you could be selected as a member of the research team in the future. Seeing that Wang Shuo seemed a bit indifferent, Ding Runin raised her voice. Don't underestimate the identity of a research team member. Professor Zeng leads internationally renowned research experiments. If you have the fortune to participate and be named in a paper, it will have a profound impact on your future. With Teacher Ding being so serious, Wang Shuo could only nod and pointed to a stack of A4 papers on the table. These were translations he had worked on, converting a new coding language into the English coding system. After all, English was the most applicable language for communicating with others, and the new coding language was not yet perfected or popularized. They wouldn't understand it anyway. Then don't write those? Ding Runen asked. Just keep them for now. I'll write them later when I have time. She carefully tucked the stack of A4 papers into her bag, and Wang Shuo keenly noticed the understated LV logo on it. Ever since the enhancement of his brain domain, his observation skills had significantly improved. By the way, Wang Shuo, Ding Runen turned to him. With so many drafts, you must have a finished product, right? Finished product? Wang Shuo was taken aback. After thinking carefully, he realized that his Zero was built using the new coding language, which, strictly speaking, did not qualify as a finished product under the English coding system. So he replied, "Not yet, Teacher Ding. It's too complicated to write this software in English code, and the effect isn't good, so I haven't managed to do it." That's true. Ding Runen sighed in relief. She was genuinely worried that this shy young boy would casually admit to having a finished product. That would mean he was not just a genius, but something extraordinary. Professor Zeng is in the lab right now. Come with me. Let us go over there now. On the way, Ding Runen detailed her teacher, Professor Zeng. His full name was Zeng Xuewei, an honorary vice president of their school, a professor specializing in automation control and the principles of intelligent computer implementation. Professor Zeng's research covers many areas, but mainly includes the following. First, the convergence of artificial neural networks and their application in pattern recognition, which is quite complex, so I won't explain it further. Second, the theory of pattern recognition and associative memory based on neural networks. In simple terms, it's about simulating the human brain for algorithm recognition and achieving associative memory through data caching. Wang Shuo understood this. It was a fundamental form of intelligent core, but still in a theoretical state and far from being systematic. If research continued without major errors under the current computing system, it was estimated that in 10 or 20 years, a primitive intelligent core would emerge. This has some commonalities with your ideas. You should understand without my further explanation, Ding Runen said. But the difference is that your ideas have become somewhat operational, and the third aspect is the computer intelligence based on the principles mentioned above. In fact, simulation growth algorithms have already achieved certain results. However, Ding Runen seemed to think of something and added, "This is also my research topic. In my lifetime, my greatest hope is to create a brand new artificial intelligence that can truly communicate with humans, not just a pseudo-artificial voice assistant like Xiao AI or Xiao Du." Ding Runen's eyes sparkled, and at that moment, Wang Shuo felt she was somewhat adorable. At least not the terrifying old witch he had imagined. Old witch? What did you just call me? Ding Runen's expression turned stern. Wang Shuo blurted out old witch, but quickly noticed Ding Runen had clenched her fist, so he hurriedly corrected himself. "Master, I have something to say. Hold it in." Ding Runen snorted and turned to walk into a nearby building. Wang Shuo wiped the sweat from his brow. Realizing how close he had come to a mishap, he had no idea how he subconsciously let that slip, but thankfully he had always been quick-witted. Professor Zeng's lab was on the 3rd floor. Wang Shuo followed the fuming Ding Runen into the well-known lab. Though it was called a lab, it was actually a massive server room filled with various servers, computers, switches, and an array of complex equipment that even Wang Shuo couldn't name. 4 or 5 people were busy inside. Upon seeing Ding Runen and Wang Shuo enter, they merely glanced up briefly before returning to their tasks. Some not even lifting their heads, completely unaware of the two newcomers. Ding Runen led Wang Shuo through the equipment and personnel to a suite at the back. Gently knocking on the door, "Come in," came the voice from inside. Ding Runen pushed the door open. "Teacher," she greeted. "Runen, you're here." Inside the room, a middle-aged man wearing glasses looked up at Ding Runen as she entered, then turned to Wang Shuo and smiled. "If I'm not mistaken, this must be Wang Shuo. Who has been making waves in the industry lately?" Wang Shuo making waves in the industry. What does that mean? Wang Shuo was confused, and the phrase sounded somewhat familiar. Nonetheless, he quickly composed himself to greet the professor, as his mother had always taught him to show respect to elders. "Hello, Professor Zeng. I am Wang Shuo." Good, Professor Zeng beamed. Gesturing to the sofa nearby, "Please, have a seat." Wang Shuo glanced at Ding Runen, but she ignored him and sat down beside the sofa. This woman holds a grudge more than Chen Xian does. Is it really that serious just because he accidentally called her an old witch? He thought to himself, feeling awkward as he rubbed his nose, and hurriedly took a seat on the opposite sofa. Wang Shuo, you're a new student this year, right? Yes, Professor Zeng. Very good. Very good. Professor Zeng looked at Wang Shuo and nodded. If it weren't for that girl Chen Xian insisting that you are the only one, I really wouldn't believe that anyone in the country could independently create a complete CNC processing system with performance exceeding that of systems from another country. Wang Shuo, you are quite impressive. Not just impressive, it's simply incredible, he thought, but he couldn't say that to Wang Shuo. Professor Zeng felt he could already take on an acting role. With such composure, he deserved a leading role. Professor Zeng is praising me too much. I don't have that capability, Wang Shuo thought, feeling a bit embarrassed as most of the workload was completed by others. Actually, I just provided some source code. Most of the work was outsourced to other companies. Professor Zeng smiled and continued, actually, that's quite normal. Expert opinions dismiss claims like one person completing everything in 15 days. In 15 days, you couldn't even create the architecture, let alone the system. He gently reassured, these things aren't crucial. Many software projects are made this way nowadays. All right. You've already made up your mind about it. What more can I say? Wang Shuo listened obediently. Honestly, I wanted to meet you right after I came back from the conference. Wang Shuo, said Professor Zeng. I didn't expect our meeting to be so delayed. Wang Shuo felt a bit awkward. Professor Zeng, I'm sorry. I've had some things I couldn't get away from these past couple of days. No need to apologize. Professor Zeng waved his hand. I know you must have your reasons. As long as it doesn't affect your studies, it's your freedom. Ding Runen, sitting nearby, couldn't help but add, Wang Shuo has already missed 2 classes in a row. Missed 2 classes? Professor Zeng was clearly taken aback, looking at Wang Shuo, who flashed an innocent smile. Professor Zeng shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, the more capable a person was, the more peculiar their personality tended to be. He had heard from Ding Runen that Wang Shuo had fainted for over 40 days after a party, and after waking up, he took another 10 days off, plus the 2 days he had already missed, which meant he hadn't attended a single class. This situation could be serious or trivial if it were someone else. It would naturally be a major issue according to school regulations. But considering what he had heard from Chen Xian and what he had seen with his own eyes, Professor Zeng made a decision. Let's just let this matter slide, Runen. But, teacher, missing classes is a serious violation of school rules and will result in losing credits for 2 courses, Ding Runen reminded him. I'll have a word with the dean. Professor Zeng said with a smile to Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo, if you have any issues in the future, just let Runen know. Is this a long-term leave for myself? Wang Shuo suddenly felt a bit anxious. Isn't this a sign of giving up? Professor, isn't this a bit inappropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it. Professor Zeng replied with a smile. Compared to what you've accomplished, these matters are trivial. As long as you can produce programs like the initial system, I can advocate for you, whether it's for leave or even direct graduation. Wang Shuo widened his eyes. What have I done? Seeing Wang Shuo's incredulous expression, Professor Zeng smiled happily. I suppose you don't know yet, do you? Come, take a look at this and you'll understand. With that, Professor Zeng took out his phone, tapped a few times, then stood up and handed it to Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo did not dare to hesitate and quickly took it, glancing at the screen, and was stunned. It was a post authored by someone named Near Horizon, and the title was from the current hottest trending news. The post had already garnered over 3 million views, and even the comments reached an astonishing 2,400, exploring the astonishing person behind the Chen Group. Recently, many have been bombarded with news about the Chen Group launching a new product that drove away engineers from a certain country. As a seasoned industry insider, I too was not spared from this bombardment. The information circulating online has both truth and falsehood. Whether one can discern the truth depends on their insight and capability. However, based on various sources, the likelihood that this information is true is quite high. Why? Just look at the stocks of the Chen Group, which have been hitting the limit up for 3 consecutive days. This stock, which has turned a vibrant red, has become a dark horse in the stock market, leaving others far behind. If you haven't bought in yet, hurry and do so. It's a guaranteed profit. The news is astonishing, and the mood is exhilarating. The dreams pursued by insiders for decades seem to have been realized overnight by the Chen Group. We finally possess CNC software programs that can rival the world's advanced levels. No. Based on the reactions of engineers from a certain country, they may even be more advanced. We should give a big thumbs up to the Chun Group and cheer for their success together. However, amidst the excitement, I cannot help but ponder, why has a breakthrough that has eluded our region for decades been presented so casually by the Chun Group? After interviewing actual participants, I learned that the CNC operating system introduced by the Chun Group was not proposed by the upper management or officially, but rather by the chairman's second daughter, who brought it forth despite everyone's skepticism. Although the reality has proven it to be a darker horse than the Chun Group's stock, the manner of its introduction deserves scrutiny. Is there another reason behind this? With such thoughts, I conducted a detailed exploration and perhaps uncovered some clues. Let us first understand the origin of this system. It is said that the chairman's second daughter openly stated in a public setting that this system was developed by one person over the course of a few days. Of course, this is a joke. We all know that developing a system involves a complex process with countless factors. The claim that one person could accomplish this in just a few days can be taken as the frustrated outcry of a little girl. However, there is another piece of information worth noting. A company named Frontier Technology Company, Limited, Chapter 54. What is wrong with you? Frontier Technology Company, Limited? Looking at this unfamiliar name, the individual specifically recalled the software companies engaged in control system development that he knew, and was certain that this company's name was not among them. Therefore, he had to turn to the widely used app for business information, and indeed found some details about the company. The company, referred to as Frontier Technology Company, Limited, has a registered capital of 1 million yuan, and its legal representative is named Wang Shua. Does that sound unfamiliar? Don't worry, there's something even more surprising. This company was established on October 14, 2018, while the post was made on November 2nd, meaning the company had only been in existence for a mere 18 days. Meanwhile, he searched through records of other similar companies, confirming that this company had no other changes or cancellation records, making it a company that had been established for just 19 days. This company has produced a CNC control system software that even engineers from other countries would envy. So, does this mean the company is very strong? Not necessarily. In his view, even if this company is filled with well-known domestic experts and scholars, it may not be able to produce such an excellent finished system. The reason is self-evident. If domestic experts were truly capable, the country would not have been lagging behind for so many years. Some people have speculated that this company is a front created by a certain group to mislead others, but this speculation is hard to hold. There are two reasons for this. First, the motivation is insufficient. For something to succeed, there must be some incentives driving it. The primary one is the demand to do it. For example, you cook because you want to eat. If you don't want to eat, there's no need to cook. Secondly, there needs to be some benefit driving it. If doing this benefits oneself, then there is motivation to do it. In this case, I see no advantage for the group in launching a shell company. On the contrary, it may have some drawbacks. Second, the capability does not allow it. As I mentioned earlier, if this group had the ability to produce such an advanced CNC control system, why would they wait until now? Why go through a third-party company to create it? The only reason is that they lack the technical strength to produce such a control system. Given the premise that the control system does exist, there is only one possibility that holds. This control system was indeed produced by the little-known Frontier Technology Company, Limited, or, very likely, by the relatively unknown Wang Shua. There are two reasons for this, but they are consistent with the principles mentioned above. And it's not difficult to understand, so I won't elaborate further. Until now, all the information and clues have converged. We have gained some understanding of the events, and perhaps the group will later disclose more insider information, which he will continue to follow. However, the emergence of Frontier Technology Company, Limited, and Wang Shua may become a long-awaited beacon of hope for the manufacturing industry, illuminating our path forward and igniting our confidence in victory. It shows us that the soft power of domestic manufacturing is not so weak. The manufacturing industry also has a future. At the end of the article, I would like to sincerely say to Mr. Wang Shua, regardless of your identity, purpose, or the team you lead in creating such a system, I want to thank you. Thank you, Frontier Technology Company, Limited. Thank you, Mr. Wang Shua. In the comment section at the end of the article, some netizens started commenting wildly. Someone asked, "Is what Tianya said true?" To the reply above, of course it's true. This matter has been spreading like wildfire these days. When has Tianya ever lied? I agree with their analysis. You believe in exaggerations? However, I do agree with one statement. The advanced manufacturing industry in our country has always lagged behind certain countries, never surpassing them. A useless person like you, What can you contribute? Can your words strengthen the manufacturing industry? It's already 8,120 years, and some people are still kneeling so deeply. I'm very curious about this Mr. Wang Shuo, such an impressive figure. Why haven't I heard of him before? The comments turned into a heated debate, with insults flying everywhere. Wang Shuo was left dumbfounded. Did you finish reading? Professor Zeng asked with a smile. I finished. Wang Shuo nodded blankly, still confused about why just presenting a software led to such a situation, as if something had been uncovered. This is the pain felt by those in the manufacturing industry, Professor Zeng sighed, and said, Wang Shuo, you are also interested in computer science. Do you know what your original intention is? Original intention? Wang Shuo was taken aback and felt a bit shy. I just think computer software is quite fun. Whether it's fun or not, Wang Shuo didn't know, but the artificial intelligence he dealt with these days had him feeling both tortured and ecstatic. Professor Zeng was silent for a moment and said helplessly, I guess that can be considered a kind of original intention. I'm different from you. I was born in the 1980s. Professor Zeng reminisced. At that time, our country was impoverished, with 70 to 80% of the population facing hunger. And any misfortune could lead to starvation due to food shortages. The only thought of my parents' generation was to eat enough, and eat enough. But the country was poor. Our industrial foundation was so weak that we couldn't even produce a decent pen, let alone advanced manufacturing. While contemporary countries had made great strides in modern processing centers and their control systems, we were still using primitive hand-operated machines. Foreigners looked down on our manufacturing, and our own people couldn't afford it, as the cost kept product prices high. I grew up in such an environment. By the time I could go to university, the domestic economy had improved somewhat, but it was still not enough to support our vast population. For the country to be strong and the people to be prosperous, we must catch up with the world's leading tier. Manufacturing is imperative. Meanwhile, foreign manufacturing had already adopted mature computer systems and begun developing processing centers. To catch up, we needed to cultivate talent, which is why I chose to study computer science under such circumstances. On the day I chose to major in computer science, I knew I was striving for national prosperity and global advancement. I have worked hard for half my life and have achieved some results. Unfortunately, after decades of catching up, what we have received in return is relentless oppression time and again. The digital control systems from our civilization have no chance against companies from another country. The domestic market has been consumed. Domestic enterprises have lost their space to survive. There are no profits, no research and development, and the vicious cycle worsens day by day. Professor Zeng looked at Wang Shuo in front of him with a sense of lament. Now it's good, Wang Shuo, with your company's system. We can hold our heads high in front of companies from that country. Is this really so important? Wang Shuo touched his head, still somewhat in disbelief. Wasn't this just a system he casually modified? Even the database was generated based on the failed data of a certain group. Something like this, so important? It's even more important than you think. Professor Zeng smiled and pointed at his phone, humorously adding, the internet doesn't lie. You should already be somewhat of a celebrity now. You might even have some little fans. Thinking of the string of young girls following Chen Cheng, Wang Shuo couldn't help but shiver. Such little fans, he could do without. No wonder that group was willing to pay him a huge sum. No wonder Chen Xian had suddenly become much quieter. So that was the reason. Thinking of the more than 10 million that was about to be credited, Wang Shuo's mood instantly brightened, and his mind began to fill with various ideas. This control system has likely reached its limit for now. In terms of automation, ease of operation, precision, stability, and software technology, it is top-notch. Professor Zeng recalled his actual operational experience and added, the UI interface is a bit lacking, but that's understandable. If you have time, Wang Shuo, could you optimize it a bit? Wang Shuo, who was clearly distracted by thoughts of 10 million, blurted out, of course, it can be optimized and upgraded. That's good. Professor Zeng nodded in satisfaction, ready to say something, when he heard Wang Shuo mumbling softly. If the program is already so valuable, what if I upgrade this software system later? It's a pity that the machines from that group are not powerful enough, and the physical precision limits do not meet the system requirements. If I redesign a set of hardware systems, using an all-encompassing three-dimensional digital computing hardware system, combined with nano-digital sensors and high-performance processors, multi-axis, multi-joint robotic arms. Let me think. I could also add precise pulse angular momentum motors, ensuring precision within 0.0002 mm, coupled with a fully functional tool head cabin and material supply system. a simplified, fully automated production processing center. How much would this be worth? Wang Shuo was excited, but noticed the atmosphere around him had become somewhat silent. He turned to look and saw Professor Zeng and Ding Runin staring at him wide-eyed, with Ding Runin's expression exaggerated as if she could fit an egg in her mouth. Something seemed off. Professor Zeng, Teacher Ding, Wang Shuo swallowed hard. What's wrong with you? Chapter 55. What's wrong with Wang Shuo? I just finished analyzing the performance of this system in front of my most accomplished student and concluded my findings. And you immediately hit me with a bunch of seemingly profound terms. Are you trying to embarrass me on purpose? Well, you did it well. Professor Zeng revealed a faint smile. He loved these imaginative students the most. Wang Shuo, I think I just heard you mention something about three-dimensional digital computation and nano-digital sensors. Ding Runin confirmed. Molecular processors? Angular momentum pulse motors. Looking at the two in front of him, who seemed to transform into curious children, Wang Shuo forced a smile that was hard to maintain. Professor Zeng, Teacher Ding, what if I said all of this is fake, that I dreamed it all? I wonder if you would believe me? The two shook their heads simultaneously. No, we don't believe you. A few hours later, as Wang Shuo walked out of the lab building, he felt his legs were a bit weak. This was normal. Anyone who skips 2 meals in a row while engaging in several hours of intense mental activity would feel physically drained. Wang Shuo turned back and looked at the laboratory on the 3rd floor, still lit up, and couldn't help but tremble. The desire for knowledge from this old and young duo was simply terrifying. They had first unhesitatingly affirmed the authenticity of his self-talk, giving him no chance to argue, and then shamelessly inquired about the knowledge structure and implementation ideas of the system. Even though Wang Shuo had tried to stick to aspects that matched current technological levels, it still lasted a full 4 hours. In the end, Professor Zeng simply waved his hand and called everyone in the lab over, blocking the doorway under the pretense of offering further education, claiming that anyone knowledgeable could be a teacher, regardless of age. Am I not just a freshman? Is this really necessary? Who is the professor here, you or me? He thought to himself, but looking at the eager eyes around him, and recalling what the old professor had said, he found himself unable to voice the rejection. Sigh, it's all my fault for being too soft-hearted, so easily swayed by noble sentiments. What else could he do? He might as well teach. If they could truly research something based on what he taught, it would be his contribution to building the country. Thus, a strange scene unfolded in the lab building. 6 young people and 1 middle-aged man formed a circle in a narrow suite, with one younger individual in the center speaking fluently and incessantly, while those around him nodded in agreement. Wang Shuo never intended for things to evolve this way. So after 4 continuous hours of talking, and after declining Professor Zeng's invitation to join the research team, Wang Shuo dashed out of the lab building like a whirlwind. He vowed that this place was truly terrifying. He would rather face the cold and indifferent Zero and Chen Xian than teach again. Upstairs, Ding Runin stood by the window watching Wang Shuo fly away, her silver teeth biting her lip slightly. Runin, your student is quite interesting. Professor Zeng's voice came with a smile. Teacher, he clearly isn't telling the truth. Ding Runin said sharply, what three-dimensional digital design, nano-digital sensors, processors, etc.? None of these important things were mentioned. It's normal not to mention them. Professor Zeng, unfazed, replied gently, everyone has their own secrets. We don't need to delve too deeply. I can understand it as him not having considered everything completely, just having a thought. Or it could mean he doesn't have a specific idea and just spoke off the cuff, or even that he is boasting. But regardless, today's conversation has opened my eyes and brought me great insights, and many questions I've been pondering have gained some clarity. It's just a pity he didn't agree to join my research team. Professor Zeng shook his head with some regret. Teacher, with your status, if he really has value, you could definitely require him to join. Why not? Ding Runin's voice carried confusion. Everyone has their own hobbies and freedoms. There's no need to force him. Wang Shuo already has his wings. Why confine him? Wings? Ding Runin opened her mouth in surprise. Are you saying that system he designed is important? Professor Zeng chuckled. Not just important, it's crucial. Just wait and see. Your student is soon going to enter the ranks of the wealthy. Turning to look at Ding Runin, who was gaping in disbelief, he said with a smile, Runin, you should look beyond your narrow focus on mechanical intelligence. The world is vast, and there are many interesting things to explore. You should try to learn about them. Ding Runin lowered her head. She had heard her teachers say this many times. But if she couldn't make any breakthroughs in the field she was most familiar with, how could she spare the energy to understand other matters? Knowledge is the most incredible thing in the world. Even if you learn a lot, you still feel so ignorant when faced with new information. I'm getting old. I can't compare to the youth. Sometimes a young person's flash of brilliance surpasses my decades of effort. Runin, you still have a chance. What Wang Shuo talked about today should benefit your paper. You can continue writing. Is that really possible? Ding Runin raised her head, eyes wide. Yes, just a freshman. He hasn't even participated in a decent research project. Mastery makes one a teacher, Professor Zheng said, looking at the darkening sky outside the window. His understanding of automation far exceeds that of the students I teach. Just based on what he said today about programming automation systems, he qualifies to be credited in your paper. To be honest, I only began to believe that system was his own creation after meeting Wang Shuo today. This is not something just anyone can comprehend. Ding Runin felt puzzled. She had listened to Wang Shuo's explanations. Could he really have that level of understanding? Is it really possible for one person to design such a system? If Wang Shuo could create an entire system by himself, how proficient must he be in coding and architecture? For a moment, Ding Runin felt bewildered, questioning whether her years of accumulated knowledge were less than that of a freshman just starting college. This newcomer hasn't even attended a full class. Professor Zheng added, write the paper according to what Wang Shuo discussed today. If you don't understand anything, just ask. Once it's written, I won't even need to review it, and don't submit it to domestic journals. Just send it directly to a prestigious journal. Ding Runin was taken aback, her eyes widening further. Write it according to what Wang Shuo said, and also consult Wang Shuo, and submit directly to a prestigious journal? Teacher, are you so sure that this paper can be published there? Ding Runin felt a bit unconvinced. Very sure. Professor Zheng smiled. If this can't be published there, then what is the point of having such a journal? Ding Runin fell silent. A prestigious journal, after all, is the highest temple pursued by all researchers. Being able to publish a paper, there is no exaggeration to say it brings worldwide fame. Does Wang Shuo have that capability and qualification? By the way, teacher. Ding Runin suddenly thought of something and took out a stack of A4 paper from her backpack, handing it to Professor Zheng. Take a look at this. Oh, you finished it so quickly? Professor Zheng took it with some surprise. He had just sent the paper back yesterday, and it was revised so quickly? What a strong-willed girl. Professor Zheng smiled slightly, his gaze falling on the paper, where messy handwriting caught his eye. This handwriting didn't seem to be Ding Runin's. And what was written didn't look like a paper. He put on his glasses beside him, and the handwriting on the paper became clearer. Is this code? Professor Zheng glanced at Ding Runin, who was standing beside him, and saw her looking at him with some anticipation. He then calmed down and began to read the code on the paper seriously. However, just a few minutes later, Professor Zheng raised his head with a very serious expression. Runin, who gave this to you? Ding Runin, seeing Professor Zheng so serious for the first time, felt a bit nervous. This is what Wang Shuo promised to give me earlier. Do you know what this is? I know. It's part of the structural code in a node-based self-circulating neural network. Ding Runin lowered her head, feeling a bit ashamed. There are some logical parts of the code I don't understand, so I came to ask the teacher for guidance. To see if that scoundrel Wang Shuo is just scribbling nonsense to deceive himself. Ding Runin silently added in her heart. If the teacher confirms that this is complete nonsense, worthless, and just a chaotic scrawl, then Wang Shuo will be in big trouble. Given by Wang Shuo? No wonder. Ding Runin's anticipated answer didn't come immediately. She quietly watched her respected mentor frown as he flipped through the code papers, occasionally tapping the edge of the table with his fingers, looking serious. After a moment, Professor Zheng stood up, quickly took his coat, folded the code paper, and put it into his pocket, then noticed Ding Runin still standing beside him and paused. Oh, Runin, I need to go to the dean's office. You can head back first. Without waiting for Ding Runin to respond, he left the room. Ding Runin was left in confusion, wondering what was going on. Wang Shuo was running down the school road, reflecting on the things he had casually mentioned today, which were mostly about the process of creating a system, the difficulties he encountered, and the solutions he found. He also talked a bit about the new architecture of system software, so there shouldn't be anything too outrageous. As for concepts like three-dimensional digital computation and nano-digital sensors, those definitely needed to be generalized. Otherwise, even if he tried to explain, it would be hard to make sense of it all. His mind was racing, but his feet kept moving. By the time Wang Shuo saw the shadow ahead, it was already too late. Watch out. Ah! Two screams pierced the air as two figures fell to the ground simultaneously. As the one responsible, Wang Shuo didn't have time to check his own injuries and hurriedly called out, "Are you okay?" "It's all my fault, I'm so sorry." He had heard a girl's voice from the other side. I'm fine. The girl's voice was weak, but she seemed to be all right. I'm really sorry. Let me help you up. Wang Shuo stood up and, while apologizing, helped the girl to her feet. When they both stood up, the dim street light in the distance illuminated their faces, and the girl suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Is it you? Do you recognize me?" Wang Shuo was a bit taken aback and carefully observed the girl in front of him. She looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place where he had seen her before. "I've seen you once." The girl smiled slightly. "But I didn't expect to run into you here." Wang Shuo. She emphasized the word run into. I'm sorry, but I really can't remember where I've seen you," Wang Shuo said, scratching his head. Feeling a bit embarrassed. It was clear she recognized him and even called him by name, which indicated they were acquaintances, but why couldn't he remember her? "Don't remember?" The girl looked a bit puzzled. "Really?" Wang Shuo nodded earnestly. "Then you." The girl glanced around. "I was hurrying back to my dorm and ran a bit too fast and accidentally bumped into you. I'm really sorry. Did you come from the lab building?" The girl seemed to understand and nodded. "So it really was a coincidence. Last time, you paid for our taxi fare, and I never got to thank you, Wang Shuo." Now it was Wang Shuo's turn to widen his eyes. He suddenly remembered who she was. "You are Qin." Qin shouting. The girl smiled slightly. Chapter 56. Wang Shuo makes a new friend. Qin shouting. Wang Shuo gradually recalled her. As a man, he would always remember the first stunning girl he encountered, especially after his cognitive abilities were enhanced. Even things he found pleasing to the eye would leave an impression for a long time. "Oh, it's you," Wang Shuo exclaimed. Feeling a bit amazed that lately, his luck seemed good enough to buy a lottery ticket, as he randomly bumped into someone he had already met. "Don't worry about the taxi fare. It was my fault anyway," Wang Shuo said, scratching his head again. Thinking it was better to forget about the incident of taking someone else's taxi. "There's no need to be polite, Wang Shuo," Qin shouting said softly, adjusting her hair. "After all, we hitched a ride thanks to you, so we should thank you, both out of courtesy and reason." Wang Shuo forced a smile. He had always been wary of overly sincere people. "Qin, it was my fault for bumping into you. Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Qin shouting shook her head. "Are you in a hurry?" "Just need to handle some matters," Wang Shuo replied. "Then you can go ahead." "I'm fine," she assured him, seeing her nod confidently. Wang Shuo let out a sigh of relief and hurried towards the dormitory. Just as he had run a few meters, he suddenly heard Qin shouting call out from behind. "Wang Shuo, please wait a moment." He paused, hearing the sound of hurried footsteps. When he turned around, he saw Qin shouting had caught up to him. "Wang Shuo." She took a breath, her flowing hair swaying as she stopped. Wang Shuo felt a few strands brush against his cheek. "It's fate that we met again, so." She waved her phone. Wang Shuo was momentarily taken aback, then quickly took out his own phone, opened the messaging app, and handed it to her. Qin shouting smiled slightly as she added him as a friend, carefully noting his name. Wang Shuo glanced at the note. It was simple and straightforward, just his name. "If there's anything you need help with, I hope you won't refuse just because we're not familiar," she said. "Of course not," Wang Shuo replied with a smile. "I will do my best to help. I definitely want to put you in a difficult position," she added with a sweet smile. "Who knows?" Wang Shuo thought to himself. Not wanting to linger any longer, he dashed off. Once he reached the dormitory, he finally had time to check his phone and saw the new friend he just added. With a cute cartoon avatar. "Shiming," he murmured, then selected the call for his friend. "Hey boss, I'm downstairs. What do you want to eat?" When ordering takeout becomes a lifestyle, the only thing you need to consider is how to finish it. Looking at the mountain of takeout boxes and leftovers in front of him, Wang Shuo painfully burped and glanced at Zheng Jun, who was getting dressed. "Boss, aren't you going to eat some?" "No." Zheng Jun quickly laced up his running shoes. "I just remembered I can't eat too much before running. But I ordered for 4 people. "I didn't know," Zheng Jun replied, wide-eyed with innocence. "I thought the 4th would come back today, but he didn't. The 3rd got a call to go out with his girlfriend. It's just you and me left, and I need to run, so the 2nd. Zheng Jun said earnestly, "Saving is a virtue, and wasting food is shameful. Just try to finish it." With that, he left Wang Shuo with a carefree back and shut the door without hesitation, leaving Wang Shuo alone amidst the pile of takeout. Wang Shuo glanced at the table full of food, swallowed hard, sighed, and reluctantly decided to give up. If he really tried to finish all this, he would probably end up in the hospital. After tidying up haphazardly and gathering all the food together, Wang Shuo picked up his phone, ready to check today's latest news to see if he could find any clues about making a name for himself in the manufacturing circle. However, He was interrupted by a call. It was from Liu Yimei. Since they had a brief introduction last night, they had exchanged phone numbers. As Liu Yimei put it, she didn't like expressing her thoughts through cold and timeless texts. She preferred direct communication. In this case, Wang Shuo had no choice but to provide his phone number, and he guessed that even if he hadn't Chen Xian would have been more than happy to help. Hello, Assistant Liu. Wang Shuo had assigned Liu Yimei the position of assistant to the general manager. Manager Wang, Liu Yimei's cool voice came through. I'd like to know when you can come to the company. Is there something urgent? Liu Yimei paused for a moment, then said, everything at the company is in preparation, and there are some matters I would prefer to discuss with you in person. Wang Shuo lifted his head and thought for a moment. Although he had Professor Zeng's backing and only needed to inform the old witch when he wasn't in class, something felt off about this situation. Given how things had been for him these past 2 days, it would be best to attend a few classes to avoid drawing attention. So he replied, I think I'll be free by the weekend. If it's urgent, just give me a call. I understand. Liu Yimei responded on the other end and continued, also, regarding the recruitment, I hope to see the resumes of new employees soon. As the company's general manager, this matter should be handled by you. Do I need to personally handle the recruitment? Wang Shuo grumbled inwardly, but he had no choice. They were the only two in the company right now. All right. Wang Shuo nodded in agreement. I don't have classes tomorrow morning, so I'll take a stroll around the talent market. By the way, how many people are we looking to hire now? Shouldn't that be decided by you? Wang Shuo felt a bit embarrassed, almost forgetting that he was the company owner. And the number of hires was indeed up to him. This is your company. The number of new hires, positions, gender, age range, work experience, educational background, salary, and job level are all decided by you. I'll just be responsible for the implementation. If you don't want to determine the salary levels in detail, I can handle that part. Best to keep it simple. Wang Shuo said with a hint of brightness. So, what positions do you think we should have? Liu Yimei fell silent for a long time, and just when Wang Shuo thought the signal had been cut off, her voice resumed. For a technology company to operate normally, we need essential administrative personnel, which I can handle. We need external liaison personnel, which I can also cover. We need a legal department. I can take care of that too. We need a planning team. I can handle that as well. What we still lack is a finance person, a receptionist, and several members for the research and development project team. I can handle the research and development project team. Wang Shuo finally found his place and quickly exclaimed, one is enough for me. So, we just need a finance person and a receptionist then. Got it. Wang Shuo rubbed his hands together. Hiring people is easy. Leave it to me. As Wang Shuo waited eagerly for dawn, Professor Zeng had already rushed into the dean's office, clutching a stack of A4 papers. Chapter 57. Following in Wang Shuo's footsteps. Old Zeng, what has you in such a hurry? I hadn't even finished my meal when I got your call. The dean of Huazhong University of Science and Technology, a seemingly refined middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, said with a smile as he looked up from his desk, where he was reading under a lamp. He was accustomed to his old colleague's urgency. If there wasn't something important, Professor Zeng would typically care about his appearance. However, researchers often have a common flaw. When inspiration strikes, they become so eager to act that they neglect their image. Inviting Professor Zeng to sit on the sofa and pouring him a cup of hot tea, the dean took a seat across from him. Is this about another project? He asked. Professor Zeng nodded. Yes, it's a project issue. Oh, is it a lack of funding or manpower? Neither. Professor Zeng pulled out the A4 papers and pushed them towards the dean. Old Ding, take a look at this. A new project? What new ideas do you have? Old Zeng. Dean Ding smiled as he picked up the A4 sheet, only to frown at the illegible handwriting. This didn't seem to be Professor Zeng's style. The writing was quite difficult to look at. While it wasn't completely unreadable, it was definitely not aesthetically pleasing, especially since it was crammed together. However, seeing Professor Zeng's serious expression, he knew this wasn't a moment for appreciating handwriting. Upon closer inspection, he noticed something was off. Old Zeng, these codes. Dean Ding adjusted his glasses and said uncertainly, logically, it seems a bit off. There are issues with data retrieval in some places. If it weren't something presented by Professor Zeng, he might have directly criticized the chaotic writing. This was written by a student of my daughter, Professor Zeng said. Taking a sip of water. What do you think, Runan? Dean Ding asked, slightly unsure. Isn't Runan just taking over the freshmen? Did the curriculum change this year? Are they learning system programming in their first year? It hasn't changed, Professor Zeng replied calmly. Just tell me how you feel about it. Dean Ding smiled wryly. Let's not go there. Old Zeng, You didn't come all the way here just for this, did you? Does this kid want to join your project team? Aside from coming to seek a favor, Dean Ding couldn't figure out why Professor Zeng would need to see him. However, even if it was to ask for a favor, based on old Zeng's usual temperament, a simple phone call would suffice. If it could be done, it would be done. After all, the standards wouldn't be lowered. And if the student couldn't meet them, that was their own issue. But now, he had come directly to his office, which felt unusual. Join my project team? I wish he would. But unfortunately, Professor Zeng sighed and shook his head. He thinks my small temple is beneath him. It can't accommodate him anyway. Small temple? Dean Ding's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Was this still the Professor Zeng he knew? How could someone refer to their project team as a small temple? A project team that ranks among the top in the entire region. One that countless individuals are eager to join, is considered a small temple? What would that imply for the teams from prestigious institutions? Just a small hill or a mound? Don't tell me that even a well-known professor like you faced rejection? When the professor nodded, it was clear that rejection is just rejection. There's nothing shameful about it. He never thought of his project team as anything remarkable. Really rejected? The director was a bit surprised, then chuckled. I never expected that even you would face rejection one day. I'm actually curious about this student. What is his name? Wang Shuo. The professor pointed to the A4 paper on the desk. He wrote this as well. The director frowned. He didn't think these codes were the reason for the professor's comments. After all, in his view, these codes were filled with errors and lacked basic logic. Probably incapable of running properly, making it not worth discussing. So, are you suggesting that I take another look at this? The professor pulled out another sheet from below the A4 paper and handed it to the director. The director took it. It was a structural diagram. Judging by the handwriting, it seemed to come from the same individual as the previous codes, but since theoretical research wasn't the director's field, he found it somewhat confusing and couldn't understand what the professor was trying to convey. What is this again? The professor remained silent, took out his phone, tapped a few times, and then handed it to the director. This time, it was a report on the progress of the region's manufacturing industry. Calling it a report might be a stretch. It was more like a post. It wasn't lengthy, and the director finished reading it in a few minutes. But after reading, he felt even more puzzled. Where am I? What am I doing? Where did I come from? Old Zeng. The director took a breath. Just speak directly. Stop going in circles. This isn't your style. A few days ago, I was invited by a corporate group to serve as a special advisor and attend their product promotion meeting for a type of CNC processing center, alongside a technical advisor from a certain company. The director nodded. He had heard about this and had some knowledge of the company. But deeper insights and the subsequent developments weren't on his radar, as there were many matters to handle at the academy. According to past practices, the final qualification would surely go to that company. But this time, there was an unexpected turn. The final qualification went to a system designed by a domestic company, called the Initial System. This should be the content mentioned in that post. The director nodded, listening carefully without interrupting. The company that designed this system is called Frontier Technology Limited, and the designer's name is Wang Shuo. Now it started to make sense. Are you saying this Wang Shuo is the same person as the student from Renan? The director's expression became strange. Is it the same person? Yes. The professor's expression was calm. Not only that, but this Wang Shuo also has a very deep understanding of machine intelligence and has designed a brand new algorithm along with a simple structure. This refers to that A4 paper. Dean Ding listened to Professor Zeng's narrative while picking up the A4 paper for another look. Perhaps it was the quietness that allowed him to understand some of it this time. Initially, he thought it was merely a whimsical idea, an immature yet promising concept. However, Wang Shuo's appearance made him realize he was wrong. They were all mistaken. Professor Zeng pointed to the stack of A4 papers. Wang Shuo didn't just theorize an algorithm. He turned that theory into reality, and these codes were the steps from theory to reality. Wait, Dean Ding finally interrupted Professor Zeng's account. Are you saying that Wang Shuo single-handedly designed a complete software system, defeated Company W to obtain the project from Company Chun, and then presented a seemingly feasible intelligent algorithm that has already been practically developed? Not just that, Professor Zeng replied. After seeing these codes, I have reason to believe that Wang Shuo, his voice conveyed certainty. He has already created a fully functional artificial intelligence based on this algorithm. Dean Ding opened his mouth, paused for a moment, and then smiled. You're overthinking it, old Zeng. After all, he is still just a freshman. With these capabilities, he is no longer just a first-year student. Professor Zeng's voice rose slightly. Have you seen any student capable of independently designing a complete and complex control system program? Which student can casually present a complete intelligent algorithm framework? Which student can transform an idea that doesn't yet exist into concrete code? He has already mastered these codes and has even successfully built them. Do you know what this means? Professor Zhang's voice was somewhat excited. It means that the most advanced artificial intelligence in the world may have been born, right here, in Wang Shua's mind. Maybe at this very moment. Wang Shua is communicating with this artificial intelligence, teaching it everything about the human world. And what we need to do now is to catch up. As long as we can keep pace with Wang Shua, it would be a leap for the intelligence sector in our country. Old Ding, you and I are witnesses. Witnessing the leap in our country's intelligent computing field. Who wouldn't want that? All the countries in the world, how many scientists are engaged in this field? The earliest developments in artificial intelligence came from a certain region, followed by advancements in another country. And then persistent efforts from Europe and Korea. Who doesn't want to seize the most brilliant gem in the field of computing? But who has succeeded? Now you tell me this has been accomplished by a freshman? There's even a possibility of a finished product? Are you treating me like a fool? Catching up to Wang Shua's pace? That is not how it works, old Zhang. Dean Ding chuckled slightly, not rebutting, as his own reasoning was also weak. Do you have any basis for these judgments? Just based on these codes? Professor Zhang nodded. It seems that Dean Ding did not expect Professor Zhang to express himself so clearly. He paused for a moment and said helplessly, Old Zhang. True artificial intelligence is not something that can be compared to the engineering software designed by Wang Shua. You have immersed yourself in the field of machine intelligence for decades. And I don't need to elaborate on how complex the realization of artificial intelligence is. If an artificial intelligence were truly born now, the inventor and their team would undoubtedly become the targets of competition among countries, companies, and universities. This is a critical juncture. Once crossed, they would become world-class. And winning 10 Nobel Prizes would not be excessive. Are you sure that person will be Wang Shua? Professor Zhang nodded seriously this time. Dean Ding frowned and said, Old Zhang, I hope you realize the seriousness of this matter and don't joke with me. Old Ding, Professor Zhang said in a low voice. You've known me for so long. When have I ever joked? Indeed, he had never joked. At the university, no one was more devoted to theoretical research than Zhang Xuewei. However, if tonight's conversation were to leak out, it would become the biggest academic joke of his career. If it ultimately proved unfeasible, Zhang Xuewei would become a laughingstock in the research community, and the theoretical field of machine intelligence would no longer have a place for him. All the accolades of being the best team mentor at the university and leading the cutting edge of artificial intelligence would vanish. Dean Ding stared closely at Professor Zhang. Are you serious? Have you considered the consequences? Every word I've said since I walked in is serious, Professor Zhang replied earnestly. Old Ding, after over 30 years in this field, I have never been so serious. I understand the consequences clearly and will leave it to time to test. If time proves me wrong, I will bear the consequences. But regardless, I want to fight for a glimmer of opportunity for the field of artificial intelligence in our country. Even if that opportunity is merely a last resort, I will grasp it, even if it costs me my life. Professor Zhang stated firmly, I have no regrets. Dean Ding fell silent for a moment before saying, Old Zhang, over the years, I have tried my best to meet your requests, just to help you achieve your dreams and take a step further for the intelligent theory community you represent. But this time, Professor Zhang felt a heaviness in his heart. If even the dean, who was closest to him, could not be convinced, how could he proceed? You have what percentage of confidence this time? What? Dean Ding looked at him and smiled. I know you fairly well. Since you say so, there must be your reasoning behind it. Although I don't agree, it doesn't prevent me from making a decision. Moreover, for such a grand matter, how could I let you bear it all alone? Whatever happens, we at the university will share the burden together. So now, Old Zhang, what percentage of confidence do you have? Percentage of confidence? Professor Zhang, who had not yet begun to feel moved, quickly adjusted his mood, thought steadily for a moment, and replied solemnly, before seeing Wang Shua, I had no confidence. After seeing Wang Shua, I had a 20% confidence. Now having seen this code, I have 50% confidence. 50% is already a considerable figure. Dean Ding nodded slightly. Prepare the report materials. You need to report to the university committee. Director Ding's voice was powerful and resonant. Tomorrow. Chapter 58. Wang Shua recruits employees. Grasping this situation is just like gambling. It's always a matter of estimation, which can be optimistic or pessimistic. Wang Shua was clearly overly optimistic in his estimates. Although he spoke confidently, things often didn't go as smoothly as planned. Wang Shuo lay bored on a table at the talent recruitment market, watching the bustling crowd of resumes being submitted at other booths, filled with envy. How great it would be if all these people came to submit their resumes here. Unfortunately, after watching yet another unemployed young man stare at the A3 paper he had posted for a long time, only to shake his head in disappointment and leave, Wang Shuo felt a wave of depression wash over him. He had been here for a full 4 hours, from arriving at 8 in the morning, to setting up his booth by 8:30, and now past 12 noon with nothing to show for it. He had experienced a roller coaster of emotions over these 4 hours. From initial confidence to now feeling anxious. His requirements for employees had dropped repeatedly, from graduate students to those with a bachelor's degree, from requiring work experience to simplifying everything, from limiting to females only to accepting both genders, from under 25 years old to under 35 years old. Even so, no one lingered at his recruitment booth, let alone submitted a resume. As of now, his table was still empty. Wang Shuo looked at the table in front of him and began to reflect. Was his booth too shabby? Looking at other booths, none were lacking in careful preparation. Large posters, beautiful photos, and recruitment information made it clear that they were strong companies. His booth, on the other hand, consisted only of a hastily printed A3 sheet with the words Frontier Technology Company, Limited, and some scribbled specific requirements, making it extremely bare. Was it because he didn't have a company profile? Looking at the dazzling array of honors and achievements on the posters of other booths, and then at his own single line of company name, Wang Shuo hesitated. Should he write down the achievements that Professor Zheng had told him about? After all, this was the only business he had conducted in the name of the company, and there was a formal contract, absolutely authentic and reliable. As for the content, he could write that it was highly recognized by industry insiders, renowned in the field, and leading globally. Would that be a bit too ostentatious? Frontier Technology Company, Limited. Are you looking for finance? Just as Wang Shuo was lost in thought, a clear female voice interrupted him. Su Kersen had been at home for a month without income, and a month filled with torment. Thinking about her mother's incessant nagging made her head spin. As a 25-year-old woman who was not yet married, she didn't consider herself to be of advanced age, and it wasn't yet time for her family to push her into marriage. But the problem was that she had neither a boyfriend nor a job. In this materialistic age, you could be without a boyfriend, but you couldn't lack the ability to support yourself. That was the original sin. Shika Xin was targeted by her relatives. Today, one introduced a nice young man. Tomorrow another came to play matchmaker. In the end, even her mother started to intervene personally, which was overwhelming for Shika Xin. The influence of a mother is something that many relatives and friends cannot compare to. After barely staying at home for a month, Shika Xin could no longer endure it. Finding a boyfriend may require luck, but securing a job relies on one's abilities. As a graduate with a solid accounting background, she was determined to find a decent job, so she set out. However, history often repeats itself in surprising ways. She never expected that despite anticipating everything and planning the trajectory of her endeavors, she would encounter an insurmountable challenge right at the start. Her resumes were rejected, and it wasn't just one, but 4 companies. The responses were eerily similar, expressing admiration for her skills and attitude, but stating that there were no vacancies in the finance department, thus regrettably declining her application. What a bunch of hypocrites. This was clearly gender discrimination. This was educational discrimination. How could a graduate from a vocational college not deserve a job of her own? How could an employee who had been dismissed from another company not have a second chance at her career? This was blatant discrimination. But discrimination or not, the fact that they wouldn't even accept her resume meant she had no chance of getting in the door. Shika Xin had to set aside her pride and gradually lower her expectations, moving from top-tier companies to second-rate, third-rate, and finally to lesser-known small firms. Well, the cutting-edge technology company before her seemed to fit the bill of a small, lesser-known firm. Such companies probably wouldn't care much about her academic credentials or work experience. But what? Shika Xin stared at the contents written on the A3 paper, her eyes widening. For a financial accountant, they actually required a graduate degree. Wang Shuo helplessly raised his head and pointed to the small handwritten note next to the printed text. Not that, but this. They even wanted a bachelor's degree. This was already the minimum. Wang Shuo mumbled, but was abruptly interrupted by Shika Xin. I only have a vocational degree. This is my resume, do you want it? Shika Xin glared. If not, I'll go to the next place. Wang Shuo was momentarily speechless. thinking of the miserable experiences he had that morning. And looking at the girl in front of him who was fairly attractive, he gritted his teeth. Fine. He casually took the resume and tossed it onto the desk, yawning. Congratulations, you were hired by our company. Just like that? Shika Xin was taken aback. What about the written test? The interview? The brutal selection process? Of course. Our company doesn't have such troubles, Wang Shuo said, glancing at the clock. It was almost 1 o'clock, and they still needed a receptionist. Given the situation, it seemed unlikely that they would find one today. He had other matters to attend to in the afternoon and didn't have time to spend several hours here. But if this was how it ended, it would be hard to explain back home. So instead, Wang Shuo pointed to another section on the A3 paper. I have another position here. Do you want it? If you do, I can offer you double the salary. Shika Xin looked stunned. What was this? Buy one get one free? Is this how job hunting works? Looking at the younger kid in front of her, she felt a bit uneasy for the first time, wondering if she had accidentally joined a shady company. Would she be brutally harmed on her first day of work? But the idea of double pay seemed tempting. Su Kerson hesitated, furrowing her brows and biting her teeth. I'll take it. When do I start? Chapter 59. The new era of artificial intelligence. If you have no issues, you can start tomorrow. Wang Shuo handed Su Kerson a slip of paper and advised. This is the company's address and contact person. Once you get there, reach out to her. Remember, don't upset her, otherwise she might fire you. And I can't help you. Su Kerson felt a bit anxious and cautiously asked, is she the boss? Wang Shuo nodded seriously, not just a boss, but more like a superior. Even I have to follow her orders. What about that young guy? Does what he say count? Su Kerson hesitated. What if when I get there, he doesn't want to give me 2 jobs, or the double pay? Don't worry about that, Wang Shuo said confidently. She'll definitely give me some face. Su Kerson reluctantly accepted this and left the recruitment center with a heavy heart. Once she left, Wang Shuo yawned, stretched, put away the stool, and took Su Kerson's resume to leave the talent market. He still needed to rush back to school for a 1 o'clock interview. Who schedules an interview at 1 o'clock? It really messes up the lunch break. He cursed in his mind, but it didn't affect his pace. As he hurried, Wang Shuo successfully arrived at the top floor of the school's administrative building, standing in front of a conference room. Looking at the quiet door and the equally silent corridor, he couldn't help but swallow hard. From the moment he entered, he noticed there were hardly any people around. By the 8th floor, he was completely alone, feeling nervous. What kind of interview is this? So serious? Not even anyone else to interview with? Or am I late? And everyone else has finished? Just as Wang Shuo was lost in thought, the door opened. Professor Zeng? Wang Shuo was surprised to see the middle-aged man he had met just yesterday. However, Professor Zeng seemed a bit tired at the moment. You're right on time. Come in. As Wang Shuo stepped into the conference room, he noticed that besides Professor Zeng, there were others present. A quick glance confirmed there were 10 people in total, including Professor Zeng. He didn't recognize any of them, and the seating arrangement felt more like a meeting than an interview. Well, since everyone is here, let us get started, said a refined man with glasses sitting in a central position, smiling. Wang Shuo, let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Ding Songsheng, and I am the president of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. These are the deans of various departments in our school, and I don't need to introduce Professor Zeng Shuawei further. He is the head of your computer science department. Wang Shuo felt a bit bewildered. These were all senior leaders from the school gathered together. What was this about? Especially the person in front of him, who had given a speech at the opening ceremony. Although he had been sleeping through it, he couldn't deny the principal's impressive stature. Were they interviewing him? Wang Shuo, don't be nervous. We just want to ask you a few simple questions, and you can answer however you feel, Ding Songxing said with a gentle smile. Wang Shuo felt a bit speechless. He wasn't nervous at first, but now he was feeling a little anxious because of that remark. Wang Shuo, we'd like to know how you feel about your current department? It's quite good, Wang Shuo replied, glancing at Professor Zeng beside him, who looked serious and was sitting upright. It was strange. It seemed like Professor Zeng was even more nervous than he was. That is good to hear. If you have any dissatisfaction, feel free to bring it up, Ding Songsheng said with a light chuckle, looking at the serious Professor Zeng. He cleared his throat and continued. Wang Shuo, I've heard that you have done extensive research in the field of intelligence and even designed an algorithm framework yourself. Are you referring to the node-based self-circulating neural network algorithm, principle? Ding Songsheng nodded. Exactly. If Professor Zeng hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known that there are talents like you among this year's new students. But could you roughly explain what this algorithm entails? Teach a class? Wang Shuo was a bit puzzled. Wasn't this an interview? How did it turn into a lecture? However, since the principal had asked and it was about something he knew, he decided to explain. Principal, do you have paper and a pen? 3 hours later. In the conference room, Ding Zhongsheng and others gathered around, staring at the colorful A3 papers covered with complex diagrams on the table, and for a moment, no one spoke. The room fell into an eerie silence. This part, I still don't understand. Why does this function generate in this way? I need to ask Wang Shuo for clarification. An elderly professor suddenly stood up, realizing Wang Shuo was not present, and started to walk out, but was pulled back by someone nearby. Old Li, calm down. You're still a department head. Pay attention to your appearance. Is there even time to worry about appearance? This is revolutionary. Revolutionary. This remark immediately brought silence to the room. The professors present were all leaders in their respective fields, although they didn't focus on intelligence. They had a basic understanding of the subject. The more specialized they were, the more they could appreciate the significance of this algorithm. It truly was revolutionary. Yet having something so groundbreaking presented right before them felt surreal, as if a dream had suddenly materialized into reality. It was as if something they had longed for was casually tossed in front of them, and the person throwing it seemed to be disdainful of it. Wang Shuo indeed looked disdainful, and all the professors could attest to that, as he hurriedly wrapped up his explanation, clutching his stomach in urgency to leave. I really don't understand how this child thinks, how he can come up with such a wonderful structure, one professor exclaimed. And his algorithms completely break the norms. They are utterly unpredictable. Some of these algorithms I've never even seen before. Did he create all of them himself? Another professor expressed his confusion, mixed with astonishment. It must be so. This child has truly put in a lot of effort to achieve this core concept. These things cannot be perfected without 5 or 6 years of research. Based on this line of thought, the feasibility of this algorithm is over 80%. Moreover, the most challenging implementation issues have also been resolved. In just 3 hours, they had fully grasped the essence of the so-called node-based self-circulating neural networks. Explained personally by Wang Shuo, with the opportunity to ask questions whenever they had doubts, greatly reducing their understanding difficulty and significantly enhancing efficiency. Wang Shuo's imaginative thinking, innovative technical routes, and creative initial architecture left them in awe, especially with some exquisite algorithms they had never encountered before, which thrilled them immensely. There is no doubt that if an artificial intelligence were truly built on a node-based self-circulating neural network, it would instantly surpass the current limits in the field of artificial intelligence. All learning algorithms and deep memory algorithms would have to take a back seat. Do you all believe what I said now? Professor Zheng's expression was displeased, and his tone was flat. The morning's verbal disputes had worn him out. The professors exchanged glances. Not long ago, they had vehemently criticized Professor Zheng's ideas as fanciful and unattainable, engaging in intense debates. Now, just 3 hours later, their positions had undergone a complete transformation. Even though they were seasoned professors with thick skins, they felt somewhat awkward at this moment. One professor chuckled shyly. Professor Zheng, please don't take it personally. After all, what you proposed was quite unbelievable.